We're going to get away with the multi-kill, but the bomb was dropped there on that spam out of Wakadia. Oh, it's close! He will follow up on a Belchanok, and now the dualies firing back! No way! Wakadia! And Tares, he's just been putting in multi-kills, hasn't had to be the one delivering in these clutches. How will he fare? That's a nice one on the first, and there's the close.
Nice.
No issues, no choke, Aurora. Oh, they've just got it! Oh, no! Wakadia! Soulfly attempting the clutch, but with the AWP here, it should be a safe round for PARIVISION. Bomb's not planted for long. Gets his Belchanok. Soulfly knows on that defuse. Belchanok can't do it. What a weird round.
Oh, this is crazy.
They're doing it in these kind of little two-man pairs, getting super aggressive. What do you even do against that?
You don't do a thing. You hope for
What do you do against that?
Because 4 kills from MongolZ to seal that one. Nico runs through that molly and does find the cave player.
Nico able to shut him down. BMAS dead, climbing up through heaven. You've been able to claw this one back. This 2v4 into a 2v2, and you've got the bomb planted. Nico, low on health, doesn't care. On an absolute mission.
You just have to hope that as you double back, MOUZ haven't pushed into your lobby to stop you there, but that is exactly what Zelix has in mind. Triple from him. And somehow Luchov has to get this back, and he's gonna try to do it on his own. Zelix's position confirmed. That is a quad kill from the kid. Easy one for Max, calls for help as he hears them stall. Oh, Max! No help. What a sequence! A famous quad kill with 1 mag. Molodoy deep. Oh, he hit. Boy. Donk is just out in the open looking for duels as he does, and that is why. The bomb has been picked back up, but we can see the damage that's been done on all the FURIA players. Dude. Clean up on the bomb site.
The way he's just out here swinging. K27 could still deal with this if not for Donk.
Ah, nice distraction. Offers up the Molodoy blindside.
Nice shot.
Shiro's got the recovery underway as he drops down pistol in hand. Giving more and more time for Yakindar. Shiro.
Oh, you didn't get the kill?
Blindsided.
Oh, you messed it up. Oh, no.
That's a third HE that's tagged X-Cloud. You got to feel for it. It's awesome. Wiggly lights him up as well. 2 bullets, 2 kills, and a third on the spray down. Forceful.
A lot of damage done by these Glocks, you know. Hunter comes round though to bail them out. Another eco ace for Hunter. Dog hidden away in. Oh, key angle here!
I think the issue for X5 is he's just about to get swarmed on from so many teams. Nice shot with the deke.
Quinky with another one. Hold the phone, just a minute here. If you can get this, then he will. Runs down Tenzi, and Moon is real far away here. Can he stop the bomb? And Quinky keeps it going. A quad kill. Toby's sort of an execute, but a counter smoke is coming out. They're bumping into each other. Madness in the smoke. Moon, is he going to be able to find anything? He's joined the T side somehow, but now he's dead instead. Tenzi with 3 kills. Oh, and a headshot straight through. How has he done that? Answers back. 2 headshots with the Glock makes it much more doable. Finding a third now.
I like to see something different come up, and they're going to decide to back away to the A site.
8 seconds, and Alex just needs the 1 kill. 4 of them left. They could just get the bomb planted, I think. It's up to Korn in a 1 versus 2, and he can't quite get the job done.
Welcome into PGL Astana here as we continue on with plenty more Counter-Strike. Really getting into the nitty-gritty of the Swiss stage here, of course. A few teams that I think we're going to be waving goodbye to. So a little bit of heartbreak on the cards, of course. It is myself, Scriven Neokai, to bring you just the opening game for today. So just the one for us. But yeah, really looking forward to getting into things and continuing these storylines on.
Yeah, it's elimination game as well, right? And, you know, as you're kind of sort of alluding to that, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to one of them. I put Magic as my dark horse team, and if you are a real dark horse team, you've got to cause an upset, and a win against Heroic would be exactly that. We've got some really spicy 1-2 games as well. Monte Huns to follow that, and then PARIVISION G2, which I don't think many people would have expected to see in that 1-2 bracket. That we have to say goodbye to one of these two sides who will not make it to playoffs. A very, very interesting end to the day here on the B stream for the final day of the B stream as well. So, you know, it's sad for not only them, but us as well. But in the 2-1, there's some really, really cool games as well. We've already had 2 teams qualify. Spirit, no shocker there, really. But 9Z, what a story for these guys. They continue to prove just how good they are with a 2-1 win yesterday over MOUZ. Prior to that, they took down Falcons 2-1 as well, which is super, super sick. So this is a team that, I mean, just continue to really impress. And I'm really excited to see what they can do towards playoffs. We don't really get to see 9Z in playoffs really very often, especially not in these big S-tier international tournaments. So this is an opportunity for them to really make a name for themselves, to start off this second half of the year, and maybe, you know, a good finish here, good VRS points. They can use that to snowball into a PGL Singapore at the tail end of the year, right? So we'll have to see. This is our schedule for today. We'll kick-starting things with Heroic Magic. Then there's Monte taking on the Huns and finish off the day with that spicy game of PARIVISION G2.
Yeah, I mean, some great games on the cards in theory. I think that, you know, Monte are one of these teams that we want to see go far, should be able to take down the Huns, certainly can be an unpredictable team to play off against. I think Monte themselves a little unpredictable in terms of how they're going to perform. Their rank certainly a little inflated, so that might mislead people ever so slightly. But they are still a good side and should be able to win that one. But yeah, I mean, the G2 PARIVISION, a sad game almost for everyone involved. I think people want both of these teams to do well and place well and whatnot. Obviously, PARIVISION have had this viral moment with Dastan and whatnot. So perhaps the vibes and the expectations not fantastic around PARIVISION at the moment. They obviously set their emotions quite high at the start of the year, and maybe indeed the expectations around that it's like we can win tournaments, so we should be making deep enough runs, competitive enough runs, and there's a little bit of, you know, hometown hero vibe. But our opening game, of course, will be getting underway shortly. We've got Heroic up against Magic. The Heroic side, you should be familiar by now. You know all the storylines around these guys. Good squad, a little bit of a ragtag bunch. Where's Alcarin? Nobody knows. Youngster will be in here, of course, replacing him and playing on the AWP and maybe even sticking around. The
He's looking good.
Tweak to your storyline for this tournament, if maybe you've not caught it, folks, is the fact that they probably could have had Alcarin here, but they've opted not to do so for VRS, for comfortability as a 5-man unit. So, yeah, there's a lot of
for major
stories
prep.
around this.
Yeah,
of
this
course.
is the side that is going to play at the major. And as much as, you know, this is one of the few places where I think visa issues wouldn't really, of course, be that much of an issue, they need this 5 for Cologne, right? So they actually do have to play this tournament. And this is what makes Astana so important. One of the last tournaments prior to Cologne itself, to that major, and for a lot of these teams, this is them trying to just iron out a few of the issues, right? Make sure they're as clean as possible and as comfortable as possible heading into that major. But yeah, this is a really, really cool side, right? You know, they have a lot of firepower here and a lot to kind of fall back on. We get, when Nilo's on form, super, super difficult to deal with. Youngsters actually look very comfortable in the AWP, despite not using it for many a year. He sort of come up in an interview talking about when, you know, he initially started getting into kind of his pro level. He initially came in as an AWPer and then kind of got forcibly kind of made into a hero rifle. Now he's going back to his roots a little bit, and he is looking relatively sound with it. But for Heroic as a whole, it's still this kind of side that, the way we put it, it kind of feels like their own worst enemy at times. And this Magic side have a lot of players themselves who can really step up to the table. I put them as my dark horse team here in this competition, and this is the kind of game that really will prove if they have the chops that can hang with the big boys in kind of the top end of the tier 1.5 into the tier 1 themselves. When you look at this team, there's a few names that I always throw out. Maswell and Tenzi are the kind of the 2 big ones for me. These 2 are kind of the superstars of this side, and I think, you know, have a pretty clear path to me to being in tier 1 eventually. Both should get that natural move up towards that tier 1 scene. But AW as well, especially this tournament, when we caught him in the opening game, looked really, really solid. So they have, you know, 3 different guys they can fall back on in terms of firepower. And to be fair, Moon has his moments on the AWP as well. And being, you know, from Kazakhstan himself, he'd love to be able to play in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, just a lot of difficult teams for them to play off against, really. Yeah. Like you say, Heroic is at a level where they should be able to punch up against this squad. Obviously, Magic kind of stay alive against K27, which is their counterpart of, you know, CIS regens and all that kind of stuff. So beating them is pretty good, I think, in the scheme of where they might go back to, like in the tier 2, and it'll give them a lot of confidence with the more online tournaments that I'm sure they're going to be getting invites to and whatnot. If they can place relatively well here, it would be pretty beneficial for that and their VRS and everything. But yeah, Heroic feel like a team that are beatable, in all honesty, and I think that's something that, you know, is quite important to consider. We get the permabans out here, so no funny business on that. We've not got any 7-map teams attempting all of that. Magic going to move into the Mirage. Makes a lot of sense, of course. Comes through as kind of a soft punish. We'll see. Heroic, I'm sure, have got pretty good experience on that map against some of the bigger teams. It just doesn't sit too well. The dust out for Heroic does feel brave, I think, but also one that they just kind of have to go towards, play their own game. You know, your tournament life is on the line. I think the time for trying to punish, the time for mind games and whatnot is perhaps over because it's not worked in your other games. And then Inferno comes out. I think the 3 maps make sense. We might have changed the order of what Heroic went for, just because the dust is pretty good. But Magic in particular, going to be quite happy. You know, they're trying to punch up. They're doing it on maps that they know they are capable of.
Yeah, and the kind of interesting thing about this veto is that the perma bans are on kind of the flip side, the respective best maps for each side. Of course, Nuke is that map that Heroic have been looking into and looking really, really good. Magic get rid of it. And then flip side as well, the Anubis, it's pretty damn solid for Magic. 75% win rate for them, where, you know, that would have felt like a nice map if it would have been floated through. But of course, being the perma is that it's not. So it does make this veto, it actually feels quite even to me. It feels like quite a handshake across the board. You got Mirage and Dust 2, and then Inferno. It's the 3 puggiest maps in the pool here. And the risk with these maps, and we always sort of bring this up, is that especially with the likes of a Mirage, you get in towards this map and you don't have some individuals online, you're going to struggle, regardless of if you feel comfortable picking in towards this. It really comes down to who is really awake and alive on the day. And, you know, for this early morning Counter-Strike, sometimes it can take a little moment.
True.
What I would say is, thankfully, especially for Magic, they're very used to this. We're in the kind of the tier 2 online space that they're sort of a bit more used to. 9 a.m. starts are very, very common for them. I think it's 10 a.m. in Kazakhstan, so it's, you know, a bit of a lie-in, if anything, for what they're used to. And Heroic have also played within a lot of the online Counter-Strike themselves. All of these guys could basically come through that tier 2, so they're not going to be, you know, unused to what it's like to being ready to go, raring, good sleep schedule, making sure that you're set for this. So thankfully, compared to, I think, with some of the tier 1 teams who I think potentially can be a bit of a slow starter, we've seen it with Aurora, for example, and these early games can not always get going immediately. Both of these two should be fine, but we are live. Heroic starting on that TT side, Magic on the T side. Map number 1, Magic's pick of Mirage.
Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. I think that Heroic could also just play them off the park, as it were. A pretty smart team, you know, and Magic maybe going to play that simple Counter-Strike. So we'll find out. These early rounds really going to give us a good idea. It is 4 players in the Palace, 3 players, excuse me, in the Palace, 1 in the Underpass. All the same, the T side really looking to burst out and try and overwhelm, but at the moment they're just waiting for what Spade8 can find, see what he can get away with. In comes the execute now. AW's got all these nades lined up. There is the flash. Will it be effective enough? Prison with a quick move. Down to Dark, but he gets walked upon on that ladder. Totally caught off guard. P250 chimes in. Spade8 holding for some rotations here. May well be able to take this short player in just a moment. He does indeed, so pretty dominant stuff for Magic to open up, and Heroic have really not been able to deliver anything at all. That might be the case for the whole round. And it is, as we say, AWPers and pistols. Moon on the Raid Boss P250. You can certainly see why.
Yeah, and, you know, kind of touching on your point, I think you're spot on where, you know, you definitely could see this game where Heroic sort of, you know, play them off the park just by virtue of their individuals. But I can also see the other side. Like, you know, I'll always sit here and be a little favorable towards Magic. They are kind of my dark horse team. But this is, you know, a puggy veto. And these are, and I would say Magic are probably the puggiest team here at this competition. Like, these guys, really, I don't think strategically are that deep, but mechanically, they're as good as they get. And this is kind of the issue that I think teams are going to struggle when they play against Magic, is that they are so sharp. They may not be that deep. It may be very kind of basic and fundamental in a way, but sometimes that's all you need. And we've just seen with that pistol, it's a pretty simple kind of waterfall out from Palace, but they are just so crisp. So this is the worry, right, with Heroic, and where maybe a bit more of a lean in towards slightly more deep maps in a sense, you know, more tactical ones, might have been the play here for them to make Magic feel uncomfortable, because this is their thing, right? They are so happy with just playing these pugs, but, you know, in maps where I feel like for them, you know, I think, you know, hence why Nuke's a permaban, right? It's strategically so deep, and I don't think they really have the chops for it.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's the main point, though, is that individually Magic can be better. So it's going to be tough for Heroic in that sense to really remain competitive. We've got 4 players on the B bomb site. It does look like they want to head there, so the stack could be pretty effective for Heroic. Krisen with a small panic does get it down towards short. Unfortunately, not quite the damage it could have done, but this is looking relatively good, to be honest with you. Flying in, and they will give the pistols the fights that they want. xCloud struggles, but does take that kill. And down to just 3, only 25 seconds. Magic cannot bail. This is all over the place, man. You feel like this CZ is just going to end the round here and now. Drops that bomb with 20 seconds left, and they will see it off. Youngster clean on that CZ. As I've said, sometimes in the right hands.
Yeah.
But it's not very popular.
Youngster's one of the few guys that I see use it consistently as well. We saw him using it on Inferno and looking actually pretty good with it as he's playing around the apartments. But really, really nice round from Heroic. They just gamble stack and it works well. But this is, you know, the downside to Magic, and sort of the point I was touching on, that they're not strategically that deep and they are quite puggy, and That looked like every, you know, Premier round ever. It's 5 guys running in individually. They don't play off each other. They don't flash for each other. They just play it as if it is, you know, a no-com
Right.
and they get isolated. And Heroic are going to have that depth in terms of the more strategic side of things. They're going to have the ability to play off each other, the synergy, which I feel like is the thing that Magic struggle with. Yes, they can aim really, really well. They've got some sharp shooters, but that was a janky round there. And they really, you know, unfortunately, they probably had to go a little bit early and had to cancel, right? But unfortunately, that thing's so late.
Yeah,
as you kind of brought up, it's like 24 seconds. We've got to go.
I think they wanted to cancel, and then someone sort of calls in that they don't have time. So, you know, you speak about, you know, obviously joking around, but no comms. I think it was like over-commed in a way, actually. So. And
also, I think I worked it out one time. It was to run from ramp to a default plant, so I guess we're kind of doing that vice versa in this sense. 21 seconds is how long it takes, so there's no way.
Not enough. Yeah. So the first sort of mishap coming into play, perhaps after this tournament, Magic know what they need to go away and do, and, you know, it fits into the CIS DNA, wind that clock down, try and overwhelm, but you have to be very careful with doing that, and it can look really, really silly. They do have a bit of control towards A here, but nothing too scary just yet. Bombs hit the deck as well. All right, AW needed that one. I was about to change my tune, but he fluffs it up ever so slightly. Going to be Heroic moving up to that second round. Not taking too much damage either, so looking good, looking comfortable. It will be the eco out for Magic here. Heroic taking control of the early game.
Yeah, nice to see. A couple of consolation kills, but that's really as good as it gets. So it should be a simple third on the board for Heroic, who are looking very alive this morning, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And it's what we said. You know, both of these two sides, they're accustomed to these early games, which some of the kind of the high-level teams won't be as used to. Both Magic and Heroic know what it's like to be, you know, 9 AM playing some online Counter-Strike. Especially Magic as of late. This one, not expecting a lot. If they get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Realistically, that's pretty unlikely. There's only one towards B, but a second is rotating over with Youngster. Just keeping an eye trained on it.
Should be all good here. They found that first in the apartments, having some rechecks. The bomb is going to try and bail and maybe just use the range that they have on a couple players. Maybe a run boost or something like this, but ultimately not expecting too much, of course.
Yeah, I think they're also sort of using this as a bit of a soft timeout in a way as well. Sure. Just have a little moment for Straight 8 to kind of sort of say across the board like what he wants in towards the next gun round and what he's sort of expecting for them. This round feels like a throwaway. Again, consolations is really all we're looking for. Sveta does hit his shot, but he's all that's left. Any more will be nice. Gets a little close, has to pull off a reload. He doubles back as well, but he knows he's a dead man. And he kind of needs to go down as well, but nothing else will follow. Youngster sees us the last. It's Heroic find a third. At the moment, showing a bit of their class. We saw Heroic, kind of the worst of that side against Gentamates. They really, really struggled against that team. And you know, we kind of see it. When Gentamates, when they snowball, they're a really difficult side to put to bed, but it felt like Heroic got in their own heads. They felt quite dejected there as well in that game. This feels like a game for them where they can do kind of the flip side. They can really get into 6th gear quite early and pile that pressure on towards Magic, and so far that's how it feels. As we come back in towards the bye for Magic, quite a bit of pressure here on round number 5. It's early doors, but it does sort of have that feeling of must win.
Yeah, I would say so. I think if Heroic can get their claws into this one, particularly into this map, which, you know, comes in as a light punish in theory.
Yeah.
So if they're able to still play it well, I think Magic are going to be stuck and maybe a bit surprised. Still would have made sense as the pick in the veto. I don't see why you don't go towards this map, but all the same, they want to start well, which they actually did, but, you know, lost the follow-up force, which is always a pain. It seems like these force buys are actually coming back in, you know, more and more success of them in
We've been bringing this up a lot as well. It's not the pistol that's important anymore, it is the force buy, especially in CS2.
Big nade. Takes a few chunks out. Second one's a little better. Third one is even nicer. They will be severely softened up. Finished off by xCloud. Bit of AWP in there as well. And my goodness, that is a dominant way to start the day for Heroic. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really able to hold the line against the basic A execute. Not a single player going down. Timeout immediately for Magic. I think, yeah, I would hit the panic button as well. This is going from bad to worse. You've lost out the force buy. You've not really done too much in, you know, your follow-up attempt to try and get a bomb plant, do some damage, let them know that you're still in the game. And then the rifle round goes like that. It's just not going to be good enough.
And you can see as well, you know, for Tobiz, he knows just how good his team are in terms of this starting towards Mirage. Vibes seem very, very high across the board, and that is something that Heroic are generally very good at. Love it, right? And this is what we want to see. This side, get loud, get proud, nice and early, but they had such a good read there. The triple nade on towards Tetris, making life impossible to get out on towards the A site. And again, this is sort of the thing and my kind of issue with Magic. Like, they have really sharp individuals, but the calling as a whole, it's very basic. It's very textbook. And for a side of Heroic stature, you know, for a caller like Crizzen, you can counteract this on the fly quite easily. It's not exactly super detailed, and they read it perfectly.
Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, what is the style? They're going to dedicate to an idea, I think, a lot of the time, Magic. It's like, this is what we're doing.
Call out a spawn, and then maybe panic and adjust. But it's actually very, I would say as well for Magic, it's very different to, I think, how a lot of teams are approaching CS at the moment. CS at the moment feels like it's very much not calling out a spawn and defaulting and then adjusting, right? And this is kind of the real test of an IGL is mid-round adjustments. And I think that's something that Crizzen's very good at, and a lot of the kind of the top-level IGLs are very good at themselves. This mid-round adjustment, on-the-fly calls, or spotting tendencies, that kind of thing. And this is something that Magic don't do very well.
Yeah, I can certainly see them just being punished pretty massively. Knife is out here. Oh my goodness. I mean, AW steals it away. It's still good to get the kill. We're actually in a 3 versus 3 with X-File being put under pressure from a lot of sides. Actually does well to stay alive. Very, very low indeed. He's maybe saved the round with his 3-piece. They're going to bail on the A idea, though. Should be able to get the bomb plant here, Magic, and could be a good-looking round. Fade 8 is quite advanced. They have to respect this. Got to check all your angles here, Nilo. Yeah, and I think he might just do that. Still, though, guarantee. It's very, very light check. The laziness, the honestly just kind of braggadociousness moving in towards that site, thinking that there's not going to be anybody around, really could cost them here. Youngster has to do a lot of work. X-Cloud is incredibly low. They just have no info to work with. It's all so late, so useless. There's a bit of a HE, but other than that, I don't really see this going well. And somehow they have made this a doable round. Tap onto the bomb. In comes the bench player. He's going to fluff his lines ever so slightly. Another tap. But Fade 8 is confident. The M4 that was retrieved is absolutely golden. A huge, huge steal here.
It's a massive sigh of relief, I think, for Magic as well. That very nearly fell flat. The Deagle in towards bench.
Yeah. Just
needs to line it up. Needs to line it up. And, you know, maybe the slight difference as well. You need to just calm down there. I can't believe AW steals away the knife as well. That was kind of destined to happen. His back was turned. But
we call it a kill secure, you know. There's no guarantee. The knife was going to work.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Second on the board for Magic. And this will bolster up, of course, the buy in towards round number 7. It gives them the opportunity. Had a bit of a run here, but Heroic's plenty of money to rebuy back in and, of course, can put the pressure right back on. But that's a huge find. Starman and Elo put to bed early. Magic numbers advantage, and of course with that, no ability to trade. A really bold move by Sus, but it's one that pays off, and he doesn't even take a point of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic maybe going to have to get their shoulders out a little bit against Magic. They're going to be winning a few rounds like that previous one, you know, unlikely rounds, explosive individual moments. So you have to thin the herd. You have to hopefully kill the right guy. Oh, Youngster splits the difference. Sus going to go down as well. Youngster nearly falling.
How's he alive?
I think it might just be the save call, if I'm honest. But they're thinking about it. Bomb not gone down just yet, so of course going to try and play that time. Little break on the smoke. HE and a Molotov might net a kill. Indeed, it does eventually create it. We've got this
Hang
flank
on.
coming in. It's decent timing. There's a kit on the site. Thank you very much. I was just about to say no kit available, but there is one on the site. Doesn't matter in my mind, unfortunately, guys. Really well highlighted, but yeah, Crizzen clapped on the backside was their only hope.
Yeah, Nexar's been spamming away. He's only got 20 bullets left. Oh, hang on. There's two here. There's two on off. A nice move from Spade. He's having a lot of early impact as well, which he's normally not the man we look towards on this side for the numbers, but the man in the middle is delivering. And that's what you want to see, leading by example here. The nice swing, the nice find, no save as well. It's just insult to injury, and you do get that early timeout from Heroic. So from a position of when we saw Magic's first time out and, you know, vibes are very high, Toba's high fives all around, dapping everybody up, now the feeling has changed. Magic have woken back up. They've put a nice couple of rounds back to back, and this is what this side can do. Moon's got himself out of T-side AWP. But what do Heroic do in terms of a buy? Like, there is residual cash to squeeze out an investment. I think somebody's going to have to take a hit in terms of a lesser buy, but it did look, just before we kind of cut to the replay, that Crizzen bought the AWP, I'm assuming to drop over to Youngster, and they can't buy around, there you go. So Crizzen will take the hit in terms of that investment as he goes in towards an MP9. Little thin, not the full belt of Utah, but close enough.
See if Heroic have got a different approach into this round, or maybe it was just sort of calming things down a little as they've had, you know, a difficult force buy go against them. Maybe just upset the camp, as it were. Seems to be a little more aggression. Crizzen going to fall early here. Not ideal. Captain goes down, boost up into the window. This is looking shaky already. Magic moving fast for the man advantage. Oh, and Tenzi. Tiny little head pops up. You'd be remiss if you didn't see it. And he will indeed punish you.
Oh. That's that nade bug that I think a lot of us have been experiencing, but it doesn't actually throw. Second time asking, Will, miss shot, Youngster under pressure and dead to the hands of AW, and Tenzi will close it. That's a pretty brutal round as well. Magic deliver it at quite some pace, but not only a really cool round to get, but it's also the fact that it has a nice knock-on effect here. It breaks the econ over towards Heroic. They're left with no finances now to fall back on, so this does give Magic a bit of an opportunity to secure up this T side. They're tied at 4 apiece. They should get the 5th pretty easily. Yeah, I'd love to see it. It's still worth mentioning, though. You even look at that round. On paper, it looks fantastic. And it is a great round from Magic, but it is still 5 1v1s rather than nice trades. And this is the way Magic approach it. I think for Heroic, their way of trying to keep the pressure on is actually sticking together, sort of playing as a pack. That's where they're going to be able to overwhelm. Nice opener. Nice soft spot in towards mid. The better weaponry is there. One has made his way and snuck up in towards top mid. It's all for naught, and it's only the one consolation kill. It's Moon who got caught by that eagle, but in the end, you're not too upset about that. 4 stay alive as you find the lead.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, finding it fast, this is one of the things that we talk about with these teams. Sometimes it can just be as simple. You've got kind of the dial with only 2 modes, right? It's like slow or fast. And,
yeah.
They really do wind that clock down. If that's not working for them, they will pick up the pace massively. But again, on an individual level, it's not necessarily like a rush execute. So it's interesting to see how the mines work and how they develop rounds. We'll see some mid control coming in here. Break open of a few smokes. Nothing quite presenting itself just yet. AW does get out into a decent spot, but, you know, they're not necessarily looking to do anything with this. As you can tell, he's messing around with his butterfly knife.
Did you see the clip yesterday on Anubis?
I think Brokey does it a lot, and then it was Twist, wasn't it? Bad habits for sure. I mean, I do it, but you know, I'm fair to crap. I don't get paid like to play the game, so
it's all right, mate. 12K's Premier is pretty decent.
Okay, all right. More like 15.
You take those.
I gotta give myself
in the purples.
extra,
In the purples,
the
we'll take that.
bit. But yeah, I've not quite pushed into cheater territory just yet, which is probably for the best.
Yeah, I haven't. I just stopped playing Prem.
Weak mental.
It was annoying.
God, I hate. I mean,
I will say though,
I think cheaters are everywhere.
I will say it's the. I do love the kind of like dot rip and like the W before Steam as well. People like, right, this guy's got like 180 millisecond reaction time.
Like,
definitely cheating.
you know, Sherlock Holmes hat on.
Yeah. Higher reaction time than Dunk, probably cheating.
Yeah, yeah.
We're diving in towards B here. Got Crizzen, got the spot of Nilo. Just going to dink off and eventually get the kill as X-File will find one of his own. Nilo looking for more, and he's finding so many. Nilo shuts down the B pop with a quad kill towards his name. What are we doing? Crizzen, get out of the flames. He just dies.
That's, yeah, kind of, I mean, it's funny in 2 counts. I think the round itself is kind of funny. As soon as Magic try and do something slightly more orthodox, you know, and group up, yeah, it's just like no kills. And then obviously Crizzen's just like
100 damage in a molly.
Whatever, we won the round, I don't care.
I think he was trying to jump on Van to get in towards apartments to get an AK,
Yeah, right.
is my assumption. And then he like misses the jump twice. Right, you
This
see
is
it.
just insane. Like, you've just got everybody dry peeking, missing shots. One guy's like throwing a Molotov or whatever. There's like not really an execute, you know? It's like their idea of what an execute is just very, very basic.
Yeah.
But also, I think a lot of confidence, right? They have just been winning straight duels, so it makes sense to go for it.
I think all of us at home as well have had plenty of let's hit B calls and nobody makes out of apartments. It's, it's actually the cardinal sin as well of a B hit. Like, you've got to get out.
Yes.
When you freeze and you pause up, that's it. You're dead to rights. And you're going to allow for somebody like Nilo to, all he can see is heads. He'll hit them. He is, you'd probably make the argument, I would say he's, you know, top 2, maybe even number 1 in terms of like just raw ability in the server. And of course, for Heroic has been really a lot of the saving grace for this side. He's so unbelievably good on this day.
Yeah, he had that one crazy clip.
Yeah.
I think he's been riding that high for quite a while.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say, like, recently he has been the lifeblood of this side. Like, he's the bona fide superstar. Like, there's no one close to him. Like, X-File's probably the next best in that sense, but consistency's obviously always been his issue.
Yeah.
And X-File doesn't, I mean, Nilo doesn't always play like the best roles either. Like, he sometimes can struggle in terms of not always facing the pack, so to say. That's a really bold move. And I think for X-File, that comes off the back of they've got mid control, but dive down will cost him his life. They're moving forward. Nice shot from Moon. Looks for a second and he'll find it as Crizzen will also fall. 2 quick shots from the AWP will give them space towards B and the numbers advantage. 35 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think you face that AWP, guys. You got to give him some space, give him some respect. We'll still have the young star at the back of the site here. Just takes a leg and is probably indeed going to be sideswiped. It's a good read of the bomb. Was moving away. Really well played from Magic as well to pull that off, in all honesty. Youngster will be left in the 1 versus 3. Definitely not out of the question, but he will go down at the first hurdle. It's quite close. It's a little difficult. I think that second short player just has to give it, you know, and keep the man advantage.
It's a really unorthodox round, though, right? Because you're getting sort of a wave of 2 attacks. At one point, you know, they're moving towards B, and it feels like off the back of Moon's double, you can just commit. That first shot, actually, from his POV is absolutely insane. The flick off and to find. But it's at the same time that they're moving forward in towards the A site, and beautiful work. Magic take a lead. 6 now at the half, which is already a nice thing to have on a map that is as CT as Mirage is, to have that worst case scenario be a tie game at the halfway point. I think we'd be pretty happy about that. But are also a side that we generally say we maybe value their T sides a little bit higher potentially. So we'll see. It looks like the final round of the half will be pretty textbook from Heroic. Left down to 2. Moon and Tenzi to bail them out. Tenzi on his day is pretty elite, but we need something special here.
He's creeping out. Crizzen just got under him. So nothing special, unfortunately. Going to be Moon at the top end of middle. He might get one because of the element of surprise. But now they know about him. Plenty of time to make this spicy.
Yeah, good for the stats.
Yeah, but surely just not going to happen. You've got Youngster in a pretty good position.
That's the bomb at least, right? So it's kind of it's his choice about where he wants to go from here.
Yeah, but they're very, very ready. They've got eyes from short. They've got Youngster in behind on good timing to be like, yeah, he's not moving in. He's not in the spawn. Could have been a better Molotov, but it's okay. Onto the AK. Delaying the attack. He slowly creeps around, and there's the trade. So it will be even at the turn of the half. I think Heroic have done well, to be honest, but Magic maybe even better. You know, they lost out against that force, and it felt like maybe we were going to spiral, but they managed to recover things, and Not quite the lead they would have wanted. Decent T side. This is where it could get curious for me. Heroic are going to have way more in the locker. You know, those Magic rounds. It can feel a bit gimmicky, a bit hard to follow at times. We do have the sheets, though, so there's obviously a fair bit of work done coming into this. It's just the way that they play is very difficult to deal with, tedious to deal with. You know, it just forces your kind of Counter-Strike brain to work in a slightly different way. And this is something we talk about quite a bit in these kinds of tournaments, right? And in the early stages, you have to be able to switch up. Your fundamentals have to be good enough. And it does depend, what kind of team are you? Are you enjoying a read? Are you enjoying playing against your opponents, down to your opponents, that kind of thing? Or do you just really focus on your own game and try and ignore what's happening, which now is the opportunity for Heroic moving on to that T side.
I do think you're absolutely spot on, though. I do think there's going to be a lot more on offer in terms of kind of depth of calling here on towards Heroic. On this T side, we're going to see a lot more kind of ideas and the push and pulls and kind of baiting Magic into fights that they don't want to be taking. Let's see. We go live for the second half. A nice pistol to start would really alleviate what feels like kind of partly the slight pressures for both sides, to be honest, but maybe more so on towards Magic. Their map pick. Wanting a little bit more. The first pistol was pretty damn nice, and Tenzi makes his move, but he really can't convert on that. The dualies are out. Moon for 2 is huge, and Masval has a chance at one of his own. He'll catch the head of Sus. So, say what you want about Magic, the pistols are clean.
No, it is true. I'm very surprised that the dualies don't go down, to be honest. It looked rough. It looked really, really rough over there. But not the case. Chris is going to be the last one left, I think, lightly revealed here. As he will look to go back in for a little more. Does have that bomb, and there is actually a pretty clear path towards A, I would say.
And time.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's just not investigating. Not getting creative here. He's just sticking around middle, so might be able to, again, thread some kind of a needle. One kill opens up the round, but they have patched the hole on A, as it were.
Yeah.
They're pretty ready for him to move up short if indeed that is the choice, which is going to be the case here. So he might get the one in the front, but immediately some kind of a trade opportunity from behind, you would assume. He's found the timing, though, as there's a bit of a shoulder spot from Masval. Last bullet gets it done for Krizen. 25 seconds, looking to take the fight. And they recognize that. Oh, he's just not ready for the last man. He was so low as well. It really could have happened for Krizen. It's unfortunate, but Magic still take the pistol.
I think he just assumes that surely they have shored up the B defenses rather than A, which is actually kind of the complete flip on what Magic do. When it's in that 3 versus 1, they actually double back over towards A and play 2 from there, leave a Masval alone, and sort of hoping that with his HP, he'd be able to come out on top. But nice attempts. Just unawares of the fact that they were both in towards mid. And that last bullet as well. It was written in the stars there for a Krizen clutch. But it's Moon in the end. Yeah, it actually is a nice try. I'll give him credit. It's really, really well done.
It's kind of just annoying if he had the Glock out.
Yeah.
Even like some kind of reaction shot mid-air, like it might have been enough.
Yeah.
It might have been enough.
Magic in the pistols. We'll give him that though. Deep mid smoke. Nice on the pop.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. What was that? 91 points damage on 9 HP, right? Yeah, my god. That is pretty insane. Nade against no armor, it'll do that. And that deep smoke as well denies any... It kind of felt like Heroic was setting up for a bit of a mid-crunch there on the pistols, and, well, they have to pull away from it. They pull out of under and head towards B, which actually is relatively open.
Yeah, it is true. Could brute force the bomb plant here.
Interesting that Masval's not just holding the angle either. He's peeking this. He could lose out on timing.
Oh, well, he kind of has, but he hears the footsteps coming. I think they should definitely get a bomb plant here, you know, which is a really, really good return on a round like this. Xcloud trying to be annoying. I don't know about any kills necessarily. They will take a bomb plant. Somehow Nilo's worked his way in, but he still goes down easily. I think you can be really happy with that, though. A nice little boon moving into your rifle round here, which is now going to have some extras. You know, you might have been missing a bit of utility. But not the case. Maybe a player on the Galil and now going to be up on that AK. So, yeah, I think you're pretty happy with the way that turned out, thanks to the bomb plant.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, interesting though. You know, for Massa, I feel like you can just post up on that angle. I guess maybe he's worried about being pre-fired with like a deagle if they do go for some level of an investment. But the issue is because of how sort of sporadic his sort of jiggles were on checking that information, he loses the timing. They're actually already onto his bulk. Anyway, doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme. The bomb pod's nice, but it doesn't affect the round at all. So, first gun round for Heroic. Magic have started well. They've overcome the problem of the first half too by making sure they win that second round. And now they've got a bonus buy here against the first full buy of Heroic. And kind of the way I always look at these bonus buys, I don't even think they have to win them as well. As long as they can get like 3, maybe 4 kills, like that's a win internally just for keeping that T-side economy in check, because you know you're getting a proper full buy-in towards the next. And that also comes at the benefit of making sure that previous round, no deaths, right? Completely flawless. That puts you in a nice spot there. So for Magic, for round 15, obviously it'd be great to win this, and it'd be a huge boon to this side. But if they can get 3 or 4 kills, they're going to put themselves in a nice spot. There's the opening one, but the trades are positive for the T side.
It's this player boosted up, isn't it, that could get a little weird. He does reveal himself early and trade it out. Maybe a spot that he could have stretched to its maximum, but not going to be the case. Deep utility here. Spade is making a good case for the save with his M4. Tenzi, yeah, might think about giving it a slight look. Nilo coming in from behind, though.
Ooh.
Perhaps going to cancel some saves.
They know where the last is.
Yeah. He's got this AK now, so he wants to try and take that out. It's a nice kill.
Has a kit.
It's not impossible. Thinking about it, just a bit too far gone. Maybe if there was someone on an open angle, or the nade brings it down to a 1v1. But none of these things happen. So Heroic very quickly back on the board. Staying hot on the heels of Magic here. Certainly going to have a game on Mirage. It's going to be a tough run to close this one out, I think, for either side, really.
Yeah, agreed. However, I will say 3 kills, there is a little bit of a silver lining there. That was a bonus buy. You were coming in with kind of majority like Famas' MP9s. And now it's the first kind of true test. Gun rounds both ways, but that T-side economy is still not running away, right? And that's kind of the main thing. If they had won that kind of flawlessly or only the one casualty, Heroic in a really nice financial spot, they're still kept on a little bit of a knife's edge where there's not a lot of that comfort to kind of fall back on. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for. This is a massive round. Heroic find it, tie the game up, break the econ of Magic. But simultaneously, the flip side could happen. If Magic can find it and denying a plant from Heroic, they're going to make the buy-in towards the next round really awkward too. It's not quite there, but it's close enough to a swing round that we really value round number 16.
Oh,
contacting it, I love it.
He
jumps.
A little jump. Someone's hit the mouse wheel. Someone's hit the mouse wheel. That is awkward. Going to be Nilo, I think.
Yeah, it was Nilo, yeah.
Whoopsie. But, you know, no harm, no foul, as we say. No damage even coming in. I think they had a nice bit of timing, but not going to be the end of the world. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, and, you know, it wasn't like the initial plan. Like, bomb wasn't there. They weren't committed to that by any means. It was maybe just a little bit of an information gather. They had a nice timing. They're pushing forward as the smoke plumes. And speaking of, another one will plume. 45 seconds on the clock here. We're going back towards B. A window smoke. And one towards the top side, a connector. It's keeping numbers drawn. There is 4 towards A here. So, honestly, best of luck, Moon. All alone in this endeavor. He's got to go huge. Jumping out of the window. Misses that shot as well. Moon under pressure. He should be dead to rights in a second. There's just too many angles to fight from. But Masol's here in quick timing. But then he gets quickly traded. Flash, ineffective as it catches just the ledge. And X-Cloud has flanked so well. He can be the insurance policy. Tenzi, Spade kills a piece. It's now all on Tenzi. Time is ticking here, though. 5 seconds, they've got to get this kill, and Tenzi's going to get 2! Oh, my God, Heroic, how have you let that slip? How, in God's name, has that fallen through the cracks? Tenzi has gone huge, but time was their biggest nemesis, Heroic. They had 7 seconds to plant, and X-Cloud just wasn't quite close enough.
That is crazy. That is absolutely wild. And losing track of the time. X-Cloud finds that kill. He needs to get going immediately, and I think there is a bridge of hesitation for just a second. I mean, what more can you do? I feel like they have played it as well as they possibly can. You know, low time, given the parameters of the moment, yes, you might be able to change something that led up to that, but they've swung together. Patience from the player on the site. Damn. That is crazy. And Heroic back with a vengeance here. They're not happy about that. Masval on his MP7 has mowed a couple down. Will it be enough? They'll get the bomb planted. X-Cloud on the lurk again. This time they're ready for him. So man advantage going into the retake. Nice deep smoke to work from and to work around, but they read into it, and Magic riding on a high, able to convert. 3 versus 3 looks kind of doable, but Magic have other ideas. A bomb plant indeed coming down. My exact reaction after losing that clutch for Heroic, you know. I think that's maybe the nicest word they could have gone for. I'm sure it was much more colourful than that in the end. Either way, Magic in the ascendancy here and might just be able to ride the wave all the way to the victory.
Yeah, and this is a side that love the momentum. They love the chaos and the carnage of this, and these have been really quite scrappy rounds, and we'll kind of always say it with a lot of these kind of tier 2, tier 1.5 teams are going to punch up a bit. You just don't want to go into a bare knuckle brawl with them. Like, the reason why they're at this level, it's always down to the individuals more so than like the depth of calling. You know,
they've had to play that style for a long time.
You are in their backyard, really, and this is kind of what they're going to do best. And also kind of the worry, I'll come back to again about the veto, right? It's very puggy, this veto, and this Magic side, if they get fired up, as they really feel like they are now, it is scary. Youngster, Hero, AK, and Heroics to open up the first as AW will fall. It's a nice way to start things off. Oh my god, this is really, really a bit ugly. How about the second? Force Fade, they can't quite get it, but damage dealt.
Opening up a little here. Asphalt hears all of this. Tensi's pushed down the ramp and a big find from him.
He's so confident.
Need to finish off Youngster. Has Nilo slipped the net?
They're on opposite sides of the map here.
Yeah, but the bomb is safe, in theory. Positionally safe. So I don't think they know about him. I don't think they are aware.
Yeah, Masval's like in the only actual like safe position in a way as well.
So we'll see. There's not loads of time.
You do have to concede a plant here, though. I really don't think Masval can do anything to deny this.
Depends if Krisen decides to run, which I don't think he will. I think there's enough time on that. But Masval's starting to smell a bit of a rat that something's up, and you know they've got a player, at least one, in a lurking position. It's an incredible slip from Nilo, though. He'll check his angles for sure, but Nilo takes him down. Bomb plant going to come in.
This is losable.
Nilo's on his way to try and get that gun. A risky move. Gives his AK to Krisen. Thankfully, there is nobody else towards short, so he is able to pick up a weapon here, and Krisen might have a better chance at it. Obviously, aim punch going to be a consideration. But here we go into an important 2 versus 2. Magic have got to convert this, and Heroic really feeling like they can keep the dream alive. Quick from Krisen. He will get tagged down by that AWP. The Tech 9 to finish him off. Oh, and the final player spotted as well. Smoke on top, stops the Molotov, rings off a shot, but Nilo does not miss. And Heroic with a massive round. That is absolutely huge. Off the hands of Nilo, and certainly some Deus Ex Machina as he just somehow makes it in behind. Absolutely insane. Yeah,
Youngster does so well with the Hero AK as well. It really gives them a bit of breathing room. This first kill is obviously so important, but it's just dive up in towards, window here. Finds the kill, he drops his AK, scoops up an M4, and that AK, of course, ended up being very, very valuable. So really, really well done. Definitely a bit of a tilter to let that one slip, and the hope for Magic is that that doesn't seep in towards the next few rounds. The kind of weird thing, though, their money is all over the place. Masval and AW are in double eco territory, but then Tenzi's got 6.6k, Moon can buy, and so can Sfade. So it's really weird that you kind of have to force it, unfortunately. They're in a bit of a no other option sort of situation, but as we can kind of see here, Masval's only got a pistol. There's a FAMAS for Sfade, an MP9 for AW. Default knife.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not going to get distracted with that one. I respect it.
Indeed. Probably important. I mean, you know, one of the greatest North American players of all time, Elise, she's got no skins. It's worth something. He might have a few now, to be fair, but, you know, traditionally. I don't know. I couldn't do it, though. I couldn't do it. The default knife, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old butter knife.
A little bit of something. A little bit of colour.
Yeah,
on
I
my
like.
screen.
I like. But then again, you know, I get distracted by it.
I suppose it might be something as you get higher up. But it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? As you get higher up, you make more money from the game. It feels justified to spend 10 grand on a knife or whatever.
It's an investment, bro. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
You know.
In 3 years' time, I'll pay off my mortgage with this butterfly law.
I've had players tell me that it's like, oh, my investments are in my skins. And I'm like,
Get a grip,
dog,
guy.
come on.
Get a grip.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Yeah.
That market just
I remember
crashes
3 years
instantly,
ago, like, oh, trust me, this NFT will be sick, man. Like,
Yeah,
all right,
well,
pal.
yeah. That being said, I bought a pair of gloves and then they got pumped by Chinese TikTok and they like tripled in value.
There we go.
You
You
know,
take that.
Once in a while, you are right. Either way, into the Counter-Strike. Quite a slow round, actually, as Moon does manage to break the silence of this one. Youngster going to go down to a combo of the guns and the fire. All the kills coming round for Magic as Heroic have uncharacteristically ground it down. And Magic know all about that, but you just go walking into their angles and it's easy pickup. So a really, really big take coming through from Magic. I think Heroic were really expecting a piece of aggression to come their way, and it just never does.
And the horrible spot now for Heroic is they've got a really awful decision to be made, and it's a lose-lose situation. You know, Magic on 11, do you eco this and essentially, or like half by this, and, you know, more often than not, essentially give Magic map point, and then go for the buy and have to play for overtime, but it's 4 rounds on the bounce, which is asking a lot of a T-side that's not properly got going. They've only got 2 rounds on this T-side. Or do you force buy here, but the force buy is going to be really ugly. Like, you know, you're barely going to get AKs out across the board. You're going to get probably like 2 tops, but then even that, it's like the second will come with half armor. Like, it's a horrible decision to be made of how you go about the investment here. It's a really kind of like pick your poison type scenario. I'll be interested to see what they go for. They're going to go for the low buy. Yeah, just a couple of upgraded pistols, but in theory, should really be giving up the 12 towards Magic. And it's kind of surprising that we've really seen Heroic fall flat on this T-side, because we were sort of saying, like, I feel like they're going to have a little bit more depth in terms of some of these ideas compared to what we saw from Magic. It was very basic, but it did work at times when it was basic. But Heroic haven't really offered up a lot. And even that round prior, the Hero AK round, which I'm surprised they don't go for again, may I say, it's not replicable. You can't, you know, get that sort of fortune round in, round out.
No, it is true. You're going to wake up to that fact very quickly if you are Magic. Nice little quiet boost here. Mass foul for 1. Unable to drop away. They've got the AWP here in good time. They're actually rotating everybody. I mean, they spotted the bomb there, so... yeah, big rotations. Heroic know what's up, so they have to drop back. Good timing on the window move, though, to be fair. So this could be a little interesting.
Stairs player should be dead. Oh, he turns around. Perfect timing. Still could fall, though. Still could fall. Youngster's pretty low. Tenzi trying to get away. And he actually gets a kill before he drops. He just picks his battles, which I can kind of respect. And the last one, Youngster. Nothing he can do. Down he goes. Of course, that was always, unfortunately, a bit of a throwaway round. That's what ends up happening. 12-8. Map point Magic on their map pick. And real kind of, you know, obviously do or die situation around number 21, but it's just the fact that Heroic have to get 4 on the bounce. We've only seen them get 2 on this T side, and they weren't exactly the easiest rounds to really scale with. And they should have really done more off the back of that Hero AK round, but unfortunately they don't. So is there anything left in the tank for Heroic, who are falling very flat in this second half?
Yeah, you got any special rounds for us? Anything that you've been cooking up?
Unfortunately, they've not been cooking really anything at the moment on the T side.
Forgot to turn the oven off,
yeah.
You know, so it's going to be a little difficult maybe to get going here. But we'll see. Desperation, pressure, often delivers. Quick little head spotted, neither of them landing their shots. Minimal damage on the nades, which is kind of funky, as
saving
felt
grace.
like they were a bit close to Crizzen, but yeah, they'll take that. But they have been seen. They have been scared away. Heroic, again, looking to wind that clock down. They've got bits of mid-control. But at the end of the day, Spade8 is just heavily trained on that window boost. Pretty much all he's watching at the moment. So we'll see if they go for that. I don't think so.
Yeah, but they've done
Maybe
it a few
shape up
times,
and
right?
A crunch towards B, perhaps. Only the one player in the apartment. So, yeah, a lot of ideas. Nice little push in here from Magic to gather info, keep them at bay.
Especially with that smoke as well. In towards top con, it really keeps them locked in. 30 seconds, Heroic, we've got to go. They're going to double back towards the B side, and it's a double apartment sort of set up for now. It's Nilo the first to fall as Masval. Now this position becomes unbelievably strong, and this is what it can do. AW Spade 8, and AW again, the last man of Crizzen, clipped by Tenzi, and it's Magic who kickstart this series, taking their map pick a Mirage. And we come back to the story that we spoke about at the start of this game in the pre-show. This is a Puggy veto, and Magic are a Puggy team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, their individuals firing on all cylinders. Moon really taking over the game there, but everybody else, it felt, with the Masval a little quiet maybe, but he's over on that Bianca position, you know, it can be a bit tough, and indeed can just be a bit quiet. Nonetheless, they look really good as a squad, and I think we'll be really happy with the way that they've managed to perform there. It looked rough in the beginning. Honestly, I saw Force Buy comes in for Heroic. I'm like, okay, here we go. I think this team might be able to just take over this game and, you know, pick up like a 7-1 scoreline. That is all you really need to work from. But unfortunately, it was into that second half. They just completely disappoint with the odd round, one based on some luck and, you know, heroics. The word just wouldn't leave my brain either way.
I see what we did there.
Yeah. Magic playing really, really well, of course, to close things out and just keep their head on their shoulders when things got a bit stressful.
And how pivotal was that Tenzi clutch as well? Like, that 1v2, I think, honestly, that wins them the map, to be perfectly honest. I feel like if you had lost that, that also led to probably where Heroic could have run away with things a little bit. It would have really put a dampener on the econ over towards Magic. But Tenzi, that clutch, you know, while he didn't run away numbers-wise, that was so unbelievably important. Moon, though, a fantastic game from 24 and 11. And we kind of spoke about it. Moon, he has these moments where he just go missing for the side. He's a little bit inconsistent, but the peaks, the high highs are really there, and that's it. 104 ADR. Spade 8 as well. Captain fantastic, leading by example. Great from him. On the flip side, you know, it wasn't a terrible performance across most of the board. Unfortunately, Sauce really couldn't get going, but, you know, Youngster, Nilo, X-File, they're all kind of in the kind of fray there, but it's simply not enough, I think, is the real talking point. And now this becomes really, really quite interesting, but Moon, absolutely fantastic for him. You look at that second half in particular, basically always involved.
Yeah, wild numbers, absolute wild numbers all over the map as well. Really, really looking good, and, you know, a player that perhaps doesn't get as much attention in this team, but certainly one that is going to be deserving of it and able to catch a lot of attention. Of course, it's a hometown event for him, so he will be looking to put in that extra kind of level. But yeah, Magic able to just put them to bed pretty simply on their own map pick. We do have that Dust 2 coming up next. I think a pretty scary map on paper, just because it is also another great map for Magic, you know, when you look at the raw stats. But Heroic will be hoping to bounce back if they can, but I'm not so sure, honestly. You know, they really, really look good on an individual level, and if that's working for Magic, then it's going to be a tough ride against this team. You know, a really, really challenging team to put to bed. Maybe you are going to be used to them by now. You play one map against them, you get used to all their little tricks and weird timings and things like this, particularly on their T side, but it is difficult to say here. Yeah,
you know, it's worth mentioning when you look at the stats that they can technically be slightly inflated for Magic because they're playing against,
of course,
a few kind of slightly more rogue teams within the kind of the tier 2 and the tier 3. But I mean, even still, this is a good map for them. And I'll keep saying it, a Puggy map and a Puggy team. Like, we've just seen how sharp they look. Also, if Moon's playing as good as that on Dust 2, that could be an Orpus paradise. So let's find out. We're going to throw it to a break. When we are back, it's map number 2 of Dust 2 to see whether Heroic can not only stay alive in this series, but in Astana. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're starting off at PGL Astana 2026, and I've got Heroics Crizzen with me here, and I'm going to say this, it's been a grind for you guys. Everything, even from big events to some of the smaller ones and the LAN events, Heroic is taking part in. So how has this journey been? You did successfully qualify for the major as well. You still been able to push your way back up, but I can imagine it's been quite a tough period for you and the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has felt like a bit stressful throughout the last 2 months or so. A lot of traveling, a lot of grinding has been done. And we're very happy, of course, that we qualified. It was the main goal, and we made it a bit harder along the way with some stupid defeats or losses. But no, it was really good. I was very proud with everyone actually how they managed to deal with it, because of course the pressure, but also just the time management, going from one place to another within 3 days, all the time. So
yeah. You have quite a young team, but you also, as a young IGL, and even just for Toby as your coach, had to deal with the uncertainty of AWPing, the player changes. I just want to ask for you as an IGL, even though I would now consider Youngster basically is an AWPer, he's officially doing it. It's not any more hobby AWPing.
Yeah.
How hard was that whole process for you of understanding what's happening next event, not knowing what's going to be the case, and even just calling when you don't have maybe the dedicated AWPer who can have the same initiative as what other players would?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit tough. I think it's taken a long time since we got him Youngster, and I can confidently say now that I feel like we're playing up to par, with most teams now.
Nice.
I think, of course, it's tough for him having to learn and all of this. But as you mentioned, it's also tough because usually you know what you kind of get with an AWP player from an IGL side. So it's been a lot of trying to make him an AWPer, but also at the same time remember we should also compensate for some of the stuff, because of course we can't expect him to take on all the responsibility within such short time. So no, I think now I'm very happy with where we're at, and yes, there's a bit more certainty with also now the season coming to an end. So no, it's very nice.
Now looking at this, what I find interesting about the results, when I see what games you guys have played, you can put up a fight against FURIA, and this was FURIA when they were playing pretty well. You can beat a team like PARIVISION, who's right up there at the moment, but you can also lose to Astral. There's a whole big diversity of what happens in swinging around. Now, I know you're playing many games, but what difference do you notice? What does it come down to between the best version of Heroic and the flaw you guys have?
I think a lot of it just is preparation. I think for us, it varies so much, and you can feel it instantly. Like, we are very young, so I think, at least for me, it's very easy to tell when we're gonna play really good or when we're gonna be a bit inconsistent. And when we have these games, and when we play a lot of games, of course, these inconsistencies are gonna show a bit more than maybe a tier 1 team where you have a bit more prep time and you know when you're playing.
One game a day, stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. Like, but when you're hitting the 6th game in 2 days, you know, and it's like you're still, of course, doing entry set and all of this, but it's also hard to keep evolving yourself through a tournament like this. I think sometimes you just get caught in these games, and I would say every time, and this is not to take anything away from all the people that have beat us, you know, in these events, but it has been on our own conditions, you know, it's our own fault that we're losing. And when you look back at it, it's like we don't even understand how we're playing sometimes, you know, that's how bad it is.
You're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, we're like, so no, I think it's definitely gonna be way different here. I think we have the confidence that we can go in and beat everyone. It's just about showing it, and I think we will also do so.
Nice. So lastly, I want to ask you, this is your first big event since Cluj-Napoca. So you're back at Astana a couple of months later. How much stronger is this heroic compared to what we saw in Cluj-Napoca? With everything you've been through, man.
I would say we're 1,000 times better than we were.
Okay.
Yes.
So that builds some excitement for the heroic fans.
Yes. Yeah.
You ready to show it?
Of course. I think we're, okay, I'm gonna throw it out there already. We're beating Aurora first game.
Ooh, okay. Hey, I'm gonna leave it with that. That's a great ending, man. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Kristen, and good luck, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back in. Magic looking to make swift work out of Heroic here. We shall see if that is going to be the case. We move on to Dust 2. We've highlighted the fact that, you know, it's a pretty puggy affair and Magic are going to be comfortable in those kinds of parameters, but Heroic hoping to bounce back, right? Their map pick slightly better, slightly stronger, but they didn't really show up very well in that second half, so I am definitely worried now how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, and at the very least as well, you know, at this tournament, right, they got a win over Aurora, which I think is a pretty commendable thing to have, right, and they probably bounce off the back of that. But prior to this, a couple of losses to Monte, kind of the CCD Global Finals, one of which was an OT. And you got losses around that as well, you know, Bet Boom, which you don't really want to be seeing, Furia, which may be slightly to be expected, but it's far from being the most comfortable map in the pool for them. There's been some decent wins outside of Aurora. Big, I think, our team on the bit of the rise, and then a few tier 2 teams kind of thrown in there. But I'm far from convinced. But, you know, when we look at the positives and the real kind of goodness around this kind of side of Magic on this map, you've always got to take it with a pinch of salt. A lot of these teams are in kind of the tier 2 and the tier 3 that they are winning. We did see them play it, of course, here at Astana just a couple of days ago, and they lost to Monte pretty one-sidedly as well, 13-7. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for. Heroic, if we're just going head-to-head with just Monte as the barometer of success, Heroic are beating Monte every time, and Magic have lost to them. So that's already one thing where, in my mind, I'm keeping an eye on this. But I think this is always a talking point we like to bring up with these slightly more puggy maps. Essentially comes down, to me, to the individuals, and they do just look crisper over towards Magic right now. Heroic, I still feel like aren't there. They're, you know, they're kind of at that 75%. They're not fully awake just yet.
No, it is true. It is true. I think that, you know, how do they look at that previous map? Again, we've talked about this a little bit, maybe just kind of leaving it behind. They definitely look checked out. Towards the end, I think losing a few clutches, losing to a low buy and whatnot, and, you know, needing some miracles to go their way in order to pick up only 2 rounds on their T side. So, you know, I think they will be a little disappointed, but also kind of have to be realistic about things, that it's like, okay, you can't win them all, and Magic are clearly playing this map a lot better, and they just have to get their heads into this second map and fully locked in here. Now, how long does that last? And will Magic be able to overcome? I think they're certainly capable, you know. Their individuals look absolutely brilliant, Moon in particular, and now here we are on the classic Orpa's playground. You know, it might not feel as much into CS2, but it certainly, I think, will play into his head here and could have another great performance. But we'll find out. Yeah. We are onto the map, of course. Heroic starting off on this T side, which was that weaker showing.
For sure. And of course, you know, now worth reiterating, this is an elimination game. This is 1-2. Pressure's on. Heroic are 1 map away from falling flat here in Astana, going out 1-3, which would be a pretty gross underperformance for them, who would have had aspirations of getting a nice little warm-up prior to the major. Tenzi, got to be tested. The flash will catch him as well. He's got a lot of pressure coming his way, but the dualies will deliver. Tenzi, one of his own as well. The dualies can't get the second behind it. So numbers advantage. Bomb goes down, but leveled out.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 as the bomb goes down. They will look to close this gap fast. AW with no armor. So just going to be down to Moon, it feels like, on the dualies, and they are looking to try and burst out. Info for him. A little bit of a headshot through the corner of the box. He's coming close, but not quite able to convert. They're looking to maybe peek together here, and indeed they will. It's unfortunate. Those dualies started well, but just couldn't convert either of those kills. And it will be Heroic to get the pistol.
Yeah, that's what they needed as well. You know, get that pistol, get a nice start. The pistols were really good for Magic, and they sort of definitely alleviated a bit of the pressures of that Mirage. So not having it to start off Dust 2 is going to change things a little bit. It does give Heroic a nice little runway, start this T side. For Magic, we do see a lot of teams who like to force buy. They feel like a team that would be prone to a force buy as well. Like we said, they are a little buggy, and no shocker, we do get exactly that. MP9 out for Tenzi if you're going to pistols around it. But decent little position for Heroic to be in. They should win this round, despite it being that force buy for Magic. And by doing that, second in place, and the third comes kind of naturally behind it.
Slow contact up short here. You have to be careful playing into an A stack. Flash comes around, that reveals the location of a couple of players, but, you know, it's still early enough that you could end up anywhere here. Gonna re-aggress with their utility, thinking about the mid to B, maybe hanging on to it for the moment. Trying to force a first kill. Magic trying to make a read here as they've dropped away and maybe thinking about the fact that it is going to be more of a mid to B play. Smoke's coming out in pretty good time. There's not loads of seconds on that clock here, so indeed Heroic might think about this for real. At least one player wants to go through. Ooh. That's blocked, maybe.
Yeah.
Big gap.
Look at the time here, 35 seconds. About to make through the second time of asking. Also blocked as well. Getting up there like Ronaldo for the corner as he just heading them away. And it might not make a difference. Moon, Spade kills a piece. Moon can't double it down, but even still, keep an eye on that clock. It's cost Heroic a couple of times in that previous map. 5-7 up close. They can't stick the plan, and that's going to make life all the more awkward. He spotted him out, youngster, but he doesn't confirm the kill. Now, though, Tenzi all alone in a 1 versus 2. The MP9 diving in towards the fight, but he can't 180. My God, is that close? But all that matters, Heroic get the second.
Yeah, really, really shaky. I mean, Nilo finding a 3-piece is a massive deal, but also very, very questionable in terms of not like dedicating to stop the bomb. I think the Magic catch themselves a little all over the place and don't take that moment to say, wait a minute, this is winnable. We need to perhaps just turn that discipline on.
Yeah.
And they will, unfortunately, lose it. So we'll be kicking themselves. It's very, very costly. They've gone in with a few upgrades here as well. Scout actually out for Moon. Might be a Scout in the next round. Sometimes popular for AWPers.
Yeah, we see Woxic do this a lot.
Yeah,
he likes going kind of back-to-back Scouts. Basically, scouting a low by Scout in towards the first gun round. Oh my God, Tenzi. There's a drop there on Sus, but in the end, Global reigns supreme. Deagle can't deliver. AW forced back. So it looks like this minimal buy round is being put to rest pretty easily. Body shot by the Scout. It's bits of damage, but it's nothing really to be too worried about. AW, he'll get one. Needs something miraculous here. He just can't line himself up for that second. ASAT open, and that'll be that. And off a Moon, doesn't really matter whether you give this a go or not. If you save, of course, you have the Scout next round. And if you die, you're probably going to buy in towards the Scout regardless. He's trying to get a couple of pop shots. He has the potential to maybe catch one at the end, which he will. He'll get Carissa. Oh, hello. Hello. That'll perk up the eyes. And, you know, considering that both these players are low, he could still continue to make an expensive Suspers there to deny that in the end of his second. Constellation kill, I should say that. They still make it expensive. You know, 3 kills in total. You're not going to be too upset.
Yeah, in the end. No, it is that one that's pretty nice. He looks good. He looks good. I mean, making some money and indeed just able to perhaps get the kill bonus over the line to convince him to go for that AWP. As he can still get utility around it. But yeah, looking good. In the start for Heroic, they've managed to string a few together and certainly control in the early stage there. I mean, they had this on Mirage, though, and you saw how it went in the end. So we'll see now that the guns are out, what Magic are able to bring to the table.
Tenzi just missing his timing on those taps in towards short. Right idea, half a second too late. Trading a mollies here. Prison waiting for his opportunity to go. He'll take a little tick as he moves on forward, head spotted on towards the boxes as he looks to fight, but he'll lose his life. Spade, with a really good map number 1, looking to continue it here in Dust 2.
Contact flash. xCloud tries to move out. They will return it, but not over-swinging things just yet. Double face is absolutely lovely. And that will net a 5 versus 3 now, so Magic starting well here into the first gun round. Always going to be recoverable. They're looking to follow in the footsteps of the fallen comrade here. Quick smoke, quick flash. It's pretty effective. Spade finds himself on the wrong end of an AK, as does Masval. Tenzi, though, perhaps an unknown element here, looking to try and get good timing. Drops one, but goes down. I think he could have done more from that position.
I agree.
So we'll be in the 2 versus 2 now for the post plant. An AWP, not ideal. I don't think there's a kit necessarily. Might be one on the site itself, but yeah, not looking good. It's a quick flank in towards the tunnels here. That's maybe the only advantage it feels like they have.
Making that move, AW. faces Sussman or lose his life. It's all on Moon now. He opts for the rifle, but I think, unfortunately, he doesn't really have too much of a choice here. I think it's got to be that save. He'll pick the ult back up, and that'll be that. Heroic, really nicely done, but I think you're right. I think, to be perfectly honest, got to do a little bit better there on that B hold. I feel like you get one in towards window. He's assuming that it's a window and a door pushed together. Ends up not being the case.
5v3.
Yeah.
And you knew they were coming. You know, your guy who's already got 2 kills is that early warning system. You knew they were coming, and you couldn't convert. So
it's also like an interesting choice as well, because they do that double swing in towards mid. They get those 2 kills there, and then they completely relinquish all control and stack up the B site. And then I think as they go in there, the 3 of them there, and Svede sort of realizes, hang on, this is probably not what we should be doing. He pulls back, but then he's isolated, and that's what gives Heroic a bit of a pathway. So far, not so good for Magic.
Yeah, it's true. It is very true. Very, very difficult to stomach as well. They will put together a buy into this following round, but I think by all accounts they should have a round by now. So yeah, they will be kicking themselves, and maybe just goes to show this Dust 2 perhaps not as comfortable as it would first look. Plenty of time going together. And a quiet start into this one for Heroic, as you would expect.
Yeah, still want to take any chances of walking into a stack. They don't really know what that buy is going to look like, bar that saved AWP. Obviously, we can see. They've heavily reinvested back in. Of course, there's an MP7 from Asphalt. Famas for Svede. Smoke for the cross, this time not blocked. Prison will get out. They might not commit to this. 40 seconds, though. Heroic are taking their sweet time.
It's true. They're trying to work the same idea as the previous round, but, you know, be more confusing this time. Try and make it look they're going.
Magic aren't biting either as well.
Faking. Yeah, I mean, they're just happy in their setup, you know. Remove the random element. Not a clean hold again. It's Svede in from behind. He does find 2.
Huge.
Traded out, but by a mid player. It's also the bomb that hits the deck in kind of an awkward spot. You know, they have to come out of B. There's not loads of time. They will lose another. Bomb recovered and just about planted. It's awfully close, you know. One little mishap on the movement through window could have made all the difference. Sus looking to get aggressive here, and they line up for him. They don't consider his aggression at all, and he will absolutely punish them for it. Another fluffed round from Magic where they had a good position. They are not looking as sharp as that first map, and Heroic will streak for 5.
Yeah, they're really their own worst enemy right now. This is not what we want to see from them. And the odds reflecting that. This is a Heroic side that feel and look very comfortable on this Dust 2 and Magic. Anything but, and it's sort of that point that we brought up. You've got to take those statistics with a bit of a pinch of salt when it comes towards Magic. A lot of that, you know, 71% win rate. It's tier 2 and tier 3 teams that Heroic could have no bother beating, right? It's just that Heroic player is a much stronger caliber of teams on a regular basis. It's proven out like that at the moment. Svede, the nade and the swing. Moon will find one at the same time as well. Tenzi ticks in the molly, and he just about gets out of there alive.
Yeah, that is rough. 3 versus 4, though. Again, another good look for Magic. Got to be able to eventually convert one of these, you would say. AW gets caught pushing in, though. So it's really not going to be plain sailing, and the HP bars are, well, low across the board, to be honest. Sus leading the charge for Heroic, and he is their healthiest player, so has to find success. Masval and his trusty MP7 coming in from behind, potentially. Tenzi working for the headshots. He does land one. They're all very low now, but the kill's just not quite being converted. Oh, and Masval just makes it around the corner. I was going to say, could be a dangerous fight for him. He's got very good timing. They're not going to consider him. Oh, there's half an eye on the smoke, isn't there, though? Sus takes it off. Flash comes in for this MP7. An easy double. It's all going to be down to xCloud. They tap on towards that bomb. There's only really one place that he can be at this point. xCloud trying to play it cleanly, nice and calm as he moves in, but Masval is here for him. and will see it off. The MP7 thriving against those low HP bars. And finally, Magic convert a nice looking round.
Yeah. Great money made as well for Masval. You'll take that every day of the week. And now for Magic, it needs to be the first of many to kickstart this CT side. They've looked a little lost for ideas, but that's a nicely worked one. And of course, it comes to the virtue of everybody being so low, but you can see, you know, it's always this point I like to bring up when we talk about Dust2 CT side proactivity, like getting up in their face. Do not allow this T side to just wander around and completely control the map. That's a bit more like it. So now, can we build upon this? Heroic are down to a low buy for them, despite the 5 rounds in a row. Each round has been quite expensive, so the second they lose one, no loss bonus to speak of course, there's no buy. So the first should turn to a second pretty easily. And Heroic maybe utilizing this as an ever so slight timeout without taking a timeout. An opportunity for Crimson just to calm everybody down and say, you know, no need to worry just yet. And what's the idea maybe towards our next gun round? He'll get legged. And the nade will see him off. Moon, nice start.
Just absolutely
great start.
Youngster around the corner here. They don't know that they've tagged him, but yeah, the round looking pretty unlosable. Lots and lots of fights at range look good. So hopefully not going to lose anybody. I mean, that would be the secondary goal. Dangerous nade there, my guy.
Yeah, you got to really know your line now.
Clipped a wall. Yeah, it could have been a different story. And Spade8's left on 1 HP in the end, so yeah, even if it had just slightly hit him, he probably goes down at some point. Nonetheless, Magic do string 2 together, and pretty cost-free, which I think is really important for them getting this run back here. It will be an investment from Heroic. Not the best, you know, it lacks a little around the edges, in all honesty. So Magic have been playing well enough and getting lots of advantages and things. They've certainly let a lot of them slip, but all the same, I think that they are capable against even the strongest of buys. So we'll see what the move is here. Moon getting aggressive ahead of the smoke, looking for that first pickup. Doesn't happen for him. And see, that's what happens. Sometimes the nade's going to hit your teammate.
That's it.
Could have been Spade8 in the previous round.
That would have been a real comedy as well if that had happened. One of those rounds to forget for them, remember for us. Replenish of the smoke in towards long, but Heroic did look tempted to push through this, and it would have been the right call because they relinquished long control, but with that second smoke, they'll respect it. Reset and look elsewhere. Util to give them a bit of early control in towards mid. They can scale up short quite quickly here. There's no one playing in through doors that is going to face too much of an issue. Magic in this round, you know, we spoke about them being a bit proactive as they've done the last couple, which have netted them 2 rounds. And this time, they're going back to what wasn't working of sitting on the sides. And that does worry me a little bit.
It is true. But Heroic have wound this down quite a lot. A late push in here from Spade8. Oh, man. Does get caught.
Information,
Maybe
I guess.
Look good. Yeah, I suppose, with it being so late on, but they've got to start rotating across, and then that information, the problem with Dust2 can be false, can be late, can be just completely wrong, really. Even with a mid-to-B smoke like this, you still have to consider short, so just all seems to fall apart. Tenzi misses out. The MP7 put under threat, damage, but no kills, and yeah, it's not the nicest from Magic. I mean, they take a Hail Mary with the late push in. I think the more ground he's gaining as he moves up short, he needs like support. They need to like push into tunnels. They need to try and discover where they're coming from. And Magic, you can tell on this map, yes, they have a good win rate, but they've just been leaning on their individuals.
Yes.
And there's not actually a lot of depth tactically.
And I'll say, you know, again, it's another round where Magic just sit on the sides. It doesn't work. Like, that's why Heroic have been able to get up towards 5, because they control everything. The whole map, they can rotate freely. They're not tested anywhere. And, well, they go back for it again. And it's just so simple for Heroic to get another round on the board. And surely, with your Spade8 and Magic as a whole, you realize this now. Like, our success has come from us putting early pressure onto Heroic. It does not work when we sit back and invite them in. In some cases it can, but it's not to be here. I'm I was going to say, I'm surprised we haven't seen a timeout. Now we do get it out for Magic. It's a really pretty important opportunity for them to get talking, but that'll be my first sort of port of call, is that I think we need to be a little bit more aggressive, whether it's, even, varying how we go about it, but maybe a bit of longhouse control, right? Or kind of pushing through tunnels at some point, but just doing something to try and keep a Heroic on their toes. At the moment, they sort of know that essentially we can go for a default out of spawn, take a bit of early tunnels presence, a bit of long presence as well, have a little peek before that smoke plumes, and then we just reset and go through mid because no one's playing doors, so we can just keep pushing through. The times we've seen success is when they're actively fighting double doors.
Yep, it's very, very true. And you feel like, the aggression from Magic would be part of their code, part of their DNA, but they have been a little bit timid from it. It's one of the things, the unlikely team finds that first map in pretty clean fashion, and maybe they're like, oh, well, this is serious now. We can't mess this up, And they do lose a bit of their character into Dust 2. So we'll see. They go for long control, just so they have a certain area of the map to work from. But it will be a B hit here, a bit of a classic after a timeout, of course, for Heroic to try and burst in. I'm never a fan, but that was clean. That's a great flash to take out Masval. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's just super, super clean. The utility is absolutely perfect from Heroic, apart from that one. But it will be all good because they already won the round. Magic gonna save.
Should we start discussing Inferno?
Yeah, I think maybe.
It feels early, but it honestly feels warranted. Magic, there is just nothing here. I mean, even so, as simple as well, not only is the game plan not going really that well, they're like not really looking as crisp as they were either. A lot of the kills that we're getting from Magic are exit frags more than impactful ones, and that first one, nothing really. It feels like Masval can do there. That entry by Suspect is so good, but I do feel like Tenzi's got to do better there. From the backside, and he can't. Heroic, pretty effortless at the moment. Nothing to complain about. And a lead now guaranteed heading into that second half. The way they're playing, 8 feels all but a guarantee, and honestly, maybe even like a 9th behind it as well. Magic have offered up so little that I can't really see them getting much more than like 3 rounds here in this half.
Yeah, I'm certainly with you. I mean, this is that turning point that we always like to look at, right? 3 more rounds, certainly possible. 7-5 feels like a salvage. But are they going to be able to get there is, of course, the big question. They try the long aggression once again. I think maybe that's what the timeout was about, that it's like we just need to get control of somewhere, guys, so that we have something to work from. And indeed, it has been long, nice and simple, and also an area that Heroic have not really been hitting that much. So it's easy to get control of. And then just play the rest of the round out with at least some information so they're not completely flying blind.
Yeah. Well, early bits of information gather by Heroic. Flashing towards short. A couple of them, in fact. Doesn't even draw Magic in, really. A drop by Molly and then a smoke on top of it. Decent timing as well. 50 seconds on the clock, so worth keeping an eye on. We know Heroic have liked to leave things late. On Mirage, it cost them quite a bit, but here on Dust 2, they've been coasting.
Oh, it's a good flash. Okay, it's a great flash. They do find the kill. I was going to say X-Cloud is hidden, so he gets lucky, but not the case. Brilliant stuff from Magic. I mean, just disrupting things with maybe about 35 seconds left. And, oh, it does make it a bit weird. How the hell has Chrism found that? Crazy kill.
They go B.
Yeah, really crunching towards B here. It's a good idea. Chrism gets another orb shot missing. It's messy, however, hidden away in towards Closet. Could be big here.
8
just got
seconds.
to buy time, and I think indeed, yeah, melt down to that fight. You never know what you might get away with, and indeed, he bought enough time for his teammates coming from behind. Drop that bomb in the nick of time, and Magic able to get a third. It's hard fought, it really is. At least AW is having a good time. I don't know that the rest of the team is at the moment. Nonetheless, they will find that third and start to threaten a quote-unquote decent half if Heroic do slip up right at the end of this T side.
Yeah, very dicey. Very, very dicey in that one. in the flames as well to see it over the line. It's not going to fill you loads of comfort, or not going to fill me with comfort or Magic just yet, but at the very least, something. If they can go back-to-back as well, they do break the economy of Heroic. But this is the one for Magic. If you want to recover this half and give yourself a chance at actually having something to work with before heading in towards your T side, it's now. If round number 11 gets locked into place, actually can make it a 2-round half, which honestly they'll absolutely take, considering how off their game they've looked and how poor the start was, of course, with 5 in a row from Heroic.
More short control. It's the same kind of round for Magic. Look towards long, keep a player out there, and play the sites. Play pretty far back, actually. It's one thing they've also changed, that they've not really been playing around mid very much. Little bit of damage onto Susp there, as I believe he may well have been spotted in the tunnels. Could have been a nade that went his way. Ooh. Youngster misses the shot. That is tough. Tensi sticking around here. No flash with his name on, unfortunately. He does have one of his own, but they're just kind of set up wrong. You know, he wants someone flashing him in, but they're not going to look to fight him. Meanwhile, Spade 8 on the other side of the smoke, waiting for a burst. Break comes in. He will lose his head. 4 on 4, and of course this A bomb site going to be really quite weak. 19 seconds though. Heroic winding that clock down once again, and AW can just hide behind the site, to be honest with you. Surely doesn't get checked. Looking for a good timing. Flash comes over the top. Going to drop that bomb.
He can plant.
Not quite enough. They do indeed just get that plant in. That is difficult. Does AW go early? Should he waited for them to try and plant? Maybe. Either way, 2 versus 2. Definitely not out of the question here, as they're incredibly, incredibly low. Masval coming in, looking for the tip of a head. If he can find it. It's Nilo, though, who manages to find the first. Where is this next player? Don't quite know. Trying to find him, trying to locate him if you can. Got to move a bit faster here, though. There's not a lot of time for Masval. There's a kit right on the site. He's got to pick that up. But in doing so, it cost him a lot of time. Tap on the bomb. And I think Susp just plays this as slowly as he possibly can. Indeed, he will. Does go down, but there's no time. An attempt to get away, and Masval, unfortunately, I think spent a bit too much time faffing around on those jump peaks. Just get on the site, tap that bomb, draw him out. It is frustrating because we knew 7 HP, Susp is very unlikely to win that, but he does.
Yeah, really, really well played. And for Susp, that like internal timing as well with that tap on the bomb, he makes sure that he's not peeking until there's, you know, if it was a stick, about 1 second left on it, so he's going to win it anyway. He plays it to perfection. He knows essentially the clock, the timer is his absolute best friend there. And for Magic, that was a crucial round to win, to give them a chance at a decent first half, and well, now it's eluded them. 8 already locked in for Heroic. The potential of a 9 still there.
This is good, though.
Yeah, uninspiring, but I think you are right. I love the boost up. It's a very, very often overlooked angle by AW, and there we go, gets one. He should get traded immediately, though, but he's going to get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? You're not as instinctive on a trade like that. You do rely on more raw mechanics rather than, like, muscle memory. Nice shot from Moon. But yeah, finally, their long conditioning does work out. Heroic are like, maybe we fight them at long. They've been playing long a lot. Let's give it a go, guys. We already got a good half. So it's going to give Magic maybe the bare minimum here. I say that. We've seen them drop 5v3s before.
True.
They've dropped the mid-control here. Masval loving this MP7. Doesn't get a chance to use it. Intensity, it's work. Feel like that B-hold should be impenetrable with those 2 names, but they have really struggled over there. Nilo missing out on the opportunity to maybe, just maybe, bring his team into it. Surely goes down. A patient play from Spade 8.
He's got out.
Crazy. And he's done heavy damage towards Moon. There's also no kit on these immediate players. Like, it's actually not looking good.
Smoking a molly. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is tough. Recovering some utility
they've lost it. They can't win this. They're all retaking in. There's a flank brewing. Youngster will inviting the pressure for the first, and down goes Moon. Down goes the round. The timer is gone. I mean, that's it. Surely tap on towards that bomb with the kit. Diving round. The flash is good. Then that'll pull him away. Brilliant stuff. Nothing that Magic can do, and an uninspiring first half of Counter-Strike, but from a Heroic, that is brilliant. They respond so well off the back of a lackluster end to Mirage, and to stay alive here in Astana, the way they've kickstarted their map, it is brilliant. We really can't ask for much more. This should be pretty simple from here on out to close.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it should at least be 6-6.
Yeah.
You know, there's 5-on-3 twice, and then I think we had like a 4-on-2. We had that weird, you know, player being late from middle and whatnot, like, you know, all these kinds of things as they're not really joining each other. Yeah, a lot of messiness from Magic, to say the least. So it should be 6-6, and you never know what those rounds are going to do for you in terms of breaking the bank and whatnot.
Yeah. The issue is, though, as well, not only like the amount of like advanced situations, but even just like really sloppy angels. Like, it felt like if it was the players that they'll play at the level that they were in Mirage in those situations, they're getting 2 for every fight that they're in, but more often than not, they were getting none. And that was the problem. It happened so often where we would see like, you know, TenZ on towards that B side, they're diving out, he gets none, right? When he has the angle on them, or like Massol getting caught when he was anchoring too, or AW having opportunities to get a few and he just doesn't. It was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it feels quite a bit lazier.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact that they're already a map up and they feel like, all right, whatever, we should be fine. We're better than them, and you've just been taught a bit of a lesson here on Dust.
Again, guys.
Hey, listen.
That's not the smoke.
He's not the only one, and you know what? I think the Observer has caught it. And he is just watching every time that smoke comes out.
Because
just gotta
they're lining
make
it up
sure you're
wrong.
getting it. Yeah, bit of an outdated kind of lineup, really.
I think from my understanding, it used to be that you obviously like you tucked in that corner, move forward to a bit of the gap in the roof, and then you threw from there. But now you don't want to be completely tucked in, or as we saw that, you end up clipping.
But not the only one, you know.
Yeah, we've seen it. We literally saw it
Aurora
happen
did
yesterday.
it.
Yeah,
like, you know, it's not necessarily. Don't knock Magic too much here, guys. Bit of a block of the CT smoke. There will be a small gap to work from. Will it be enough, though? Nice pickup from Masval as they are looking to play loose and fast here on the T side. However, the CT is coming back into the conversation before that bomb has gotten anywhere near the site. A really great defense from Short. A lot of damage. Moon could certainly do this. They're all incredibly low. He just cannot land the shots. Going for the headshots maybe, and didn't realize just aim for the largest part of the target. That might just begin the end here, as Heroic will indeed hit double digits quite fast.
That's it. It's what, 14 and 3 HP of the remaining 2, but it doesn't make a difference in the end. Both pistols taken by Heroic. We saw Magic get both of them in towards Mirage, and that led to a pretty nice end on their map here, and I think it'll be exactly the same here for Heroic, but actually in more dominant fashion compared to the way in which Magic won Mirage. That decider is going to be required. I cannot see any world in which Magic recover this. They have been so off their game. We get the force out for this C side. A scouting play for Moon. A MAC-10 and a few upgraded pistols. But realistically, I can't imagine too much coming from this. Get a bomb on a couple of kills. I think you talk about silver linings, but winning the round feels unlikely. And unfortunately, that's just how Magic feel in every round at the moment. They just don't look like themselves.
Yeah. Very, very shaky stuff. And we do have to question it. I mean, they only have themselves to blame. That's kind of what I was saying at the turn of the half, unfortunately. So, yeah, we're going to find out here as things are certainly heating up. Nilo around that corner. Moving fast.
That's like a lot of B.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Teaching them a real big lesson, as there's just absolutely no competition at the moment. Complete and utter dissipation of the Magic side. I think we will be going to that third map.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly here.
Such a dominant display. Credit to Heroic. There's really, I mean, there's next to nothing we can fault them on, to be honest. Like, there's a couple of, like, pocket rounds here and there from Magic in that first half, but it was nothing that ever really gave us a bit of belief. And when they had an opportunity to make us believe and they could have broken that economy, they fell so flat. So, very little we can critique Heroic for, and there's so much that we can for Magic. And the worst thing about this is that you then, of course, you've got this Inferno coming up next and a bit of a handshake map as well, but you'd assume that mentally you're a little bit down in the dumps after lackluster D2.
I mean, they seem like they're chilling, honestly. Like, I think they maybe just tried to play this map out in the way they normally would and see if they can get away with it. As we have said, as we have highlighted, the tactical depth is just not there. That does make me worry a little bit about Inferno.
Yeah.
Because you do need a bit of a basic level. And Heroic are, sure, the problem is, like, they play like a tier 1 style, and all the work that they do behind the scenes is sort of designed around those types of teams. I think they lack some of the firepower to get them there, but that does mean that they have like a higher level to their team that you might not be aware of, you know, a team like Magic or K27 that we might have in this tournament, or the Huns, you know, teams like this where it's like, yeah, mechanically, but in terms of the really subtle nuance of some of these maps, I think Magic is seeing things that they just never expected to happen, you know, and what Heroic get away with. Leaning on the mechanics far too much, and it's just not enough when Heroic do have that extra layer. It does feel like Mirage is your only map at the moment that you can really do that on, like lean on those mechanics so much, because the executes are so simple. This looks pretty good though. I thought they'd just retake their way in. Somehow, some way, the Magic boys have managed to hold on towards B, just again going to show how difficult it is to retake this bomb site. They will get a fourth, so a gust of wind, perhaps, for the Magic sails. We'll find out.
Nilo would just about save as well. He could have kept running, but he was worried that the second guy would swing from doors and that he might get caught in the transfer. So he tucks in towards that CT corner and just about 3 points of HP, stays alive. I will counter one thing though. You say they're chilling. I don't think they are. Magic are super tilted for me. Like their vibe is so different. Not only like obviously the game plan, but like every time we're cutting to their cams, like we look at the celebrations they had in map number 1 and the way they were kind of like laughing and giggling. I know AW still is, but everybody else is super tilted. Like you can see they're not calming at all. And it was one thing I kept an eye on in Mirage, that everybody was getting quite active. Like I know that AW in the past is apparently doing a decent amount in terms of like not mid-rounding, but like an information gather, because he plays a lot of those spots. But the way I'm looking at Magic right now, they're just playing 1 by 1. They're not really playing for trades, and I think they're already checked out of this map. And the worry is I think this is, of all the sides that I left in this competition, I think they're one of the most prone to tilt.
Lot of early damage done here in what feels like an important round, you know, a game over kind of round if they lose it. So yeah, a rough start to say the least. It's a lot of unconfirmed damage, but still damage nonetheless. And of course, they're a man down, so
good news.
Not looking great.
No HE for Heroics. At least
yeah, the worst of it is over.
Bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah. You can come out now. The bombardment has stopped, but we'll see here. Youngster gets ahead of the smoke.
It's 2 towards B as well, and actually Youngster's kind of that third rotation, so this B hit, they're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for it.
I don't know how I feel. It's like a fake mid to B, and then they're actually going in tunnel, which, again, I never like a tunnel hit.
Yeah.
Just goes to show
on
that,
Tech 9s, you know, I can get behind it.
Yeah, right. And it has to be perfect. And we did see Heroic hit a pretty perfect one.
Good molly, at least.
They'll have space. Doesn't matter, though. Nilo able to find a kill. Nearly another. He's grabbed a lot of information for them to work with. Player on high should see this off, and he does. All too easy. And I think, look, if the B hit like that is the thing that you go towards when you have no other options, and this has to be our best possible round.
Yeah.
It just isn't the case, you know, isn't good enough for me. And Magic, there's not enough of a game here on Dust 2, right? Yeah. They just don't have the depth at all.
No, absolutely. I mean, even just like fundamentally kind of simple things. If you're going to molly back plat, at least hold it. You know what I mean? Like, they molly it, wait half a second, and then all eyes are kind of turned elsewhere, and they react off the back of somebody dying. 12-4. Money's run dry as well at the worst possible time. An AK-4 Moon and a few upgraded pistols. Masfal's got a scout. Svede was tempted to do the hinge smoke, failed it, and the pistol's like, nah, do you know, I can't be bothered. I don't need to do it. And Moon's already out, to be fair.
Oh, clean.
Oh, wow.
Really
Still
nice.
looks good, Moon. You know, he was great map number 1. And he's been the only real kind of like consistent shining light.
Considering they've only got 4 rounds, they do have a lot of kills.
Yeah.
To be fair. I think that goes to show how many rounds we saw them let slip.
Fumble, yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's probably even more damning, if anything, right, that they got this amount of kills, and they've only got 4 rounds, and it looks like it will stay at only 4 rounds. Crimson does well. The last man of AW spotted. Consolation kill, or nearly 2 for him. Nade on the corner, but the Ops got far away. He does have a gap to plant, and he also has 45 seconds to try and reset this, but they know where he is.
Shadow spotted. I don't know. I like his odds here. I do like his odds. And yeah, he's going to find the armory in towards CT spawn.
The issue is he's stuck, though. He can't go anywhere.
And Susp had the angle on him. So Heroic will get it done. We're going to that third. No funny business, no crazy comebacks. Magic never really present into that game in terms of the scoreline. But again, like we say, some good moments, some good rounds where it felt like they had a lead. They could deal, they could close it out, but they let things slip through their fingers in a big, big way numerous times.
Wow.
And it's not looking good.
They look shell-shocked off the back of that.
Yeah.
It is not a good sign. It's sort of what I was alluding to a little bit earlier, and it's the big worry that I have now with this map number 3 looming. I'm worried. They are a side that are prone to tilting. Of course, it's had a hell of a lot of times. It's happened in the past, plenty of them, and the worry for me and Magic now is that this might be the issue heading in towards this map number 3 of Inferno. I really, really am concerned now. It is on paper a handshake, but Heroic have absolutely destroyed them on Dust 2. They
should have been a good map.
Barely broke a sweat. And the worry is for Magic is that you've got 10 to 15 minutes to try and reset the mental. I don't know if they can. They're not used to the pressure of these S-tier, Tier 1 international tournaments the way that Heroic are. And, you know, this is a nice first outing for them. But unfortunately, I think with a loss as damning as that, I think it could really seep in towards the map 3.
Yeah, I mean, you need experience to get experience, right? It's a little bit of a tough one for them. They maybe do indeed have to leave the tournament with a bit of a bitter taste, so the next time we see them, they're able to keep it together in the elimination stage. So, yeah, it's a very, very tough showing for sure, especially given that first map. We were like, okay, here we go. These guys looking really clean. And again, as you see, the kills don't look all that bad.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's a weird scoreboard to look at, but they just were not able to convert the rounds. And we've talked about this quite a lot. The difference in those good teams, those higher level teams, and the lower level teams is that round completion. And I think that's probably a lot of what they're going to be talking about there. As Fade 8's a little annoyed. He's like, I said do this, I said don't peek, I said, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And they just let the confidence get the better of them because they felt so good after Mirage. And yeah, they just can't close those rounds out on Dust 2, which can be a little bit tougher. I don't know, though. It does feel like a map where once you've got an advantage, it's really tough to get it back. So yeah, they'll be pretty annoyed, pretty disappointed in themselves. And now the Inferno, another map that comes through as, yes, well-known and very, very traditional, but also has that extra layer of depth that I think Heroic are going to be able to tap into here, and can be a bit of an annoying map. And then also tough, I think, for Magic to utilize their individuals in the same kind of way on a map like Inferno.
Yeah, I'm really worried. I think, you know, more than anything about kind of like the map stats specifically or anything, I'm going to look at the mental here, and I just worry that for Magic, they're going to check out. And, you know, it's the worst possible time for it. You're in the 1-2, you're in the elimination bracket, and they could be about 2-4 flat. We're going to have to find out. For now, we're going to throw to a break. When we are back, it's that map number 3, and it's basically a best-of-1 brawl to see who stays alive here in Astana.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Here in Astana, we've got S-Fade going through their big tournament. He's playing for Magic. You're the IGL of the team.
Yes.
It's your first big event as well.
Yes, yes.
We were just talking off camera, right? You're trying to enjoy the moment. You're trying to feel it all, right? What is it like when you come to this event, you see these players, the elite teams and stuff like that?
I just meeting with many players before, because like Monte, it's very good friend. It's very good my friend,
oh,
and
nice.
AV as well. So we are connecting with many Tier S or Tier 1 players before. So it's not like in first time for us.
So it feels more normal.
Yeah, it feels more normal.
And looking what's interesting here, right? I'm looking at just Magic as a team, the grind and the growth. It's not been like you guys had a quick skyrocket, you know? You've been slowly grinding through events, working hard. What does that progress looks like? Like, how have you guys done it from boot camps to tournaments to having the right players? How did we get to this point today?
Yes, we have many online experience before.
Yeah.
Like in other teams. When we come to the Astana before, we like many works for about the structure. Many times work about the structure, not about like individual plays or something like else, just only structure and talk about like game, like everything in this game.
And getting that qualification, going to have now this position in Astana, do you feel like you have a point to prove that like the gap is not so big between you guys, and like if we look at rankings, you don't play at this level, you can play at a higher level.
Yes. I think when we started to play, it's not was difficult for us. We have many problems with map pool and disqualification because it was not good. So like I want to be.
Okay. Yeah.
So. It was like more on individual and trying to make in our system like we playing in system, but more individual moves. Like my boys can take the opportunities from their eyes. I don't know.
Yeah, what they see, what they want to do.
What they see, what they can do. They can to help each other to making
let that communication flow, decide what to do.
Yeah.
So how confident do you feel on the LAN environment with the LAN experience? Because obviously you've had a bit of that LAN play now.
Yes.
But obviously this is a way different level.
It's a way different level, but we as well growing up after this LAN in Belgrade, when it was faced with us. Yes. We don't wait anything. We just want to play and show yourself and prove yourself in this match. So it's like I think it's good goal for us to don't be so nervous or map.
Yep.
So and take our experience on this high tier LAN.
So learn from the event, take the experience as well, and like you said at the beginning of the interview, enjoy the moment as well.
Yes.
So what would you say is a good position for you guys in this event? What is going to be good in your eyes?
In my eyes, I think, and in my opinion, to make good opposite to tier 1 teams, because I think we know how to do it, or we need to make like good game plan, like think everything about like 2-0, 3-0 scores, lose 2-0, win 2-0, make good game plan or something like that. And after this, if we make like 2-3 or 3-2 to mount playoff, it's very good for us. So I think something like that.
Well, good luck with it all. Thank you very much for a lot of details, a lot of insight in it, and enjoy it. I think this is the greatest thing you can do, because it's an experience, and you can take that, like you said, you leveled up from HLC, you can level up again here. So let's see what you can do, man.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is a best-of-1 brawl to decide who stays alive here in PGL Astana and who, unfortunately, has to go home in a 1-3 bracket. We head towards that map number 3, and we always like to say all great series are decided on Inferno is the ultimate saying, and that's what we're getting here in this one. But a really, really lackluster display coming through from Magic. And honestly, the real question is, like, can they recover mentally in that sort of 10 to 15 minute break in between maps? We saw at the end of Dust 2 when they were just sitting there, and shell-shocked was the word I used, and that was maybe even an understatement. They looked just so baffled by what has just happened, and also, as we were kind of saying, pretty tilted as well. We got this Inferno coming up next. It is a handshake. It's a 50% win rate for both of these two sides, but again, you've always got to take those stats with a bit of a pinch of salt when you look at Magic. A lot of the teams they're playing off against are a little bit more of that tier 2, tier 3 level comparatively to Heroic, and Heroic have more reps. So I don't know, as much as I want to back my underdogs of Magic, I feel Heroic here.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning the same way. You know, the difficulty for Magic, we were kind of talking about it. They're a confusing team at times, and that first map can be kind of acclimatizing, right? Heroic as well in the second half of Mirage. It felt a little awkward, a lot of very slow rounds, and just, you know, trying to play Magic at their own game almost. And I think if they just lent on their own style, it would have been a bit better. Maybe that's what they indeed do on Dust 2, a bit more confidence in their own game, and more of that into Inferno is going to be a good sign. We also touched on it a little bit, this Inferno, like, it's well known, but I think it does just function 10% better or different at that higher level, you know, and Heroic have a lot of experience here, and indeed they pulled it out a couple of times, they played it a couple of times. It has been rough at this particular tournament, but I think that they perhaps are going to be warm and ready on this map against Magic.
Yeah, exactly that. When we caught them as well against Gentlemates, we really saw the big gap on that CT side seemed to be the B site. That was so consistent. Gentlemates kept hitting B, and they kept finding success there. And, you know, if Magic have done their research, that's where we'd really look for them. But we'll have to see. They're really going to lean on somebody like an AW, because he is kind of the entry towards Banana for this side. Him and Fade are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting there. They're like leaving Tenzi and Masval to lurk through the apartments. So we'll have to see. But ultimately, I feel like as much as it was rough as well for Heroic, it's not exactly being super favorable by any means for the likes of Magic. They played it once here at Astana, and they lost 13-4 against the MongolZ, which is the game that we opened up with here at Astana. Yeah, I don't know, you know, opening game of the tournament, you can always make those sort of arguments and whatnot, but I'm really, really concerned about them. And Heroic feel like they're finally, you know, awake and alive here in the series, and they play anything, you know, even like 80% of what they've brought to Dust 2, they'll clean through this.
No, I think it's very true. We are going to see of Magic been able to bounce back in between maps, and, you know, this is where things get difficult for them. They're a young team, an inexperienced team, and finding that reason to carry on, you know, that reason to turn things around can be really, really difficult, I think, for the best of teams, you know, at the highest level in the high stakes games and whatnot. So we'll see if they're able to kind of find it, you know, a bit of inspiration from behind from the coach. But in that sense, I feel someone like Tobis is just going to have way more to draw from. So yeah, we're leaning the way of Heroic. Magic have dissipated quite quickly onto Dust 2, where we expected at least a competition. I think going down in that fashion just paints a pretty bleak picture, to say the least. But we'll find out. We'll find out. There's a lot of conjecture involved here. We are, of course, now onto the Inferno. Heroic looking relentless as they are straight down middle to try and send it into Magic. Masval will take 2, though. Makes them regret their decisions, and my goodness, Crizzen lucky to be alive.
Yeah, he hides in the smoke there. Youngster will spot one. Smoke down as well, just to try and slow the roll here. Need towards CT, no one posted up there. Nilo hadn't rotated over just yet. So after the initial fight, which does go favorably towards Magic, they'll freeze up. They don't commit just yet. They're actually pulling out of Banana for now, and they're going the safe route back towards second mid, and they have the time to do this. They can leave AW to lurk here towards top of Banana, and Svede, a really nice kill from him. This will open up the A side. No one's here.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
They're going to scale quick.
We'll get the bomb down as well, so I think that's going to be all she wrote for it. A nice little smoke over at B just to keep them lightly interested. But yeah, Magic going to find the pistol here in pretty clean fashion, actually. I like the idea from Heroic, maybe get you one and back off. I'm sure they wish they had done that, but you know, you never know what might happen. You go pushing in, you find all the kills in Banana, rounds over in like 20 seconds.
They've spotted Nilo as well, so they're going to go hunting for him. You can afford to do this on a pistol as well. You know, the round's all but secured. Nothing saved, nothing gained. There's always sort of the mental, and you want to make sure it's as clean as mass foul. We'll get there in the end. Really nice round from him. He found those two initially towards Bananas. They'll push him mid and sees off the last, catching Nilo. So a nice start for Magic. That'll alleviate some of the pressures. Exever as well, the coach, over towards Magic. Trying to hype them up a little bit, right? I mean, that's a big thing. And we saw this in towards map number 1. Like, when they do get hyped up and they do start to get loud and they start having their celebrations, that's when we kind of see them at their best. You want to get this side really fired up. The issue is when you are quite an emotional side, in the way that Magic are, is that you obviously get the flip side as Zon does too. When things go bad, they kind of regress a little bit and shell up, and he's trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Decent nade damage. So a little bit to work from for Heroic. They are stacking up B as well, as they have a clear idea to work with. Light smoke at A, I think you just commit. You know what I mean? Like, if they don't come B, you save for the next round. But they are indeed going to come charging in here. Kills look good. This player up on the booster, you got to watch the smoke as well. It's eyeballed, it's a little lazy. The 5-7 picks up another and another. It's just the initial attack is arguably good enough. So still could do this in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, don't count him out. He's got a smoke. No kit to work with. Both Fade and Masval are tagged. And they're going to play that crossfire from Dark and Nubox. And they don't need to fight here. They don't need to play contact. They can wait for Sus to move in. And the second he takes a duel, can be instantly traded. The best thing that Magic have got going for them is the clock. There's no kit for Sus. And he's waiting for a swing to come through, and he won't be given it. There's a molly down, but he doesn't have the time to collect it. He's got a pretty good read of where they're at. There's the first, but time is already gone as well, and this is the issue. He may get the kill at the end here. It won't make a difference to the round itself. So Sus gets his 2-piece, but it's still another round for Magic. At the very least, though, for Heroic, expensive silver lining, especially in the early portion of this map. But I think all Magic will care about is a nice start, a nice little second on the board, and they know as well that the buy will be favorable for them heading in towards the next. But a rifle there, MP9 dropped over. I do wonder whether it's going to be Sus all alone with the buy or no. As we can see, X-Filed will join them. So investments are coming through here. Heroic going to go back-to-back in the forces. And I guess you can't really blame them, right? You just found all 5 there. Try and give it a second go.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I don't know, though. These types of decisions can just disrupt your regular flow. And if Magic, like, win this one super cleanly and then they've got another round to play with, are you going to keep going? Are you going to keep buying? Like, you know, it's really a challenge. So it could be a very, very strong start for Magic to kick things off if they play their cards right. But an unorthodox round for Magic to also deal with. They hear a 5-7, they hear a smoke, they might start to get an idea that there's some oomph behind this round.
Yeah, Chris needs to be careful. He's alone towards B as well. You can see him tempted to fight behind that smoke. I think he makes a smart call about falling away. And there's another smoke in towards CT, which you can use, which will drop towards top Banana, but they'll just go through this. That would actually be more beneficial to have it up close towards him. As he swings in and dies, that's B-side open. And I think probably, honestly, for the remainder of Heroic, you probably look to save it.
Yeah, I mean, they bolster up a little bit. Pretty slow moving from Magic to scaling towards the bomb site, as they're weary of, like, another stack or at least one more player. Spam doesn't get anything, it'll be the save. So it's decent logic, right? It's like, if they come A, we fight. If they go B, then we are just saving. And I think Krizen, you might say he's over-aggressive and he's playing B by himself, but I think he wants to find that out early enough that his teammates, you know, kind of understand what the round is looking like. And therefore make quite a good, clean, quick, and albeit important decision to indeed save, you know? Or has Krizen found 2 kills, you've got a man advantage, and then you can actually try and mount that retake. It will be the former.
I do think the Huns a good call here. You know, sending in at least 1 or 2 feelers to see if they can make it expensive. Moon gets a dink. That'll be it. He will fall, but it's Mac 10, so you don't really care. It's not even really something that you mind if it's dropped over on the other side. So you take that, 3-0. But with the save, they can reuse that force buy back in towards this round here. But at the very least, it's still tentative, but it's a nice start. I'm not going to be convinced just yet until we see maybe a couple of gun rounds picked up by Magic. And that's where I can start to then say, okay, this is looking a bit more like that map number 1 of Mirage and a bit more like themselves as a whole. But a 3-round start will absolutely help. And get the 4th behind it against, again, another sort of attempt at this bonus. A huge, good start.
Oh, Spade ain't a little scared.
He heard the step in boiler and he panics.
Yeah. But a nice find. They're maybe going to try and recover the weapon if they can.
That's so bold, by the way. Like, they've gone obviously quite aggressive in towards mid, and he's knife out round the corner in apartments.
It's going to work. Oh, the flash's not quite good enough, and somehow does not get blinded at all. He comes away with 2. These players, I mean, might as well try and go for it, right? It's going to be a buy into the next round anyway.
Sure.
But it's also really stinky to get in towards A, you know? You got those moto smokes and everything.
Save the armor, maybe.
Yeah, it's a light. Active exits, aggressive exits. Especially this Mac 10, thinking about making some money. They will start now moving forwards as Crizzen has gained quite a lot of space, but...
And some util.
Full belt,
Yeah.
actually. So he's like, you know what?
He'll take that.
I'll take this, yeah. So there you go, an upgrade to the M4. It's not bad in the end. Kills keep coming. So they've kept things very, very costly over these rounds, but it is, of course, Magic moving up to 4, and that's quite scary already. You know, they win the rifle round here. I could see them getting 6-0, right? So it really, really is quite dangerous for Heroic.
Yeah, but worth mentioning, because of how expensive they're making, they're keeping this kind of awkward for Magic. You even see it here now as well. For AW, I don't think he has a drop, so he will have to go for one kind of dropped over towards him, which is what he gets. And for Moon, he can squeeze it out. We do have a Galil in play for Spade 8. So far, it's looked quite good, though. 6-1 for the IGL. This is a really important one. And I will say there's signs here from Heroic. Like, if they're making it as competitive on a low buy, assumption would be had that in towards this gun round, they can make this really, really good for themselves. But let's see if that's the case.
Banana control for both sides, you would say. So still going to be fighting for overall dominance. Some light taps from Crizzen. And leaving his teammate in that sandbag. So a real starvation of info on both sides, really. And the bomb not fancying it. They will angle towards A here.
Which is a slightly heavier man's site, but I would say maybe the slightly easier one to get into rather than the choke point of B. Bomb doubling back. Even Tenzi over here for the lurk, but they're going to commit 4 towards this B here. By the numbers game, they should be able to take this site, but it's the question of at what cost.
Oh, Molotov splits them up, but AW going to win the fight nonetheless.
It's really smart. He gets just ahead of the molly and he just holds the angle.
25 seconds here, though. It really could all go to pot fast.
Yeah, they got to go.
Youngster's got a flash. I like the look of it. X-Cloud got his own flash as well as they look to burst through this smoke.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, there's not enough of a gap. Youngster will find AW, though, on a break, maybe. And there was a kill on the other side of the map. It slows the rotations, but gives them the numbers. Moon bursts forward. And there is the madness.
That's so bold.
The Magic style, he gets it done, evens up those numbers, but still looks decent enough, honestly. They're really all over the place, though. Again, very unpredictable kind of spots that they're playing here. Sort of a mini triangle in and around the banana extremity, and really quite clever, bringing it down to just the orb. Surely win it from here. Missed shot, and Youngster will go down. So Magic, keep that flawless streak coming off the back of Moon and his questionable plays.
Yeah, it's so brazen from Moon to go for that, but it actually wins them the round, essentially. It gives them the reset, but allows them to set up. And it's also an information. No one else is there. Like, there's no one else towards CT. Yes, maybe somebody might have gotten towards Church, but at the very least for Moon, he gets in, gets his, gets back out through that CT smoke. So it is really bold, but it kind of honestly feels like it single-handedly gives Magic the round. And a 5-0 start for them. And you can really see that for Tobias is that worry. Immediate pause, gets on the mic, and wants to really shore things back up as they can rebuy back in. Open play for Youngster. The only thing that you can maybe question, slightly less utility on that side, not the full belt, across the board. But as a whole, it's been pretty good. And leaving things late, but still having the kind of efficiency in that execute. Excited to see that Magic can have that in the back pocket. We know they like to throw in a couple of slightly more pacier rounds, but they can show that slow in tempo can work for them.
Spamming away, but again, it's the same kind of situation in Banana. I think a pesky little smoke here from Heroic is maybe making things a bit difficult, but Magic seem quite confident to just spam away and go for later control of Banana. Also not taking copious amounts of nade damage. They're going to get the rotation in earlier this time, though. So it is a burst forward, another attempt to look for an early frag, but oh, I don't know how good it's going to be. AW is lucky to be alive. He failed the jump up.
Yeah, happened to Crizzen and Mirage, didn't it?
cost a lot of HP. So that's pretty good for Heroic.
There's a good realization here by Magic. I mentioned this coming in towards the map, and Gentamate's figured this out pretty quickly. Svede's trying to tick in the molly. It looked like he was trying to kind of get that information of, like, draw the numbers here. Feels like they want to commit to this anyway. 3 towards A, 40 seconds. Again, Magic leaving things late, but they don't mind doing this. Crimson spam could be good. He's just slipping the net. There we go. He'll find Svede on the edge of that smoke, but he runs out of ammo for the second, so MOUZ Falcons swing in for the trade. 25 seconds. Keep an eye on that clock. There is still 2 here. You got Saucepin towards mini pit. Nilo playing backside. Sub 20 seconds. They're diving on forward. This, again, similar to last round, can fall apart quite quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 10 seconds remain here. It really does look shaky, and Nilo is trying to play around that time. Can he deny the bomb? He's done everything but. Oh my goodness, leaving Moon in the clutch. Goodness me. 1 versus 3 now for the AWP. It's not really planted for him either, because it's a little deeper into the site, so he has to reposition towards balcony here. You say, surely not. It's not especially on the AWP. It's a tap onto the bomb. Might just give him...
They nearly line up. Oh, my.
The time he needed. Nilo, though, blessed from above, as he will manage to pretty much give Heroic that first.
Yeah, really, really nicely played. And I think Magic, they just overcomplicate that situation. They leave it so late, and they make it so difficult for themselves. And sort of what we were alluding to, that, you know, for Heroic, because of how expensive they've been making it on the lesser buy rounds, that surely one of these is going to lock into place. That's quite a comfortable one. Only the couple of casualties for them. It's good to see. Huge for Magic. You know, a win here puts them number 30 in the world VRS. I mean, when you're in that top 30 range, that's consistent invites. So, be a huge scalp for them to find. Would have, yeah, a really big knock-on effect for them as a whole. This little team that could at the moment. That I think for a lot of people, I've kind of come out of nowhere, but for those a bit more in tune with the tier 2, these guys have been doing quite well recently. And while this core's been together, they're only picked up by Magic as like sort of the organization somewhat recently.
Youngster trained in with the AWP. The Molotov gonna push Masval back. So Magic trying to answer back as best they possibly can, but the AWP indeed has other ideas. Clean from Youngster, and nice from Nilo to follow up. 5 versus 3, good catches here from Heroic. Tenzi down, had a rough series, honestly. He's really struggled to hit those same kinds of numbers. But all the same, 5 versus 2. I think it'll just be a save for these last couple of players. And so, Heroic, 2 in a row. They're also going to break the bank with the lack of bomb plants now for Magic. So it does get interesting. It could be an exponential gap close.
Chicken's chilling. Looking us dead in the eyes, breaking the fourth wall here.
Yeah, a little bit. They're pretty good, man. The chickens, honestly, some of the best chickens in gaming.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It's important, you know. It's important. There's a lot of chickens.
It's the details that make the difference.
Zelda, you can like throw them and stuff. They're pretty active in Zelda. You know.
Minecraft.
Yeah, of course. That's your main competition, probably.
Yeah.
You know.
You say Valve are winning that one at the moment.
I mean, yeah, I think so. You can't. These guys are not as resourceful.
Yeah.
Maybe they should drop like a feather or whatever when you kill them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. We here are chicken lovers.
Me too. Especially deep fried chicken. All right. Sorry to any chickens out there. That's not nice, is it?
Yeah. Sorry for all the chickens watching at home.
Yeah. Well, there's a few. I mean, they're just here to see the homie on the screen. It's like, look, Mum, I'm on camera. That's what he was doing. Yeah. Chicken cam. Either way. Back to actual Counter-Strike here, of course, after a pretty prolonged save there. For Magic to try and get something going into this round, they're going to force around all of that. So,
yeah, big call.
Yeah, try and even out the econ. They've got a few rounds to play with. I think 5 out from their T side feels pretty good already.
Yes.
If they can get a bit more, they would be happy with that. But I don't know. It's going to give Heroic a lot of momentum if they get another clean round here.
Double stacking short here, Heroic. No long presence, but as this smoke starts to fade, that's where they've got to draw somebody over to shore up that side of things. That's when Nilo will get the rotating Crimson. I love this. They are not expecting it. And he's got 2 dead to rights here, surely, depending on his timing. Labored for the first, but it gets nonetheless as Moonwolf 4, but it's all falling apart, you would say. Massol gets his trade, but the numbers are looking pretty damn good. But AW also hears this now. The smoke's trickled down into under, which actually maybe foils the plan a little bit.
Yeah, it's a great smoke.
25 seconds. What do we do here, Magic? They've got really nothing to work with. A motor smoke will come through, but it also smokes Mass Foul.
Yeah, but I think
if
that's
anything,
the idea.
that's the idea, exactly. It actually gives them the opportunity to push through this, and Youngster could fall, but Stas, he will get his. The quick trade coming through as he finds his second of the round, and it's all on the shoulders of AW, 1 versus 3 with 7 seconds. This is obviously not going to happen. He gave it a light look in, but he's out of there.
That is a yikers. To be honest,
when the guns are in play, I'm concerned for Magic, and this was kind of the feeling we had. Like, yes, that 5-0 start was really good, but it was against a lot of kind of force buys. We even questioned the force buy from Heroic. It wasn't these full econ rounds. And when we've actually seen the proper gun rounds in play, Heroic are looking like the slightly more in tune side at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that one looks pretty awful from Magic, to be honest with you. They go for this force. They obviously don't have a really deep game plan. The bomb is like, oh, let's bail and go B, but not really noticing the state of his teammates in the way that it's like, I'm way too deep to bail with only 25 seconds left. And then there's no clear path out on towards A, so...
Love that, Pete.
Messy stuff. It is a nice deagle shot, but again, they are relatively aggressive with their economy here. AW on the hero AK might actually be brilliant because we'll see around these deagles, but a lot of spending, you know, for Moon and whatnot. I do feel some of the deagles, maybe you'd want a hard eco around that saved AK.
The way to win this round is to overwhelm xCloud towards B, but he does have a molly in the smoke in his back pocket, and all assumption is that there's another smoke at least in towards CT, if not maybe even a molly there as well. Good timing. And around the 50-second mark to get his smoke plume towards top B, and Svenny's going to go looking over here. He might even just push this, and potentially, if he hugs this right-hand side for him, it could be huge. That flash is absolutely brilliant. B is open now as well, but The thing is, the bomb is dropped, so it might not matter that the B site's open. Sven's going to get in the back line. He really has to activate, and he has to go quickly. AW's going to put this hero AK to use, and he gets 2. Uh-oh, rounds falling apart in a matter of moments. AW sprung upon, loses his life. A second for Quizzin, but he just can't tuck himself into Boiler. That is a sigh of relief for Magic to get that over the line, but a huge round to scalp away. A hero AK and a few Deagles, now to 6th.
Very, very close. I mean, always exciting, I think, when Magic are involved. But yes, a big round for them being taken. It's the hero AK, I think, that does it. That second kill.
Yeah.
If he'd have gone down there, bombs spilled, all this kind of stuff that they know about. But the fact that he's able to get it done, yeah, I mean, that one's got to feel good. A very unlikely round and a really tight clutch to get it done. Nice nade to open onto Youngster as he's trying to take an early peek here, force an early fight. Magic are still in the territory of that super dominant first half on the cards. Masval takes a tag, but no kills as yet. And Youngster gives up his angle.
It's the risk when you're throwing that smoke as well, that if no one's holding for mid for you, that got to crouch here, fellas. You know, you got to go down the step. There we go.
I remember my first boost.
Yeah. And not so silent boost as they make so much noise getting up there, but we get there in the end. That's all that matters. But yeah, when Masval's throwing that smoke, the real risk is because they got nobody holding mid, the AWP on that angle, you can shoot at the elbow, and that can sometimes be all you need. 50 seconds. Once again, Magic are only now really starting to pull together a plan. The flash is brilliant, and it will net Chris a kill, and he falls away. Just.
Breathing down his neck here, really trying to catch him, but yeah, not going to be the case. 35 seconds, Magic feel they have no real option but to go A.
Yeah.
I think they would be pretty much correct. Smoke comes in. Kind of interesting. I mean, it's sort of a Moto smoke. Not sure if that was intentional, if it's just hit the wrong brick on the way in. Flash onto Youngster. And they actually rotated one away. They were a little unsure of the A hit. 9 seconds to get his bomb down. Are you serious, guys? Not going to happen. It's just an easy hold in the end because, you know, you're so panicked with that little time. You have to overlook so many angles, and trying to deal with an AWP can be really tough. There was just no time to plan. You know, Sus didn't need to panic all that much. Let the kills come to him.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's again, though, we've seen Magic do this so many
it's
times.
11 seconds before you make the first contact.
Yeah. This is like, you know, 2021 Na'Vi, they can do it, right? And they were kind of that side that were famous for it. For Magic, it's obviously, you can really see how much uncomfort they're facing with this. Early nades. Actually a minimal amount of damage, but another one to follow up will further tag up Spade and Masval. AW first to drop. Exile takes a lot of damage, but he gets his kill. And a 4th nade on towards Masval.
Yeah. Looking good, as you would expect. They're putting all their chips into the last round of this first half, which I would indeed agree with. But Heroic have done really well once again to come back. A slow start into this map, but they have managed to keep things somewhat competitive. A lot of weight going to be on that pistol into the second half, but yeah, some big question marks around Magic as they seem to have disappeared. No real thought in some of these rounds. The econ game, for both sides, to be fair, has cost big rounds and big streaks of momentum, really. But yeah, I don't know what's gotten into Magic. Just winding that clock down to a ridiculous level is kind of insane.
This round here just feels like an existence timeout for me. Like they were just kind of like playing around towards spawn. Who's being accounted for? Nice work. Easy shut down towards top B. And the remaining 2. Tenzi and Masval, we're not really expecting much. Masval, last man and dead to right. And if this was maybe, you know, like the Mongols, they would dive in for a knife, for example. We know Blitz loves them, but I'll show the respect. They don't want to take too many casualties themselves. Up to 5 now for Heroic, a chance to tie this game at the halfway point, which is exactly where we were on towards that Mirage. Remember, it was 6 there, and it was kind of 6 on the T side from Magic, where we were slightly uninspired by it. We were saying it was really quite flat, some of those rounds, but 6 felt like enough. And it might be the same sort of feeling here. They did their best work on the CT, and Heroic did worry us a bit there on that C side. So who knows, maybe it might follow the same suit. Those maps are very akin to each other.
Well, here we go. See if it is going to be the even up for Heroic or not. Youngster is once again trying to get aggressive, quite aggressive in this round, backed up by his man in the apartment. So a new thing for Magic to potentially deal with here.
Yeah,
Tensi's going to try, but I don't know, it doesn't look good. You don't want to peek into this.
Yeah. They've also, this time as well, got that third player. They've not been playing too towards short and no long presence.
Yeah.
This time they actually do have that player there, which makes it even stronger.
All right, nice. Successful this time, and
Definitely
needed to be. It's a big fight, and it's Tensi to win it. Stusk goes chasing into his domain. Oh, man. And it's all worked out rather nicely, hasn't it? As they overwhelm the initial forward-facing.
Hey, they're executing with 50 seconds.
Yeah,
Great.
I know. It is crazy, like,
Learned their
how
lesson in the
well
last round.
you're able to just approach and trade off of each other and all come together really quite cleanly. So they will net that lead, which I think they absolutely wanted because of their start there on the T side of things, but still a decent comeback from Heroic and still definitely a gap that you can close it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that slight lead for Magic, nice bit of breathing room. We know they had really decent efficiency back in towards Mirage on the pistols, and of course got the first one here as well. If they can go 2 for 2, they're going to give themselves a nice little scope to see off the end here. I think there's definitely that bit of concern, and you can see this by the way Toba's sort of talking to the team here in this halftime break. I mean, we look now at this pistol being of kind of the utmost importance. Heroic, you find it, you can tie the game up pretty effortlessly. Magic find it, and especially if Heroic go for a force which falls flat, we're talking like a 9-5 scoreline. At that point, you really don't have many rounds to work with. So it's sort of nice edge stuff for Heroic. And it's got to start well here. Either one of the pistol or the force fight's got to go in their favor.
Yeah. They are very, very aware. And we'll see how it starts. I mean, one of the things that we have maybe praised quite a bit is Magic on those pistols, you know, getting the individuals out. It's a good arena to do that in.
Yeah, Moon looks really good on the pistols. Maswell, obviously, had a nice round as well to start off this Inferno. Don't know what he's saying, but it looks baffled.
Well, probably something along the lines of like, oh man, if we just give ourselves like a minute to work with.
Yeah, it's not bad actually.
So much easier.
Yeah, we have a bit of time. We'll remember that one for the future.
They were playing Blitz Counter-Strike or whatever, you know, trying to make a move with just 3 seconds on the clock kind of vibe. Crazy work. Early utility comes out though. As soon as presence is shown in Banana, they will indeed just completely unload.
Yeah, I don't hate the dominate idea. It's just the fact that Heroic cancel. If they hadn't, which a lot of teams would just double pump that B execute, it would have been really strong. There's 3 towards A though.
Yeah, very ready here. Moon, clean find from him. Bit of work for Tensi, but it all comes together so nicely.
Moon again.
Big flicks. Just Youngster that remains. He'd found himself into a lurking position, but now becomes the main attack as he's got no teammates around him. Will indeed try and drop another here if he can. Fully spotted out. They know that he's just sort of chasing kills at the moment. So should be able to see this round off. Not loads and loads of time, you know, to just fully walk around and be super sneaky. He's eventually going to have to pick up the pace.
They're not giving him anything as well. You know, they could very easily just swarm. They know exactly where he is. And they could all very easily just dive on towards his position, but they're just keeping hold of the bomb. And they're cutting rotations. Moon will see it off. We're third in the round. Nice work. We said, again, keep an eye on Moon on these pistols. Something about AWPers and pistol rounds. He does really well, Tensi, as well. For his 2-piece, that is so important for Magic. And the kind of problem is, we were sort of saying you need one of the pistol or the force, but Heroic can't force here. That's the real issue. No bomb plant, only the 1 kill. At best, you can maybe squeeze out a couple of deagles. But I think force buying here would be very, very risky and probably not worthwhile. And they're not going to go for it. This is the right call for Heroic. But unfortunately, it does put you at that 9-5 that I was alluding to. So, difficult position. How is that molly not spread? Are you kidding me?
Oh, man. Just give him a P250 and I think he gets that kill.
Yeah.
It's unlucky. But kind of funny to watch unfold, of course. Looking good. First couple kills go well for Magic. Yeah, it's do or die very quick for Heroic, I feel, and this feels a little akin to that Mirage, doesn't it? You know, a bit of a slow start, hard fought in that first half, and then they move on to the T side, not looking as comfortable. So there is a world in which Magic get this done. There's a lot of damage, but no kills coming in, so big money, big bonus on the cards. I would like to see them maybe move to just one more M4.
Yeah.
Would have been 3 SMGs. I think maybe AW has got one on the way from somewhere. Oh, no. Okay, so they swap. He asks Moon for an M4, and Moon will take his MP9. So obviously some plans afoot in terms of what they want to do setup-wise.
Yeah, and this is one of those bonus rounds as well, where again, it's one of those, you don't actually have to win this for Magic. It's not like a must win. They've got plenty of residual cash they can buy in towards the next, but it's mainly the case of if you can make this expensive, it's going to put you in a really quite nice spot. You get at least 3 kills here, even if you lose the round. I think Magic will sort of look at it and be like, I'm not too upset about that. It's keeping that T-side economy at bay, and obviously you know you're properly full buying in towards the next. So Heroic needs to be quite careful for me. You know, not only need to win this, we need to win it cleanly. And that is easier than done, Magic. Yeah. This is honestly looking really similar to that Mirage. Tied game, but maybe slightly uninspiring at times by Magic on that T side, despite getting 6 rounds, and then running away with the CT. That's exactly what Mirage looks like. And when we saw that finished, it was Heroic who bowed out with a bit of a whimper on that one.
Little spot comes in, a chase from Nilo, but no kill for him.
Only 1B here.
Yeah, I mean, trying to draw them in towards A, I think, with that player in the long hauls. Well-timed smoke. A little bit of a gap. I'm not sure if that player was actually, like, spotted, to be fair.
It's also worth mentioning, which I don't really even account for, if they just pop in towards B here, which it looks like they're going to go for, and Massval falls, the other 4 might just save and reuse his buy into the next anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Massval, though, he gets a kill, and the bomb is actually bailing as they feel Nilo has a good enough position, and now they are getting caught in the Magic trap in so many different ways. 10 seconds to get this bomb down. AW at the back end of the site just trying to keep the dream alive. 5 seconds, gets the all-important kill and wins out the round. You just don't believe it. What is going on? What is in the air? What is with these late round attempts as Heroic, for ultimately no reason, bail on B and try and show Magic how it's done, but they kind of fall to the same fate. Crazy.
The value of that one Massval kill towards B is massive. And he makes them panic so much.
I don't know, though. I feel like they'd start bailing even before he gets the kill.
I think that smoke normally does it, right? Smoke late in the round. By that point, you're like, you don't feel too comfortable going in towards that choke point. What a map 3 here. Heroic, again, T-sides on a puggy map that are falling flat for them. And despite, you know, praising this side for having a slightly higher depth of calling, we would say, it doesn't really feel like it at the moment. Really uninspiring. Yet to get off the board here. Block of that smoke. Kind of does nothing, yeah.
It's a bit, you know, it's a bit easier to play around, maybe. Doesn't matter all that much because it's all a ruse, a light ruse anyway.
Recoverable gun
is still on lurk, and that's what the smoke does. The shadow of Nilo. The ghost in the smoke is spotted.
There's 3 here now towards B. Should be an easy one to stay off, and they
revealed.
Yeah. The break will see Youngster exposed.
Like exclamation mark, you know, the Metal Gear Solid guys get. That surprised noise.
And
Who's there?
You go inside of the cardboard box.
Yeah, there you go.
They lose track of you.
Gaming.
Whoa, look at the odds. Can't blame them. It is looking like Magic are on track to closing this out, and potentially even flawlessly on the CT side at this rate. It's now or never. This is it, right? This is the all chips to the middle of felt buy for Heroic. If they lose this, the map will follow suit. All of the cash, the buy coming in here. And man, What are they showing? They might. Yeah, they're going to chain back to back. Do you know what? I don't blame them. Why not? This is it. This is the most important round of your series, of your tournament life in a way, right? So why not burn both the timeouts? Give Tobis as much time as possible to try and fathom a plan to somehow recover this. Head-to-head there between Sus and Masval. And Masval winning.
His spray accuracy is pretty crazy, apparently.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Even like keeping track of the counter strafe, and I respect it.
Yeah, yeah. We are deep into the stats for all the nerds out there.
Remember the days of the counter strafing stats with Snap Tap? Remember that?
Yeah, they would have been crazy for a moment there.
Yeah.
You would hope, 100%.
Yeah. Dead on, really, yeah. Well, we go again. I will critique one thing from Magic. You've got enough money. Just get kits across the board. Moon, you got over $5,000. Buy a kit.
Yeah. I can see AW, right? He's a little squeezing the pennies compared to the rest of the squad, but it's one of those, man. It's a little bit of like laziness, oversight. We saw yesterday, didn't we, a game where someone had 2 Kevlar, didn't rebuy the Kevlar.
Yes.
You know? And that's like, how do you not notice that? And I'm pretty sure, I didn't mention it at the time, maybe I go back and check
got one tapped.
I think so,
He
yeah.
did. Yeah,
with
he did.
100 HP.
Yeah.
By an M4, right? If you guys are keeping with us. So it does make a difference.
Yeah.
It does make a difference. The Kevlar's not going to provide full protection. Anyway, whatever.
He's in a 1 versus 5 as well. So.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Right off.
But we're here trying to say, please just spend the extra pennies, guys, you know? And the pounds look after themselves, or whatever your mum might say. Either way, nothing quite going down just yet. Spade will take one to the cranium, though, as he tries to get advanced up mid. Moon round this corner.
It's not an easy shot, this. You also can't really fall away when you play on this angle. You're basically kind of stuck and dead to rights here, and he will eventually fall. That's why generally you see Orpus play a little bit more on that passive angle and invite the pressure in, needing something special from AW. You don't get it, and Masvan are called upon on a 1 versus 2, and he's a little bit far away in terms of the rotate. So Bomb will go down, post-plant set up favorably for Heroic.
Yeah, they know he's the B guy. They know he's going to be late to this party. I would say the timing up middle is quite fast for him, though. So he may well be able to catch them with that, but they're just playing in the site, cross-firing off of each other. You would assume the trade comes easy. Slow creep up. He does have that kit. He's just going to have to land 2 really clean shots here. Molotov forces 1 fight, potentially his way, and it's nice and clean.
Pit player doesn't swing, so he's got to know.
This could be dangerous. Oh, and Masval going to get it done.
Where's the bomb?
What a shot to land. He's found it. He's got the kit. It is no difficulty in the end, but the Molotov, the calmness of it all, he will net the series point. And look at him over there. He's so chill. Everybody else seems to be reacting heavily and going crazy. He's just relaxed, and another day at the office, of course.
And it's moments like that is why I say that for Masval, it feels like he's destined to go tier 1 at some point, because he's not a star rifler, he's not like any sort of like hero player, but you know, we've now seen, especially at this top level, the value in having not only an incredible anchor, which is what Masval is, but a late round player, right? Having somebody who in a clutch can step up like that, that's where the value for Masval comes through. There was a moment of like, wait, does he have time?
Yeah.
He then finds it. They're like, okay, we got it. Diving through, the flash is good. AW for the first, X-Cloud will fall. They might just commit towards a B hit here. Map and series point Magic. 7 on the bounce required for Heroic, and that's just to take us towards overtime. Surely, by all metrics, impossible.
Yeah, trying to make themselves known here at the start of the round as they do grab that 1-for-1 at the top end of Banana. And we would say on more maps than most, the T-side 1-for-1 is pretty effective.
How's that not hit?
That is a tough hairline miss.
Look dead on.
They're going to start moving quick, though, not wasting any time here, Heroic, as they will make their way up short. That one certainly missed. Tenzi
might just save.
Nearly a lineup, but not quite going to happen for him. And indeed, I don't know, they've got
money,
loads of money.
Yeah.
And feeling themselves after the clutch of the previous round, I am sure. However, Masval
loves a late round.
With the Tech 9?
No, he's got an M4.
Oh, okay.
I think he might have actually been looking for, see if there's an AK down.
Yeah, yeah. Not quite sure. The getting the Tech 9 out, moving fast, but not as too fast. I don't know.
Also, where there's bombs planted, they can save pit. Everyone bar Youngster, that is.
Yeah, take them all down, make it costly. Could certainly be an angle. I think they're trying to look for a really late move in here, and it's not quite going to work for them. So
I don't hate the idea.
Yeah, and just keeping them stressed, right? When you're on the comeback, it's obviously a very difficult emotional roller coaster. And now you got the timeout coming in. You know, it's a lot for Heroic to contend with. And nice round, but you need 6 more just like it.
Yeah. Immediate respect being shown here, though. Exever just wants to, I think, even potentially, calm them down a little bit. Don't get too comfortable. Don't get too overconfident. We talk about this a lot. It's a point that I think we're going to trademark, which is the hair effect, we like to call it,
sure.
which is, essentially the whole kind of philosophy around it is that when you're right at that finish line, you take your foot off the gas, like the tortoise and the hare story. And I think, this is something that I think is super prone within like the tier 2 especially. We don't see it as much in the tier 1 because they do have those sort of like tendencies to keep themselves in check. Like the game is not done until it's done. In the tier 2, it feels like maybe it's like a mental thing where they take the foot off the gas a little bit, they get a little bit comfortable, and before you know it, you can allow a team to snowball. And I think Exever just wants to make sure that doesn't happen here. You buy back in, but a lost round here. 7 for Heroic, but it's money run out for Magic, and that means the 8th, and it's not impossible. Like, you can actually see the path into which Heroic can recover this. It's still going to be difficult, and there's going to be plenty of gun rounds before we get towards the old overtime, but you can never count out anybody here, not at this level.
Taking it quietly here, Heroic. It was quite aggressive to begin the previous round. They opt to play 5-man as long as they possibly can. I feel it could work for them. It's been a bolster up on B as well from Magic, so nice little read from Heroic not to get super aggressive, still keep their options open, however, as that bomb is dropped just right in the middle of everything. Makes a lot of sense. They'll get the top banana control and perhaps keep X-Floud over here. Will the bomb join him? We'll find out. As a flash towards long, but kind of a fake out. Big smoke as well. Not really fancying their peaks. Yeah, I say big
Huge
smoke.
gap.
Thank goodness nobody's around to exploit that gap. 30 seconds left on the clock.
They're going B.
I think we go
my God. There's 3 here.
to the edge of the seat because this, once again, is indeed going to play into the hands of this CT side. They're going for a beat crunch. The bomb is dedicated in towards Banana. 3 players to get through. The orb to get past as well. It's not looking good. You've got all the info in the world, and Masval will get it done. It's AW on that final kill, but it was over before it ever got off the ground. Just like the map. Magic with a really clean Inferno, despite the way Dust 2 looked. We saw the lows of this team. The lows of Heroic, however, as they will indeed be eliminated. I think earlier than people would have expected. A tough run into playoffs maybe for them, but at least in the contention for this team, but it just never was.
But on paper as well, there was 2 very winnable series here. The Magic one, of course, but even Gentlemates, right?
Yeah,
they were the favorites in both of these series, and it's the underdogs who come out on top. But this little team that could for Magic, I said on day 1 when we caught them, this is my dark horse side. There's so much talent in towards Magic, and man, I would love to see them do it. And also not even just for like my own like bragging rights, but I'd love to see Moon play in front of his own home crowd. Like, realistically, I think probably when this team got formed, tail end of 2025, right in December, and they had this sort of idea of let's start scaling through the tier 2, I don't think he ever would have expected that. Pretty quickly, within 6 months, he'd had the opportunity to play at one of the biggest events we had all year long in front of his home crowd. Like, that is a massive thing for a very kind of new author on the scene. But man, a super, super sick result from Magic and a really, really good Inferno. That Mirage was fantastic, and honestly, they've kind of mirrored as well. They both played out very similar. We had a 6-all on towards Mirage, a 7-5 here, where the T-side was still a little bit to be desired, but it was good enough from Magic, and it's just a dominant display on the CT. Masval, I'll keep saying his praises every single day. He may not be the flashiest, he may not be the guy that is always coming up with these heroic moments, but as an anchor goes, a later on player, he is so damn valuable, and his time in tier 1 is coming.
It was good to see him as well actually step up, because I thought for the majority of the series he kind of been a bit lackluster for me. Second map, it makes sense. You know, they actually got a lot of kills as a team, but they didn't find a lot of rounds, obviously, so it makes sense. But on that first map, you can maybe say anchoring over towards B, but he had a few rough moments. He had moments of like, okay, here we go, this could be. And he just sort of, petered out. But onto Inferno looking a hell of a lot better, which is cool to see. So, yeah, a great showing from him, a great showing from the team. And something for Heroic to step step back, and maybe in other series as well. Their T-sides, man, just need a lot of work. I don't really know what's going on. We're trying to angle them as a bit more of a cerebral team and a decent IGL behind them and a good unit of guys that are trying to play the roles because they just don't have the individuals that they can lean on and look towards to like bail them out of crazy moments. The odd clutch here or there, but it still just doesn't look good enough on the T side in terms of being a heavier caller, heavier reader type team. So yeah, maybe a reinvention of some of that identity. And they lack the X factor, you know. I think they do have the ability to hang around the top level, but they just aren't able to push through their own ceiling. And this could be a pretty egregious tournament for them. We'll see how they do at the major. But it could
not the
be,
warm-up you want, though.
Yeah, a pretty scary downturn if the major doesn't go well.
Yeah, a bit like of a kind of a basketball analogy here, but kind of the issue maybe with Heroic is that it feels like a bunch of role players and no hero, right?
Yeah,
you sometimes do need that superstar to really be able to kind of pull you through big moments and whatnot. But yeah, eliminate to 1 to 3 is not where this side want to be at all. I think Heroic would have had expectations to, you know, kind of be in contention for playoffs. Maybe they couldn't have come into the tournament and say it's guaranteed. It's an insanely stacked tournament here, PGL Astana. But I think they would have liked to have been able to punch up and have the potential. But going out 1-3 and going out in the way in which they did, especially with the losses they picked up here to Magic, you know, to Gentlemates as well. There's a lot to learn from this tournament, and it's not exactly a good sign looking forward to the major. I think for them, there's some real worry in that camp, and potentially, you know, with this tournament and the major doesn't go too well, there might be changes on the cards. So I know we keep saying this, like, all the standing, but, you know, at this point, it's not, right? You know, we've not seen Alcaran play with this team for like 6 months now, so it's not really a stand-in. And yes, it's not a primary AWPer, but it is somebody who used to AWP, and it's still, unfortunately, not good enough. So when it matters, it's Magic who step up, and real credit to them. This is such a sick series. It's huge for them. They're now in the top 30 as well with that win via VRS, which is massive for them. And who knows, like, you know, in that 2-2 game, that we could see another shot come through. This is a Magic side that have obviously got a little bit of something about them. Sure, Dust 2 needs a bit of work. Let's not beat around the bush. That was exactly a great map. But that Mirage, that Inferno looked very, very clean. And I'll be excited to see what happens. We could really potentially, I mean, we could have 2 Kazakh AWPers in towards, you know, in the home crowd, which is sick.
Yeah, no, it would be really cool. And I mean, again, don't underestimate this Magic team. I think that they are very, very capable and could indeed pull off a bit more of an upset in the 2-2 bracket. We'll be keeping an eye on them. But of course, from the sidelines, that is going to be us done on the B stream. There's a couple more games coming up across the course of the rest of the day. We will leave you in the very capable hands of Anders and Vince. But from myself and Neo, thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you again very soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
have Luchov with me from 9Z, Korn here with me from Fisher College, Gentlemates Martinez with me here. It's going to be ancient. What can you see? 3 things that are different, that are not normally there, or maybe been removed or changed?
Oh man. Default?
Yes,
yeah,
default
one
boxes.
box left, yeah.
The first I see is the side, the box of the side.
Default box, yeah.
Well, there's missing the box on the site.
Yes, correct, the default box.
The tree of the donuts.
On the tree, no, so the tree is the same as well.
You go out of donut,
yeah,
of the right side.
No.
No?
No.
I'm blind. I'm blind.
I feel like the color on this back box towards Brokey is wrong. Top of the Xbox is different color.
The color of the box?
Correct, yes.
It's brown, I think.
This last one.
Really? I can see. I don't know if I know it. Oh, maybe in... No, I don't know.
No, say what you're gonna say.
I was thinking donut. And
Okay.
you know how there's like the little ledges on each side of donut?
No,
it kind of looked
not
like
that side.
but
I'll give you a hint. Towards A main.
It's more difficult, I think.
I think I know. It's like on the... it's like in donut. Like you need the... on the top?
Do you mean like on the top of where exactly?
I mean like on the...
Above
where
the
you
green?
throw the smoke?
The arch, I think.
Like the entrance?
Yes.
There you go.
Ah, yeah, is what I said.
That's what you meant? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you mean like smoking in A main? I thought you meant like skybox over. Okay, no, you mean...
I didn't know exactly how...
I'll give it to you, that's fine, because that's a
I
language
mean,
thing, that's no problem. When you said the smokes, I'm thinking, you know,
Yeah,
over the top.
over it, yeah.
Ah. Dude, how
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's so funny. I guess unless like you're constantly playing that position, I'm not looking like, it's such a small thing, but when you see it, it's kind of wild like that.
I guess that's why the boxes look different.
Yeah,
like,
because
there's
you don't
more.
normally see it like that. So you were very close.
Close.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the B stream. It's PGL Astana, and we've got more games coming up for you. In fact, 2 more series today, so it should be kind of exciting day. Vince, how are you feeling? How are you feeling on this day?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. We're getting towards the end of the B stream now. Obviously, playoffs beckoning, looming around the corner as well. So plenty to get excited about. And I think 2 very different kind of games today coming up here for the 2 of us. The first one is maybe going to be a bit of an oddball Monte versus the Huns. I'm not too sure that I've seen much from the Huns that gives me faith. I'm going to be honest. You can see down there in the 1 and 2 bracket, they did get a win yesterday, but it was against Fisher College, who were the lowest seeds coming into this. You know, like we kind of expected that would be the result.
We did expect that, but yeah, I share the feelings. I even think you're putting it like very nicely. Like we haven't seen much. Yeah, it's true. Like it's been pretty woeful for a team that, you know, at some point in the past, definitely people had higher expectations of. But this tournament for them has been pretty lackluster. So it should be an easier time for Monte. If that turns out not to be the case, then that probably means that something has drastically changed for the Huns, and they suddenly have found like the spark again, which would be really, really cool. Obviously, later in the day, it could be a little bit more of a banging game. It's going to be PARIVISION up against G2. But for now, we're going to focus on this one, and you know, this Monte team. They do have something about them. Like they're just a fun team to watch. They don't always play perfect Counter-Strike, but I quite enjoy watching them play.
Nah, as do I. We've had plenty of time to watch them over the last few months as well. We've seen these guys develop, kind of go from plucky underdogs online to now like legitimate champions at the global finals, and now coming into this as well. You'd expect them. I think most people think, you know, they're going to win this game against the Huns because of how poor the Huns have looked, but also because Monte, to be fair, have had, I would say, a much harder road to this point. Like they started off against FURIA, who have looked fantastic at this event so far. They then beat Magic 2-0 comfortably, and then they lost to the Falcons, but both of those were 13-11, 13-10 losses. So the way they've got to this point, I think Monte definitely looking stronger in that regard, if nothing else. Whereas the Huns, I mean, they got battered against Spirit and Aurora, fair enough, 2 very good teams. The game against Fisher College, gotta be honest, yeah, they won it pretty one-sidedly. There was a lot of gaps, though. There were a lot of things that can be exploited, and I think we actually said it multiple times, like, against a better team, you're not going to be winning these games.
Yes, I think that was one of the big takeaways on that one, is like even in victory, there are several moments there where you can tell that there are just, you know, miscommunications, things that they're kind of messing up, and a stronger team, I think Gizmi's going to be able to punish them for that kind of thing here with a better IGL. So definitely, I think this is going to be yeah, Monte as the favorite team for going into this one. Certainly in my mind, I'd love to be proven wrong, but I guess we'll find out. Everyone is kind of sat down and ready as we try and, you know, check out the videos a little bit here. Definitely need to know what maps we're going to be playing. Anubis is going to be out, and then we'll see Inferno banned next. I don't mind that at all.
Interesting. I actually thought that we'd have Monte banning Overpass. It's a map they've had very poor results on. Like, they played it 4 times. They have a 0% win rate on it. Whereas the Huns actually have a 100% win rate on their Overpass. So I wonder if they're going to end up trying to pick that one in. Doesn't seem like that's the case. Dust2 and Nuke have both been picked first. Now I'm expecting to see Overpass ban. There we go. Monte just don't play it much. And when they do, they've had pretty rough games.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of interesting, though. I mean, floating it until the second round of bans, that can be exploited, but I guess maybe the Huns just weren't feeling it. That would have been really fun, though, if we could have had, you know, thrown that into the mix. But it will be Nuke, Dust2, and Mirage for our early game here. So, yeah, great maps, no real problems at all. Still, I'm a little bit bored with Inferno myself, so glad to see that banned out. But I think this could be tons of fun. Nuke probably. Extend an even battleground, but I think even in spite of the high win rate here for the Huns, I don't think Monte have a chance of winning Nuke. I don't think it's a done deal, even if it was picked by the Huns.
Oh, 100%. Like, those are like very recent games that you can see the 6 and 6. But if you kind of increase that to the last 3 months, Monte played it 15 times. and they have a 53% win rate against some good teams. The Huns, though, I think one of the reasons why Gizmi decided to go for the Inferno ban as opposed to Overpass is that he was pretty convinced that Nuke would be first picked. It is the map that the Huns have their best win rate on for anything over 5 maps played. As I said before, they have 100% win rate on Overpass, but it's a small sample size of just 3 maps. They've played Nuke 21 times and have 71%, so it is quite clearly their go-to map, and so that might be another reason why they floated the Overpass rather than allowing things to get a little bit shaky and a little bit weird.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. We just need to get into this. I want to see something different from the Huns here. Mood seems to be really good on the Monte side of things. He's laughing a little bit there. They got Kakafu in the back as well. Don't get to mention him enough. I feel like sometimes that happens with the coaches, but obviously he's got a lot of experience at this stage. So I bet he could bring a lot to the table as well. Here we go. Monte going to be starting on the CT side, and it's the Huns on the T side. So once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. We're on the B stream for PGL Astana. And let's see what we can get. We've got decoys outside. We've got the actual team headed towards the ramp position. And Rainwaker is here, listening for the footsteps. I thought he was going to stick around. I'm glad that he didn't. For all, tries to fall back, but he is actually just mowed down by controls. That's a very nice rundown. Suru missing a couple of shots. Now it's the dualies, the Pimas. He's got infinite bullets. Still 13 of them left here for the fight, and Asua's got a chance to reload. So unfortunately for the Huns, that fight takes so long that more and more CTs keep showing up on this spot, and it's Afro with a double headshot to close out the round.
Yeah, I think that's a key point to really drive home as well. It's like they had good positions, but as you highlight, they didn't get it done cleanly enough. You got into this weird war of attrition where it allowed the rotations to come through, and you just didn't finish off the prey fast enough. So that really caught up with the Huns. And that has been a recurring theme. I mean, we saw them play Nuke yesterday against Fisher College, and sure, they did end up winning out fairly convincingly in the end. They had a 13-8. But do keep in mind, the first half went 7-5, and that was them conceding 5 rounds on their CT side. So there were a lot of issues, especially on the T side as well. We said this multiple times, like they're pushing onto a site with 15-20 seconds to go with, and they were somehow making it work time after time, purely picking that 50-50, that coin flip, and it goes in their favor. I'm thinking of one round in particular. They pushed on B site with 10 seconds. They managed to just about avoid Thor, who was watching with the AWP. But if anyone's in the control room window or doors, the round is done. And I just feel like Monte are going to be more than good enough to punish those potential mistakes.
Yeah, and I think you even had the luxury in this round of Rainwaker potentially making a bit of a, I won't say a big mistake, but just kind of sticking around longer. Maybe, obviously he wanted the headshot and then to fall off the box, but when you're hearing that many footsteps coming in the ramp, it's especially in a pistol round, it's probably better to run out of there a little bit earlier. So they even had that early kill on Rainwaker, and in spite of that, it gets slowed down. They end up taking the fight a little bit too long, and it just doesn't work out for them. So a momentary break here as we are checking out some sort of PC issue down at the end of the RAM. Oh, TeamSpeak issue. Fair enough. Do need the communication, so we'll get that fixed. We'll get that sorted out. Get it out of the way early on here. But I'm glad to be seeing Nuke wins. It still is, I think, one of the most entertaining maps. So I'm always down for some Nuke.
Yeah, as am I. I think it's one of those maps as well, to credit Valve. I think they've done a really good job of changing the map without entirely kind of destroying the core vibes of what it brings to the table. They obviously gave it a facelift as well, going through into CS2. I think that was way more vibrant, way more interesting to look at. And they haven't always landed the mark on that. I'm thinking of Cobblestone. They killed my boy. I used to love that map. Some of the changes they made were questionable, to say the least. So yeah, I mean, Nuke for me is a fantastic map. Strategical, has a really good place right now in CS. And there's a lot of talks about, Cash coming back. What's it going to be replacing? I think Nuke is safe. I can't imagine you'd remove Nuke for Cash. That to me would be madness when you have Inferno, Barrage, and Dust 2 that are all potentially in the chopping block.
I would be so upset if that happened. I do like Cash, and I've been playing around with this latest version, trying to. There are some things about the new Cash that I find to be weird compared to sort of the older versions of it. I feel like there's so many places that are closed off that weren't in the past. Like there are sort of like windows that are missing, and there's just a lot of stuff like that makes the map maybe a little bit more one-dimensional than I remember. But I still think it could be a really fun map, and I'm curious to see how it plays in in high-level Counter-Strike. I haven't really got a chance to see that yet. I tried to look for matches on YouTube because there were like a couple of questions that I had, but I couldn't really find anything yet. So I guess that's still coming in the future. Oh, long pause that we're waiting at here. Monte, they get the round, and then they kind of get to sit back and take a deep breath, which I guess, when you've got some experience on land, it's not really the end of the world. It's one of those things that can happen, and you know, the more you play, the more you realize this is also part of the game, is resetting for those kind of rounds, and just accepting that this can happen. But okay, we got it back now. The countdown has resumed, so thank you for your patience, everybody. It is going to be Monte winning the pistol here. Good to recap with the highlight, the dualies, and Astu, and then Afro at the end, doing really fine work. So let's see how it goes in the second round. It's going to be coming up now. Huns, no bomb plant, so they can't really do much in this one.
No, sir, apologies there. I did just drop for a couple of seconds, but I'm back now, so fingers crossed we're all good. We had a little tech issue in the game, and a little tech issue for me as well, but it all seems resolved. They're all up on main for the time being. As you say, without that bomb plant, realistically, you're expecting this to be pretty one-sided. As many SMG kills as possible. They do have one of those two SMGs in main as it stands, so once Zeralt does drop in, I think his days are certainly numbered. Do you have a Deagle in play? But yeah, I think realistically, Monte are dialing in this 2-0. And really started to establish themselves a little bit. Nice shot from Afro as well. He's a player we're going to be looking out for, Anders, especially on the CT side. When he has that open in his hands, he's going to be a real problem.
Yeah, we always end up talking quite a bit about him. Seems to be kind of fired up as well, even with the M4. But that AWP, yeah, that's something to really look for. I don't even think so far in the tournament I've really seen Afro even do anywhere near his best work. So that could even be like a potential sort of gift to us in this game, is if we can start to see more of what I would consider sort of the real Afro AWPing. It could be really fun and exciting to watch. Gizmi is going to get a couple of kills there with the MP9. We love that for the cash in itself, but we're going to swiftly move past this one. Nothing exciting to talk about into the third round, and we will have AKs across the board for the side of the Huns. And it could be very important here early on. It's a bit of a bonus situation for Monte as well, with you know, keeping the double MP9 intact. There is a chance that you will want to throw these into some kind of aggression, which a nuke, there are so many ways. Like, it could be a lobby crunch, it could just be, you know, playing forward even towards the silo, or you could be, you know, down in the vents or whatever. Like, there's so many ways to do it, but wouldn't be surprised if they try something with the MP9s.
Definitely like to try and utilize those weapons to where they are at their most strongest suit. I think they may also call, though, especially if they've done their homework, and we know Gizmi's the type of IGL that certainly does that they would have noticed how slow they were on the approach against Fisher College at times, and it really did backfire. It was the same thing as well over on Inferno, which obviously we're not going to see play today. But it has been a consistent theme with the Huns, who just clearly are not feeling it. There is just something that's not quite there yet. They haven't hit that X factor. Maybe today's the day. 1-for-1 trade early doors, though, but Afro is down at 21. And I do hear your point that we've not seen the best of him so far in this event. I think he was shut down early on against FURIA and Falcons. He did shine in against Magic, though, especially on Dust 2. So we'll see if he can do that again today, as Dust 2 will be in the pool.
50 seconds left in the round. Afro is pretty tagged up here. Bartak is looking to open up down towards the middle. There is one of those MP9s down here. Going to be pushed in front of the Molotov. I can't believe he gets away with hitting not just the shot, but the headshot onto Bartak as well. Rainwaker. They throw that Molotov, and they must know they were expecting him to be potentially pushed up. So that's why they were waiting for him to kind of, you know, run in behind the windows there. And in spite of that, they can't even find the kill on him, and he's only got the MP9. That's a classic, I think, example. That's a great reason why we're saying this, that something about the Huns just feels very off at the moment, because that should be some fundamental Counter-Strike stuff. Like, we're throwing the Molotov, we're trying to force the CTs out. When we force them out, we try to kill them. That's the template for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to put your finger on what exactly is going wrong with the Huns, because obviously we're not a fly on the wall. We can't hear the comms. We don't know what's going on with these guys, but they really do just seem to be off, like, running off different scripts entirely. I mean, you've got 2 kills collectively in 3 rounds. Monte got 3 kills in that last one with MP9s. They're already multiple players up 5k and above. And the Huns run Tech 9s in this round. Like, they've picked up multiple AKs, 4 in total from the Huns. That last round was a full-on investment. It just doesn't get any worse as a start for this if you're on the T side of Nuke. And a lack of really anything. And Afro with a double nade stack, just destroying 9 and Zeralt.
Oh, I appreciate the comedic timing of that, Vince. You said it doesn't get any worse, and the second you said that, like, the grenade lands and just blows up 2 people. That's fantastic work. Wow, yeah, great start, like you said, for Monte. 4-0. A quick check-in with the chat early in the morning. It's always dangerous to do that, by the way. I've noticed that Dovi is calling the Huns bots and trash, but then he's appealing to freedom of speech and asking not to be banned, which I think is an interesting defense. So for now, he's not been banned, I can tell, but I just haven't seen that defense before in Twitch chat. But shout out to you guys for hanging out with us. We're in the 5th round, and we do have AKs out now again.
We saw the Huns miss the same smoke yesterday.
We did.
On top of main, guys. We even had a conversation about Molotovs and volumetric smokes because of it, and they've done it again.
Yeah, it's not exactly ideal. And it's also, I think, it's one of those things that can dent the confidence a lot when you're on the T side. If you start missing too many smokes, you know, even if you don't directly die from one of them, it just feels like, what are we doing here? Score is one of those players that we said, if they were going to have a chance later in the tournament, it had to be Score playing, you know, a really high level of Counter-Strike and probably controls and Bartak as well, joining him in that fight, which we've yet to get there, but so far they've taken the early kill on Asuwu. Seralt's going to be going down following it, and still got 50 seconds. Working towards the ramp. Bartak, he dies. If he could have made his way there, he could have created such a big distraction that where they could have done more with the bomb, because the bomb is down below right now. It's on 9, who's kind of, you know, walked down towards the lower part of the map. Unfortunately, his teammates are far away. I mean, it's very hard to see how they can even get to sort of join up in this fight right now. Very confusing round, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and time is low. They're so isolated from one another, split up. They don't have any control over either side. They do have a kill. The score's now been counted. Controller's going to show his hand, but they still need to cross to the site. But downstairs, 9 gets Gizmi, who had no idea. So it seems like the Huns, with 8 seconds, are going to be able to seal this one up. It was so back and forth, though. And if one of those trades goes slightly wrong, it's an entirely different ball game. However, BMAS is still in with a chance, still healthy.
Yeah, he wants to take a look, just see if he could spot anyone out. Very risky, and I think, you know, he's got the AK. They have quite a bit of money, but still, you're probably not going to be finding both these players. There is a kit down there at the bottom, I suppose, so in theory, but it's such a long run. I don't blame him for kind of giving up on this one, especially with the AWP being there. Interesting with this much money. I think there's an argument to be made to save one of the AKs. There are probably teams that would have done that, to be honest. But I don't mind this at all either. Control's going to go up with the bomb. Huns are on the board with, I've got to be honest, a very strange round. I feel like even at the outset here, it's great that 9 managed, like you said, he picked up Gizmi down below, and that's an interesting find, but there's so much of this that it still looks very unstructured for me, and I can think of, you know, 50 different ways that this round could have blown up in their faces if just one more mistake had happened. So, very strange.
I'm trying to think and give Huns the benefit of the doubt that maybe that smoke on top of main is by design to try and neutralize Afro's prowess with the AWP. If they think he's going to be playing on Garage here, which he does play very often, that extra smoke can give you a little bit more leeway to drop down and get up close quicker. I'm really clutching at straws here. I think it probably is just missed smokes, but we'll see. If we catch it again, then maybe it is by design. Afro, though, through the smoke, hits 9 in the head. Down he falls alongside Controllers, and although they have managed to get Zeralt down into secret, it's at great cost.
Yeah, losing a couple early on, it's not exactly what you're hoping for. Bartak very slowly jiggling its way around the corners, but there's nobody here except for Rainwaker, and that's the one position that he's not able to clear out. Trying again to provide a little bit of pressure, and again, I think the main thought there for Bartek is if he can win that ramp control, then he's going to open up the map for the rest of the team. When he doesn't do that, unfortunately, they're in an even tougher position. Shell going down again. He's 0-6 right now. 9 is 1-5, and Bartek's 1-6. So, and I guess even for the rest of it, they got 2 and 3 kills on controls and score. So, in terms of the actual impact and getting kills, a lot of talk about strategy and missed smokes and timings, but at some point you do need to pick up kills, and if you're not able to do that, it is going to be an issue.
Yeah, 100%. I remember Gizmy had an interview, and he literally just said the same thing. He was like, it's all well and good in me doing all of this like crazy prep work and running through strats, but at the end of the day, you still have to click heads. You know, that is a big part of Counter-Strike. If you can't aim, if you can't hit the side of a barn, it doesn't matter how intricate your strategical elements are, you're still going to lose. And that's kind of been what Huns have been all about this event so far, I've got to say. And I think that previous round we just watched, and is further kind of proof of what you were worried about the round before. It's like, yeah, you've won a round, Huns. At no point did you feel convinced about anything that you were seeing. It easily could have gone wrong. The next round, they get banged out super convincingly, and it's just right back to square one. It's like one step forward and 10 steps backwards.
Yeah, I think maybe one way to think about a strategy, it's not maybe the only goal of running strats, but for a lot of the time you're really trying to put the game in a state where you just have a really unfair advantage in terms of taking the fights against the enemies. So I mean that's the whole goal. But the problem with the Huns is they're not getting into positions where they are even able to sort of execute those strategies at the moment, because they end up losing players very early on, and that is a bit of an issue. But yeah, 5-1 feels similarly flat as to some of the other Huns games that we've been seeing, which does make it very difficult to kind of be fully engaged in the game, because you're waiting for them to do something. It's like a weird waiting game watching it, and that's very much my experience in the other Hun games that we've been covering so far. It's just this feeling of, come on, we need you to get activated. We need to see some more initiative. We need to see something that's being accomplished here. Otherwise, it's very, very tricky to follow what is the plan. Shots coming through. Oh, they're actually flashing their way in. What a wild play. Afro setting up Gizmy to get the double kill. I was about to say the Huns is a dangerous game to be running around on that side of the smoke trying to take shots through when all you have is one AK on the other side, but they actually get interrupted doing that, and it works out pretty well for Monte.
Afro repositioning outside, going to be going into the lockers instead, and does nail the shot onto controllers. So once again, Monte in a fantastic position, and even though 9 had his crosshair perfectly placed, Afro still swoops around the corner and lays him down, tames him. And there's not really much that Score can do. I mean, you don't want to hold on to a Tech 9 at this point. You have to run in there and try and get a bomb plant bare minimum, but you're walking into a brick wall of a Monte defense that's looking more like a fortress at this stage. He may very well be able to force this bomb plant in, although he decides to go to the back of the silo, which is going to play into the hands of Heaven. He doesn't know this, but maybe if he'd gone for a plant for the main side, he may have got away with it. Either way, 6-1, and it has just been so flat, as you highlighted. And I think the concern for me as well, Anders, is like, if they had a roster change just before this event, like a couple weeks ago, I could give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, okay, it's growing pains.
Sure.
You know, it happens. These things can happen. Like, it's fine. They'll be on the right track soon enough. Controllers joined back in January to replace Cobra Zera, and he's also the IGL. They've had 4 or 5 months now. So if this is what we're seeing after 4 or 5 months, I mean, it's bleak to say the least.
Yes, and you know, even though, like I said, I think Monte's a really fun team to watch. I quite like watching Monte games, actually. These aren't the heaviest hitters in the whole tournament, right? We're not talking about like AIM superstars all across the board for Monte in that sense. So you would want to see the Huns be able to take some of these fights and win them with some kind of reliability, and that's not what we're seeing at the moment. Afro, ooh, that's a great pickup. That's what I want to see more out of. Controls, he's going to get that kill, actually out-dueling the AWP, and Bartek taking down Rainwaker. So 3 versus 4 here. More of this, more rounds that look something like this, and it could be a lot more exciting. Suwu is there, and they've gone for a pretty quick rotation down below. Huns got to be careful. There are 2 people And it could be a pretty dangerous setup if they don't manage to smoke out anyone here. Asuwu just spinning around and finding 9. Walking up behind him, but Gizmi can't help out. And that is because of a good smoke being thrown in from the Huns, trying to make sure that Gizmi can't help out Asuwu.
Yeah, signs of life much better from the Huns. As the bomb starts to get planted in, Gizmi makes moves. That Molotov may actually keep him alive for a few more seconds because Zerolt has him on the cross. And it's unlikely that Gizmi's going to be able to fully commit to wide swinging this angle, especially now that BMAS is dead. They know where he is, and Zerolt will nail the headshot. And a quick correction from me as well. Controllers is actually the captain of the team, not the IGL. That is 9. So, correct.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is one of those rounds that we could say, you know, that's encouraging. And imagine this, well, if you're on the Hunt side of things, right? Like, this feels like, okay, we went to the ramp, we had some real impact, we traded our way through, it all worked out just fine. So, a couple of more rounds like this, and that kind of confidence should build. Because it's unfortunately way too rare that we do get to see this kind of an output from them. Interesting position, right next to the incendiary. Doesn't burn him, and neither does this one. There's the Molotov on top. Bimas, they're jumping out below. Asuwu's there. They don't actually get to clear out the hut at all. Great double kill for Bimas. And the fact that he found that one corner to stand on, it is a very tricky thing when you're Molotoving the roof that early on. Sometimes they don't spread all the way. It's kind of it's a bit of an art form, really.
Yeah, I totally sold them down the river, though, didn't it? I mean, they probably would have died anyway because there was 2 players up in the rafters, but a lot of that is facilitated by the fact that there was still a player on hut. You don't have to be as concerned about a squeaky push. If you have a player hut there, once the Molotov clears, he can watch the closer angles. Either way, though, 9 is last man standing, 1 kill to his name. I don't necessarily anticipate that the Huns are going to get close into this game, Anders. I just want to see them have a go at it, you know, like...
Sure.
I said this about Fisher College yesterday. Just leave it all on the server. Make sure you come out of the event feeling like you did everything you possibly could to get some results. Because I feel like what we're seeing right now from the Huns is basically 5 individuals desperately trying to make some kind of teamwork just magically appear. And it just isn't happening.
Yeah, I think if I had to say anything kind of positive here for the Huns at the moment, I'm guessing what they were trying to do in this kind of a round was... You know, they've gone for a bunch of much slower kind of default plays, checking out ramp and pushing outside and all the rest of it. And this last round, they tried to really rush the A-bomb side and change the pace and hoping to catch Monte off guard a little bit. So maybe that was the idea, but unfortunately, that just didn't work out. Now they're trying it once again and Bimas up at the rafters here. Flashbang was good, but unfortunately, they'd already lost 2 players by that time. Gizmi gets a headshot as well, and now they're so slowed down that Flash not going to be helpful on any level. So kind of back to the same well. And the problem usually with hitting the A-bomb site when you know that the CTs have a good economy is that there's going to be all of those anti-rush grenades that we always end up talking about. Like there's very often going to be incendiaries towards the squeak door, or there are going to be incendiaries in the actual hut and all the rest of it. So it can be very, very hard to make this work. I think, unfortunately, the flashbangs that were meant to stop Bimas from getting those double kills, they're a little bit late. He might have turned around for the first one, but certainly the second one did flash him, but only after he'd got the double kill.
Right, exactly. Yeah, not quite on the same page. I mean, at this level of CS as well, even half a second, a quarter of a second off makes all the difference, as you just highlighted there with those 2 flashes. If the first one hits BMAS, they could have potentially killed him, got onto the bomb site, everything's different, and we're talking about how maybe the Huns can draw themselves back into this. But it's pretty damning when on your choice of map, on Nuke, a map that you're typically really powerful and strong on, have very high win percentage, you've mustered up 2 rounds on your T side. That's it. And you've basically got 4 opening picks. So you've had opportunities. You've had the opening jewels going your way, and you still haven't been able to capitalize on them.
Yeah, that is the state of the game at the moment. And again, in terms of the kills here, it's still a little bit lackluster, to be honest, on that side of things. 15 kills in total across the Huns in 10 rounds. So that does say something about the overall output. Rainwaker is back here. The grenade that landed on them, they might think he's fallen back down the ramp, but they should be suspicious at the angle that it came from. Controls, I think, gets wallbanged from Afro. What an annoying situation. They are getting close, but they don't quite check it. I thought they were. I thought they were going to go take a look here. Now they're going to know, and Rainmaker should be traded out at this stage here. But Afro trying to help out. Lands a shot against 9. Makes it a 5 versus 3. And they just look frozen. Like, where's the initiative here for the Huns? You've got a player that's trapped back here. Rainmaker must be confused. Like, why am I being allowed to live this long after I've basically been revealed?
Yeah, it's like a deer in the headlights. You know, just completely frozen in place. They've got an entry onto the site. Beautiful shot from Score. Finally something to get a little bit excited about on this Huns team. Some individual flashes of brilliance, but will it be enough? They're still 2v3 downs, their ult's on 2 HP, and they're starting to slowly creep their way in. Afro may not be long for this world. Should be a gun at any second now. Get shut out. 2v2, 20 seconds.
Yeah. So the fact that there's 20 seconds is a big issue here. Rainmaker, oh, he's got the bomb. They can't make it. They actually can't even make a bomb site. They've lost the round just because, again, they're not doing anything. They get the kill on Afro. At least if they push towards the ramp, you could say, well, that's it. Like, they can maybe pick up the bomb and try and go for it. That would have been possible at the point in time when they killed Afro, but they just simply give up the round. I'm even looking at Monte. They look slightly confused. They're like, okay. Well, I guess we're not fighting for that round. I was about to say Monte had an interesting setup there, because even if they kill Rainmaker at the ramp, the second player was waiting down below for Monte. So if you had killed Rainmaker and you ran in there with a bomb, there was a chance you're going to lose the round anyway. But very confused, to be honest. I feel like we started out saying it, and I know it sounds like we're just kind of, you know, putting on a real hate parade here for the Huns, but it is just, unfortunately, it's just way too flat. There we go. 9 picks up the first one. Gizmi's outside, though. They're up on top of the silo above him. He will get one more kill. 3 bullets left, so it should be the end of the line for him here, and he's going to get grenaded out. It's a good job for Seralt.
Yeah, grenaded or basically firing squad. He decided he wanted to try and go out on his shield. Definitely appreciate that one. As he drops down to vents, that would have been heard from the squeaky player. And Score always seems to just find a way to thread himself through those little gaps, but he's on the receiving end of a headshot expertly delivered from Waker. And Bartak, he's got the bomb, but I mean, everything else is stacked against him. Are we really about to see a 10-2 first half on the Huns' choice of nuke?
It definitely feels like it, and it's not one of those 10-2s where, because sometimes we will be coping quite a bit on the casting front and say it's a 10-2, but you know what? Like, if there's a couple of things that changed, it would have been very different. Like, you hear casters say this sometimes, and sometimes it is true. This time, it's a 10-2 that could have been a 12-0. Like, that's what it feels like. It's just, unfortunately, nothing that's really been proven here by the Huns. There's so many things to discuss in terms of getting the openings, but also in terms of adjusting to the game state when it changes. Like, I think that one round where Rainmaker is in the back, that's like a perfect encapsulation of some of the things that are going horribly wrong. Like you said, a deer in the headlights. Like, the whole team just freezes and nobody does anything. Like, nobody's taking up the mantle of saying, okay, I'm going to flash our way in, or let's peek him from the same side, or we could ignore him and fight Afro instead if we think we can get that fight over at the, you know, the AWP position. There are so many different ways to do that, but doing nothing just is never going to work out.
So there's a couple things that kind of echo your sentiment about this could have been a 12-0. First is, collectively, the Huns had 20 kills in that first half. They're averaging below 1 kill per round. That in itself is insane. Second point is, they got 1 bomb plant in the entire half, Anders.
That's not great. It's not ideal. Well, you know, for a bit of an update, our wonderful PGL developer is saying that there's an extension, a PGL extension that you guys can download if you are over on Twitch, apparently. So go check that out. You know, give you some feedback if it works. Don't know, I haven't tried it myself, but maybe I will later on. 9 creeping forward. Now it's the second half here. The Huns are going to be on the CT side, and they desperately need rounds. Bimas is going to get a kill in return, however, and it's going to be 9 going down here. Controls, he will fall next. Bimas keeps it going. He's had a great game. 10-3 on him individually. Score will be the next to fall, as Bimas is just fighting and shooting his way through the round. A triple on him, bombs planted. Unfortunately, it's sort of the opposite of what we needed for the Huns here. I don't know what to say, Vince. I'm trying my best to keep like an optimistic outlook on life, you know. I feel like I'm in the trenches being like, okay, it's not perfect, but you know what?
Yeah. We're about to go over the top, boys. Fine. No problem. Oh, yeah. Machine gun down. Feels bad. Also, I just realized my brain is melted so hard. I said 20 is less than 1 per round. That just isn't true, is it? It's less than 2.
You know, I did.
That's what I was going for.
I did think about that, but then you had me second guessing myself because I started thinking about like, maybe he's doing like some really cool math where it's like he's saying that, you know, between the 5 of them on average, that didn't make any sense. I just thought, you know what, I have a rule. I try not to do any math on broadcast because so often when I do, it just completely fails. And I don't need any help making myself look stupid, so I feel like I just, you know, just avoid it at all costs, really. But what I can tell you, if you consider it math, is that Afro is 17-4. It does involve numbers, and he's doing really good. The numbers are big, I can tell you that much.
Big number is good in this regard, yes, absolutely. We did say, you know, this tournament, I don't think he's been bad by any stretch, but we were maybe expecting fireworks. I thought against Falcons he might shine, and even though it was a fairly close game, both maps were 13-10, 13-11, I believe. He didn't have individually a great series there, so it's good to see him back in the hot seat. Sure, it's the Huns. Sure, they've looked pretty atrocious, if we're being honest, but he's still put the kills where it has been required, and he's had a great game so far. And the fact it's Dust 2 next, by the way, makes me even more scared of it, because that's the map he's typically insane on.
I do agree. That's a sick shot from Serald. I love that. He walked out of the Molotov, but not so far out of it that he just, you know, straight ran into the entire T-Force coming through. That's really cool, actually. Bemaster will still take down Bartek at the bottom of the score, straight to the smoke, as Gizmi goes down. A 1 versus 2 for score here. Honestly, given the kind of weapon they have for the Huns here, this is such a better defense than I was expecting. And again, it's partly due to Serald kind of slowing them down and finding that early Deagle kill. So this is definitely a more respectable defense, no question about it. It's still very hard for score to do anything in this one, so they can't get it over the line. But if they had a bunch of rounds like these where, you know, it's a force buy with pistols, but they make it very close, that would be even in itself a reason to say, okay, well, wait a minute, when they get rifles, maybe it's going to be more interesting. But that actually might have been one of the, you know, the more interesting rounds. And again, like, with limited weapons, unfortunately, they couldn't get it over the line here. But nice shot from Serald.
A question for you, Anders, and I don't think this is necessarily a knee-jerk reaction, but assuming that the Huns lose this 2-0 and both maps are fairly one-sided, as I think we're probably expecting here, do you think the Huns need to make changes? They're not going to be the major, so if they want any chance of, you know, getting anywhere in Singapore, for example, do you think changes are required?
It has to be a yes for me. I just don't even know what the plan is. But yeah, look at how quickly we're not even into this round. It's already falling apart. Yeah, I don't know how you could ever argue anything differently. Like, it's not even about, like, it's just about the look and the feel of it. They look, it's a very, very uninspiring what they're bringing to it. In every single moment. So it doesn't seem like there's any real chemistry that's working on the team either. Yeah, I can't imagine that they couldn't do better than this. Find some new younger talent potentially, or you know, or just, you know, keep some of the core and keep it going. But definitely it feels like it's got to be time for a change here. And why not now? Serald and 9 are left. Oh, and it's a kill. Gizmi. He goes down. We'll give over the rifle to the other side. But he's also fairly tagged up. And bomb is planted here. It's going to be such a one-sided game. I mean, it has been all throughout Serald here. He just doesn't have the health for it. Might have picked up the rifle. It's not going to help him. Rainwaker almost pre-firing that one. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. A 13-2 victory here as Monte pick up the map that was picked by the Huns. So their opponent's map pick going their way. Pretty good stuff. And just could see kind of almost a non-reaction out of the Huns. Just... and the coaches in the background smiling. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't know what you can possibly say. Maybe less of a smile, more of a grimace, or like trying to put on a brave face, I guess, for the rest of the team, because they know they're one map away from elimination, and they are going to a map that Monte are incredibly powerful on. It is by far their best map. 22 times played, 73% win rate, and on top of that, when you look at some of the teams they've actually beat on Dust 2, they obviously beat Magic earlier at this very tournament. They barely lost to Falcons 13-11. They have wins against NIP that we know have been looking pretty sharp lately. Twice they beat those. They've had narrow losses against like FaZe. They beat Na'Vi 13-4 back at Pro League. This is a map that they are incredibly strong on. So unfortunately for any Huns fans out there, I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon.
It certainly doesn't look like it. And, you know, I was laughing a little bit earlier. I didn't want to mention it at the time, but there was at least one guy in chat who was saying, oh, the casters, you know, they don't seem very excited about this game. And trust me, like, we want to be. There's nothing worse than covering a game of Counter-Strike and having to sort of admit that this just is not going to be delivering. So I think we were always top motivated to try and find, like, the best possible angle to say, oh, here's something to work with. Here's, like, this is going to be very interesting. But the Huns, we knew this even coming into it. They've given us so little to work with that it's just not really possible, unfortunately. So, yeah, it could be a very fast day in the office here, unfortunately, for the second match. Now, as we did say, PARIVISION and G2 are playing a little bit later on. That's going to be a banger of a game. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best way to cover this is. I think for both you and I, like, watching an underdog team play better than you're expecting is one of the coolest experiences. So, like, even if I did come into today thinking Huns aren't going to be delivering, if that had been wrong, if they would have delivered, trust me, like, that's the dream for any kind of a broadcast. You're like, oh yes, like they're finally better. But unfortunately, it's been much the same story for them. So I don't even know. Any last thoughts here, Vince, before we go to a break?
I think you just got to be genuine with the cast, right? Like, if we sit here hyping up like eco kills or something, we're just lying to you, and that's not something we're going to do. So, yeah, the game didn't deliver. We didn't expect it to. I don't think Dust 2 will either, but hell, I agree with you, Anders. If we're wrong, I'll be the first person to get hype and excited. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
We will get back after the break. I'll do some lying when we come back from the break. I'll promise that much. So stay tuned for some lying, and we'll return.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time to play Spot the Difference, and I've got Zway from PARIVISION with me. I got Donk with me here from Team Spirit with the MongolZ Cobra Zero. Dust2, what do you notice that is different here?
Goose is not on this side of the wall.
Yes, well done.
Duck?
Yep, Goose.
Yeah, goose.
Goose.
It should be on the behind.
Exactly, you're correct.
The goose is moved.
Yes, the goose is in the wrong position. First one has been found. Second one?
Yeah.
There's 3 to 5.
Oh, well.
Hey, the goose is too easy.
It should be easy, right? Palm about above Gandalf.
Oh no, that's
No?
as it is.
it should connect like a player can touch it inside the game, right?
You can touch it, yeah, you can see it. You can actually walk up to this one.
Okay, I understand.
I think the sign on the elevator.
Yep. What, the A sign?
Yeah.
The A1, that on the corner.
Oh, in elevator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Elevator. Is that? It's not there. Yeah.
Correct.
I just kind of feel it.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't recognize
You
it.
can't? It is A. It's not there.
I was pretty sure that it is.
It's real?
Yeah.
One more. You're doing good.
Good. It's supposed to be easy, but.
It's supposed to be. No, it's not supposed to be easy.
Maybe the behind the windows? Is there 3?
Oh, no.
No?
Okay.
There's 3.
You are thinking very detailed. This one, it's something you hide behind on long. It's very popular.
The space behind car is like so much bigger than it is.
Yeah, you see long? What is different around long?
The car.
Yeah.
Yeah, car is different. Yeah, the position is, yeah. Okay.
It's like hiding.
Yeah, I'm like looking at very detailed.
You were looking at very small details. I was thinking, I like it, but you were too smart.
Okay.
The car moved too much.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
Easy.
I thought there is only one.
No, 3 out of 3 though. You did it very good. I like how we did the first one. You said the goose, and then you moved forward, Donk. You went like this, and you had to look a little bit closer.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's PGL Astana. It's a fantastic city, as you could tell by the footage that we got for you here. We're on the B stream, and we have got Huns up against the Monte for the second map now. First one was Nuke, and it was pretty underwhelming, to say the least, for the Huns. Monte kind of, walking away through that one with swift fashion. It's a guy, Vince, in history, Tsutomu Yamaguchi, who fled Hiroshima when the bomb fell and went to Nagasaki to get, bombed for a second. He actually survived both. It's a very similar situation that we got going on here with the Huns, I'm afraid, Vince. I don't know what to say. But they might not live through this one, unfortunately. He did actually make it. Pretty cool.
I was gonna say, if he survived both bomb blasts, I don't think that's happening for the Huns today. I think it's going to end a very different way, especially as Dust 2's up next. I mean, we already have had a nuke, I guess, if you want to go off the basis of what we just saw. But what's really sad for me as well, and I can't remember the last time I saw this, is the lowest rating for Monte was Azuru with 0.89, which is no shade at him. He went 7 and 6. There's just only a certain amount of kills to go around, and he was just vibing. 34 ADR wasn't really required. The top rating for the Huns was 0.77. So the lowest rating from Monte, a player that barely got to see anything, was still higher rated than the entirety of the Huns.
Yeah, that paints a grim picture, to be honest, for how this is going to be playing out. And again, you have to reiterate, we would love to be wrong. It'd be so cool if Huns came in here and suddenly there was a spark back in their eye. There was some more initiative. There was some more stuff that they could sort of pull out. We keep saying it. We just haven't really had a chance to see it yet. But let's get into this one. It's going to be Dust 2 coming up next, the map that we all know and love. The fist bumps are coming out. He didn't even let go of his mouse to fist bump the coach there. Interesting. But yeah, let's see how this one plays out. I'd love to see some of the individuals come alive. Like just as a flaw for this team, let's just see Huns get more than 10 kills in the first 3 or 4 rounds here across the team. Like, it'd be really cool to see a couple of people who can step it up. So let's get into it.
Yeah, it would be genuinely sad from a neutral's perspective if the Huns went out with the whimper and essentially the only win they got was against Fisher College, who were by far the lowest seeding team in this entire tournament. Because, honestly, from what we've seen, I don't think this is even an unfair statement to make, other than Fisher College, who are quite literally a collegiate team, the first ever in history to make a tournament like this. The Huns have been the worst team at this event by quite a considerable margin. So let's see if they can fight back for themselves. They're on the CT side, and they have 3 Julies.
That is kind of awesome. So 8 pistols in total. I promised I wouldn't do any math, but even I can add those numbers together. It's pretty good work for me, if I have to say. 9's going to pick up the early one with a flash from controls. What a sick setup. I love that. And I like even more the fact that they're backing out of there as quick as they can. They've left score down in towards the lower dark position, but that's really nice. Really good work from the Huns here so far. 9 going to be backing off again. That's kind of what you could do. Keep on walking it back, walking it back. Rainwaker will find score, but you could see that there was a chance there for score to maybe find a kill towards that catwalk position. Now they're going to be smoking off CT spawn. And let's see what they actually go with it here, Monte. They still have plenty of time to make up their minds, but they don't have a lot of utility. So once they use that smoke, you kind of want to do something with it. Bartek's now on a flanking mission. Look at the damage that he's managed to do. They are really stuck here in the middle. Monte, I think, for once, are the ones that look like they don't quite have a plan here. 9 with a couple of kills. Bartek gets a headshot. And now Rainwaker in a 1 versus 3 that he should lose every single time. He's on for the ace if he can get it, but it's going to be very tough.
He does have a bit of time left on the clock. No control of the bomb. He has picked it up now, though. So with that smoke, it could have done more harm than good in some ways. It didn't really give them a clear passage to know exactly where he went. So now he's moving into this B site. Probably dies at this kind of a range regardless to the USB. But if he was able to land this headshot, there is a way forward, and this should never have got even close. Zerol is going to put a bit of sanity back on the server, and I do love that from the Huns. Like, look, if your teamwork is not there, if you're not feeling 100% like cohesive and like a single unit, then make it as scrappy as possible. Just go crazy, do these audacious pushes, like, just try and take Monte out of their comfort zone.
I would definitely prefer that as well. And maybe even for their own sake, you know, if they're playing, if part of the problem here is that they're trying to play to this structure that isn't working, then just try to play at least Counter-Strike that's fun for you to play, even if it doesn't look like, you know, the most structured thing in the world. Just yeah, get in there. You're playing Dust 2 as well, which is about that lends itself more, I would say, to that kind of style. So let's see if they can keep it going, though. Well done, Huns, winning the pistol round. I do appreciate that. And even denying the bomb plant, right? So Monte are going to have to sit this one out a little bit longer. Bartek still with the dualies. And they've got the MP9 and the MP7. So kind of a big bonus situation, which is fine for now. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out when they go into the next round and Monte are going to have the rifles out. How will they kind of, you know, roll the bonus forward, if at all possible? But yeah, we'll get to that when we get there. Rainwaker gets one shot with the Deagle. Hopefully not more than that.
That's behind them with their MP7, just tapping. Should be good for the final kill onto Gizmi as well. So this is much more like it. I do feel like starting CT side is a massive boon to the Huns, though, because their T sides have been nothing short of atrocious. So starting CT side, allowing yourself to play aggressive if you need to on a map like Dust 2, but also sit back and allow them to move into you, I think is going to be very much a big bonus in terms of their confidence levels. 9 does have an early AWP as well, so that's going to be interesting to see how he uses it. Going to peek in mid straight away. There is no AWP for the Monte team, so doesn't have to worry about Afro taking his head off just yet.
Yeah, that's a bit of a luxury early on here. The SMGs, which makes a lot of sense. Nice move from 9. And a bit surprising, perhaps, to see Monte not do more work to either throw that smoke, I suppose, or just flash your way in. Very uncommon that you're going to be seeing people just peek that with no utility being thrown on the T side. So if we're handing out criticism, maybe we could do a little bit on the Monte side for once. Score is going to be going down, though. It's a nice find with the AK on Afro, which does bring it back into a 4 versus 4.
It does. Ooh, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the smoke's bounced off 9's head. I don't know if it actually makes that much of a difference. Well placed incendiary as well, so to keep Gizmi at arm's reach. And now going to be looking to try and push behind that, getting aggressive. Takes control as he was fully flashed, covering his eyes. And now Gizmi knows there's a second player here. He did see him, so he's on the hunt. BMAS takes that kill away from him, but it doesn't matter. It's such a clean hit onto the A side. And the Huns, they can only save at this stage. A real nice change of pace from Monte.
Yeah, and you could see the commitment to that fight. Like you pointed out, they were hunting him down towards that goose position towards the end. But even then, you know, Gizmi, I think, is jumping up on the box, even standing in the fire. Like, they're so committed to clearing out the entire bomb site. And I think even that is, you know, that's something that the Huns could kind of take a page out of that book when they get to the T side themselves. Sometimes committing to a plan and just following through, it has like a power on its own. Even if there could, maybe there's a better plan out there somewhere if you spend more time thinking, but I think it's an underrated feature sometimes. Okay, well, this is the plan. Even if there's a better one, we're picking this one, and let's just go for it and go all in. And I really appreciate that. So good work for Monte to bring it back as early as they could here with the rifles.
Yeah, any confidence or any stability that the Huns were feeling is short-lived. Now they have to buy around those 2 save weapons. They're going to have enough finances. They've got 3.9k on 9 and 4.3 on Zeralt, so they can drop no problems here. But it's all about how are they going to try and stave off another aggressive hit. It is, time after time, a play that we've seen Monte love to go back to is these catwalk hits. Typically as well, another little subdivision of that will be that they'll flash and allow Gizmi to actually drop into CT spawn as well through smokes. They do love that waterfall play, so definitely something to watch out for. If the Huns aren't up to the task, they could get punished from that multiple times. So we'll see. Interesting angle here. It's almost like you're in jail.
The Huns, they're in Counter-Strike jail. If they keep playing bad Counter-Strike, then we're going to have to put them in there somehow. Bimas, that's a very nice incendiary to go out there, and proven by the fact that Score not only gets the kill on Bimas, but he gets the incendiary takedown of a Suwu. So pretty good work. Rainwaker, though, he's going to find the kill on the Serald. You've got a question. Why is Serald interested in peeking that angle? It puts his AWPer here in 9 in a very tough position. Smoke going up. He does get the kill. And that might slow things down again, but those are small decisions there for Serald in that moment that could absolutely cost you a round. And if not for the fact that that 9 had picked up that kill, I think they lose the B bomb site very quickly afterwards.
Oh, Score's timing is brutal. Still so much left on the clock as well, over a minute. So they don't have to do anything here at this point. Like, Monte can take their sweet time, try and play some mind games, but they decide they're going to strike while the island's iron is hot. And this spray from Gizmi gets the better of Bartak. Sure, he's down to 3. But now 9 has to try and get a pick on the cross. They have no smoke to utilize here to try and get the cross, so that could be a problem, but 9 thinks twice of it. Thinks better of that decision and goes up to Catwalk. That allows the cross to come into play.
Yeah, it's a good point. They really didn't have a chance otherwise to get over. Oh, nice shot. The reposition works out in a bit of an unintended way, I think, but very well done. Shuts down Afro. He was diving with the bomb to try and put it down, and they say she could kill Gizmi outright. So let's see. He's waiting for the bomb plant right now. It's exactly what he should be doing. Just wait until you hear the first beep there. Doesn't do it the first time. I think it's been faked out once already from Gizmi. Now he's going to go for it. Oh, let's see that grenade bounce off the corner. That's the way to do it here. Throws it out. Gizmi forced into the fight. Oh, and a headshot. Sick round coming out from 9. I love it.
Yeah, that is confirmed damage as well, because Gizmi was the player that took down Bartak on long, and he took a dink for his troubles with the M4. So that's why the grenade, that's why the USP were pulled out, as opposed to trying to land the AWP shot. Good communications in the heat of battle, and it will yield Huns a 3rd round. And as he said, like, that decision that he ends up making to go up on Catwalk actually proves to be the difference maker, because they can toss the bomb across there for the long play, which they did, which would have neutralized him in CT, and the entire dynamic would have shifted. So well played in the end.
Oh, this, you know, individual rounds like this, I feel like we've seen almost none of them from the Hun side of things, and again, it does go a long way, I think, to inspire the rest of the team. Like, it's the first time that we've seen one person on the Hun say, you know what, I'm going to take the fight to Monte, and we can win in terms of just fighting them straight up. I do like that. 3-1. And if it's early enough to put so much pressure on the Monte economy, and as a result, the T side, they've decided to go for what looks like a B pop here. Score in the back now doing the secondary AWPing. That's really cool. Does miss the second flick, but he's got Herald with him, at least for 1 kill. Missed opportunity. 9 gets 1, even though he's flashed. And more people showing up at the bomb site. They are going to lose 3 players, but they can keep both the AWPs alive here. And they win another round, 4-1 in favor of Huns. And no bomb plant and not enough money either for the Monte side. So it is a different kind of vibe early on. It's far from perfect, but they're winning rounds.
And the problem that this kind of raises as well, and you're kind of touching on it, is they're going to go for a half buy here. It's like, Afro is going to have like 7 or 8 rounds before he gets the open play on T side. He's a phenom on this map with the AWP. So you're really like hamstringing yourself to try and keep making these rounds work. That is a potential big problem that could be coming up. The Huns, as you say though, they're going to maintain both those AWPs. Score did miss a couple of shots, but the utility was so on point, it didn't end up mattering. Well play, Smoke. And it looks like Monte is just going to run it back. Almost an identical round to the previous one.
I mean, if you get the right kill opening up, it's going to be just fine. Ooh, they're running in just as he was with his back turned, but I think again, Scout being here with the rifle to help out, and this time Score is going to hit quite a few shots, in fact, with the AWP. Only Seralt going down, and the Huns will keep it up. Monte, if they have some kind of intel or something to suggest that they're going to be able to kind of overwhelm this bomb site, it's not working out for them the way they're expecting right now. And I feel like if they want to do these kind of hits, I'm a bit confused about the fact that they don't throw the lurk smoke that you would normally see. That smoke that the T's throw in, it kind of extends the length of the tunnel, but the benefit of it is that you can run out at very many different angles out of the smoke. So even though you are technically forcing yourself to run through the smoke, it's so hard for the CT to stop you. But I feel like they're not really doing that at the moment, and there's not enough flashbangs either, or at least none that are really working against the Huns. So yeah, maybe some questions here for the Monte squad if they want to keep doing this. Score playing this position we saw 9 do earlier, and last time they didn't flash it out. This time they don't either, but Afro has finally got the orb out, so he's going to get the kill on Score running away.
So often we've seen, oh, the freebie. Do they anticipate a second play? Surely not. Yeah, Bartak's going to get that free kill of his own. Molotov out, though. Meatballs, they're all on the left side. Gets the better of Rainwaker. It's a scrappy fight. Gives me down at 4, but will even the odds at 2-play-2. Smoke up and over, but they do have the angle here covered from the AWP. There's a flash. It's a good one at that, and it forces 9 away, so they can at least close the gap a little bit. But still, the fact that Gizmi is low HP, that's a concern.
Yeah, that will make it a little bit more tricky. We saw that in the last 1v2, actually, where, you know, the low health at the end kind of became a problem. 9, I like this position. Afro trying to jump up, hoping that he was going to have it covered, but he isn't. And Gizmi now once again left. They've got 2 HEs. I won't say it's impossible to win this, but it's very unlikely you can make anything happen. He's got the AK, so we're talking about the cleanest of headshots if he's even going to get a chance to do this one. 9 peeking him out. They seem to know, and jumping down suggests that he's not quite aware where that second player is, so he's going to get shot in the back any second now. Well done. Huns keep it going. Such a different feel. 6-1, and at this stage I would say, because I'm going to be honest, in spite of the fact that it's 6-1, I don't trust the Huns to keep up this level. So I would say, you know, really, you've got to make this, you know, happen while you can. Strike while the iron's hot and all of that stuff. Is get as many rounds as you can before Monte wake up in this game.
Right, especially as their T-sides have been so bad that you have to assume that the Huns are going to slow down when the roles are reversed. And Monte will really start to deliver a lot more. I have to say, though, I am surprised that the Huns have been utilizing double ops, not into this round. They decided to go back to more of a default collective, but they were running double ops for 3 or 4 rounds there, and Monte didn't really change up their pace. They didn't really change anything up whatsoever. Typically, if you know scores on an AWP, like it stands to reason, 9's on 1 as well, and you play accordingly. You go for like mid to B hits. You try and really exploit like long control or maybe catwalk, or just a straight up B rush. Like none of this waiting around. You just rush it straight away, and we know that Gizmi has that in his locker. In actual fact, early on in the tournament, we saw them go for a fast B hit, and they got destroyed. We were both kind of scratching our heads a little bit against Magic, if you remember. So he can do that. That's the kind of play that you're looking to do when there's double ops against you. But yeah, it's been a bit of an odd one, hasn't it?
Rainwaker setting up the CT spawn smoke from all the way out here. Kind of cool. Nice little trick to be able to do. They are... Ooh, he smokes the roof instead. That's, you know, wasn't near as cool as I was trying to make it out to be. 9 flashed, backing off, doesn't quite get the flick. He doesn't have to commit his life to this, though. It's fine to just kind of keep playing the angle as much as you can. Very hard for Monte to do much in this round, unless you start to give over rifles. So I appreciate the fact that they're staying a little bit further back, although now they've lost Bartak as well. I don't know how Monte has got away with so much. Another killer. Score goes down. This is so silly for the Huns. They don't really have to go down like this. Gerald trying to peek the corner here. He's going to get Rainwaker. See if he can bring his team back into it. Good burst as he takes down Asuwu. And that will make it a 2 versus 1 now. 9 coming in late with the AWP and then the USP. So they do clean up the round, but they very nearly threw that away. And I don't think there was ever enough pressure on them that they had to lose the first 3 fights.
Yeah, I do agree. As long as 9 is alive on long, you don't really need to knock the door down immediately. Even allowing the plant to come through, you have the superior firepower, you have the superior utility as well, and additionally, the one spot that ended up kind of causing that post-plant to crumble was Zeralt on Catwalk. As long as he's alive and 9 is alive, you control the peripheries, the extremities, and you can just slowly choke out the T's on the side that you know have Tech 9s and not really much else. But regardless, 7-1 the score. Afro patiently waited for the second player, but doesn't hit the shot. Again, double ops in play for the Huns. Score has picked up the second one again.
What a change up from getting brutalized on the opening map of Nuke and now into being 7-1 up with Monte just not able to find the kind of openings that they are probably expecting here. I mean, a bit of a whiplash situation coming into the second map, I think, for Monte as well. Gizmi not spotting anyone there, but Controls is near enough by it that he could jump up and take that capital control back really quickly. He's going to throw up a smoke instead. They are backing up to test this B bomb site once again. But 9 is back here, and he's really been the superstar for this team so far in the half. He's 11-2. But for once he's alone, he blows open the smoke and catches Bimas. If they'd actually pushed through, because they did have the lurk smoke this time, which is the smoke that I was requesting earlier, this time they did set it up to try and run through, but if they get caught nonetheless, Seralt's taking a kill against Gizmi, and it's a 3 versus 5 with about 40 seconds left here. Asu to go down next. 9 could do no wrong in this half. He's found another kill on top of the smoke, and they've just shut them out. Oh, God. We said, you know, what if the Huns came back? You know, it's sort of more of a, you know, hard coping from a commentary point of view, but they actually have come back looking different. Wild.
This is also one of those reasons why in the first day or two when we're casting Monte, we're throwing out some of those potential narratives of like, are these guys going to choke a little bit on a big tournament? Are they going to let the occasion get the better of them? And so far it has said no. This half, though, really does reek of some kind of like paralysis coming in. Multiple times we've seen them just about to pull the trigger on Beam and like, okay, here we go, and they stall it. You even said yourself, like, they walk out of smoke one by one, they get picked off, they run away. If they fully commit to that, there's no way that 9 can hold the line by himself. And this is multiple times now we've seen the same thing happen time after time, that they don't fully commit and they get punished for it. It needs to change.
I definitely agree with that. Missed shot for once from 9. It looked like a really awkward peek from Asu as well. I think 9 was probably confused by that. It's a point in time where we would have called that a Pasha peek, for those old enough to remember. Controls on the other side of the smoke here, and he's got Bartak near enough by. Grenade gonna go deep. Oh, they actually almost backed off into it, which is kind of interesting. But up long, Bimas looking to find an opening. He'll get one, and Control's going to get traded out. Even if he had got a kill there, for sure he would have been dead otherwise. So looking better this time. That B bomb site, it's been an occupation for Monte to try and get it, but it feels like this short A position is where they do the better work at the moment.
Yeah, B has been very choppy to say the least. This was way cleaner. There was also like picking up the pace as well. Store may get the drop as the knife was pulled out, but Bimas spins around and puts him down. And I think another one of those reasons, additionally, as we saw in this round, Azu got his first opening pick in this entire map. Until that point, he was 0-5. Now, the reason why I think that is pretty significant is Azu is typically one of their best players on Dust 2. We've seen this now multiple times over. It's like Azu and Afro are the two guys. So if Azu is struggling on T side, that is a pretty big, sharp tool that goes missing with it.
Yeah, I think that's worth highlighting. And it does feel like they've kind of stumbled into this game a little bit, Monte. Maybe too relaxed at the huge victories they were having on Nuke, or just not adjusting to kind of what's in front of them in time. Certainly a bit disappointing to see. Afro is expecting that they're going to blow open the smoke once again. That's kind of what he's waiting for. Maybe they'll do it themselves at one point, but so far unable to find anything through there. They'll recommit another smoke down the middle, and it's a bit of a default setup really, so they're just doing all the basic work, clearing out this one with a flash, even a Molotov on top. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary so far for Monte.
Now, the reason I'm highlighting Azu, I'm going to get some stats to back up my statement there. Other than their loss against Falcons, which happened quite literally yesterday, they lost it 13-11. Before then, he had a 1.67 against Magic, 1.42 against Heroic, 1.43 against NIP, and a 1.54 against NIP on Dust 2, and all of those were within the last week or 2 weeks. He's been on a heater on Dust 2, individually speaking, so this is a massive drop-off for him, and considering he's typically one of the entry components on this map, it's not a coincidence that they're struggling.
That is definitely interesting, yeah. Well, maybe there's still time for him to make it back. He's looking for an opening here. A couple of kills towards the end, and we could make a big difference here. There's a massive gap between an 8-4 scoreline and a 10-2 score. Gets traded out. Asu did get his opening, so we'll credit him with that one. The bomb's going to be planted. There's a long flank from Rainwaker as well. So if they slow this down, the Huns, and they already are, I think Rainwaker's going to make sure that this round is never going to be possible. They did hear the footsteps, actually, but it was too late. Seralt's going to get one, and they are going to pull the plug on any kind of a retake here. Not going to be possible for the Huns. So a third round has been secured by Monte. Still very much on the low side. I mean, I won't rule out a comeback at this stage because my faith in the Huns is pretty limited, as you guys can probably tell. But it's a very good first half. You got to give them credit for that.
It is, no doubt. Especially considering they got battered, I think it was 10-2 in the first half of Nuke, and then it ended up just being 13-2. So, I mean, if nothing else, I said, I hope they don't go out with a whimper. So far, they're not. And that is credit to them for being able to bounce back. 9 in particular has been very impressive with the AWP. Scores had some good rounds with that secondary AWP. But another reason why, I don't think it's just like you have doubts about the Huns. It's also the fact that this is Monte's strongest map by a considerable margin. And their CT side is nothing short of just monstrous. So, yeah, it feels like the Huns, 8-4 would still be a good half, but that may not be good enough against how solid typically Monte are on their CT side.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you never know how many rounds you are going to need until you get to the second half. So you stack as many as you possibly can on top of it. 8-3 right now. We're going into the 12th round, the last of the half here. But a different feeling all of a sudden. Yeah. Time to focus up. Get every last bit of focus out into this game, because suddenly you've got some opposition on the Hun side of things. Really one of the first times that I've seen them look like a team that's a little bit alive here, which is very good to see. Do have a bit of a timeout. I'm guessing some tech issue to be resolved. They do happen every once in a while. Do want to remind you guys that there's an A stream happening as well. So there, you know, you can watch both. I think MongolZ and Falcons are fighting over on that side. Later on today on this stream, we got PARIVISION playing G2. That should be, I think, an interesting game, an interesting test of PARIVISION, who have been in a very weird position throughout this tournament as well.
Yeah, and we had the, I guess, fortune or misfortune, depending on which way you look at it, of witnessing their Inferno performance earlier in the event, which was, you know, pretty woeful, to say the least. It was the B-hit simulator. We got more of that over and over pass yesterday between K27 and Magic. So I guess we'll see if Inferno even gets played, and if it does, if James got some other ideas up his sleeve. But I have to also kind of echo that for G2. I actually had G2, and I guess we'll talk about this more a bit later on when we do cast that game, but I had G2 as a bit of a dark horse pick to win this event. And they've also looked pretty bad. I've got to be honest. Like, I've been very underwhelmed with some of their performances.
So a couple of teams potentially there. I mean, maybe that turns it into a really interesting match if both are trying to solve problems. We've seen some interesting footage of of Destan kind of. I think Blair tweeted out like a death stare kind of comment with Destan, who's looking over the team after one of those games, and he did look very upset at the overall sort of performance. I think for good reason too. So I'm really curious about that game, but yeah, we're waiting for the last round here. No one's taking their headsets off yet, so that's always a good thing. But if you are just joining us since we started here, welcome to the stream. Still keeping my eye on the chat at the cost of my own mental health. Somebody said, maybe you can help me out with this. Somebody said, Misfortune, are we watching League of Legends, Omega LOL? Now, I don't know anything about League of Legends, Vince. What's you talking about?
Yeah, Misfortune's a character in League of Legends. She's an ADC, typically.
There's no way. There's no way they made a character called Misfortune.
They did. Yep, she's an older character as well. She's been around forever.
That's the kind of name that, like, I would come up with and then discard it myself for being like, it's like, I'm not going to say that out loud, you know? Fair enough. They've got away with one there.
I mean, to be fair, Deadlock does have a character just called the Doorman, but I guess it's less cringe.
Why do you have to ruin the mood by mentioning Doorman?
Yeah, exactly. You welcome.
That's the worst thing you could have done. Oh, here we go. We are back into it. And 9. Somebody said he's having a life game. That is definitely looking like it at the moment. 14-4. His team needed somebody like this. They have looked like one of the most uninspiring teams in the tournament, but he's taken it on himself to really step it up. And him and Seralt over at the B-bomb side have both been playing very well, so you have to respect that. Controls will take down Asubu, and it is a 4 versus 3 here. Asubu going to be ending the half with 4 kills. Afro ending it with 3, and Gizmi, he can still improve his score, but he's on 3 kills as well. Rainwaker, he's trying to do something here, a Bulgarian style. And Gizmi climbing his way to 4. Now, a lot of problems here for 9. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He knows they're going to be coming short. He has to find a way out somehow. I'm actually surprised that he's been allowed to live this long. I think they could have crunched him already, and Rainwaker will find the following headshot there. So Seralt in a bit of a retake position.
Oh, 9 was pissed as well. You saw his reaction. He knows how important his death is. He knows letting the door just get slightly ajar for Monte on the second half is potentially a bad omen. Zeralt caught by Gizmi. You said he can improve his scoreline. He certainly did. 2 massive kills to seal off the half. And what's really surprising to me, like we already spoke about Zuru, I put some stats into play as well. The fact that, as you highlighted, Afro finishes with 3 kills. I cannot remember the last time he has been so absent on the T side of Dust 2. He is normally leading the charge. Sure, some of the elements we did discuss, them going for these constant half-buy, force buys, meant he didn't get an AWP until like round 5 or 6. But I don't think that necessarily paints the full picture. Like, he wasn't doing much with the rifle either.
Yeah, but I am glad you brought that up early in the game, though. I think it's one of those things that, you know, like you send out like the early warning signal that, hey, wait a minute, like doing all these force ups and kind of, you know, crumbling in some of these early rounds, it has other side effects than just, you know, losing the rounds. And one of them, I think, definitely being the fact that they didn't get the AWP out quick enough, unfortunately. So would love to see more. I mean, you're right, even with the rifle, you want to see him do some more stuff, but yeah, what a weird first half in general. Monte seemed very committed to going for the bomb side, and it didn't really work out.
It didn't. We'll see. I mean, the first pistol, they just basically threw like some kind of trap card with just pure chaos. With those 3 sets of Julies, those 8 pistols as you called it. Let's see how chaotic they're going to make this T-sided pistol, because if they concede this, I will start to get a little bit worried. Afro going to be utilizing that Xbox smoke to go for that peak, knowing that he is cleared from lower tunnels. They are pushing up close, though. Another flashbang out, and although he gets one, he gets traded instantly.
Still pretty nice trick there, flashing his way over. Not enough to fall back around the corner, but I don't hate it. We've got still plenty of time, and the rest of the Huns now making their way out long. They do not have a smoke for the cross. That seems like a very standard thing to have. They're going to be walking all the way up here. Straight contact. Asuwu trying to backpedal around the corner. And now they should know Monte. They have a bit of a read at the moment. There's nobody in the middle. They haven't heard anything at B at all. The flash sent out to try and see if they can make their way across, but they're getting picked off. I mean, it's a great lesson in why we normally buy those smokes. It's exactly to avoid this kind of scenario. Huns taking so much damage, even getting up on the bomb side. They are going for the bomb plant, so at least they're going to get that done. And that is kind of half the battle in some sense. 4 bullets left for a Bartek that hasn't had a chance to reload. What? The last bullet, as he does pick up the kill. If he would have had another one, I think Asuwu's probably going to be dead too. Look at the health that he had left. What a wild choice for Bartek, who ends on a quad kill and very near could have had the ace if he just had another bullet.
Oh, it looks so sick as well. The way he shot the last bullet while the magazine comes out the gun, it's like pure style points, but as you say, just ran out of bullets when it really counted. Really great effort, though, from him. And could you imagine if he pulled that one off? I mean, that would have put the Huns on like a fast track to so much elation. The hype would have been at a fever pitch, but instead they have to just face the reality. They lost the round. They have some options. I am surprised that 9 has not gone for a scout. How often do you see like a post plant into no scout on the T side? He goes for a deagle instead.
Oh, that is an interesting way to end the round, but I've got to be honest here, for Monte, it's easily a way back in. I think, like you said, if the Huns had won that round, I would have started to get nervous too. I would have said, you know what, maybe Monte will end up losing the map, which otherwise, you know, if you'd asked me before we got started on those, I would have said that's never going to happen. Never in a million years. But if they would have won the pistol here, I think there's an increased opportunity for them. Now they have to take the long way around and prove to us that they can play well on the T side. Let's see how this one plays out. Asuwu, we want him back in action. It's Bartek. Let's go. Getting another kill is 9. Headshot onto Asuwu. A 5 versus 3 as they just kind of get wrecked at this A bomb side. And down the middle, Bimas the third man to fall. Is there going to be any answer here for Monte? You can see Gizmi bursting away forever trying to find that kill, but Rainwaker is the only one to pick up a kill, and he is going to be locked inside of the CT spawn position. Trying to get out of there. 9 shoots him through the door. What the hell is happening?
I'm pretty sure Gizmi and the rest of Monte are asking the same question. And what's happened to Afro? I mentioned before about Azulu stats. When you look at Afro stats on Dust 2, it's even more impressive. Like, you would have to go back like 10 maps since the last time he dropped a red rating. And that includes their loss yesterday against the Falcons. He was 1.05. He's had a 2.04 against IP, a 1.64 against Na'Vi, where they beat them 13-4. But here he's a non-factor, 4-12. And again, because they get broken so early, this means it's going to be a while before he gets an open his hands.
It's such a wild turn of events. Why did 9 shoot him through the door with a head? Like, that's such an unlikely wallbang to hit. It just suddenly feels like the Huns are just a different team. If they'd started the tournament playing like this and landing shots like these and with 9 opening at this fashion, just imagine how much more interesting this whole affair could have been for them. I guess we always like to say, never, better late than never and everything, but it does feel like this is as late as you could possibly push it in a tournament to try to have something like a resurrection of the team. Maybe we will get there. Round number 15. Monte, yes, they win the pistol, but they are immediately back and slapped in the face by the Huns, who buy in the second round and win that round. There's nobody defending B either. As Suru, you had to get a very fast headshot and a kill there. Otherwise, this B bomb site's going to be gone. Serral finds one with the M4, one with the grenades, and he's going to keep going. Triple as the backup is getting, and it's going to be absolutely fine here. 10 rounds for the Huns. I can't really understand what I'm seeing, Vince. I don't know how to make it make sense for me.
It doesn't really. It's like the curtain was coming down, and then it just got blocked by their foot. And it's like, okay, maybe there is some life left in them just yet. I'm just amazed it's happening on Dust 2, and that Monte are looking just shell-shocked, ultimately. Afro is being hunted. They seem to have a good read of where he is, and he's just the dead man. They go for the knife. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, I thought they were going to bait him from long with some shots, and then Zeralt was going to drop down and shank him. I think the fact that Zeralt's on 26 health is the reason he didn't go for it. Either way, 10-5 to score, and that was a force buy, so Monte have nothing to speak of in this round.
Yeah, it's such a wild experience, it really is. But and maybe, we've been criticizing the Huns so much. Maybe a criticism here for Monte should be, when you win that first map so hard, and then you're going to play one of your best maps, or maybe your absolute best map on Dust 2, like there's gotta be more. There's gotta be like more confidence. There's gotta be more of a sense of I guess like an instinct to win and close it out. Because here's another problem though. If this goes a third map, which now all of a sudden looks likely, how is the mood going to be in the Monte camp? They're going to be so confused. Like, shell shock, yes, but once you get the break between the maps, which is going to be about like 10, 15 minutes, you come back, it's such an empty feeling saying, what the hell just happened? Like, we're playing a team that's playing at an all-time low, and we completely smacked them on their own map pick, and now we just disappear from the game is what it seems like.
No, so it is a really interesting point to highlight. And how does the coach, how do the players kind of try and get their head together? How does Gizmi try and lead the troops out of what will be a very tilting and confusing and just a dazing experience? Yeah, I can't really add too much to that. It is fascinating, but I suppose you could say that's what the Huns were in. They got smashed 13-2. Whatever the coach has said to these guys is certainly live in their spirits. I would love to hear what the kind of rallying cry was, or whatever was said to the players. Because this is a completely different looking Huns to any Huns team that we've seen throughout the duration of this event. Even when they beat Fisher College, they weren't landing shots like this. They weren't playing this way.
They really weren't, yeah. That is a little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, they're going to be just fine. 9 with 17 and 8. Serral now 16 and 6 and score with 14 kills. Very interesting turn of events. Well, Guess we counted them out too soon, which I don't mind admitting. Like, I 100% commit to the idea that going into this second map, I had already counted out the Huns, which, again, you know, I always like to throw in that, like, I'd love to be wrong, but that's really just me saying, I don't think I'm going to be wrong. But it is really cool to see the Huns turn this around. It's so unexpected. I keep bringing it up just to say that it was looking so dire for them, and it is really interesting to see that they've managed to do this. So, more of this, please. Afro is still missing from the game. Asuwu, you could say the same. Gizmi will give him a little bit more leeway. He's also doing IGLing, and we, if nothing else, we're looking for Afro and Asuwu before we start criticizing Gizmi for this. They're going to have a buy in this round, Vince. Surely, if there's any chance to turn it around, it's right now.
No up, though, for Afro again. The money's been so poor. All he can get is an A1S. And 9 does have the AWP, so he has that advantage. And Afro loves to play aggressive through on middle, but also these catwalk plays. We see it very often from him. The catwalk peek into a kill. They run a second player down into lower tunnels. So this is giving a lot of map control early on to the Huns, where Monte don't feel like they have any potential opportunity to take this for themselves. Additionally, you're leaving Rainwaker onto the site alone. He does have a Molotov and a smoke, but it's susceptible to being charged down, and they're going to go for this B-Wrap. The flashbang's not ideal. It is going to be forced back, but they still got tons of time on the clock. Like, they can just run it again if they want to.
Yeah, that's the better. There's so much utility. There's nothing wrong with them doing it one more time. Rainwaker has got one incendiary. That's a good grenade to have to try and stop any kind of an upper push, but the difficult thing is finding the timing for it, though. Very often, you're not going to be knowing exactly when to throw it down. In fact, they're going to be doubling up in the middle. I don't hate this, but we'll see if they can find the right time for the crunch. Smoke goes up, flash going pretty deep, but there's 2 people waiting here. Still not bad necessarily for Bartek. He finds the kill, and it opens up for the rest of the team to try and walk onto the B-bomb site. Controls, gets the shot onto Rainwaker and Gizmi. He knows there's somebody there, but he can't really punish them easily. An exchange of grenades, the bomb is going to be planted, and I think Monte, they have to fight for overtime to save the rifles and walk away. That's such a disappointing choice to have to make when, again, this is a map you're supposed to be rock solid on, but great call for the Huns, right? Even Bartek in that middle, that one kill is setting up the rest of the team quite nicely.
It is, but I think Rainwaker is going to be bitterly disappointed because he had a really good first map. He's going to be disappointed he didn't do better on the approach. He actually had like a prolonged skirmish fight with the first player that came through, which I think may have been Controllers, and he ends up going out second best in that. Actually whiffs out in the spray and dies. If he can hold that kill, I think they can get back into the round there and the map overall. But again, Afro has had an AWP precisely 0 times on this CT side, and he will not be able to get one in this round either. They still do not have the cash to afford him the sniper on Dust 2. This is getting absurd.
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of the concept of not getting a sniper on your sniper player, you know? There's something about that that's a bit confusing. Like, you don't enter a Formula 1 race, you know, in a Prius or something. Like, it's just, you know, there's a reason we have the equipment and the roles to go with it. But that just hasn't been the case for Monte, unfortunately. Yeah, 12-5. I myself shell-shocked at what's happening. Let's see if Monte can flip the switch themselves. Overtime is 7 rounds away, and they haven't really had any real strong footing on this. Bimas and Rainwaker doing the best that they can at the moment, but without the rest of the squad here, I don't think it'll make a difference. Bit of a mistake from Controls. Gives up his position with the audio, and Gizmi takes him down. A little bit of aggression from the CT side, but now that they got the kills, you want to see them fall back, right? They're 5-on-3. You don't have to fight any longer, but good job.
Yeah, exactly. Take your advantages, cut your, I was going to say losses, but your wins, and then essentially put down the Huns. And if you can, there is an AWP there available for you to take as a reward, assuming that you have enough players to juggle these weapons. You've got to keep all 5 alive, though. This is the big picture. It's going to be a marathon on the way back, not a sprint. There's this bit of a delayed kill onto Afro. Molotov finishes him off. He did get the 1 kill on Zeralt beforehand. They're able to cross. Score is low, but 9's still in the fight with 17 kills. He's had a great Dust too, and maybe he can still put down some bodies as Gizmi's on the receiving end of the AWP.
We've got 20 seconds left. It's not out of the question. Rainwaker is going to go down. The Huns with a huge deficit of 5 versus 3. It should be impossible to do anything more than this. But 9 has got 10 seconds. He might have to find the kills rather than find the bomb plant here, but now they're backing on out of there, and I don't think he has any more time left. So, unfortunately, not given the opportunity. He's going to save the orb, though. And even in a round like this one, like, if you're going to start a comeback, if you had got those kills in the middle and then, you know, you walk out of there with 4 or 5 people alive, you might feel like, okay, that's a pretty cool round. Like, we kind of smacked them, and that's fine. This is a round where you think, damn, we barely made it through in spite of getting a double opening.
And if they barely make it through, it means that they're going to have a really weird buy coming into this round as well. Even if they can fully afford the weapons, there's going to be some missing grenades. I don't think they can afford an AWP other than Afro going for a glass cannon because he's on 4,900 coming into this round. So he has gone for a glass cannon AWP. So it's not just the fact that 9 survives, it's the fact he also denies the AWP from trading hands. Like I was talking there going into that 5v3, 5v2, like, cool, you got the kills you're looking for, you can take everyone down, there's a reward of an AWP for you. Well, there isn't. 9 denies it completely. So you're in still really grim situation here. Afro's got an AWP, but can he do anything with it? Because so far, the answer has been a resounding no.
What a match it's been. Thought at this point it would be all over already, but Monte needs 6 more rounds. They've got one of them out of the way, and now they're going to be trying to take some long control here, Huns. Good flashes going over, even another one for controls to kind of keep it running. That smoke, though, is going to slow them down, but I do like the attempt. You get the long spawn. It's worth trying. They have such a big buffer around that they might as well. Asubu's going to get one. A good read. They can trade this one out every time. Double kill for Asubu at the beginning. So 5 versus 3 once again. Asubu starting to look a little bit more awake in the game, and that's a good thing for Monte's prospects of a bigger comeback here. Don't know how the Huns, again, get back into this round. If the MOUZ is going to stay by the truck there, actually, that gives them at least an opportunity, but they re-smoke it here. Yeah, attempted that wall bang. He's just missed on both sides as well. That's a scary sound.
You do have 2 Molotovs, though, so once that smoke is cleared, they're probably going to toss one of those onto car just to make sure. There's another smoke. They're wasting so much time. Well played by Monte. It's been a pretty tragic Dust 2 so far. Take nothing away from Huns. They've played to a way higher level than I think either of us expected. But Monte's starting to show some of their Dust 2 prowess here. Once that smoke clears, there is still going to be another 30 or so seconds. But they're lining up the utility. Smoke tossed in. B-Mass unaffected by the car.
Yeah, he's going to stand right up. The flash is there. He can't find the spray down. They were turned away from the flash as well, and they hadn't actually managed to check him either. Control's going to be going down. This round is still fine, right? There's only 13 seconds here in a 2-on-4, so if ever the term unwinnable meant anything, it's going to be for a round like this one. But again, there are so many shaky, individual moments. And Bimas has been playing well, don't get me wrong. Like, he's up to 17 kills, but again, you hate to see those small moments of doubt flicker through the Monte individuals. They're up to 7, though. So now we're looking at 5 more rounds for them to get that OT on board, which, again, it could definitely happen, especially now that it feels like they got more of the roster contributing to the game, which I guess is good.
Yes, Afro has the AWP. He's now got full Kevlar. B-Mass, as you said, has had a pretty solid game throughout. It's been really the only shining light. Rainmaker's had a couple of moments. Grenade, masks, the cover. So 9, I don't know if he actually saw any of those players. It's going to stand to reason that he knows at least obviously 1 or 2 have crossed. What he realizes it's 3, though, because that does make a difference. Afro, in the meanwhile, though, puts down controllers. As I think they were trying to blow open the smoke. They're going to go for it again here. As he peeks in, what a flick that is from Afro. Beautiful. We've had to wait a good 20 rounds to get to this point, but finally, that's what he has in store.
Yeah, it's going to be worth waiting for if we can finally get some glimpse of what Afro can actually do on a map like this one. Double kill to begin with here. 5 versus 3. The Huns so close to the finish line, at least on map number 2. If they crumble now, I suppose it would be sort of the ultimately sour way of losing a series is you know, you kind of get blown out in the first one, but then you have an amazing comeback, but you can't quite make it. Like, you can't get it over the line. That must be one of the worst feelings. So that's kind of another thing that's in store for the Huns, right? If they can't complete this, even going into OT, you've got to assume that all the momentum will be with Monte if we get there. Here we go. 28 seconds. Gizmi in the smoke, charging out as they're trying to plant the bomb. Nobody is covering it. Seral's on the other side of the smoke. That's a wild play from Gizmi, and it's going to pick up the round there for them. Afro gets the last one, but unfortunately, just that play was dead on perfect. He came out of the smoke at the perfect angle, couldn't be spotted. Very nicely done.
What was the question, Anders? Oh, both of them were stick flicks. See the first one. The second one was insane. But yeah, you posed the question, if we do get to OT, then surely Monte will be in the ascendancy. They'll be in the driver's seat. The question is whether they can get there or not. And off the basis of that last round, I've got more faith. It's good protocols. Vibes looking good. Vibes sounding good. You can hear Afro there getting piped up as well. He's getting into the right frame of mind after a very slow start into this one. Had, what was it, 4 and 11, I think, at one point. He's up to 9 and 15 now.
Yeah, it's starting to sound off a little bit. I do like that. You do need the full team here. So get them fired up. 4 more rounds. At one point it was 7. So the time is running out for the Huns. They have money still. The loss bonus is going to start to kick in quite a bit, especially if they can get more bomb plants through. Seral's trying to push aggressively up there. I like that idea. Sometimes you can hit this catwalk position so fast that the CTs are not going to be ready, and that was nearly the case here. But out on long, Barys is stopping the other side, and he's almost taken down Score. That was the early burst that he had with the smoke. So in spite of the fact that I think this catwalk push is actually successful, even if they haven't got a kill. But it needed the long component. The other pincer of that movement there had to be in play. And unfortunately, they just got shot down by Barys.
Oh, Seral misses his chance as well. Wasn't an easy one. A weakened score finalized. And will it be a clean sweep as Controllers is stuck between multiple CTs? They line up for him, though, and he takes down 2. He's down to 19 HP. But he's also securing his team less AK staff to contend with going into the next round. So he's already done a good job. Will there be any more casualties? What a one-tap onto Azubu. Surely he can't win this round. Monte, this would be a disgusting way to lose.
Yes, 30 seconds. He's low on health already, and there we go. Rainwaker shooting him in the back. I mean, it's not the most gentlemanly way to do it, but it'll get the job done, and that's really all they care about right now. So 7-round gap has turned into just 3 now. Afro, I think, with a bit of a laugh as well. Like, it feels like all things considered, the mood is all right in the Monte camp, which is interesting, because I feel like they should be way more stressed given what's going on here, but you did say, I think, at the end of the first half, right, their CT side is where they do a lot of their great work, and the Huns are feeling the pressure at the moment. The money's running out. They're not getting the bomb plants in here. So even the loss bonus is not going to carry them all the way through. Oh, this is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, they have a 62% win rate on their CT side, and just under 50% on their team half. So it is a much more powerful half of CS. Azubu, though, does trade back, makes amends for Afro's death. And although Gizmi was low on that drive-by with the Tech 9, he survives on 6.
So 2-for-1 trade, but yeah, Gizmi on low health. Bit interesting. Bartak, if you hit that first Deagle shot, you're alone with Gizmi on 6 health. That actually could have changed the round significantly. Don't want to see you necessarily fight the scout here. I appreciate the confidence in Barys, but just try and reposition so that there are no easy pickups like that. And eventually the scout's going to fall back anyway. So 2 versus 4. I think 9 is hoping that there's going to be a peek in here, some sort of a mistake, so that they can pick up another rifle and hit the B bomb site. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. Asubu, he's only up to 9 kills, but it's a hell of a lot better than what we saw in the first half. And in terms of the clock in the round, 30 seconds left. And 9 starting to fade away. So is the Huns as a whole. 7 rounds just about to be turned into 2. As Monte have nearly closed the gap for that overtime position. There's Gizmi going down, but that was the easy part of it. Now the backup stun are going to start to get there. The rotations in Rainwake are going to be coming up through CT Spawn, and yeah, I think they've run out of time, unfortunately. Incendiary, just to make it even worse. I mean, fair play. That was always going to be a very tough 2 versus 4, so I don't really blame the Huns for not being able to do that. But yeah, we're getting close now to OT.
Another 3K for BMAS. He's up to 23, having a hell of a game individually. Good to see. Yeah, you highlighted Zuu. He's only on the 9 kills, but he was 0-7 at one point. As a man repping the UK, he was actually putting himself in contention for the next Bond. But he's okay now. He's back into this game. As are Monte, 10-12. Another full investment from the Huns. But they have ran into a bunch of problems these last 4 or 5 rounds. Monte on fire now, suggesting, well, signaling, I should say, that they are on 5 rounds on a row streak. Huns need to try and break that. If they do, they can still take this map in regulation, take us to a 3rd. That's a big if, though.
It's a wicked kind of universe you've invoked by suggesting that a Suwu could be the next James Bond. It's like,
yep,
Bond, but if he was into anime or something. it's the really weird crossover, that.
James Bond woo-woo.
Yeah, exactly. Let's forget about that as quick as we possibly can. We got 2 rounds left in the comeback. Monte. More of them have woken up. They're starting to really get there. BMAS doing most of the heavy lifting again. We call him, you know, a young veteran because he had some really early stints in Tier 1 Counter-Strike and then been doing a lot of streaming, different things. Now he's actually back playing, and this is one of the better performances we've seen from him in a minute. Trying to pull his team out of the gutter and back into the game. 30 seconds on the clock. They're relocating this. It's going to be another B-split coming out. And the question will be, can Azuru and Rainwake hold this bomb site? Gizmi's in the middle. As long as he doesn't die right away, they can just focus on this, and that's a banging start. But Seralt, he gets 1 back. Gizmi's traded out. It's not so bad. And Azuru in the corner. 1 kill will do it. That's going to set up his team quite nicely. 13 seconds left as they try and make the cross here in the middle. Bartak's holding it. They come through the smoke. Nice shot from Afro, but he's still got Seralt to deal with. Pulls out the rifle instead, which is a reasonable choice. And let's see if he could do this. This one is going to be for the map as well. In the smoke, hiding from Seralt. I love this. Such a hard play to be up against here for your Afro. Is he going to expect it? And does he have enough patience to wait for that smoke to fade? Pulls out the grenade and now goes back in through the double doors. He's traded places, and so far Seralt has played it ice cold on the other side. Oh, he's checking everywhere. He's been completely done by Seralt to win the map with that one-on-one. 13-10 is what they end up at here. The Huns with a massive comeback in the series.
It's a really good performance from the Huns after getting stuffed on Nuke. But I honestly thought that Monte had this in the bag. The way that they played those 5 rounds prior to the last one, it looked really good, even in that last round, Anders. They get the kill through the smoke, and then you're saying, like, Azuu just needs to get the 1. He did. Low HP on a couple of players, and they lose that trade in middle, and everything just gets diced out. And now, you probably say, like, momentum-wise, it was fancying Monte if we, you know, go into OT. That has to be a crippling, horrible, like, confidence shaker. On CT side, you got yourself established, you got Afro on the AWP, you started to have BMAS, like, really teeing off and getting a bunch of multi-kills, and it still wasn't enough. And now you're playing for your tournament life.
Well, and then here's, you know, just to kind of throw back to some of the other rounds, right? Like in the first half, obviously, there are a number of rounds where you say, man, what would have happened here if Monte would have just won even 1 more of those? But maybe more significantly, in the second half, they win the pistol and then they lose the second round. Could you imagine, like, overtime is secured if that doesn't happen? They're definitely going to get OT. So a lot of rounds to kind of look back on if you're on the Monte side here to think, what if? And obviously the part of the art here of being in a Counter-Strike tournament is you can't be thinking about that right now, but it's hard not to do that. Hopefully they've got with Kakafu and with Gizmi, they've got the leadership between those two to kind of say that's not a conversation for now. We've got to focus on a 3rd map. I can't believe I'm saying that. The Huns have played, to be honest, some of the worst Counter-Strike in the tournament right up until this moment. And the fact that they can even sort of turn it around after, this is like their final chance. This is elimination obviously on the line, and they make it happen after getting bodied 13-2 on Nuke. I just think that's so crazy. The crazy storyline going into the third map Mirage. I'm almost speechless.
It really is. Like, you win the Huns' choice of Nuke 13-2. You're moving through into Dust 2. And again, this is a fortress of a map for Monte. It is statistically, individually, their best map. The only map you might throw into the mix is Anubis, but there is a way smaller sample size on that compared to Dust 2. This is their bread and butter. And you completely neutralized Afro for pretty much 3/4 of that game. And even with BMAS popping off and having a really good individual effort, it still wasn't good enough. I've got to give so much props, though, to Nine. The way he played Dust 2 was phenomenal. He was so integral with that AWP. He ends on 20 kills alongside Zeralt, but he ends up having a ton more rating. And honestly, so many opening picks for that guy. So right now, they need to be thanking Nine and Zeralt for keeping him in this event. But we'll have to see if they can keep it going to Mirage, because how often do we see a team like the Huns have a good map, disappear? Same could be said for Monte.
Yes, keeping the focus at an all-time high and sort of, coming back in with the same mentality into the third map is important. And we've Monte have already proven you can slip up, in the break between the two maps, and the same could happen here for the Huns. So questions all around. We don't know what's going to happen on that third map in Mirage, but we'll find out rather shortly as we do head to a break, and we'll be right back, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I remember back when we were getting towards the Budapest Major, a lot of teams were hyped about the Huns, how they were playing in practice, what they were able to show against some teams. We did an interview back then, Nine, when you were still the leader of the team as well, and it was a very heartbreaking loss for you guys because the expectations were higher.
Yep.
So, and especially because you had good practice in Europe as well. So after that, then coming into 2026, what has it been like within the team, the changes? where you guys are at right now. Explain it to me and everyone in the world.
After the disappointing major results, obviously we had to change a bit because MongolZ were going through changes, and obviously they had to pick Cobra, so we had to replace him. And I mean, replacing Cobra, I knew it was going to be hard.
Yeah.
He, not only inside the server, he's like this very bright kid who's like laughing all the time, so that helps with.
His laugh's really funny as well. It's like when he laughs, I laugh.
Yeah. And that helps a lot with the atmosphere and stuff. So I think replacing Cobra, we picked the right guy, but inside the server, I think we're still struggling with how we should play, or how things are supposed to go out. And yeah, I think we're still struggling with the formula, and yeah, and at the moment we're trying to change something, but we don't know how it will turn out. So
yeah, it's a lot of testing and trying, I can imagine.
Yep.
And do you feel like you are still trying to find your identity as this version of the Huns?
Yeah.
Like to know what you want to do? Because when I looked at some of your games, you still can be explosive, you can still be exciting, but it seems to me the ending part is where you can get confused at times. Would you say I'm right or wrong?
We have the general idea, but on like that executing that idea to perfection, or at least somewhat acceptable levels, we're making a lot of mistakes on that part, I think.
Now, not making the major is obviously very sad and hurts the team. They give you some more time to prepare. How important now does this event become for you guys to obviously get some more VRS points, to grow and try and develop?
Or it's like at the moment, this is the biggest chance we got. So, yeah, we're treating it as such.
What do you feel like you guys are aiming for here? Like, what do you want to achieve?
Playoffs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have the confidence for that though? Because like when you're talking to me, I'm not seeing the same confidence. Remember when we spoke Budapest before you got eliminated? I was telling you, other teams told me Huns are practicing really well, they're a really strong team to go against. But now when you're talking to me, I'm a little worried, bro.
Yep. I mean, it's like personally, it's like the goal for the team is okay. Let's try to get 3 wins and go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I mean, personally for me, because it's been a struggle, so I don't have much expectations. But at the same time, I think that feeling, with that feeling, I'm playing a bit less stressed.
Okay.
Or
that can be good.
More calm, I think. Yeah. This is like it's a new type of feeling, and I'm excited to try and play off of these feelings.
Nice.
Yep.
Nine, thank you very much. It's good to see you again, man. And hopefully you can get that playoff spot. Good luck, and just enjoy it. Enjoy every moment of it. Use the ability of not having that pressure on you.
Yeah, thank you.
We are back once again. It's a third map here between Monte and the Huns. And if you watch the first map and you kind of walked away thinking, you know what, I can't see any more of this because there's always going to be a 2-0. You might have been right in thinking that, but it turned out a different way. The Huns, they finally found some strength. They came back on Dust 2 looking like a completely different team, and I think Monte were kind of shocked by that. They didn't really adjust in time. They tried to make it back on the CT side and almost did into overtime, but it was too late. And now we're going on to Mirage. So I have a great twist to what otherwise looked like sort of a boring story in some sense. So I'm glad that Huns have really woken up here. Well played.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. I was ready to say this is a 2-0 GG after that nuke. For all intents and purposes, like we came out of the first map and we said, like, we want to be surprised. We'd love for the Huns to arrive, and they did. But it was kind of at the cost of Monte. It was weird. It was like the Huns arrived and they took all of the life force of Monte, and Monte was just a lifeless husk at the end. It was so strange. So now I'm just sat here, Anders, completely perplexed, no idea what to expect from Mirage. It could literally be anything. It could be a stomp, it could be close, it could be anything at all.
Yes, I think I've reset my expectations as well. It's going to be very hard to figure out how this is going to be playing out. For those of you asking who are new to the whole project that we got going on here, asking, are these two twins? We're not, but weirdly we are born one day apart, the same year and everything. So there is definitely something weird going on there. Maybe inadvertently we're part of some medical experiment that nobody told us about. It's possible. Anything's possible, really. So yeah, that's the end of it. Mirage, though. How are you feeling on Mirage? I feel like some people hate it a lot. How are you on it these days, Vince?
I don't enjoy playing Mirage because I feel like it's so kind of like boring at this point for me personally, but I still like watching it. I think it's actually lends itself a lot to a lot of fun Counter-Strike, a lot of close matches, a lot of back and forth, a lot of aggression on CT and T side. Playing, not a fan. Watching, no problems.
Okay.
How about you? Are you a fan still?
Yeah, I don't have like strong feelings one way or another. I do agree, like watching it is fine for me. I guess playing it, I don't mind so much. The only map that I really don't enjoy playing these days is probably Inferno, and I don't much love watching it. There are some teams that play a fun Inferno, but
that's fair.
Yeah, I reserve most of my hatred for that one. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see if they can come up with something interesting and cool. We're going to be looking at Afro and whether or not he can pick up that AWP within a reasonable time frame. And we're going to be looking at the other orb of 9 to see if he can get that into action on a similar level. That'd be really fun.
Yeah, that for me is actually the big question now. It's normally, I assume Afro's going to show up. And it's whether, you have like a BMAS or a Rainwaker or someone else that's going to like step up with him. Now all eyes are on Afro because for his, I said before, like going into that game, you'd have to go back 10 or 15 maps. The last time he actually dropped a red rating below 1.0 on Dust 2. That included 2.05 ratings or 1.6s. So that was a massive surprise to me. So we'll see if we can get it done here. They're going to be starting on the CT side. That could be a problem for the Huns because their T sides have continued to be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, that's the next part of the recovery, isn't it? If they could start to make those work here. And a pistol round surely would be nice. The smoke bounces off towards the short side. Is that really meant to happen? I feel like that was going to be a window smoke. Afro gets the kill onto 9, but Bartak answering back, and the bomb plant is 100% going to be secured here. So whether or not the smoke was inadvertent or not, it's worked out fine for them. It is a 4-on-4. There is a smoke kit combination. My favorite thing on this map, as you know, Vince, because it means any round can be won as long as you've got those two tools ready and waiting. Afro's going to be going down, but Gizmi's making his way onto the site. Oh, he can't be stopped either. Subu covering his IGL, and there we go. Smoke kit on top. I think they've already lost the round. There's nothing that Cyril can do to get close here. Doesn't matter if he gets kills along the way. None of it is important. It's the fact that you can't cover that distance and find him in the smoke in time. So Monte will pick up the pistol.
He just had that nanosecond of indecision, and then it was a Zoo that took his head off. And if he gets that kill, and it looked like his crosshair was in good place to do that, then it would have been a 3v2 in favor of the Huns. Everything changes. It's this shot here. Yeah, Bartak had 2 players running towards him on triple box, and he had the perfect crosshair placement. What a shot from Azuwu. So Monte strike first in the decider, and they'll have a point to prove as well, because even if you do beat the Huns, some people are going to be having question marks that you even lost Dust 2 in the first place.
I think it's definitely true. Yeah, they're going to want to prove that, yeah, we were out of it a little bit there, but now we're right back into the mix. Rainwaker picked up the first kill there with the M4. They only have one SMG, so they don't want to have too much of a bonus situation going on either against the potential armor that's coming out in this one. But Rainwaker's gone down. The bomb is going to be planted. That HE, it should have maybe killed Serald right away, but eventually they will get him. And I think this round is still fairly easy for Monte to win. Just a question, I think, of how much damage they could potentially do to the CT side here, the Huns. Bomb plant's not bad either, but they're just so low on health already. A little bit of a sloppy work potentially coming into it now, but 9 on his own, and they actually can't do more than the 1 kill onto Rainwaker. Because I was going to say, if they get the bomb plant and get, 3 kills in total in this round, that's still pretty respectable. Like, that's still an annoying round for Monte, but only 1 casualty.
Oh, that would be a W in my book for sure. Yeah, they'd be very happy.
Yeah.
Because it really does put a lot of pressure on Monte. And again, we've said one of the consistent themes about Dust 2 on both sides, T and CT side, was how long it took Afro to get an AWP in his hands. By getting those kills consistently, you just extend that, delay it longer and longer. He's got it in round 3, and you're up against some rifles. So this is really the first time that we've had Afro since Nuke, which, by the way, he was just unbelievably good on as well. The first time since Dust 2 where we've seen Afro with an AWP early on with a chance to have impact early doors on the map.
Third round. We've got 2 Galils, 1 AK, and 2 Deagles coming out here. So definitely a round to respect if you're on the Monte side of things. But that early AWP sounding off. They know that it's in play now. Bartek doesn't have to give his life for the information. I suppose you're kind of thankful that that's the case if you're going to be peeking into that AWP. Coming out alive is not so bad. Bimas control in the middle. In fact, 3 of them are here, so going for sort of a mid-round retake of middle can be very powerful sometimes on the CT side to do this. They don't flash their way into it, but that is another way to do it. You can even throw those flashes from the B bomb side in case people don't know. You can throw them all the way over the wall. So I do like it. Sometimes on Inferno we talk about top banana retakes. I think of the mid retakes as a similar kind of mechanism on a map like this one. I think it's quite worth doing.
We'll see how that develops as time goes on. I've just got this really horrible gut instinct that the Huns are going to show us a glimpse of brilliance, and we're going to begin to believe, and then this map is going to just be the same as what we've seen thus far on T side. They're going to get like 2 or 3 rounds maximum, a ton of rifle rounds just when nothing happens. They've only got 3 kills so far. With 15 seconds to go, they've been spotted out in the open, and Gizmi will not give them a second chance of reprieve. BMAS very much the same, and Bartak's options are save the AK or go out into certain death. And he picks to try and hold on to the rifle. I say try because he nearly gets wallbanged down into his demise. But it is a 3-0, and it's another round you just sat there like waiting for something to happen from the Huns, and it never arrives.
Yes, that's the version of the Huns that we're trying to avoid at all costs, right? We don't want to see more of that. We want to see them make some of these decisions whenever they get an opening, and even if it's a small opening. I brought up this point earlier that sometimes committing to any plan, is better than shifting around and waiting. Oh, maybe we're going to get one more opening. Maybe 10 seconds from now there'll be a better position, or let's be a little bit slower and see. Like, sometimes that's just not the way to go. This is it. Bartek has committed to running up the ramp. I like it. If he finds an opening, he could clear a bit of spot for his team. But the bomb is still back in T-spawn here, so they're not going to get a straight bomb plant, but they're out fighting for it, and let's see if they can do some damage. They're putting real pressure on Rainwaker. You can see he's very uncomfortable in this position. It will be Afro, though, to stop Bartek in his tracks, and Rainwaker goes down next, so they did slow down just a little bit, and it's a 3-on-5 here now.
Oh, nice shot from Score. Up close and takes down a Suwu as well. M4 trades hands. Suddenly this round is on.
You're absolutely right. Afro shooting him in the back, but Score got another kill on Bimas. 2 versus 2. How did he get to this? Harold will take down Afro as he took the risk of jumping on top of that box. And Gizmi must be confused. Guys, we got 2 kills to begin with. It's a 5-on-3. And yes, we let slip of a Tech-9 that went in towards that window position. Oh, Gizmi's going to get the bomb here, though. That's unfortunate. Cyril going down, and then 9 has to backtrack and say, oh, we forgot something along the way. It even fell out on the other side. It didn't even just fall into the hallway. It goes all the way down into middle. That's a disastrous turn of events.
just the kind of fortune Monte needed after Score lit up the scoreboard with the double Tech-9 frag. Yeah, there will be a lot of questions asked as 9 rolls the dice, and it comes up Snake Eyes for him. Gizmy will be clutching with his 5-0, but there is going to be a question, like, how is it possible Score can walk out a connector, shoot a player up on balcony, and no one is there watching Staircase Con? That's wild. Like, you've got to have that angle covered.
Yes, I think there's definitely ample criticism to be made of that, and unfortunately, those are the kind of slip-ups, again, just to project forward for Monte, right? If they can't fix those, it's going to be a problem later in the tournament. There's no question about it. So we need to see more rigid kind of a defense coming out here. The start is so good, in spite of, I think, the Huns applying a lot of pressure. And I guess the other side of the pressure, right, is the fact that they managed to get scored that deep in towards jungle, which, again, I prefer to see the Huns try more rounds like these, where they have a bit more force at the beginning of the rounds. I do like it, even if they ultimately end up losing it. Some early Molotovs are going down towards that top mid position, but it will be Score again. He's picked off Rainwaker coming down towards the bottom of the A ramp. Counter flash coming out from Afro. He wants to get a step closer. This is super dangerous. Let's see if he can do the silent drop. Score, if you know how to silent drop this corner, it might be possible. Bimaster's going to be going down, though. 9 finds another one, and it's a very good opening to the round here for the Huns.
It's a nice kill from Zuru. Needed that. Got it pretty clean as well. Molotov down on Con. It's going to stop any re-engage through underpass. Obviously, we have the benefit of seeing that won't be the case, as chair and top of middle are occupied, and then just outside of A, where Afro is playing alone with the AWP, but he's looking down in Con. He needs to actually kind of scamper back to the CT boxes. He's very susceptible to being peeked from Palace or from ramp once that smoke clears, and he's on the same page. So he's keeping himself alive. This does kind of forfeit site control, but it means that he can stay alive once the T start to push on.
35 seconds. It's still plenty of time, but if Afro starts to land kills, it could be pretty awkward here. Afro going for a bit of a peek. Normally, we see him holding those angles forever and ever, just waiting for an opportunity, but this time, he wanted to take a bit of a look. Didn't hit the shot, unfortunately. Double flash towards CT spawn. They need that bomb plant. Now we're running very low on time. 17 seconds here, but Controls making sure that Gizmy can't interrupt the bomb plant. And I think for a Subu and Afro, with the money that's left on the team, if they save both these rifles, they're going to have a pretty reasonable buy in the next one. But if they die, there are going to be some concessions to be made, maybe most especially for Afro. So I would say it's better to save this. You're probably not going to get into a 2-on-4 victory here. So the Huns are on the scoreboard, and that's great news.
I'm not sure Controllers is going to let them both survive here, though. There's the first shot. Afro kind of has to commit to this one as well, and he goes down the same. You're saying some concessions may need to be made even with a save. Well, now it's definitely going to be the case. They can scrape together a buy. I mean, Gizmy's on 7k, so he drops for Afro.
Yeah.
But there's definitely going to be a couple plays that are going to be struggling after this.
Yeah, the fact that Gizmy had that much extra cash definitely slipped my mind a little bit there. That's great news. That might actually get them into a slightly better position than I was expecting. So at least there is that going for them. That's good to see. And that's not always the case. Like, even if you're 4-0 up, it could still be a different scenario. He's got the MP9 Gizmy, so that's definitely one of the concessions. The rest is going to be the utility on Afro. They actually elect for the AWP. And I guess that shows you the thing that we've been talking about, how much they value that. Because I thought Gizmy was going to drop an M4 and then they'd all be fine. Afro, you invest into that, that's what you want.
Exactly. That is precisely why you want to have him on his optimal weapon. You mentioned before, it's like joining a Formula 1 race with a Prius or something. You want to be putting your best players, your star players, in the spotlight as much as possible. And so Gizmy's choice is rewarded tenfold. But they need to capitalize on this. We've seen the Huns be multiple players down and somehow just find that perfect read, that timing. Think of Score's double kill with the Tech-9, for example. These little weaknesses. And Gizmy, though, is up close in the kitchen. It's not an easy angle to cover out here.
No, definitely isn't. Especially because you don't want to give it away that you're walking this way. So if you flash or Molotov it, you're going to tell everyone on the CT side that you're taking up this position. Seralt trying for what would have been a wild 180 spray there. Did look like he had the sensitivity to maybe do it, but he can't quite find the kill. And again, we're talking about a very, very slow round here where, you know, if Seralt gets a kill, fine, but once he doesn't, the round slows down even further. Now we're at 27 seconds, trying to make our way onto the B-bomb site. Counter Molotov is coming out as well. Controls gets Bimas, and that does open up for a potential bomb plant. It's suddenly got a bit more interesting here. Gizmi struggling, but will find the kill, and the bomb making its way into the smoke, but he can't dodge the bullets. 9 will have to try and escape, but Afro's already waiting for him. So, man, for the Huns, there are so many things here that have kind of gone wrong. Like, they don't get a bomb plant, they only kill one player, which means the otherwise very pressured economy of Monte is making a quick recovery from being down low. And yeah, that's such a shame. Like, even if they lose the round, if they would have got a bomb plant and again done more damage, it's an easier story to tell that, okay, Huns lose the round, but it's not the end of the world. This is pretty tough to deal with early on.
Gizmi played that round so flawlessly. Like, just being able to trade the MP9 up to the AK is one thing, but then the Molotov he tosses out gives BMAS a chance to shine. So well played from the IGL. They have quickly into round 7 got into the A side. Tetris Molotoving out Rainwaker. He goes down fully to the fire and flames, but Afro's there for 2 with the AWP and keeps Staircase under CT control.
I'd love to see what happened with Rainwaker throughout all of that. Felt like there would have been a chance to escape that. But yeah, Afro bringing it back into contention. Score and 9. Is there going to be a way? Look at this position for Gizmi. You could... Oh, he still doesn't get the kill. They were not ready. I think they wanted to boost over. So they were going to sort of, you know, go and get that boost. And somehow Gizmi unable to hit it. If they lose the round now, that actually could be a significant hit to the confidence of Gizmi individually, even though he's 8-2. But maybe for the rest of Monte as well. This looked like one that was in the bag. That forward position was so strong. Oh.
I think Score's life just flashed before his eyes there. Anders managed to scarper off, and with 35 seconds, they could have even rotated to B. So that's going to be in the mind of both these players. May very well force them into this flash to just have a quick peek. Now they're going to hear the bomb being planted once again as 9 tries to go in, gets winged by the AWP, but not finished off, and is successfully able to get the bomb planted regardless, and then takes the head of Afro.
Bimas on the rescue mission now, diving around. Any wallbang here will kill 9 straight away. Oh, it's actually not even true. He's down to 4 health. He did tag him. Oh, the fact that he's alive, at least for another minute there, does go down eventually. There is a kit on Bimas, so he might just commit to trying to go at this defuse. Taps are coming through from Score. It's a little bit desperate here. You've got to go back on that defuse right now, Bimas. You don't have time to find the kill, and yeah, the round is going to be over. They'll clean it all up, but that is a horrendous loss of a round for Monte that it should never happen. And I think Gizmi's going to know that. Like, I'm not trying to analyze it, saying anything that Gizmi wouldn't know himself. Afro got the triple. If Gizmi wins that fight, it's all over.
Yeah, would it be? I honestly think BMAS could have stuck that defuse, though. Like, so many AK shots had already gone out through the smoke that didn't tag him. And then he fully committed to getting the kill. It's like, at that point, you know the other guy has to reload. You could have just stuck the bomb in the smoke and got that one done. I genuinely think he could have won this. It would have been a Glock firing at him through the smoke. You didn't have enough time to reload and then peek in. Either way, 5-2 the score. But yeah, I mean, you are spot on. If Gizmi is able to finish that off and be more clinical, more surgical, then we're not even down into a post plant. We're not even down to BMAS trying to clutch that one out. But still, the 2 rounds that the Huns have picked up, you can make arguments Monte shouldn't have lost.
I think that's a fair statement. And again, will that be encouragement for Monte, or will it be a stressful thought that we're not as sharp as we should be? We are getting into winning positions, and then we're letting those go again. I don't think that ever is going to be a fun experience as a team. And again, the money is right back to that high-pressure position. The fact is, if the Huns win this next round, they get up to 3, but then they probably get straight to 4 because there's not going to be anything but USPs on the other side. So there's an enormous opportunity right now for the T side to jump straight back into the game. And 4 rounds on the T side of Mirage this early on that's going to be pretty respectable here. Attempted aggression. Score is ready, but only for one of them. Quick refrag coming in from Gizmi. And that does settle things a little bit. Controls on the window. Doesn't look like Barys has any idea they could be here this quick. I must admit, it's a very quick window boost as well. So I can't really blame him. As long as Control stays in this position, I think... Oh, Barys. He looked like he was going to check it. Is he going to go all the way? So far, he's just all cosmetically done it. He didn't commit to the check, and now he's dead.
Bar attack goes down. Bit of damage done, though, to multiple players. You could see from his crosshair placement, he was looking up, anticipating that the window boost was coming in, not that it had already happened. So he had no idea. Azulu instantly picked off by Controllers, who was rapid on the grenade from downtown from Rainwaker, connects perfectly. And they know that Zeralt's on triple box. They know he's on the site at this point. And just with a Mac 10 at this range, shouldn't be able to do anything against 2 rifles. So Rainwaker is going to make sure that that 2-for-1 round does not come in, and that Monte continue to just pick up the pace.
Huge for them to be able to stop them in their tracks here. Again, Huns, just as much as we're talking about Monte's economy, right? But the Huns are in a similar position. And now it looks like they're having one of these halves that happen sometimes on the T side where you're never getting the momentum. Like, you're winning a couple of rounds here or there, but they're not really tied together. So you don't get the money, you don't shut down the CT side economy. It's a really weird feeling sometimes. And it happens. They're back to pistols.
They certainly are. Where are the kills going to come from? 9 has not been able to get the AWP. Not had that same level of impact over on Dust 2. It was him and Zeralt. Well, between the two of them, they've only got 7 kills. A real problem is starting to muster up and gather some serious clouds overhead. The storm lingering, a potential elimination looming. And the Huns slowing down the pace. And this is kind of going back to a lot of their T-sides, and as you kind of touched on this a little bit before, how sort of tentative and almost scared they looked. For me, a lot of the time, it feels like on their T-sides, they're playing more anticipating that their opposition will make a mistake, as opposed to being proactive themselves and forcing those mistakes. And that really is like a massive change of mentality. When you look at the top teams, the Vitalities, the Na'Vis, they're aggressive. They're dictating the pace of the action on the T side. The Huns are just never in that kind of position, it seems.
I do fully agree. And even if, like, whatever plan you pick, whether you're going to be the aggressors or you're going to be, you know, like you said, waiting for a mistake, you have to be able to change it up depending on what the other team is doing. And if Monte aren't going to give you as many mistakes as you want, you can't keep going down that route. And similarly, if you're very aggressive and the other team is incredibly passive and just kind of letting you fight into a lot of utility, well, then maybe you do have to change it up a little bit. So it seems like the Huns are not doing a very good job at adjusting to kind of the situation on the battlefield. Gizmi trying to interrupt the bomb plant. Won't be able to do that, but Afro's on the other side. And at least some good damage onto 9. Score as well is slightly tagged up, but it's another 2v2 and another grand opportunity for the Huns to start to pick up some rounds here on this T side. Once again, the money's very low on Monte here. So for the Huns, this is a critically important round to win. Shot comes out from Afro, but he doesn't actually connect. Now he's got the USB instead, trying to get a bit closer. They're wrapping around. They run down 9, and they should be on the defuse right away. Barys with a good burst, and they will be able to pick up the round. They've got the kits on everybody here. So 7-2. Oh, this actually is one of those slightly more depressing scorelines for the Huns. We said on Nuke, you know, that very one-sided game, there was no chance it was going to get better for the Huns. If anything, it could have been worse, but this 7-2 scoreline actually could be a lot improved for the Huns if they just win a couple of fights.
Yeah, it's like I said back on Nuke that there was only one bomb plant, right, on their entire T half. That's how much they were getting closed off. They've had multiple bomb plants. I mean, the first 3 rounds was Monte basically scampering and desperately trying to defuse the bomb. So it's been way closer than maybe the scoreline suggests. But I gotta say, Anders, the fact that they even got into a 2v2 post plan and nearly won the round there is ridiculous if you're Monte. Like I was saying, that the Huns are playing almost like they're anticipating Monte to make mistakes, and it seemed foolish. And then Monte went and made like 3 critical errors in a row, peeking into areas they didn't need to. Rainwaker goes down ramp, instantly gets ripped out open. Like very, very weird, like Monte CT side. It's kind of strange to say like a team that's winning 7-2 has made a ton of mistakes, but I think it is honestly the truth in this case.
Yeah, I would have to agree. We'll see if that continues. If it does, like, it could really cost them a lot in this half. There's still time left. If the Huns get up to 5 rounds, then that's very interesting. And with that refrag coming in on the Suwu flashbang, perfectly set up. Well done. They clear up MOUZ. Not the best grenade that I've ever seen, but we'll let that slide. Rainwaker and 9. Surely going to be finding a kill here. 9. Oh, it's right at the end. No, Rainwaker turns around. Oh, he couldn't have seen that. I don't even think that's a 4x3 situation. That is just some of the worst luck I've seen in a while. And now Rainwaker surely going to be backing off here. It's a 3-on-3 still, and they might just get a bomb plant.
Oh, big kill. Punishing the smoke. It comes from the MP9, almost the last bullet in the magazine. And he rips off Gizmi's head. It was the penultimate bullet that sealed the deal. And now Afro on 11 kills has had a good half, but this would be going above and beyond to even get close. He does have a kit, does have a smoke, and he knows where Zeralt is, but he's completely unaware where the other 2 T's currently reside. He's just going to hold in position. I wonder if he's going to play and try and defuse this once they run off. He's got a smoke to put down, and he does have a kit alongside it.
Yeah,
he's going to go in now.
There's the one. Oh, wanted to go for the follow-up. I think you're exactly right, Vince. He was hoping, because sometimes in those close situations, one of the T's will kind of run away, and you're left with an easier time, maybe getting a kill or 2, and then kind of going for the defuse. It's definitely doable. I think you're exactly right. That would have been so cool to see. But for the Huns, it's a huge victory here. I can't believe Zeralt didn't reload here. 2 bullets, like you said. It's an incredibly stylish kill. Like, why, if he's that ice cold, why can't we see more out of him?
It's a fair question. We saw a lot of that on Dust 2, so it's not a one-off. And I can't even fault Gizmi for pushing him, because he would have heard the magazine was close to being at its end.
Sure.
And now, the position that you talked about a couple rounds ago with Monte's money being like basically a 2-for-1, we have reached that point. So the Huns realistically should be getting a bare minimum of 4 rounds on this half, and they'll be pushing for 5. And at that point, like, I honestly think that they have a real shot at knocking Monte out. Bartak just finishing off the rest and putting this round into its place. A bit of a formality at this point. The bomb was dropped, but plenty of time to pick it back up again.
Yeah, and they've already got control of the B-bomb site, so they got control of the A-bomb site kind of as well, so they could do whatever they want here. This is, again, just a question of making a decision. I would prefer if they kind of all go up in the same way. Now that they got B-masters, it might not make a big difference, but yeah, it's sort of, even in this moment, it almost feels like they're stretching themselves thin for no reason, and it's not going to be an issue this time, but even in a 3v5 like that, if you've got either A or the B bomb site, just pick one and go there and plant the bomb, because there is always that chance if you linger around long enough that someone's going to die. You give them an AK, even if you don't lose the round. Why would you give them an AK to fight with in the 12th round? It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, but this is all theoretical at this point. Rainwaker is here. Bartak, if you gather up with a couple of teammates, you're going to be fine to go and find this kill, and I don't think it's going to be much of a risk any longer here. Rainwaker does get it. AK's picked up. I think they can't let him get this one in the next round. That would be criminal. And they won't. They're going to hound him. Yeah.
Indeed. The pack arrives, and they will devour their prey. Last round of the half, though. 7-4. Good purchase on the way for Monte. I think they also are going to have tons of grenades. The one downside is they don't have the AWP for Afro, but he does have an M4. I don't believe they have any kits either, so that could be a problem. Although Rainwaker, surely, you got $400 left. Wait, does Rainwaker not have a kit? Kevlar? Am I seeing that right? He's gone for an M4 and full utility, but no Kevlar.
That seems insanely bold, especially if you're going to be playing close to this position. Like, the grenades can really do some damage. That one won't connect, and the Kevlar wouldn't have saved him, so I guess it's all good in the end, but a strange choice that we rarely see. He's out of the round. Control's going to get the kill on the Afro. So this A-bomb site significantly weakened. They must know Asu is going to be here on his own. They could try and pounce, but weirdly, the bomb is back in T-spawn. So maybe that's why they're kind of taking it a bit more slowly. Just winning the fights. That's fine. I don't love it when you leave the bomb that far away, but it's not an issue. And that 7-5 reality has suddenly come into play here. Which for Monte, we said, like, some of the rounds they're winning, they're very shaky, and that could be a a bad sort of warning to them going into the rest of the half, and that's kind of how it's played out here. Now the money has been gone, and the Huns picking up 5 rounds, and it could have been more than that, to be perfectly honest, but still, that's a very respectable scoreline here. Monte definitely still looks shaky.
They do, yeah. They were 4-0 in the lead. They were then 5-1 in the lead, and even, what, 7-2, I want to say? The last 3 rounds were picked up from the Huns. So really, at every given turn in this half, Monte were head and shoulders away from their opposition, and now coming into the second half, the narrowest of margins, pressure's certainly mounting, and they'll realize, like, guys, we could have been, there could have been some serious daylight at this stage. We could have really taken the pressure off our own shoulders. Their T sides have also struggled a little bit. So the game is well and truly on here, Anders. This is genuinely on a razor's edge. It's anyone's match. There is a real chance here that Monte may get eliminated by the Huns.
Yeah, that's what we're that's kind of what we're facing down at the moment. If that happens, that it just will be so hard to explain. I mean, I'd love you know, some kind of a later interview or some kind of the closing thoughts for Monte if that happens, because I can't imagine that they're easily going to be able to sort of hand wave that and say, oh yeah, like, well, it's, you know, not the best day, so on and so forth. Like, we are talking about a Huns team that have really looked dreadful, even if, again, we're giving a lot of credit for turning the ship around, so to speak, because it is really wild that they've managed to recover from pretty much all of the rest of their games. Even on the other days, it's just been very lackluster, but yeah, they're putting some pressure on Monte now. Let's see. Second half is here. It's the final map of the series, and it's elimination on the line. You're not going to qualify if you win this one, but you get to play another day to try and keep it going. If you lose, you're going to be knocked out of the tournament. So here we are. Now 9 looking through the smoke, or trying to catch somebody through the smoke. Not going to be possible, so bomb plant's going through. There is the smoke kit combination. Always got to point it out. 9 is the one who could work some magic in this one, and Monte have got to be vigilant about that.
Oh, Bartak, speculative shots through the smoke. Let's go to Gizmi with a freebie. Good kills from Rainwaker. Finally starting to see him deliver again after a bit of a quiet spell. And they know that there's another player around here. They heard the shots from the smoke. So it's only a matter of time before Bartak is sniffed out, and Rainwaker is the man to secure his 3K score. Waiting in con, has no kit to play with, so there's no chance of him defusing this. I think he was waiting with a knife to maybe get a backstab and get a decent bit of cash in his back pocket, but instead, the round is going to go the way of Monte, and he does just about live to tell the tale, which is important, to be fair to him, as he does have Kevlar and also a little bit of smoke to play with. So it is a decent save, all things considered, but Monte now up to the 8-5. And as you highlighted, Anders, this is a 1-2 matchup, 3 losses, and you are out. To put it in perspective of how the teams got here, Monte have lost to FURIA and Falcons, and they beat Magic, whereas the Huns lost to Spirit and Aurora, and they beat Fisher College to get to this point.
That is exactly right. So Monte with a little bit of breathing room at the start. You win the pistol, you feel pretty good. There is going to be a force coming in from the CT side, though. Gizmi feeling the pain of those grenades, and even more so as Sue. As a Deagle connects with his skull, he's going to go down. That's not the best start here. You haven't even run into any of the 5-7s or the scouts as well on 9. Some grenades going over into the A bomb site, and they might try and make their way up the connector. In fact, that's exactly what they're doing. Gizmi, plenty of bullets to begin with, but now he's down to just 7. Afro goes down. It's still looking very tentative here on the Monte side. They've got the better weapons, but 3 versus 4.
Oh, they have no smoke for the CT side, but Gizmi gets away with it. And what happened with 9 there? It's like he got recall before he even pressed the trigger. He just darted up and missed the shot completely. Molotov now tossed into CT. Not sure, maybe he was tapped. No, he's on 100% HP. I have no idea what happened, but score's going to go down all the way. And now Bartak gets aggressive into Firebox. They saw Gizmi retreat back into there. 2 primary rifles, though, yet to play with. And Rainwaker on 14 kills. That's a hell of a shot. Spray is good. And denies the bomb defuse as well. Beautiful from Rainwaker, and keeps Monte in winning ways.
Oh, that is huge, isn't it? about time that we see Rainwaker step it up a notch here, and he just might have saved his team. We had the whole discussion about the potential for a knockout and for the full comeback here for the Huns, but that round got close, but they are still keeping it going here. And obviously for the Hun side of things, they can't justify another kind of a force-up. So now Monte are going to get dangerously close to completing this one. Rainwaker is at 17 and 9 behind that one round. A huge impact.
It's going to be a devastating loss to sustain for the Huns. The previous 1v3 for Rainwaker, and they're going to run it back right onto the A site again. This time, way more clean. Smoke's in place, HE's behind it. No early kills. I think the Huns may have to think about giving this one up. I mean, there's nothing really to save, considering that you're going to have rifles in the next one. You just have some deagles, bit of utility as well. But see if you can get some exit frags on the way out on the CT side. As Zeralt's about to bump head-to-head with Azu. The timing nearly goes in favor of Zeralt.
Yeah, very hard to do more than look for the exits, I think, at this moment. Which, admittedly, if it's possible to pick up even one or two rifles here, like, it all accumulates towards the end here. For the Huns, it's another long march back into the game. So if you can be helped with a couple of extra rifles at the beginning, it would be nice. Score, certainly doing damage, but I don't think they can pick up anything. So it's decent, I guess, to get a couple of kills, but would have been really fun if they could have stolen a Galil or an AK over onto that CT side. Monte can feel the victory. They're 3 rounds away in a game that got a lot more complicated than I was expecting. Probably more complicated than Monte was expecting. And I think it's still fair to say it's a game that reveals some of the weaknesses of the Monte lineup. But I guess now is a good time to kind of bring back this idea that we've had for them for a long time. It's a fairly resilient team. That's the word that we keep bringing up. They do seem to be good at kind of sticking in the games, even if they are struggling a bit.
Yeah, and it's something that we said with that K27 and Magic game. Like, it doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be clean. This is an elimination game. It's going to be scrappy. It's going to be nasty. And Bartak, he goes in for a double. They shut down this 3rd consecutive A hit, and they do so in style. This is so much better from the Huns. Not a single loss of life, and they can trade up to multiple AKs.
That's wild. They don't get a single kill getting onto the bomb side. I mean, it's a clear attempt for the side of Monte, just to be sure, trying to change the pace and basically get on that bomb side early on. The logic why you would want to do this, by the way, is that a lot of the times what you're going to see is that the CT side will try and take mid control really early, and they might do that with 3 or even 4 players sometimes. So if you're quick on the A-bomb side, sometimes you'll catch all the CTs in middle and basically just one player who might even be playing sort of the top connector position. So it's not completely crazy for Monte to try and do this. It's not like they just decided, oh, we don't know what we're doing, let's just rush A. There is some logic behind it. This just obviously did not work out for them.
Yeah, it's really well-placed counter flashes. What a shot from Score as well. 16 and 10 to him. We've talked throughout this event that he is one of the kind of X-Factor players that can make a huge bit of difference if he's finding himself in form. And Monte, losing that player early, no real ground has been gained. Like, sure, they've got a bit of mid-control, but you're looking at a lack of utility here. Like, there's no smokes left. They only have a Molotov. So you have to kind of go out on a dry peak and hope and pray that a fast entry comes in your favor, but you don't have any AKs either, so you're going to need to land 2 shots realistically to most of these players to even crack open the site in the first place.
Yeah, they don't even have that extra luxury. Oh, it's not going to be the AK, it's going to be the Tech 9, but Controls is straight into it. Bomb is now dropped over by Shadow with about 40 seconds on the clock. Very hard to run across the bomb site once, pick up the bomb, then go back and put it down without anyone interrupting that. But MOUZ, that's a very nice idea. Going through the smoke like that, catching Controls, actually could take the pressure here, or could take the fight to 9. It might be a better choice, because the longer they wait, the more difficult it's going to get. The bomb is planted. If Monte get out of this, a 2 versus 4, oh, the Huns are never going to live it down. They're going to be regretting it. They're going to wake up in the middle of the night, weeks from now, with nightmares about a round like this one. They're just embarking on the comeback, and it could be a really spectacular one as well. Azu gets the easy spray down on Score. 9, why is he not pressuring on the other side? You got your teammate there. Finally, he steps it up. Now Bimar swings into the battle, and he's going to get it. Darting back around the corner. There is a kit just picked up from Seralt. He's going to tap it once. He's got one opportunity, and he will hit the headshot. But unfortunately, it took a second too long, and he has to run away instead. The bomb will claim him. A 2 versus 4 that the Huns somehow managed to give away.
BMAS played that so exquisitely, man. Like you highlighted, he pushes that smoke and applies the pressure on CT box, but it's like two-pronged. One, you're looking for kills. Secondly, you're opening space to get the bomb planted as fast as possible, because one of the constant themes and the constant problems you have on T sides hitting A multiple rounds is you are often susceptible to fast flanks all the way around through T spawn into ramp or palace. They knew that they were on a window of opportunity, and BMAS made sure he kicked that open as fast as possible with that kill. So well played. But on the other side of the coin, the Huns, you even called it, man, like they're peeking 1 by 1. There's no counteractive play. They lose a player triple. 9 is still in CT spawn. Like, you've got to be on the same page. You've got to have that kind of flank, that hit simultaneously, that crunch. It's here where Squad dies. 9's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. And unfortunately, those are the kind of timings and the kind of slip-ups there that gives Monte the extra space, the extra, you know, couple of centimeters to work around. And enough for the ultimate clutch to come through there on the Monte side, in spite of everyone dying. Which I guess is the one silver lining here. If you're on the Hun side of things, you're thinking, okay, we got a double up going into this one. They can't have any money on the T side. We can still make it back. And it's still true. If they win this round, they probably go to 8 rounds almost right away. Let's see how this plays out. Window boost is up there. No one, I think, is expecting that right now. Seralt, he's back hitting more shots, though. We do like that. Oh, 9 checks it. I don't think he saw him. I think he missed that by a second. So this B-bomb site is very, very close to going down. The double AWP might get to fire no shots here from Score. Oh, he actually had a chance to shoot that. 9 is going to be catching him. Wild. 3 versus 4. It's still on for the Huns. They can still make this happen. Seralt's going to be traded out, but the fact that he got the 1 kill is plenty enough. Vimas in a 1 versus 3, and this time it's a bridge too far. Huns will pick it up, denying the bomb plant, and the money is completely reset here for Monte. This is going to be a tough game once again for them.
It is, and credit to the Huns for digging in, not letting that 2v4 get in the back of their heads too much. And Azuru did everything you could have asked of him, honestly, like wrapping around the back, getting the kill, wasn't anticipating that the secondary AWP would be already moving into the marketplace. And it's a good closeout from Controlers in the end. So a lifeline, still alive, still kicking. Got to make sure that they don't fall prey to a fast Tech-9 rush, though. I think they'll have a good read of the situation, though. They'll know that the Huns have now lost, that Monte have lost a lot of rounds and been super scrappy in terms of how many casualties they've sustained. Plus, this timeout, I think, kind of gives away the economic situation, if nothing else. So you would think that the Huns are going to be on point. Throw that early utility, try and draw Monte out into the open if they can.
This has just been one of the weirder games I've seen in a minute. So we did say, in fairness, we did say at the start of it, we don't really have any expectations coming to Mirage because, you know, it's just been so hard to guess what's going to happen next. But that same level of chaos has followed us into the 3rd map. And the Huns looking to see what they could do. There is going to be some upgraded pistol and a little bit of armor here, so curious if they can find any kind of entry. Bomb plant and a couple of kills would be great to this stage, but it's looking very, very unlikely. Afro, he does get 1, but they are slowed down enough here in the hallways to be that I don't think there's even a chance for a bomb plant any longer. Tech-9 picked up once again. Rainwaker trying his best to find another one. They've got 2 kills in the round. It's kind of something for Monte, but I think the bomb plant would have been the real cherry on top.
Yeah, the jewel in the crown, because that was a full investment round, I believe. So you are looking at another eco. The Huns will be 11-9, more than likely. And that straight-up B-rush, neutralized from early utility that was tossed down, and then really good positioning from the Huns afterwards. So this looks like it is going to be going the distance, as Monte have, I mean, literally no investment, so to speak, of whatsoever. No flashes. They're down to around $2,000 between the lot of them. So the Huns have a golden opportunity here, man. And the way that Monte have been looking a little bit shaky to me. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe get an OT out of this one.
That could happen. I mean, that's what we thought was going to happen on Dust 2, right? It was gearing up to that kind of a thing. There's same thing as, I think, on the menu this time around. Bomb is in Palace. If you can jump down, even if everybody dies, and get the bomb plant, you'll take it. You need absolutely everything at the moment. Controls uncomfortable to start with. That might secure the bomb plant, though maybe not score. I think we just found Barys, who was running in there with it, so losing controls, not really the end of the world. Not getting the bomb plant, though, is kind of annoying to that T side. It would have actually made a difference in terms of their ability to buy some more utility. So here we are, 11-9. Only 2 rounds separating the teams as the Huns now, the CT side of Mirage, they're starting to wake up ever so slightly. And Monte, like you said, looking shaky. Some of the cracks are starting to show here in their gameplay. And that's just, it's not what I was expecting, not at this stage. Rainwaker is playing supremely well. He's got 20 kills, but let's see what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought this series would be done like 2 hours ago, the way it was looking after that dude. But credit to the Huns. 9 gets splattered down to 6 HP, but still alive with the AWP, so he'll be okay. In that previous round, the Monte may not have realized they had 2 players exceptionally low on the Huns, both below around 5 health. So it could have been a real painful encounter for the CTs. Azu now getting down into the underpass. 3 players on B. 9's one of them, almost baiting out as well. Zerolt just unloaded a full magazine into the wooden panels. Feels to me like that's a bait and switch onto the AWP, and to allow 9 to maybe get that first shot off and surprise them on the approach.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice idea. Don't hate them trying something like this. I mean, they're so close to getting the job done, so even one opening kill could make a big difference. 9 ready and waiting, and it's an easy shot. Barys goes down. Oh, Gizmi's going to be next. He was coming in from the catwalk position in middle. He's down and out. And Rainwaker, he was so focused on chasing down 9 that he forgot about the fact that there was going to be a second player on that bomb site. Afro and Asuru kind of locked out of the round here. The Huns are going to get up to 10. And there's nothing that anyone can do about it. And again, even worse for Monte. The money is still in a very weird position. So you said overtime, but there's an outside chance here that the Huns could even take it in regulation. And again, for Monte, I can't imagine what a weird feeling it would be if they end up losing this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just looking very flat, isn't it? Like, there's no real bite to these T rounds. You can see what they're going for, like the B split through on catwalk, a B simultaneously, but they completely walked into the trap that had been set up for them. Start out with the spray, and you saw it. They didn't anticipate that 9 would be in this position, because the way they just wide swung out on apps, there's no way you're doing that if you think an AWP is watching. You're at bare minimum throwing a flash either over the wall to blind the van in the back of the site, or you're going for a pop flash before you peek that. Just running out dry like that is like you're inviting to die, basically. You're asking to be shot. So 9, who was put down at 6 HP on connector in the first 5 seconds of the round, picks up a triple. And now Monte are desperately gasping for air, clambering for any small advantage they can get. And it is the hero AK from Azu, saved off from the last round. That's really the only thing they have to play with. 9, same idea, but different position, hiding in the window on B-Apps.
Still a minute and 20 seconds here, but it does feel like sort of the calm before the storm here as they're trying to get up through connector. Bartak finds a headshot. Zerolt, he did spot them out, did a little bit of damage, even more so now with the nade. He doesn't even really see what he's shooting at, but it doesn't matter. He's doing a lot of damage. He got the kill as well. And this is falling apart very rapidly. Huns equalizing the scoreline. Gonna make their way to 11 here. Yeah, there's no point in fighting this score. You don't really have to at all. Keep everything alive. Keep it going. Keep the momentum right now. Afro, again, even a bomb plant would be nice. If he can jump past and plant, like just pull out the bomb and run right now, it's actually doable. If 9 misses a shot, then there's definitely a chance here. But it's going to be the only one they have, and they do need the money. Oh, okay. Short for a second. Does get past. Yeah, go straight for it here. I don't think getting more kills is at all irrelevant. bomb plant would be the real thing that you're looking for. They're all coming for him. No bomb plant going to be allowed for. The Huns have equalized the game. What are we watching? 11-11.
Some really good calling from 9, man. Like, he is constantly in the right positions. He is a couple steps ahead of Gizmi. They're on A. He's looking around connector. They decided to start hitting B consistently. He's in B apps, omnipresent. It'll feel like he's living in Gizmi's head rent-free. And from a vast lead, it was like 11-6, I want to say. Now we are nearly in a position where Huns are taking the lead and they're just a couple rounds away from the finish line. Monte's tournament life is hanging by a thread. Momentum, everything heavily in favor of the CTs. And 9 mixes it up again. Gets himself activated over on A, starting to rotate back around. Score has the secondary AWP perched in B apps. They've utilized this multiple times and they had a ton of success with it back on Dust 2.
Serald, he's been very good in this position. He misses Gizmi by a second, so I might be shocked if Gizmi come back out right now. There's a chance that Serald's not going to be able to react in time. Asuwu's here. He seems like he's in a very exposed corner. But they don't have a flashbang right now to even set up a kill against him, which is kind of weird. Asuwu has a smoke, but otherwise they could have flashed Gizmi in for that fight. And Gizmi's not having any luck finding anyone else right now. Maybe if he sticks around, Controls is going to be surprised. They just dodged. I think actually Gizmi might have seen the gun barrel without even realizing. But nobody's dead yet. 45 seconds. It'll be Controls to open up. Asuwu goes down. It's a really well-timed peek. And now Gizmi's walking back into it. Just there checking. And now he's gone again. Afro gets a kill. Not with the AWP because he can't afford it. Gizmi's going to find Serald. And there's a big chance right here. Monte needs some kind of recovery. And this could be the round that at least gets them to series point.
2-up setup for the retake is so dire. Control S is low. He has to try and take the point because he's got the one rifle, but he's the weakened player. One bullet and he's gone. Sees the trajectory of the flash from Tetris, knows where one of the players are, but Score is a goner. And although Controllers had the drop, only one bullet required. Nothing 9 can really do about this. Trying to keep them interested. They have more than enough funds to buy into the last round regardless here. So he's going to go out on his shield. Try and take as many of these T's with him as possible. Deny the AWP if he can. First shot is good on Rainwaker. Doubles up onto Gizmi. And with this flash, he should be able to keep himself alive. The bomb detonates, but he's okay. And BMAS, try as he may to close the gap, is not going to get there in time. In fact, he does, but 9 splatters him. And this is costly for Monte.
That is a really good point. That's actually could have a bit of an impact on the following round. So even though you couldn't win it, you could still carry on over in some kind of damage into the next round here. 12-11 though. Monte, they've got one crack at this, one chance to finish it in regulation. Otherwise, it's going to go into overtime, and this has been a wild game. It started, just to recap on Nuke, with a 13-2 victory in favor of Monte. And it just looked like the Huns, they did not show up. They weren't playing Counter-Strike on any level that could even be recognizably tied to a tournament of this caliber. But on the second map, they came back in, and they somehow revitalized themselves. And Monte, I think, were just shell-shocked at what was happening. They weren't ready for the kind of turnaround that the Huns managed to bring in there. So they end up winning Dust 2, 13-10, and now we're on Mirage. And, you know, both teams making tons of mistakes. There's lots of stuff going on right now, but, you know, the Huns, they look the strongest they've looked almost all tournament long. Let's see if they can find one more round and get this one into OT. Otherwise, it's going to be Monte walking away with a victory, yes, but also kind of a strange feeling, it must be said. Monte should have been the much better team here today.
I see people in chat asking why are they hunting for the AWP so much. This is the carrot that dangles in front of a team like Monte that desperately want Afro on the AWP as much as possible. Yeah. That's the other side of the coin. They wanted Afro to be donning that in this round because he is so damn good. So credit to 9 for holding on, but it is at a great cost, and they're going to be bypassing into connector. Asuwu picks up the kill, 4 away from securing their tournament life and knocking the Huns out. But Bartak is there, blows open the smoke, but can't quite transition with the spray.
Ooh, I think he was out of bullets as well. Ducked down behind. There's no backup there. 9 in some trouble right now. The Tech 9 might not be the weapon for it, or maybe it is exactly that. Controls comes in time. And 9, he was so low on health. I thought he was going to get checked immediately. The bomb dropping forward. Wow, Afro clearing that even more than anyone. There's no one that could have hide in that corner, but he wanted to make absolutely sure. 45 seconds, bomb being planted. Score. Oh, it's going to be on the other side. 9 through the side of the wall. He's found Gizmi. I'd love to see the replay of that. And it's all on Afro. Out in the open. They're going to peek him from spawn. He might be dead already here. Overtime secured as 9 finds a triple, starting with the Tech 9, and now he's up to 20 kills. Oh, this is going to be a very painful loss. Whoever loses this game, it's going to be one that they'll remember for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is fraught with head-scratching moments and, like, not entirely sure what the hell is going on. Like, Afro at the end decides to stand on top of the default box against 2 players. I mean, I don't know. I guess he just gambled it. But you got to have more faith in yourself, man. Like, hiding behind the box there, you can peek multiple angles. Like, you can shimmy and shake and dance a little bit, but that's the easiest kill of 9's life. An OT beckons. We have reached the overtime in the 3rd map. And who would have ever thought this was possible after Nuke?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I agree. Like, once the bomb is down, you've got the AK Afro. Try to reposition. Try to see if you can't make it a painful defuse for them. Standing out in the open like that means that's it. You know, you miss the timing on one or the other side, and you're not even you don't even get a chance to fight. So probably a sign, I think, of the level of sort of stress and confusion that's been tied to this game. That's definitely been the feeling overall. Scoreline is 12-12, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going into overtime on this final map. You lose, you are eliminated from the tournament. And I think for Monte especially, that would be very, very painful. The Huns did say, I mean, if they keep fighting, if they could somehow get 3 wins here, that'd be a huge victory for them. And I agree, it seems out of the question that's going to happen. But the fact that it's still here is a bit interesting. Rainwaker, double opening. Bartak goes down next. The Hungarian player just coming in, or not Hungarian, Bulgarian player coming in and wrecking them. So Seralt and score left. Gotta be careful with those different Middle European countries.
Well, he was hungry for the kills, Anders.
True, nice. That should have been a save. If my brain was as fast as yours, Vince, it would have been great. It could have worked out fine.
Understandable, dude. There's been a lot of CS today, a lot of WTF moments, I think it's safe to say. But Rainwaker, what a time for him to come alive again. 3 opening picks, 3 entries, single-handedly dials in Monte's first round in this OT. And that's the kind of hero plays they're looking for. It's been antsy. It's been really anxious on their T sides. Often they have the idea, but they don't follow through with it as clinically as you'd like. So it's good to see that Rainwaker at least is up to the task. He's like, let me at him, Chief. Let me go out first. I'll pick up some kills. This round, super successful.
Very, very cool work. He's so lightning fast. Like, his crosshair in the right position at every moment. You got to appreciate that. 24 kills on him. And that starts overtime up pretty nicely. But again, it's been a real struggle to even get here, for both sides of it. So winning the first round of overtime has got to feel pretty good. Still a double up setup on the CT side, which is very interesting. Score. He's going to go down. That was straight up winning the fight against the AWP at range. Devastating way to go down early, and Bimas might be on for almost a free kill here. Controls. He's waiting on the other side. A huge off angle. Wait a minute. If Bimas loses patience now and takes a step forward, then he himself could be very dead. Oh, he's not. Again, the crosshair. It couldn't have been better.
It's a really good shot from Bimas. It'll be a devastating blow if you are the Huns, though. Already down 1 round in OT. 2 players, one of which is your start and score. Controllers has also been on point. 9, missing a shot. Haven't seen that too many times over the duration of these last 2 maps. Bartak is in a very strong position, though. And as long as 9 continues to be a presence, they're not going to check Ninja's spot. He gets the hit and run down to a 3-on-3.
How do they get into these positions? It's just so confusing. You had both the openings, you had everything the way that you want it. Now you got to get back here. If they can find Seralt, it's fine. They can get the bomb planted, and they've got a Suwu in the middle to catch any rotations. Oh, the spray is anything but perfect. Gives me such a labored fight, but he comes out on top nonetheless. And yeah, leave 9 alone, get over here, all right. Or kill him. I'll take that as well as a secondary option.
That
okay,
works.
they win the round. My God.
Yeah,
What
leave
is
him
going
or
on?
just take his head off. You know, either of those options work. And yeah, that spray, I think Gizmi's heart was probably in his mouth for a couple of seconds because he knows the importance. He had a player pushing on Biaps, which is why he snatched at the opportunity. He wanted to come through with the bomb and get that planted. So if Gizmi loses out against Zeralt, then who knows what the hell happens in that round. Anything could have happened, but I think Monte will be in a situation again where it's like a big sigh of relief. You're in a 5v3, you really let it slip. Nice shot from Afro, to be fair.
Well then, here we go. A lot of speed behind this one. It's Rainmaker opening up on 9, and Gizmi's going to be taking down Score. They've decided to change the pace once again. It didn't work out for them last time they tried this, but it is looking promising here. Serral, though, really bursting down Bemas, but he backs up into Gizmi, who's going to find a second kill of the round, and that kill will give them the bomb plant and put the Huns in a very awkward position. Monte rallying the last bit of strength that they have in this game. They couldn't find it in regulation. Now it's on OT, and they look to be winning 3 in a row. That is the best possible outcome that they could have had here. And the Huns, for all the battle that they had to get this one into OT, now is not the time to let go. Now is not the time to slip up. Gizmi finds a 3rd headshot. Well played for the captain of the team as well. 1 round away now, Monte, from sending the Huns out of the tournament.
Mate, where was this Monte before? They won 2 rifle rounds on their T side, and now they're suddenly gods. Like, they can't make any mistakes. It's so wild to me. That's such a change in pace, such a change in proficiency. When it really counts, they have risen to the challenge. 3 rounds required. The Huns fighting for their tournament life in this 1-2 elimination match. This the 3rd decider map. And can the Huns get it done on their T half? The bomb, I was going to say the bomb, the smoke got blew open, and Afro takes down 9.
He's back on that AWP again, something that they've been struggling in this game to be able to afford, but OT does give you that extra benefit. Up to 20 kills, Afro, Bartak, trying to find an opening. I don't want to see Rainmaker necessarily recommit to this fight. I just don't think it's worth it. You're probably at a big advantage on the CT side in that battle, but the problem is, all it takes is 1 stray bullet and you're dead and the other team is back into it. And since you already have the lead, why go for the risk at all? It seems like the Huns have decided it's going to be the final bomb site to be hit here. 2 people in connector, and with Rainmaker playing this slight off angle, it's actually a really good setup, I think, for the CT side.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unorthodox position as well for Rainmaker. We anticipate him to be a little bit deeper onto this one, so we can quickly wrap around towards Sandwich Peak. So they're just going to be spraying down towards him, but Controller's just completely bites down on that bait and gets punished for it. Afro pops up, deals with Bartak and goes back down again. Score and Zeralt, all that remained for the Huns, and a 2-on-4 with 30 seconds to save their lives.
Bimas in a position that's going to get him a free kill on Zeralt if he keeps going like this. Back checking it. Oh, he was actually ready for it, Zeralt. That's pretty good, but shot in the back by Afro. They were so committed to the idea that Rainmaker was going to be at that triple box. That's what they thought, that he was behind, but he's a little bit further back on the wall, and they just didn't see it coming. Afro with the final kill. It took overtime on the 3rd map, but it will be Monte. Moving on to the tournament, it will be the Huns knocked out, but a much, much more difficult match than anyone, I think, expected here today. And both teams definitely showing signs of trouble along the way.
I have no idea what Afro just said, but I think his body language was universal. Staring up to the gods, realizing how lucky they are to still be alive in this event, because I don't think it would be an unfair assessment to say that Monte played poorly in this match. For their own high standards, from what we've seen recently, even within the confines of this event at PGL Astana, they've looked so much better than what we saw today. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. They've kept themselves alive by the skin of their teeth, I should say, the thinnest of margins, and they get to fight again tomorrow. But if they play like this again, I fear that their tournament is going to be over.
That's got to be true, right? We need to see Monte with more focus in some of these moments when they have the leads, when they've got the advantages. They have to be able to capitalize on that. There are a lot of moments throughout the series where they end up, they end up giving away you know, 3v5s, 2v4s, and stuff like that, and it's just not good enough. But they do win it here. I bet as well. I guarantee if you asked Monte, if you got to talk to Gizmi right now, he would probably say the same thing. He'd probably say, man, there are so many things that we have to fix here. For the Huns, I still can't see where this team is going. Sometimes you can walk away with the feeling, okay, there's some central thing that's working, or you know, a couple of players that we want to sort of build on top of, but it's very hard for me to see what the overall sort of structure is of this at the moment. Unfortunately, because it'd be cool to see them try and rebuild into this year, but right now that looks like a very difficult prospect at the end of it here. Afro, very well played. Rainwaker as well with 26 kills. And on the other side, I mean, they weren't lacking for kills this time, right? I guess that's the good side, but just too many mistakes to win at the end.
I mean, I'm kind of glad for the Huns that they at least gave a decent accounting of themselves. You know, past Nuke. Nuke was a complete disaster, but then they go into Dust 2. They take Monte's map. It's a really good map for Monte as well. It's not as if they outplayed themselves in this veto. And then Mirage, they took it to OT. It looked like maybe Monte wouldn't just pull away in the early stages. Another very good performance from Afro. 7 assists, 23 kills. Can't argue with that. So I'm at least happy for the Huns. Like, if they got blown out 2-0, it's like a 13-2, 13-5 or something, which is honestly what I was expecting after that nuke, then I would be a lot more damning. I'd be a lot more harsh on them. I think we did see at least some grit, some tenacity from these guys, some ability from score. Control-as I think was consistently pretty good through this series. But yeah, ultimately it just wasn't good enough. Even Monte playing, I would say at like a 2 or a 3 out of 10 for their own standards was enough for Huns. And that is a problem. That is something that you can't really justify.
Yeah, we need much improvement, unfortunately, on that side. We'll catch up with them, I'm sure, at some later tournament, and maybe that's an interesting kind of prospect to think about. Like, how can they go into the second half of the year looking better and finding some kind of a rhythm in their game? Certainly wasn't it here today. Fortunately, it is not the end of the road here for the B stream. We still have PARIVISION and G2, which again we're going to stumble into more teams where we have some big questions to be answered there. That's another 1-2 game, so it's going to be elimination on the line for either one of them. PARIVISION look anything like themselves, and you know, you said you were a bit disappointed in G2 as well in their performance, so we'll get a chance to catch up with them as well.
Yes, we'll be able to delve into that a little bit more. I think both teams have a point to prove. Obviously, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them. It is a 1-2 matchup, similar to what we just casted there between Monte and the Huns. And so I think whichever team goes out 1-3, like, you're looking at PARIVISION G2, man, you're looking at some of the teams that are in this event, you expected much better from them. I actually think both teams should have made it through to the playoffs, or at least gone into like that 2v2 matchup tomorrow. So getting 1 win and losing 3 would be horrendous. And if I'm not mistaken, their path to this point was both beating Fisher College. So you get knocked out. The only team you beat was Fisher College. That's grim.
That is actually a sign of real warning. I would agree with that. A weird spot for everyone involved, but they have one more chance here, to resurrect themselves and get back into it. We are going to go for a break. We'll be back very shortly with the next game. So stay tuned and we'll return.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are here in Astana, in Kazakhstan. Dastan, you're home for an event.
Yes.
This is a great feeling. Are you from Astana or are you from Almaty or somewhere else?
I'm originally born from Kızılar'da. It's a city from south of Kazakhstan, but most of my life I lived in Almaty.
So tell me, obviously you're not playing, you're coaching, right? But you still get a more special feeling. Like what is going through your mind where you're on billboards, you're on big billboards outside in the city, your face, you're like, that's crazy.
Yes, I didn't see from my eyes.
Okay.
I don't know, my feelings is, first of all, the peoples around in hotel are same. Like Nico walking, everyone same, but when I go outside, when I see the young school boys to walking and asking Dastan, come, sign, it makes the feeling different. 10 years ago, when Gambit won major, it was fun meeting. It was in Astana.
Oh wow!
It was crazy, and security can't hold the people, and it was, it wasn't.
Okay, we're gonna need to get extra security if Hobbits come in, but I also need to talk a bit about PARIVISION and where you guys are at, because beginning of the year, champions, last Bounty finals, right? Krakow, an early exit, but we understand you guys were tired, it had been the grind going on. Cluj-Napoca, second place. Rotterdam, top 4, we can take that as a positive, right? But then Bucharest, where I think many people expected you guys to do better, probably win that tournament. You were favorites. It didn't come together. What is happening in your eyes with the difference between the team of this up and down, like the inconsistencies you have?
I think when distance is increasing, you find your original level. It's like, as I said in Bucharest, I hope Xielo, Nota, Belchonok, they should play better because they have more experience, but their level is increasing right now. That's what I'm worrying. Even before this tournament, I don't know what to expect. For me, it will be nice if I go to playoff and win at least one game. Semi-final, okay. Maybe it's not the worst which coach can say. I can say, oh, we will win, it's important.
No, but you're always honest.
I'm honest. Semi-final will be nice. Of course, it will be, if the opponent will be not like, I don't know, Spirit or FURIA, I think we should win. But there is like 4 or 5 teams here are good. And I want to be in arena. I want to win. But I don't want to have like extra pressure. First of all, let's go to playoffs. It will be already nice, because if I don't qualify, I will be sad. But even if I lose, I don't want to show like bad emotions. Yes.
So I understand you want to make playoffs. You'd love to win the tournament. You have a deep run. You've been there in practice. You've been seeing what the team's been doing. How confident are you that the team's form is better than what we saw in Bucharest right now?
I think we are better than in Bucharest, but I don't right now I don't feel like in practice it was not good. We lost a lot of practice. When we play practice, for example, we don't play against a lot with tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
It's always, I don't know, because maybe for us it's better because they can learn us maybe.
Yeah, you're trying to hide,
and when we play against tier 2 teams, it's good because we're playing like official one. And sometimes we're training, but we didn't play for win. We play for practice rounds more than, maybe if I win here, it will be unbelievable. The feelings will be like major.
Yeah, that for you, this could be a major, that's for sure. Yes. Well, good luck. Thank you for all of your explanations, all of your deep diving. I always appreciate talking to you. Lastly, I'll just let you, is there anything you want to say in Kazakh, if you can, to all the Kazakhstani fans that are watching and supporting?
Assalamu alaikum, Kazakhstan. Бүгін ертең PGL Astana басталады. Сендер келгеніңе өте қуаныштымын. PARIVISIONға болейте. Забыл я қазақша сөздерді. Все, рахмет.
We return once again. We have the final series of the day, and we've kept the best for last. It's G2 up against PARIVISION here. Elimination on the line for both squads that probably were dreaming of making the playoffs, but only one of them is going to have a chance to. They don't even qualify for winning this. They just kind of get a step closer. They have to fight for their lives still going into the tournament. It's the 1-2 games. But I'm here. With me is Vince. Vince, what are your expectations for this game coming up?
Oh, I think this is going to be a scrappy one, Anders, actually. I think it's going to be a higher level of Counter-Strike than what we just saw before. Monte and Huns was a bit of a back and forth head scratcher. I think this is going to still have some scrappiness to it, but I do have higher expectations. Two teams have performed pretty below their level, I have to say, even if they have both lost to like legitimate teams in their own right. So for example, PARIVISION, they lost to 9Z, who of course went through 3-0. Probably one of the biggest surprises, one of the biggest shocks of this entire tournament so far, how great 9Z looked. And if you remember as well, Anders, we casted that game, and it was Luchov on the first map dropping crazy numbers, and then it was DGT on the second dropping even more crazy numbers. So they've lost to 9Z and they lost to Aurora. Fair enough. Their only win was to Fisher College, whereas G2, they've lost to MOUZ and they've lost to the Mongols. Also fair enough, but their only win was additionally to Fisher College. So I don't think we've seen even close to the best from either of these teams as it stands, and I'm very curious to see which of them is going to show up today.
Yes, indeed. I think that's a highlight-worthy situation that those are the two victories that they do have. And we are doing things a little bit differently here on the B stream as well. So, like both of us try and keep an eye on the chat. I'm seeing a bunch of comments about clones and bold. Somebody said that they did a lot of molding in their day. That's definitely true. Vince has been playing Deadlock with me, so he knows everything about that. But yeah, shout out to you guys in the chat. Comment whatever you want. We'll try and keep an eye on it. I think it's fun. I like the interaction a little bit. Getting into this one, though, I have to say my disappointment in PARIVISION might be sort of overtaking my feelings here. I'm going to pick G2 to win this ultimately. Like, not that I've seen a ton of G2 in this tournament yet, because we've been here on the B stream, but I just feel like surely they can bring this over the line. I think MOUZ is a great pickup for the team. I think he's incredibly underrated. Maybe not so much anymore, but I think he was in his previous lineup over on Fnatic. But yeah, so I think he's a good pickup. I think this team can do it. PARIVISION, yeah, if they played their real kind of Counter-Strike, their A-level game, it's different, but they haven't shown that at all this tournament yet.
No, they haven't by any stretch. And also, the biggest kind of concern for me is that some of their heavy-hitting stars, their Zways, their Belchanoks, have had multiple very poor maps. So at times, Jame has been like solo hard carrying while also IGLing, and none of the other pieces have been showing up. That can't happen again against G2. Like they're too star-studded. There's way too much firepower on this team. You can see Nerds and Heavy God there on the right-hand side in the middle of your screen. Those two guys combined can take out like any other duo pretty much on the planet on their day. So if you're having Belchanok and Zwei have another slow start here, it could get out of control really fast. And although we're not at the veto just yet, I will say that Ancient is a map that both teams are very comfortable on. It could be a handshake map. If it is, the man that you just highlighted, Mattis, is a monster on Ancient. So it also plays into some of the kind of parts that you've been discussing.
Yeah, that will be a lot of fun to see. I'm curious about the veto coming into this one too. Definitely think it can have a bit of an impact on the game. Both teams have some deep holes in their map pool, in my opinion. Like G2 try and play another Anubis, they just don't win it very much. We know that Nuke and Overpass are likely to be banned out fairly early on. So that wouldn't be too surprising, but yeah, here we go. A couple of maps are already gone and out. It's going to be Mirage to be picked early.
Okay, Mirage is an interesting choice. It's a map that PARIVISION aren't necessarily statistically very good on. And then Dust 2 is picked second, so I think Ancient will be our third decider. I doubt either of these two teams wants to ban Ancient, and it will be. That's kind of what I was expecting. My only question would have been, where does Ancient kind of feature in this series? Is it going to be the decider? Is it going to be picked earlier? The downside of picking Ancient, of course, is it means you give your opposition the choice of which side they start, and so that could be a potential issue. So I'm completely fine with it being the decider. This kind of went the way I was anticipating for all intents and purposes. The issue I have, though, here, if I'm PARIVISION, is that I think that G2 have probably won the veto purely off the basis of that Mirage being in play, because I just think you can see there 3 wins, 11 losses for PARIVISION on Mirage as opposed to 7 and 7 for G2.
Yeah, I think I think it's a reasonable estimation. Dust 2, the second one, we know G2 at least are going to be able to be competitive on that game. And again, PARIVISION are a team that have been struggling. Some of their riflers that we want to see have a high output, Zwei and Belchanok, are in the crosshairs these days because they're not bringing enough to some of these fights here. That is hopefully going to be different. I mean, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. If they show up today and they play well, then that's exactly what PARIVISION need. You know, they've had the conversations. You know, Destan is in the back always watching, and he's not going to be, he's not one of these people who's going to be afraid to kind of, you know, bring the criticism and let people know what they're doing wrong. Goes with the culture, goes with the personality, and I think it's great. I think you should let people know if they're messing something up. But we've seen them also stressed out. Like even Jame was stressed for a minute there. So on the other side of it, though, I mean, they've got some really fun players. Do hope we get to see Ancient as well. Just because if you remember, one of the ways that Nerds made his big boom onto the scene was being, you know, very strong at fighting in some of those mid-Ancient positions. So that could be fun to see him kind of get back to his old self over on that map.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I think that G2 probably have won this veto. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Because you still have to execute, you still have to win the maps that are up against you. But in terms of Ancient, I think they have such an incredibly powerful team. You got Mattis, Nertz, as you just highlighted, Heavy God is no scrub, and even Hunter. Like, Hunter's actually been individually playing quite well at this event, more so than some of his teammates as well. He's still very much a fragging IGL when he needs to be. So I would expect G2 to come out ahead, but we also have seen PARIVISION as of late drop off quite hard. Before that, though, they were setting the world on fire, so there's no reason they can't get back to that level. That being said, we're ready to jump into our 1-2 elimination match.
How right you are. And it's going to be the full-on execute. You could see that from the positions and from the utility and everything else. And I think for Nertz, it's not about fighting to the death here. It's got to be about trying to find one kill, set up for the retake. You know you're going to have to do that. They do have the smoke kit combinations. My favorite thing to point out, as you guys know by now, on the CT side. That means this round is winnable no matter what happens. And I'm glad that they don't fight here, G2. You already committed to not defending the bomb site. There's no reason to change your mind in the last possible second. It starts with Heavy God getting the headshot on Cello, and we're off to the races here. A very important match for both these organizations, and both must win it. Sampayas will take down Belchanok. It's Nota finally answering back, getting a kill on the PARIVISION side here, but James is put some pressure here. The Glock not connecting. Sampayas keeps hunting them down, and that kit is already in play. You could see, even doesn't matter how many kills they're getting here on the T side, they can't stop the defuse. Great retake and a great protocol for G2.
Yeah, especially when you start to be multiple players behind, the smoke goes down, and you're pretty sure that a kit's in play. It just forces you into such awkward encounters, like coming out into the open, essentially trying to deny the bomb plant while simultaneously killing 2 or 3 other players. It's just too much. It's sensitive overload, or sensory overload, I should say. And they end up going down as a result. So G2 off the mark in fine form. Interestingly, they opt to go for no SMGs. All rifles across the board, including a FAMAS for Mattis, a man of great culture.
See if he can put it to use back there. Okay, nice little spray down. So far, so good. He gets the headshot on Nota. Very impressed by Hunter's ability to track someone at range with the M4A1. That's actually really cool. And this entire round has been nullified. PARIVISION not going to have any impact any longer. In the previous match, this is where you would have seen like a couple of mistakes on the CT side. I'd be disappointed if we see G2 try and do too much here. You already got 2 people that are tagged up. If you try and fight and hunt for kills or anything else weird like that, there's a chance you get a rifle. Maybe there's a bomb plant on the T side. None of that is necessary. Just hold on, get dug in onto the sites, and make sure that they don't get away with anything weird here, PARIVISION.
Yeah, and they're a team that kind of the reputation precedes them with James. They're going to take their sweet time. They're not necessarily going to run in. It's one of the cool kind of evolutions and adaptations that James made after his VP departure. A lot of people thought, honestly, his career was probably cooked. Then he dropped down into tier 2, tier 2.5, and kind of reinvented himself. A lot more explosive T-round calling. But for the most part, in this round, it's going to be just saving the Galil more than likely, I'd imagine. Although he is actually going for this one. He's making moves through Interconnector. They're going to be pivoting off that Palace player, which is Belchanok. But James gone down, and the Tech-9, try as it may, is not going to be able to prevail against the crossfire. And Sampayas is the man to put him down.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that they try to make that work last second, because it could be playing against the expectation of G2. Everyone, I think, in the chat was already spamming James time, which, you know, you talked about the downfall of James, right? Like after winning the Rio Major, he, like, I've never seen someone go from like the top of the world to just disappearing right afterwards. It happened so quickly. They tried to change their style even before we switched to MR12, by the way. It was still in MR15 when James gave up on doing as much saving and playing as slow as they did, and that just didn't work out for them at all. And then we took away, you know, some of his rounds, and then he had to go and reinvent himself, and he's actually, I think, done that very successfully. But unfortunately, weirdly, the end to the story now feels like, yes, even in spite of all of that, this team is showing troubles now. Like the PARIVISION of last year was so much more dangerous and impressive, and that's a bit of a shame, really. But I'm hoping they can turn it around. They've lost a player early on here, and they took a little bit of grenade damage on Cello, so unlikely that you're going to have a big impact in a round like this one. But again, any Deagle headshot you can get, you'll take them.
should be a bit of a formality, a bit of a clean-up, janitorial duties for the rest of G2, as Nerds is going to pad his stats alongside Hunter. And this round will come to a close, not without casualties. James does put down Hunter with a P250, and so at least one weapon does need to be replenished. And yeah, I do agree with you. It has been like a pretty stark drop-off from PARIVISION. I just feel like James and Dastan, James in particular, though, in this regard, obviously being the IGL calling the shots, and often like builds the strategies around him as the AWPer. I think you really have to buy into his culture of Counter-Strike. And if people start like doubting that, that's where you're going to see people drop off the edge of a cliff, because you're either all in with James or you're just not a part of his plans whatsoever.
I think that's absolutely true, yes. And Shui and Belchon are still young players. Maybe they're having a hard time with it. HeavyGod not struggling whatsoever. 20 bullets in the M4A1. He does step into the flames, but nonetheless, it's a really sick triple spray down that he had with the limited ammunition. Sway and Belchinock, speaking of those two, they're right in my crosshair. They were in the Stan's crosshair as well. And if they could clutch this round, it would be huge. Sway, though, in a 1 versus 3 now, as Belchinock got himself killed a bit too early for my taste here. And he can't hide forever. This isn't a hide and wait. This is a fight and try and make it a 1v1 kind of moment. If you're stuck back here, they're going to all jump you at the same time. Mattis takes him down. Not necessarily going to blame Sway for this one. It's always going to be a very, very hard clutch when you're in that 1v3 in the corner. But HeavyGod setting them up quite nicely.
No, it factors into what you said. Like, Belchinock needed to survive a bit longer there to really allow Zway someone to pivot off and get crossfires in. At least the bait and switch, just anything. And you spot on. When you're stuck at Firebox, the only way for you to survive is to come out and pay the blood toll. You know, like, take as many enemies down as possible. You're not going to be able to just sit there forever. I can see what Belchinock was doing. He was trying to open up a bit of space on CT. If he gets that kill on CT, it changes the entire dynamic of that retake. But G2, they're off to a 4-0, and HeavyGod's looking good, man. Big triple in that round, 7-2. He's a difficult player to contend with when he's feeling it.
Oh, no question. He's going to be one of the players that could really push G2 over the line, so to speak. Sampai is probably another player that people are going to be watching for. At one point, considered to be, you know, one of the stronger AWPers in the world, but I feel like there's been lots of sort of ups and downs as of late, which is a bit of a shame, really. Speaking of somebody revitalizing their career, I would say Hunter has been on that path too. If you remember, like at one point, he just looked so over it. And he even said it. He said he had trouble adjusting to CS2. Didn't feel like the game really sort of vibed with him. I'm so impressed by his sort of individual comeback into the game.
No, 100%, man. Yeah, 100%. When he joined G2 back in, what was it, 2019, I think? 2020, 2019. Yeah, he kind of played multiple different roles. He was kind of like an entry fragger, then he was a support, then he went to IGLing, and a lot of people kind of wrote him off, like you said. He's only 30, though. So, I mean, in terms of IGLing, he's got plenty of years left ahead of him. So, one hell of a way to get his career back on track with this G2 team.
He's got 20 more years to even catch up to Carrigan at this stage. Not doing that. HeavyGod does go down. Sway with the follow-up. The AKs are cracking the skulls on the A-bomb side, and it keeps going. Nota and Belchinock. Look at the firepower here for PARIVISION. This is how I associate this team. This is what I want to see out of them. I want this kind of firepower with the very, very tricky and I would say, frankly, intelligent nature of the way that James plays the game. If you can have both, then that's where this team is dangerous. And the kind of openings that we just did see on the A-bomb site, that's got to be the lifeline of a team like this one. Very well played, and unfortunately for the side of G2, they just can't shut it down this time around. Hunter getting a kill, but that's about all they're going to get.
Yeah, I was gonna like kind of pivot off that and say, well, earlier in the event they had all the brains but none of their brawn. But then I remembered that T side on Inferno, and now I'm not so sure anymore, Anders. Because it was, we're hitting B every single round. We're playing into Luchov, who got 27 kills in the first half. And at no point did James think, maybe we go A site and don't play into the guy that's just having a life game right now.
Well, while we're here with just a quick moment of respite here, a quick check-in with the chat. Do you want to take a guess what they're talking about, Vince? If you don't look, what's the topic of conversation, do you think?
James time, probably, is it?
Close. They're discussing right now. Apparently, Turkey's invented colors and oxygen. So Turkey as a country or as a culture is getting a lot of credit for a lot of things. So that's not what I was expecting either, if I'm going to be totally honest. I would say the most important thing Turkey's invented is food. And I'm not just making like the kebab memes, like Turkish food in general is unreal. If you ever get a chance to go and try it, like I've had the chance a couple of times now, actually in Turkey, it's amazing. Don't know why we're talking about that, but that's on you guys, unfortunately, in the chat. I can't take responsibility for this one. We're back in, though. The timeout is resuming, so 4-1, Vince.
It is indeed 4-1. Finally some success for PARIVISION. They're going to have full AKs behind that one. And now the question for G2 is, are you going to try and occupy this A site a little bit different? Because that was pretty straightforward. Just walking through on ramp, nothing too crazy with the set play, and it still got them a ton of success. They're going to be darting down into underpass. Nerds is actually taking it with the AK right now. So need to be careful about this one. Highly behind the smoke. Zway has called this as a distinct possibility, but Hunter through the smoke finishes off Nota.
Some important kill to begin with, but Nerds might be in danger. I think they suspect that smoke is so suspicious that something could be up. Oh, they weaken another one. This one's deeper. He actually could be a genius for this. Yeah, that second smoke makes sure that Shui can't even easily get the kill in return. He will get it through the smoke nonetheless, but that's the timing and the depth of that second smoke actually makes it a little bit more doable for Nerds to potentially escape. Just couldn't this time, but they still have a man lead. And G2 want to get right back to winning. They let PARIVISION back in that previous round with some sick entries, admittedly from the T side, but they want to put a close to it right away.
Well, we've seen signs of life from PARIVISION, but that pulse is getting dangerously weak again. And with 50 seconds, and they're very much isolated from one another, segregating Belchanok into the Palace, the other two players in underpass, walking over the corpse of Nerds. But he's already done his job. Hunter in a really strong position here in ladder room. Gives a ton of intel, allows Sunpius to stay in his angle with the orb. But additionally, he can factor back and have a quick check into the window boost. Deals fatal damage to Jane. Didn't see a second player there in Zway, but you've only got 20 seconds left, and Belchanok is only just starting to emerge outside of Palace. The timing does favor him. Can take down Mattis. Molotov may buy him up a bit of time to get across to the bomb and maybe get this planted. Zway's also neutralized Hunter. A 2v4 possible.
Ooh. What a flick from Sunpius. He catches Sway. It must have been by the ankles as he dives by. But you're right to be surprised. I can't believe that they've actually made their way back into this round here. Belchanok looking for anything that he could get at all here. It's going to be low on health. 25 of them left. He catches Sunpius in the air. Shut down the Spaniard. And the question is, can he survive Heavy God who's coming in on the other side? Straight headshot. No fear at all in the eyes of Heavy God as he finds his 8th victim. And G2 will pick up a 5th round here. That is such a close one. Honestly, it's kind of cool to see PARIVISION come back and almost win that round. It should have been more one-sided.
Yeah, it gives me faith. It does. And that's something that I've been distinctly lacking. I think you two have been in the same boat, and as what we've seen previously. Those rounds before in the event, they would have just lost out without getting any kills, let alone making it close. I mean, this is a 4v2 with really strong positions on G2. So if anything, you can maybe point a finger and say, like, how did you even allow this to get into a post plant and a really scrappy 1v1? But it is 5-1 regardless.
It is, but it's also the kind of round where it gives hope for PARIVISION to come back straight away. Boost on over the smoke, and Nuts, he's going to fall for it. He wasn't expecting them to be on top of it there. It does mean the economy is immediately put under some pressure there for the G2 side. Only surviving with one person at the end of the last round. And now they've changed their minds. Honestly, if they follow through this execute within the next 10 or so seconds, they could have a pretty good timing. But you can tell it has to be quick because Hunter and Mattis has started the return to the A-bomb site.
Yeah, they have just in time. Molotov's now coming down onto Sandwich. There's a smoke over on Staircase, flashes through, but it's not going to affect Mattis, who will feel like he should have done better. Now Heavy God is going to be activated one more time, and the Heavy Go puts down 3, takes Shadow, makes it his own, and makes all the T's disappear alongside Hunter.
I have rarely seen such smooth gameplay. My God, I need to rewatch that at least 10 more times. How did he do it? He goes in for the first one. He repositions for the drop down. Not even like they can almost drop down like a full 180 degrees in front of him, but he picks the exact perfect lineup, and then he's ready for the next guy coming down the ladder as well. What an absolute psycho. Now Shui will find himself in a very unfortunate position here. 1 versus 3, and he's getting flanked as well. Yeah, Heavy God is back to finish what he started. He's got the triple. He wants the quad here, and I think he's going to get it as well. Timing could not be better. There's no time anyway for the bomb plant here, but yeah, up to 12 kills and just 3 deaths. He has dominated the start of this game.
Man, he swooped by and took a huge chunk out of them like a great white. He came back to finish them off. The chum in the water was more than enough for him to get interested. It is so exquisite, though. It's not just the aim, it's the anticipation of expecting that players will drop down from each of those angles in that sequence. It looks, he makes it look easy, but it really isn't.
I think it proves a point that I've been trying to sort of say for many years now, which is that, you know, flicking and having crazy aim, that's what you do to make up for the fact that your crosshair was in the wrong position. When your crosshair every time is that perfect, it doesn't have to look, you know, amazing when it comes to the flicks, but it looks so smooth. Like, it's like they're just sort of walking into the shots all the time. It's hard to do what he just did, even though he made it look so easy. 6-1, and now the pressure is back on PARIVISION, unfortunately. Money is going to be better once again. You can see some highs with almost 8.5k there on the CT side. PARIVISION need more rounds right now.
They do. They've had a couple of close rounds, but it doesn't mean anything if you can't convert. And then now backs against the wall, quite figuratively and literally in terms of their mid presence, taking nade damage, losing a player already. Heavy God's dinked, but he has a little bit of support there. Down on ramp, they do a bit of damage themselves. Shello's down to 2 HP off those grenades.
Yeah, they had a fight with him earlier, and then they hunted him down and actually double-naded him in a very, very deep corner that normally you'd never see the CTs throw grenades at. So kind of unexpected. James here. What is he going to be able to do? Looking for just the toes of anyone on the other side. That's all he needs. But Hunter will catch Shui. And that was the only mid-presence. There's nobody else coming from middle. And they hear that. They know the jump. They hear the Singe, I think, a Belchinok as well. So already in a lot of trouble here. Nuts will go down, but we're talking about 18 seconds on the clock. The round is run down so low. There should be no way for PARIVISION to get through on this one. In fact, Heavy God dies. That doesn't even matter. Even that, they get a free kill once again on Heavy God, who steps into the flames, but it has no impact on the round.
His only weakness is fire, Anders. You can't frag him with the bullets. It has to be the flames. But as you say, it makes no difference. Like, they can easily replenish these weapons. You got 11k on St. Pius. It's still 7-1 in favor of G2. So even when some small mistakes creep in, it doesn't really have any consequences. PARIVISION still unable to get any kind of a stranglehold over on this T side. And again, this is their choice of map. And it's one that they have historically struggled on.
Oh, yes, indeed. And they're proving exactly why that's the case at the moment. Their T side is just not that exciting, unfortunately. We are talking about a captain in James that normally is very tricky, like the fakes and the deep mind games and all the rest of it. We're not getting an opportunity to talk about much of that at the moment. Cello's going to be taking down Matches, though. That's a very good start. We appreciate that. Is there going to be a response, though, for G2? This is where you could justify, you know, pushing the palace with one person or doing some other CT side aggression. They're stacking the A bomb site, which is a kind of risk as well, potentially in response to losing that player. So in spite of the fact that PARIVISION are going to be going for the full A execute, it's not an automatic win in spite of them getting the opening here. This could be another heartbreaking moment. Yeah, there's Heavy God pushing the palace that I was just talking about, but he gets caught. Belchinok finds the better timing, and Nertz overworked in this position. Way too many people he never wants. St. Pius, the last man standing, and he gets the first shot. That's great. He shouldn't be allowed to get many more. They should be able to dodge him from now.
Throws the smoke down preemptively because he wants to focus his attention towards the palace entrance or exit, depending on which way the T's want to take it. But it also affords him the luxury of saving. You're 7-1 in the lead. Love this call. You got an AK. You got plenty of money in the bank. You don't want to throw these weapons away. Play for the big picture. You still are very much in the driver's seat. Don't need to force anything. Obviously sucks from the players' perspectives. They're going to be fancying their chances. They're feeling red hot right now with how this half has gone. But you have to tip your hat and say, fair enough, PARIVISION, you got us this time. We'll run it back next.
Oh yeah, I think there's not a lot of chances to do anything. I think Sunpire's reading the fact that he wasn't going to be allowed to repick that easily. Even if they didn't have a lot more utility on the T side, it's just very unlikely that you're going to get a lot more kills there. So I think it's a reasonable choice. Even if we always want to see them try and fight for some of those rounds, this definitely was the better long-term plan. 7-2. Not too late either, I guess, for PARIVISION. Like, we sound perhaps a bit negative about them so far, but if they can get up to even 4 rounds in this first half, that's not great, but it's definitely serviceable in terms of staying competitive in the game. So I don't want to write them off just yet. We'll see how far they can get. Again, the money is not infinite either, to be honest. G2 gotta be careful themselves that they don't end up running out of money, and then they're letting PARIVISION straight in the game.
Yep, no doubt. Oh, the smoke being blown open. Timing there was so grim for Nota. And Sunpius, with a smile on his face, just strolls back onto catwalk. They got the hit and run they were looking for. They've derailed any kind of aggression from PARIVISION, who have got up close underneath the window, but there's a smoke there to greet them. They're looking to boost in, though. And at the moment, no one's here for the window. Only Hunter, but he's playing a bit more passive. Meanwhile, they do get aggressive in Palace, but no one's home.
Yeah, they're going to leave one of those people there and then start to fall nerds a little bit further back. Now, Hunter should be part of his position and his protocol here to basically assume that they could have been boosted into the window. So he has to keep an eye on it at all times. And if he goes away, he's got to tell Nerds about the fact that they could have been there. Ooh, Nerds is going to spot them early. Doesn't get the immediate kill, though. And 45 seconds on the clock. They managed to get rid of him. That late player, though, flanking in is Heavy God. They know that he's playing here, so they've got him nameplated. They know that he's got to be somewhere. They just don't know if it's Palace or Ramp, and it turns out it's going to be the Ramp. Belchinock shook a little bit behind this one, and still a one-man lead for G2, who are setting up another retake. PARIVISION need this round so badly. If they want a chance to fight for Mirage, then this round is it for the entire first half. Otherwise, they might not have another chance at it. Hunter's going to get an opening kill, starting the retake. Cello, it's a good spray down, but he himself is low on health, still gets the headshot on Hunter. That's what we like to see. Couldn't get the flick onto Heavy God, but the time has run down low here, and James just has to live for another second. He won't be able to. I don't think they can defuse the bomb any longer, unfortunately. Looked like it was going to be close enough on the first one. Oh my God, they just do it. That's got to be one of the closest defuses yet here on the B stream. I really thought that James had lived long enough on that one.
There was milliseconds, Anders, but what a beautiful couple of headshots onto James down in con. That defuse is not happening. If he stays alive just another second, it's over. But what a back-breaking moment for PARIVISION. You fought your way back in through just pure grit and resolve on those entry frags just to lose it anyway. Great shot from Sunpius. Mattis doing the cross, thanking the gods above for that round.
Yeah, Heavy God looked super chill about it. Like, he was already doing the fist bump saying, yeah, we got it. So I guess his internal clock is better than the rest of us, but that looked like it was too close. Nerds and Hunter, they start here. It's already just Shui and Belchinock that are left. And you know what? I said the crosshair was going to be on. They've been getting kills in this half right now. It's just that on the other side, Hunter and Heavy God have been way too much to deal with. And now that they've added the Spanish sniper in Sunpius on top, they can't overcome it. PARIVISION, they don't have the firepower right now. That's a bit of an issue. Shui in a 1 versus 4. And again, you can't expect him to clutch this one. So G2 looking to get to 9 rounds. The best PARIVISION are going to be able to get is another one after this round.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy that keeps harping on this, Anders, but like, you picked this map, PARIVISION, and you've been struggling on it for so long. I was expecting to see some kind of movement forward, you know, some evolution, some adaptation. You're getting banged out 9-2. You've barely been involved in half of these rounds. You've just been getting wrecked without any losses of life. You've had a couple of very close ones, 1v1s, you know, close time on the bomb fuse, but you've been played off of the server so far, and this is your choice of map. It's so grim. So any tries he may, I mean, these kills mean nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, that is, I think that's totally fair criticism. If you're going to get a map like this one through, at least you need one map in a veto like this one that you look and feel more comfortable on. And there hasn't been a lot of that at the moment here. Again, Heavy God's been a real nuisance over at that shadow position. That's not the whole story here. Nerds in the middle, Hunter as well. They've been making life difficult for PARIVISION, trying to get some mid-control to set up more of these rounds. And now we're going into the last round of the half. It is going to be PARIVISION, another attempt to see if they can do this.
Oh, spray, so good from Heavy God again, man. You just can't take him out of this server.
Yeah, you really can't. Shui and Belchinok left 2 versus 4 to try and see if they can get this done. And the bomb ticking away. Oh, Sunpius finds one right at the start. He's 12-2. And Shui trying to see. I mean, it's going to be a miracle. It's not even giving him an opportunity. Another one picked up here. And that is going to be very, very interesting. By the way, I think our graphic at the start might have been wrong. If I'm looking at HLTV, it says that G2 picked the map. So I don't know if maybe...
Oh, that would make a lot more sense.
Right. I feel like at the beginning we had a different kind of outlook, but interesting. Regardless, we're going to get into it. Second half is coming up. 10-2 lead in favor of G2. What do we even make of that? It would make more sense if it was the other way around, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like I was even thinking when the graphic showed, I'm like, yeah, PARIVISION don't have a great win percentage on this map, boys. Are you sure this is the way you want to be going? This would make a lot more sense. G2, then, this is a punish pick. Right, that changed the entire narrative.
I'm going to be honest, it's also possible that I just completely misremember who picked what, because that first game might have just completely thrown us off guard. Some of you guys weren't here for it. It was a wild game. Regardless, just to correct the record a little bit, it is going to be the other way around. But yeah, I guess for G2, nonetheless, the CT side is very, very strong at the moment. Don't know if there are many holes that we could poke in it right now. Hard to even think of a lot of criticism you could come up with the way that they've been playing it here. For PARIVISION, once again, there was a couple of rounds where the entries looked very, very good, and apart from that, it just hasn't been that impressive.
It hasn't, though. I mean, the thing is, though, even if this isn't PARIVISION's pick, which I've checked, and I'm going to agree, and as it isn't theirs, you picked to start T-side? Really?
Yeah, and I think typically you would expect more out of PARIVISION on a map like this one, right? Don't have the highest win rate, but they played a ton. So definitely hoping that they could have delivered more. Nota starts well with the dualies. Hunter will get the 1 kill here. It's Cello on a quick return as they look to at least pick up the pistol round, and that could set them off on a bit of a comeback mission. Oh, nice shot down as he was trying to jump away there. Desperation for Heavy God. Is Sunpius 1 versus 3. The bomb hunt never came through, and through all of that, it's going to be Cello, a quad kill. He is going to clean up the round for his team. A little bit labored getting that kill on Heavy God, but it's a job well done. And now the question, I suppose, is, winning the pistol round here in the second half, is that enough to change the outcome?
It'll have to be brick by brick, won't it? I mean, Dastan was talking to Banks in the interview saying how much he desperately wants to get to the playoffs. And I'm sure that he's had very stern conversations. Like you say, he's a guy that doesn't mind giving it to people straight, telling them the truth, being blunt even. So they'll know exactly what the expectations are right now of these guys. And it's a horrendous start. You pick T-side, you got 2 rounds. Incredibly dicey and grim affair. But we know they are good enough to bring this back. There's no doubting that, and G2 look great on that CT side, but obviously now Heavy God's not going to be able to dominate as hard on the ramp, playing more static and allowing them to push into him on Shadow. He's going to have to be taking the initiative, and there is a chance that they drop off a little bit, and that's where PARIVISION can maybe start to make a move back into this one.
Close now with the Deagle. If you find one opening, there is a chance for the bomb site to fail here on the defense, but they don't offer themselves up. I mean, that's fine. You don't really have to take the fight there if you're Sway. Throw out the smoke and slow the game down just a little bit. They don't have that much to work with, or really nothing at all on the T side. So giving them a potential Deagle opening is never going to be worth it. Hunter investigating if he can find anyone at all in the window. There is James back there who's been having a hard time on the scoreboard, right? He's got 2 kills in the game so far. Nota started to pick it up a little bit. Interesting with the Glock coming through. Cello's very wild spray, but he does get 2 at least, and that kind of slows down a little bit. A couple more casualties and a third one here for Belgian. I think now we've reached the limit where it's no longer acceptable. You lose that many to a Deagle and Glocks. That's hard to deal with.
Yeah, that is a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? Like, you've won the round, but you don't feel good about it whatsoever. You know that now there's going to be a plethora of AKs up against you. James also can't afford an AWP because of all of this. So it's full M4s and an MP9. And you are also hanging by a thread on this map. You know if you lose this, your money is basically gone, and you're one step out of the first map this quickly, this abruptly. James smoked off. HE is decent, just tickles Sun Pius, but it will stall them a little bit longer while they wait behind the smoke.
Belgianok playing a little bit more towards that short position at the moment. And it's going to be Cello playing over towards the connector. It's kind of interesting. I think they've switched that around from last time we've seen them. Cello goes down to some highs at the beginning, and that launches the attack onto the A bomb site. Fire everywhere. Matt gets through the smoke as they blow it open. It's going to be Belgianok going down. 3 people dead already. Heavy God with a 3rd kill. Headshot onto Nota. It couldn't really get any cleaner. Picking up the rifles, they may look like it's just an easy walk in the park here for the G2 side of things. And Shui and James, unless you're sticking around to go for the latest defuse ever possible, it's probably better to walk away, but they're doubling up on this. I mean, like we've said this before, sometimes the T's run away faster than they should, and you can run in and kind of smoke the bomb and kill 1 or 2 people and defuse. I feel like Sway walking away is suggesting that's not going to be the play any longer. But you'd love to see it. Come on, James. No.
Oh, man. I thought the reasons Way, I honestly thought the reasons Way threw that smoke down was to bait them that they were both saving in the marketplace, and then James was going to go for the defuse. But that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I was thinking something similar, but they were probably too far away to hear that anyway. It's interesting to me because the best position for the best role that Silo's got on on any map is actually playing B short on Mirage, which I think is where he would know. That's where he normally plays when we get to watch him. But recently, I guess he's been switching it around a little bit. So that's actually an interesting. I don't know if that's going to last. I guess we'll see in some of these rounds if they play enough CT rounds. But maybe him and Belgianok have traded places a little bit, because normally Belgianok's playing the A lurk role and Steel's playing B lurk, if you want to put it like that. But it's been swapped around a bit, which I don't know what to make of that, to be honest. I don't know if that's good news or bad news if they're doing that in the middle of of a tournament, or at least coming into a tournament perhaps.
Well, especially considering things have been going pretty pear-shaped for them lately, and it hasn't been working out anywhere near as convincingly as they'd be hoping for. And those are the kind of changes that very well could put you on somewhat of a recovery path. So it is oftentimes teams will try and figure out, like, why is this map getting away from us? Is someone out of their comfort zone? Oh, the damage there up middle is huge. Sun Pius down to 6, Nerds 52. Unconfirmed damage. But that's going to keep them away from mid anytime soon. They're scared to keep pressing forward in case a stray bullet kills them.
Once again, swapping out their positions a bit here, so maybe that is just the way that it is going forward. Very interested to see if Belgianok is going to be more comfortable. It could be one of those things where he's been vying for that role. Shui is going to be over on that other side as well. He's got Incendiary thrown out already, but they're kind of running through. It's on Belgianok to pick it up. Nice mid-air spray down. Catches Nert before he even touches the ground. And Shui's going to get some work done with the MP9 on top of it. Hunter and some Pius, they're low on health. I thought they had done enough here, G2, or at least had set up the round once they get past the Incendiary, but they get caught trying to get onto it, so now it is going to be just 2 people alive, and the rest of the team is starting to show up here for PARIVISION, so not going to get any easier. Hunter, 1 kill will not do it. PARIVISION starting to claw their way back and cement a little bit of something here on the CT side.
Yeah, they're building a bit of a foundation, at the very least. They also trade up to a couple of AKs. That's always good news. I really do think that that early damage, though, up on middle, completely neutralizing their aggression. Ideally, I think they went into that round assuming they were going to go for a B wrap. And then as soon as they take that much damage and Sun Pius and Nerds, it's like, oh, we have to pull the plug. Let's just try and hit B. It totally took them off that two-dimension sort of pronged hit, which made it so much easier for PARIVISION to hold on with their position. So, cool little change, a turn of events that PARIVISION will be happy about, but they can't take their eyes off the prize. You can see the VRS forecast. It's pretty even between the two of them. I mean, their ranking is literally 11th and 12th. So not too much is going to change in that regard. It would just be a small point increase for PARIVISION by the looks of things.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, going into the major for a team like PARIVISION, you know, they've already talked about wanting to potentially make changes after the major, but if they can start to regain even a little bit of confidence in a game like this one, I mean, if they could defeat G2 here, I think that would be a good step in the right direction. So even if the VRS stuff is not immediately a threat to them, I feel like building confidence, moving forward is the big mission that PARIVISION are trying to accomplish at the moment. Nerds investigating that underpass position. They do have Heavy God up in the Palace. He's one of those players that you're going to find him in the Palace so often when G2 play this T side. It's more often than not. And even though that might make it a bit predictable, he's so hard to clear out and get rid of. So I'm sure that PARIVISION will know this. Not sure if they know how to kind of stop him or prevent him from having some success up there.
Molly down. Going to try and close the gap just a little bit. Mattis lining up his smoke as well for window. It's going to be coming through momentarily. Also lining up smokes for the B site. And the bomb is in the arms of Nerds. He's had a bit of a slow game himself, but 5 kills. But Heavy God and the rest of the troops have been delivering. Heavy God speaking the man, and he will deliver more. Mattis goes in with another kill. And suddenly Zway and Jane are the only two that remain, but they're on the site, and Jane gets the element of surprise. 30 seconds left. They have to pull the plug and run straight over onto the A side.
Oh, it's Sway that has to stop them. He's in the smoke, jumping straight out. Oh, the desperation. He knew that he had to do something to make them slow down. And now Jane against the world. 4 people left. He killed one of them, and Nerds will take him down right afterward. I think the thing that really pressured Sway in that moment was the fact that, you know, there's only like, you know, it's a very limited time. If he can stop the bomb, if he can slow them down, he might not have realized how many people are on the other side here. Matt is really good opening kill in the middle here, and Heavy God, like you said, following it up. G2 marching their way to victory on the opening map, which is pretty good. Dust2 going to be second, and that'll be cleared up some of the confusion that we might have helped to make ourselves. This is the map pick of G2.
It certainly is, yes. And they're looking every bit as comfortable as you would come to expect. PARIVISION, they do often pick the T side first, but my main issue with that is if you're going to pick the T side first, you cannot be justifying 2 rounds. Like, that's just terrible. You're putting yourself in such a horrible spot at that point going into the second half, and 2 rounds just wasn't enough. Like, I'm speaking like this map is over. I can't see how they're going to survive for 7 rounds in a row. This round, you've got a couple of pistols in play. G2 are looking so on point. 21 kills for Heavy God.
Yeah, I think that fact alone is kind of hard to overcome. But yeah, I can't see it. I guess the first round will be the hardest one. You look at this, they've got the double M4s, they've got the Scout, and some pistols for the rest of it. So I guess if they can win this one, maybe it could inspire a bit of confidence in the rest of it. But it is going to be a long old 7 rounds for them at this stage here. And G2 trying to keep it real simple, which I think is a nice idea. Another A execute. They've done well so far. I can't explain it, but somehow the 5-7 cuts down Hunter. Cello, he was so blind behind that flashbang, and he still found the kill somehow. Nota following it up, but he can't make it a double. And they need more of this, though. They need the multi-frags. Scouts now towards that ticket booth. And Belchunok waiting for the smoke to fade. Bomb is not planted yet, which is one of the advantages here for PARIVISION going into the fight. More damage to Sun Pius. They might come out on top here, PARIVISION. Look at the health that's left here on the G2 side. Nice flick. Jame. That is what we want. Through the box. And Nerds is out of the round.
Heavy God making moves. He is still healthy. Still a real threat. as he looks to try and eradicate that CT box position, hunting his prey. Sway in the meanwhile, though, is double stacking that position. Sun Pius is trying to hold the angles up onto a jungle. But Heavy God is hearing all of this noise from James, is now starting to make a move in, anticipates that Short is going to have a player, and he's correct on that. Lands the kill, super low HP, but still gets a second, and is trying to put an end to this map right here, right now. James takes down Sun Pius, 15 seconds to go, and who's going to blink first in this game of chicken? It's all down to Heavy God. He needs to make the moves in, and James is going to get put down from the GOAT again to take the first map 13-5.
What an absolutely grotesque clutch coming out from Heavy God. I really can't believe it. You're right, he heard the jumping, and then he decides to clear out the short side of B and then get the kill towards CT spawn, which he read so incredibly well. I don't know how he's able to read the game on this level. Apart from anything, like, his aim is good, absolutely, but his read and understanding of where the next fight is going to happen is out of this world. G2, they clap PARIVISION on this map, 13-5 victory, and a lot of it is down to Heavy God, just essentially unplayable on this map is what it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, he was consistently a monster as well. It's not like he just showed up towards the end. He was a behemoth on the CT side, and he finishes the game with 24 kills and 122 ADR. 6 multi-kill rounds. Unbelievable individual effort. And finally, we get to see why G2, coming into this event, would have been one of those teams that people would have said have a chance to make the semi-finals, have a chance to maybe even win the whole thing if they show up swinging. Now we're seeing the G2 that we were promised.
Yeah, you said you had them as a potential bit of a dark horse, and even if they haven't been delivering too much up until this point, I mean, it's never too late to turn it around. If Heavy God is going to be playing like this, they will be a really, really tough team to contend with. There's no question about it. On the other side of the scoreboard, you know, Stella with 15, 19 ADR, but it's 24 and 123 ADR for Heavy God. And, you know, helped out, I think, quite a bit by the rest of the team, too. Nerds, like you said, a little bit of more of a struggle, but they win so much that it's not really worth criticizing Nerds for that. I think you just have to say there weren't many more kills left. Heavy God had taken too many of them. So, wild game to start the series with. Dust 2, going to be the second one, and it's picked by PARIVISION. So, hopefully that means we're going to see a stronger version of PARIVISION. Although, as we said from the start, this is also a map that G2 are going to be able to play really well. So, nothing is settled just yet.
Just have a look as well at the kill dispersal there for Heavy God in this. Only 4 rounds where he didn't get a kill. That is honestly incredibly rare. He's getting 1 at least in most rounds. He's tripling up, getting quads, getting doubles, like here, there, and everywhere. That's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't just a beast on the first half. He continued that going into the second half as well. He was constantly just having impact all the time. That's an unbelievable performance. And although a lot of the accolades are going to fall on his shoulders, you're right. His team did help. Hunter actually started incredibly powerfully. I think he was 12-6 at one point on that CT side as well, which was really establishing Heavy God to really just run forward and take the rest of that game by the scruff of the neck. And my God, did he. When he got into that second half, it was just kill after kill. Beautiful triple at the end. And PARIVISION now, Anders, whichever way we want to spin this, they are on the brink of being eliminated 1-3 out of PGL Astana.
Yeah, that's really, really far from the expectation that I think a lot of people had coming into this. I mean, most of us kind of knew that they were in a little bit of trouble and that they weren't looking 100%. But going out this early definitely would be disappointing. They still have a chance to turn it around, though, on Dust 2, which is going to be our next map. So very interested to see how that will be playing out. Surely we want more out of James AWPing on this map. You saw like a little bit of what he could do with the scouts in one of these rounds, but ultimately it just didn't have the kind of shutdown impact. And I think James is typically like he's a hard AWPer even for other good AWPers to be playing up against, because he finds weird positions, he finds weird timing. I think he's a super smart player, so there should be space in the game for James to have more of an impact for sure. And then we just want to see Sway and Belgianock again keep it going. Cello, just do whatever you've been doing. Can't criticize him, but everyone else kind of has to step it up. So this will be a tough game coming up for PARIVISION. We'll see if they can do it though. Dust 2 is coming up after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I've got Aurora's newest member with me, Soulfly. Yakinda with me from FURIA. Zway from PARIVISION with me. It's time to play Spot the Difference. How confident do you feel of like details, little details on the map?
Well, the thing is, I'm not really sure.
What is this on site? Okay, this is the obvious. This is the side silo. One has to be two, but
correct.
It's one.
Good start.
So there's no silo. There's one more silo on the side.
Okay, we like out of one. I don't know how it calls.
Silo.
Yeah.
Yep.
They haven't closed.
There's no heaven.
No heaven. Yep. It's up the top.
Second thing is, heaven is locked for some reason.
We closed heaven, bro.
There's no heaven.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference.
There
There's
you
no
go.
heaven.
Okay, and then the third one is probably some other detail that like nobody would care about, which is shadows. No, shadows are there.
And the third one. The hut looks bigger.
No.
Or okay, I'm starting to go crazy.
You're trying to look at so many different things now.
Okay, give me a hint. Is it on the lower floor or is it on the higher?
It's on the floor. Yep.
It's on the floor.
Yep. You use this object a lot if you play A side.
I was playing A side and I don't understand what's happening.
Okay.
It went, bro. This one's so obvious. You're gonna kick yourself.
The slide, the under heaven.
The drop down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. I got 3.
You cooked. That was quick. That was quick. Think of this. You would come down from heaven. There's multiple ways.
The things like that makes you don't waste health when you
don't take damage. Yeah, bro.
Yes. Oh, I don't see that.
See, it's so obvious when it's like that.
When you normally jump, you like you're not getting fall damage from the mini ramp.
Sliding down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm the nuke guy, I think.
This is nuke is yours. Okay.
Yeah.
Nuke is yours.
Welcome back. It's PGL Astana, and we're here in the B stream with the final series of the day here. We've got G2 playing up against PARIVISION. The first map picked by G2 going heavily in their favor as well. It was on Mirage, and they kind of destroyed PARIVISION. But now Dust 2 is coming up, so we all hope that we're going to see PARIVISION kind of bounce back and do a little bit more work here. That would be awesome to see. Vince, is it possible? Do you think they can do it? Did they show you enough, even in a loss there, that you could believe in them?
Zello did, but we need someone else. Like, if James not going to have a huge performance in Dust 2, he doesn't necessarily need to, but then I need Zwei or I need Belchanok here.
Okay.
If that's not the case, then I think my faith is going to drop off pretty quick, because Sunpius is very good on Dust 2, but the way that Heavy God played, man, in that first map was just so outrageously good. Like, he ends, by the way, with a 2.30 rating. He just completely balled out of control. So if he plays even remotely like that again, and we don't have some of those pieces showing up that I just highlighted, then this could be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, that's really scary. They're going to have to find a way to shut him down. Maybe something to potentially think about is AWPing on that T side. You know, top sort of 4 in the world for T side AWPing at the moment, Dust 2. In terms of the role is going to be Saibu, then 9, 10, Wonderful, and then Jame kind of rocking in on that 4th slot. Then Shiro, Monte down there. Maybe not having the best time AWPing T side at the moment. So Jame actually is like a very capable AWPer here, and that could be interesting to think about when we get into it, if they can get that AWP out early, if he can find a way to shut down Sunpius maybe. That would certainly be quite interesting, I think, for their prospects going forward. So yeah, wouldn't count it out. He's even, you know, higher rated than Sunpius as well, even if you go outside of the sort of that. So in theory, that could be a bit of a benefit to them, but I don't know if that's enough to bring them over the line when you got people like Heavy God playing the way that he is right now.
Yeah, and I do wonder, because Heavy God also has a very good rating over the last 3 months. We just saw that on the graphic before. He's like a 1.23 on Dust 2. If they know that Heavy God is typically, and you would think that they do know this, they've done their homework, that if he's the B player, does Jame just stay far away from B here? Do you not feed the hot hand? We saw them run into this mistake against 9Z, both Luchov on Inferno and DGT on Ancient respectively. Is he going to do it again? Because I think Heavy God is the momentum-based kind of player. Like, if he starts slow, he typically doesn't really get into games. If he starts fast, he has every chance of just taking over the server, as we saw Mirage. So that for me is going to be very curious, because obviously this is the choice of PARIVISION. I assume that G2 will start on the CT side. So then Jame does have more options and more decisions to make.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay with that. But yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not Heavy God can kind of continue that attack form. If you're just joining us since the start, then yes, a big welcome. I see the confusion in the chat is, in fact, the human genome casting experiment that's coming your way. So we appreciate that. Shout out to you guys in the chat. We're still keeping an eye on it every once in a while. Unless the game gets too crazy, then we're probably going to be focusing a lot more on that. Headsets are back on. Hand warmers are, you know, conveniently placed right next to them. It seems like everyone is going to be ready to go in this one. So I would really love to see a third map in this series. Partly because I want to see PARIVISION kind of, you know, rebuild themselves before it's too late, before the, you know, the major is right in front of them. It would be cool to start that project right now. There were some signs, I think, of hope throughout that first map. It wasn't great, and they, you know, they let go of some rounds as well, but individually they looked a little bit more confident than I've seen so far in the tournament. So at least there is that. There we go. Coach is locked in. Soar is ready to get everyone online as well. He's got some real experience as a coach, obviously, coming from Ents way back in the day.
Yeah, he was up there, man. Like, I think probably sort of 6 to 12 months ago, the kind of underrated, or like the tier 2 coaches, or whatever you want to call them, it was pretty much him and Ash. They were definitely up there. Cyclone was another one as well that people were expecting that may make a huge move. But here we go. Enough about the coaches, because we're focusing on the players. And Dust 2 kicking straight off with a flashbang out, perfectly connects onto most of the T's. There's a second one there, and they pick up the kill on Notta.
Double counter flash protocol for the A-long position. Oh my god! He was in the air! Heavy God! There's no way that he just hit that shot. No, Sway's not going to be ready. Nertz was patiently waiting for Heavy God to do his stuff on that side, and he peeks in while Sway was trying to reload. Oh, I'd love to see that from Heavy God's point of view. I think that's going to be a disgusting kill. Jame and Belchinok, it's not too late to turn this around, but you must win this fight. And he commits to it there. That just puts it back in contention, but hold the phone. Hunter, he could get stabbed right here. Belchinok, he's hoping that there's going to be a second play. He's looking out of the corner of his eyes right now. If you're confused, he wants to see if there's going to be a second CT player that he can kill right now. And otherwise, he might just wait until Jame gets all the way over here. If he does, then he might get caught as well. Okay, there we go. Kill us through. But Jame, I think he's going to get intercepted. USP's up. Oh, he missed the chance. This is a round, Vince.
It's just lunacy, isn't it? Like it was a game, set, and match after those opening 3 picks that G2 got, including a crazy Heavy God flick. But here we are, still with a chance. 25 seconds. They have conceded Belchinok. It's all down to Jame. You said he's a phenomenal player on Dust 2. You're normally expecting to see it when the AWP is in play, but maybe he can get it done with the pistols. They double stack for the swing. They know time is in their favor. It's all down to Jame, and he's also running out of ammunition. But most importantly, he's ran out of health. And so G2 will pick up the first round, but what a weird turn of events that ended up being.
Oh, I can't believe it. You're absolutely right about the ammunition as well. I think he was down to about 4 or 5 bullets. He had no more magazines left. Now, there's a chance he could have picked up another gun. There might have been another pistol on the ramp there, but that's not something you want to do with 10 seconds left either. A wild round that just could have gone any number of ways here, but the clock running down low was too much to handle. Now we're going to see a bit of a boost up here. Jame in the middle. He actually does tag Sanpias, who is on a USP. Oh, yeah, there we go. FAMAS has been picked up. I don't know why he left the FAMAS in spawn, but he did.
People asking why no knife, because Hunter was out in the open on long. So if anyone was CT or watching from like B side of middle, he could have got killed. There's no need to ever risk that. So he wanted to secure the kill. He was spot on. He was waiting for Jame to make moves on long side before he took the frag.
Yeah, tempting to go for the knife, but definitely would have been massively risky. They are fully committed to this position. This HE, okay, it's going to be smoke first, but I was going to say an HE right on top of the entire squad here. That could be devastating. There's body armor on Jame, and everyone else has got nothing. So the right grenade at the right time could make this an impossible round for PARIVISION. And again, not that you're dreaming of winning this one too much. It'd be nice if you did, but getting a bomb plant and getting some damage is always something that we care about. Smoking off the door from that side is a nice little trick. 50 seconds on the clock, and then this flash that you can set up through the palm tree is impossible to dodge, I think. Here we go, Vince.
This is going to be delicious if he... Oh my god, it's going to happen, isn't it? This could be 200 plus damage done right in the middle of them. Doesn't do as much damage as I anticipated. Belchinok took the brunt of that.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be even more impressive, but they dodge most of it, in fact. Jame still gets a kill. The bomb plant now is the cherry on top, but I think they're getting denied slowly but surely here. Jame, all he could do is try and live for another kill. Not going to happen either. Nertz will find him with a grenade. So yeah, never much of a chance in the round. And they probably knew that on the PARIVISION side, but you were hoping for some more kills to put the pressure on the CT side economy. Not the case at the moment. So third round is going to be coming up now. And PARIVISION, they will be buying into this one. What have they got on the CT side? Still the FAMAS, still the MP7 on Heavy God. So, yeah, a bit of almost a bonus situation, I would say, for G2.
Yeah, I think so. Especially as Jane doesn't actually have the AWP either. Flashbang out into the peak, but there's 3 players there. And although he nearly diced up Yellow's on 2 HP, it's not good enough. And that's also an M4 that can trade hands.
That is interesting. I really thought he had the lineup there. They were occupied in middle, and that mid player throws a flash over to set up the peak for Hunter. I actually think it's kind of a cool protocol, because not only is the flash being thrown over from their mid player, but he is also occupying their attention. So there was a world in which they could have got all sprayed down. It just wasn't this one. A minute almost here. Sanpias, he will get one, and Matsis thought that was his time to shine, but it was anything but. Zello takes him down. Oh, Molotov is going to burn him up. Sanpias surely can't live. I do love that. Oh, I don't blame him. I mean, panic stations, and he thought there was a way that he could have escaped here. Similar for Cello. It's not going to be flames. It'll be bullets instead, catching him. So a lot of desperation in this round, but we land at about 35 seconds. The bomb is at the A-bomb site, and they will plant it this time. And Nerds and Heavy God don't have the best weapons right now. If you get a shot at this range, though, Nerds, that's going to set up a potential retake almost immediately.
Yeah, and after a bit of a rough Mirage, I think he probably feels like he has a point to prove on this Dust too. He's behind the rest of the pack over there. But this does seem like it's going to be a save. You've got an AK for Heavy God, you've got an M4 for Nerds, and although their money is decent, Hunter down at $0 could really do with a drop. So you tap out of this one, you allow PARIVISION on the board, and G2 will be right back to the drawing board again. A couple of awkward moments though. I mean, that flash out into the peak, they lined up. There's another world where he gets a double kill there, 2-for-1 trade in his favor. So a little bit unfortunate. You can see the corpse there on the catwalk side, which was Mattis. Yeah. So nearly got it done.
Yeah, I think if you replay that, there are definitely rounds where it ends up different. But fantastic news for PARIVISION. T side of the map, they pick up a fairly early round here. The one thing they could never get going on Mirage was the ability to string rounds together and to kind of keep rolling it forward. That never really worked out for them, but on this map, surely that's within their reach here. They're not going to have the AWP either yet on the T side. Like I said, James fairly highly rated AWPing on this side of the map, so we'll be interested to see if he could bring it out and maybe shut down Sunpius, who does have the AWP now on the CT side.
Yep, nice boon to the overall stature of PARIVISION. A free kill as Nota's patience is repaid. Heavy God was thinking about getting aggressive, but there's 4 players on the other side of the tunnels. He's just going to be shoulder peeking, throw down the smoke. They may very well try and push through this. They decide against it, and that's a wise decision because the Heavy God is hungry, and he just devoured 24 frags in the last map. Do not test him again.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to try and push that. The Heavy God avoids this mistake, but there are sometimes you'll see the CT players in their position. They throw the smoke so deep when they spot someone that the T's just run straight through it. He did throw it sort of middle, but even at a high level of Counter-Strike, sometimes you'll see like a moment of panic and you just toss it into the wall and it bounces way deeper than you think. So didn't happen this time, so we're not going to linger on the point any longer. Sunpius looked like he shot him straight in the hand, but it's not going to be a kill. They do have one more smoke, but if they use it for the cross, I mean, how do they get past Sunpius? They've got a lot of utility, so if they can get Sunpius off the angle, they can start to use the Molotovs to get a little bit closer. Smoke for the crosses up, Molotov for the car. As they try and take a step in, they're all lined up for each other. Sunpius, he steps so deep. I think he could have had one of those kills to begin with, but he wanted to commit to an easier one, and that got him killed in the end. Mattis boosted straight into death. And Heavy God can't get the job done either. Cello with a double kill, Nota with a double kill, and PARIVISION picking up a crucial round that destroys the economy of the G2 side. They have finally come alive in this game.
Oh, Sunpius was like just a little bit apprehensive, wasn't he? Almost wanted him to go for that swing a little bit earlier because there was like 3 players lined up for him. It was almost guaranteed to be a collateral. Easy for us to say, of course, from our perspective, but it does mean that G2's money has been cut down to size, and now a great opportunity for PARIVISION after a horrible T-side on Mirage. Already into a strong position here. Mattis flashed and tagged down to 14, but will live to tell the tale. It's only Heavy God that has anything really to speak of here. He's got a deagle. Everyone else, USBs.
Somebody in the chat called him Sun PayPal. I don't even know how to interpret that nickname. Was it mean he's running some sick scheme where you have to donate more money to him before he gets kills? Like he's holding the game hostage until you donate? I can't even understand what's happening. That really threw me off. All they've got is USBs. Maybe you can PayPal him and he can buy more rifles. Maybe that's the angle. I'm not sure.
You PayPal him $4,750, maybe you'll get an AWP. Maybe that's the way back into this round, man. It's going to be a stack, though, and nothing's really happening, as you'd expect. It's going to be PARIVISION dialing the digits and getting themselves a lead for the first time in this entire series. And by the way, if PARIVISION were to go out 2-0, it would mean the only 2 maps they won were against Fisher College. Every other game they lost 2-0.
Yeah, which you don't want to be saying that. Like, it was really fun to follow the Fisher College storyline, but we knew that the expectations for them was going to be gathering, more experience and kind of getting the feel for things and representing their college more than anything else, perhaps, in the tournament. So, if that's the win that you're going to get, it will feel disappointing to both of these organizations.
Terrorists win.
USPs do nothing. They also don't give over any kills, I suppose. So, kind of a mute round here. We'll take it, though, for PARIVISION, who, again, backs to the wall. If they lose another map here, they are going to get knocked out of the tournament.
Yes, sir. That is the very bleak, very grim, factual standing of things right now. And I'll know it. Dastan knows it too. I'm sure he was very disappointed of what he witnessed over on Mirage. Would be fascinated to hear what kind of speech or what kind of talk he had with the troops before they jumped onto Dust 2. I'm sure it was a stern telling off. There will be no open play for Sunpius, though. So you didn't send him enough, guys. Shame on you.
You didn't. Apparently, it's a meme about getting paid to throw games. So I did kind of guess that was it, although it's really silly. But it's part of the Twitch chat culture. You can't do it. People spamming 322 whenever anything goes wrong. It just is what it is. We're not going to change it, so we just have to accept it. Here we go. It is round number 6. Door smoke has been set up, and it's failed. Spectacularly, in fact.
Oh, dear.
Monumental failure of... I don't even know. It's great because we have the camera ready in place. Like, I want to imagine there's like a miniature cameraman sat there waiting. It's like, oh, here comes the smoke that I'm going to be waiting for. Not at all.
HU was tossed in as well. There isn't a huge amount of utility to play with, actually, on this G2 side, and they are lacking kits. Could be a potential talking point later into the round. Molotov tossed in. Sunpius has been here a couple of times. We saw an awkward death from him previously in this very position, so he is vacant this time. 3 of the 5 stacked over on B. Middle completely open as a result, as is Catwalk, as PARIVISION are about to find out firsthand.
Sunpius here, wishing now he did have the AWP all of a sudden. He's alone. Molotov's going to be raining down. He puts down a defensive smoke to try and buy more time so that they're not going to, flank him straight away. It does allow him to run in here, but there's more fire everywhere. Once again, he nearly burns alive, but the grenade will catch him. Oh my God. The smoke absolutely gave him the space to make that rotation. Unfortunately, the Molotov firmly denied any positioning towards that goose spot, and he is so dead. I think you can even see the confusion on his face there as he's running into it. That's why those cameras are so good. That's a brutal way to end your life in the round. Mattis, all right, he's in the fight now, and it's going to be a fight to the death. Belchanok, the one to find him on the other side. PARIVISION looking much smoother, and maybe G2 as well, showing some signs of problems here.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a rough tournament, coming into this. At the end of the day, they're both in the same standing of a 1 and 2. Sure, they've played some decent teams on the way here, but maybe starting to see some of those cracks really opening up. And yeah, I feel kind of bad for Sunpius. It's like he's constantly playing a game of the floor is lava every single round. Like, he's just desperately trying to run away from Molotovs. So we'll see how many times he's going to end up dying as a result of that one. But he has kind of been, him and Mattis have been the only 2 that have had any kind of moments for us to talk about for G2. And you have to take into account as well, if you did just join us, that the 2 rounds that G2 have picked up are just off the back of the pistol. Since then, it's 4 in a row. Rifle rounds have been incredibly one-sided.
Oh, that's a good point. It's good to remind people. Maybe somebody missed the start of the game, but that is in fact true. It's all going according to plan at the moment. It's not even like they have a ton of kills, because you remember there are some of these rounds where G2 have been saving pretty early on. They had that full round where everybody with the USPs lived through. So weirdly, like for a 4-2 game, if you look at the scoreboard on the T side, it's like top fragging is Cello and Sway with 4 kills. Like, it's a very odd kind of game. And there were even fewer kills on the other side in some sense. So yeah, just very interesting. Belch, you're not going to try again with the smoke. Again, just full strike. Come on. Like, this can't be real. It's so dangerous as well. It doesn't cost them anything again, but You just never know if that's going to be the thing that will wreck you.
When I see a smoke fail twice in the same way, I'm almost wondering if it's by design. And I'm trying to figure out why it would be the case. And then you just Molotoved into the smoke you threw.
The failed smoke lives on to stop the Molotov as well.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you wanted to smoke the middle of mid like that, there are so many different. Like, why would you ever want to set it up in the same position? Like, there's so many other ways to do it. I feel like so. But I get what you mean. Like, you do. I had the same thought in the back of my mind. I was like, could it be? I don't think so. This time they did actually see how much it failed. So. Presumably someone's going to be flagging that and saying, come on, like we can't be doing that. In a round like this one where there's no AWP on the other side, again, the exposure is minimal for them, but it's absolutely possible that if you keep failing it, you're going to lose rounds to it. And that feels really bad.
What I found kind of funny as well, I think it was Nerds who's about to see action here. So hold that thought for a second. I say see action. All he saw was a bullet pass between his eyes. But he was trying to block the smoke. And then he's like, hold up, what the hell? It's gone over my head. What's going on? HeavyGod, meanwhile, though, puts his deal to use. And then Hunter is drilled by Jame. They're making a real go of this one, though, to be fair to G2. 15 seconds left, 3 on 3. And they do have 2 weapons.
Surely this is going to be in control. All right. Quick detour into the Molotov, and Cello does tag him up a little bit. Matches with the AWP. Could he find the peak? He cannot. But back into it and running out of bullets. HeavyGod will get the job done, and we know how dangerous he is, especially with his M4. He's got it in hand, trying to make his way up long, and they are a little bit preoccupied looking at short as well. Good flashbang, but he's immediately there for the shot. Takes down Belchanok, and now Nota hiding. He's not quite sure where Sunpire is coming from. I think he heard the footsteps now, so he's definitely going to know. Flashbang goes up, he peeks on the other side, and it is as clean as it could get. Textbook peek coming in from Nota.
There's a bit of an eclipse there with how long Sun Pius was taking to show up. I mean, HeavyGod was doing everything by himself. Drawing a flash, drawing both players to stare down on them long, and Sun Pius is just chilling. I think he was like crawl walking up on catwalk.
Yeah.
You just got to get a move on, bro. Like, he's stuck behind a smoke.
Yeah.
I get that, but like, there needs to be urgency.
Yeah, but you actually, like, even in the replay there, you could see it's true the smoke was up, but I don't even care about that. Like, once HeavyGod is engaged, you've got to run through and try to do something. Even if you get killed, you show HeavyGod that the other guy was holding the smoke on the other side. That's well worth it, in my opinion. They try to smoke the middle again, and this time it falls to the Xbox. So they failed this smoke in the middle 3 different ways so far. I cannot explain that. I mean, they're winning the round, so I guess why am I complaining? Sunpires does get Jame, and he's going to be backing off to the corner, but someone has to fix this problem for Parity. Please.
That's that. Get the belt.
Yeah, right now. Don't wait till after the game. Just do it in between rounds. Call a timeout, and get to the spanking part of this. HeavyGod. Oh, it's uncomfortable. You can see the window. He's trying to cover 3 different angles at the same time. So, in spite of the smokes, which they just cannot land no matter what, it doesn't matter. They're still winning the rounds. Just stop throwing them all together. You'll make the team look better, and you'll still win the rounds.
And you'll have an extra smoke to play with late in the round as well. You know, it's just a win-win-win. HeavyGod is donning the scout. Okay, let's see what he's got in store with that one. But I mean, another great shot from Jame. I'm glad that you did highlight, though, coming into this map, that Jame is genuinely really, really good on us 2 individually. You know, stats-wise, in terms of the impact he has, he's 5 and 5, but it feels like all of his kills have been very impactful.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally think Jame is like a potential top 4 AWPer in the top 10 on the T side of this map. That doesn't feel like a statement you'd want to say, but it is the way that things are playing out at the moment. Nuts. He's getting only the 1, and they will take him down right afterwards. I think they just threw the regular smoke, so not the one that's on top of the door this time, which, again, it's better than messing the other ones up. And there's a couple of scouts on the CT side, but man, this is a very flat half so far for G2. Not too late to recover it, by the way. I think if they get 4 or 5 rounds here, there's still a lot to fight for on the G2 side of things. But the problem is, the money is so low all the time that even getting to 4 rounds is starting to feel like it could be a bit of an issue, to be honest. Double scout here. I don't know if that will solve the problem, but they are both at the A-bomb site. Belchanok waiting to set something up. First shot doesn't kill anyone, and Nota peeks into it. Once you hit the scout, oh, that's a very good follow-up. Yeah, scouts are gone, and probably so is the round.
Oh, fully flashed in the face is Hunter. Kind of impressive he didn't run straight into that Molotov instantly. But he's dead anyway, so didn't really end up mattering, did it? Mattis does have a HE. Don't think he's in a position to do anything about the bomb plant. Nah. May not even realize that 2 players are this low and in range of that HE regardless. So 7 rounds in a row to PARIVISION. Gotta say, credit where it's due. Anders, after that Mirage, I didn't have much faith, but they're definitely building up that faith right now for me. Like, this Dust 2 has looked a completely different outfit to Mirage. Players are actually chiming in. We said Jello had a great game on Mirage. Everyone else was absent. Well, everyone's stepping up here. Zwei, I did highlight him as being a player that's been a little bit disappointing. 8 kills to his name. Another very important one in this. Good flash and good follow-up damage. Yeah, this is a rejuvenated PARIVISION, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think I said this on the first map, but just to repeat it again, I think the promise of this team is the idea that you're going to have, Zwei and Belchinok as 2, I would say, kind of up-and-coming riflers. We don't exactly know where the ceiling is, but both have had a lot of conversations around them. And I would say Notra and Cielo, they're more of like the stable players that you can rely upon to do some of the more basic tasks on a map. And then James as the, enigmatic tactician, the one that always has some plan that nobody else has thought of. And that combination is, I think it's a great storyline, but it makes them in the best version of this team very hard to play against. But what we've seen out of them in the tournament almost up until this point is a team that has had none of that firepower. Like, if you take away all the firepower and just has, James trying to execute some strategies, that's not going to work. At the end of the day, you do need to create space on the map. You need to have some fights that you're going to be winning. And that's really what's been lacking. But now that is back again. And better late than never. I know it's a cliche, but yeah, PARIVISION are proving you can't really give up. You got to keep it going. Smoke. Let's see. Drum roll. Oh my god, they hit it. Now they're gonna lose a round. This round is lost almost immediately. I can tell. Like,
right, GG.
That was it.
Go next.
The failed smokes is what did it.
Hey,
they're gonna blow it open.
Oh, James. That looked like it shot him right in the balls. That's a field bad, some players. If you're gonna go out, yeah, that's not the way to go. Definitely not. But maybe, James started to hit the match a little bit too personally. Wanted some revenge for what's happening on the first map. Scoreline is 7-2, and trading the kills is going to be quite interesting. Yeah, hello to you guys in the chat. We are paying attention. Don't you worry. Is there going to be a flash to set this one up? Nerds has one, and he's setting up for position. This could be interesting, although I think they've fallen back from the catwalk position, PARIVISION, so the flash peak not going to be that interesting. It looks more like a B split. I say that like it was some curious thing, but I feel like everyone can say that's exactly what's going to happen here. That would put Evigod in a bit of an awkward spot, considering he is the only player on this half of the map. There would be a significant rotation period required to even get close to him. The bomb is now moving through on B tunnels. So Evigod is about to get tested. He has no smokes or incendiaries to help him out here. It's going to have to be raw frags. The way he played Mirage, you'd fancy him to get a couple of kills out of this one, but he has certainly slowed down, and there are so many angles for him to watch out for. They're going to be closing the gap, and as soon as he turns his back, Noda plunges the AK in.
Yeah, you can't probably blame Evigod for this round, but I almost wish he would have taken it on himself to try and fight either in the door or in the window. It feels like when you're stood on the bomb site like that and you're trying to sort of guess, where is the, like, he's not even covering almost any angle. He's just kind of, shuffling between 2 or 3 different ones. So that's pretty brutal. Unfortunately, PARIVISION, good smoke, good round, good half. So far, they're up to 8. The best that G2 can get to is 4, which I still think it is massive if they could do that. It will make for a different second half, ultimately. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot to slow down PARIVISION, who start the round by shutting down Sunpius. Like you said, shooting him in the balls. Somebody did comment when you said that, Vince. They said, huh, me next. I don't know quite. Like, we've got a different kind of audience here in the B streams, a different vibe.
I don't know if you want that really, Chief. I'm going to be honest with you. I might need to save you from a Darwin Award. So let's not do that.
Yeah.
I could kick you in the balls if you want, but that's going to hurt, but it probably won't kill you.
Okay, that's a new kind of fan service we haven't tried before. But yeah, I mean, esports is still a young entertainment product, so maybe that is where the future is. It actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. We'll leave that on the on the drawing board for the minute. We'll workshop that some more, as we like to say. Round number 11, and it starts with Sway. They've got so much money that they've got a double orb now. They're going to throw it away and then pick up the AK again. He got the opening kill on Heavy God. That's just even more frustrating, isn't it? For the side of G2 that's really been struggling.
Yeah, and how much of this, Anders, to bring this back to the game itself, is PARIVISION playing excellently, and how much of it is G2 just being awful on the CT side? Because I'm not taking anything away from PARIVISION's performance, but G2 have just not been here at all, in my opinion, whatsoever.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think that is one side of the story for sure. Matt is good stubble here, and also Sunpius picking up the kill in lower dark. Jamie sees the shadow, and he will be able to take him down. But this is a 2-on-4. Now turned into a 2-on-3. Hunter, free kill. There's no way that James could have known that. He wanted to relocate himself and catch up with his teammate here. I was going to say, if they give away the 2-on-4 here, then I think G2 are going to be done, and there's not much hope for them any longer. The bomb, not in possession of a Sway either. Going to be out on long. It's good camera work here. So like I said, an 8-4, it's still going to feel a bit weird, but it is a doable comeback from that state. I think you're absolutely right, though. G2 have been really lacking, and you've seen it a number of rounds. Heavy God's been alone over there, kind of trying to hold 3 different angles at once. Sunpius burns alive again for the third time. Oh, that's great. He couldn't get the bomb. This round was lost either way, but it's just funny that it's Sunpius again.
Poor guy. I actually feel bad for him. Like, he's going to just wake up with Molotovs in his nightmares. Unless they can come back and win this, and it's not really going to end up mattering that much. He has been leading the charge in terms of the kills for his team so far with the AWP. Had a bit of impact. Nice shot from Hunter with the AWP. Not something you see very often.
Well, we're in the last round. They're setting up very fast here. I suppose if you get a really quick kill on anyone in this bomb site, maybe you go for it, but missed opportunity. And touching the incendiary there, they should be backing on out of their PARIVISION. But I think this is a respectable idea, though. You could see how that could work out. Smoke in the middle did not land on the door, as we can tell. Hunter, though, I don't think he's realizing that Nota's already on the other side. None of it suggests that he knows. So there's a world where somebody could flash Nota into a fight. They're going to try again with the smoke. This time, I think it was just meant to land in the middle, which is fine. Nota moving forward. Like I said, Hunter has no idea. Such a forward position. Well played for Nota.
Yeah, he heard the drop-down sound as well. So at that point, Nota's fully bullseye was painted on his target. Matt is playing anti-flash. Gets the kill. I think he still got affected by that secondary flash that came through, or maybe that was actually Sunpius that was helping him on long. Regardless, though, it is a 1-for-1 trade.
What was that smoke on long that was next to Mattis? Like, is that another PARIVISION smoke? That I'm so confused about what I'm seeing.
I genuinely have no idea. It landed in, like, the ramp, didn't it?
Yeah, like, well, forget about it. Heavy God up in the window. 2 big kills. He's out in the open. He really can't escape that fight at all, but he doesn't have to. When he's getting that kind of double kill, it's all fine. Nerds is going to get smoked off. Does he want to push through before the teammates get there? If he dies, he makes it a 2-on-2, but he instead stops the bomb. Nobody was covering. James was busy in upper dark, and Nerds closing out the round. Smooth double kill for him. G2, they get to 4 rounds, and I really want to stipulate this. It is enough to make a comeback in the second half. It's not great, but they are still in this game. So let's see what G2 have coming into the T side.
Oh, yeah, especially if they can put that early pressure onto PARIVISION on the CT side by winning the pistol, stall James' first AWP being put into place, then yeah, this gets really interesting really quick. I also think that we saw G2 have a lot of success on their CT side of Mirage when they were being more aggressive rather than being statics, like when they were taking ramp control, when they were taking mid. So I want to see what they can do on the T side here, because that CT side for the most part was really, really rough. Like, they won the pistol, they won second round, and then it was 8 rounds in a row to PARIVISION. On the bulk of those were rifle rounds. So 8-4 doesn't even necessarily paint the full picture of just how grim that half was from G2.
I think that's definitely fair. They could consider themselves somewhat lucky to have picked up the last couple of rounds here, because many opportunities for this to get worse for sure. And that's including winning the pistol round early on. So let's find out. T side, what is the plan? Curious to see if we're going to see some sort of utility. Double smoke. They are setting up for the door smoke, I think, already. James, though, testing them, trying to pick a fight here. Might have bitten off more than he could chew. He will be backing out of there. Door smoke landed perfectly. 10 out of 10 for G2 at the moment. Now they're going out long, and another smoke already committed for the cross, so they're not going to slow down. They're fully in this push, and it's working. Nuts, Metas, and Sunpayers, each of them getting a kill, and Cello, he can't see a thing through that one. He wanted to be a bit of a hero and slow them down before they could make the cross and plant the bomb. Out on long, Belchenok's going to be on a very long flank, but it's not going to be until the bomb is planted, I'm fairly sure. They are taking their time, though. There we go. Sunpayers finds one, and now Belchenok, he's been spotted.
Oh, he did. I think he landed the headshot there on the car, didn't he? Or it was very close, at least. I thought I saw the headshot animation. Either way, he's been able to isolate the kill onto Sunpayers as a result of that smoke. But the problem is that now he doesn't have that smoke to get back on the site with. And there's multiple angles for him to watch out for. Fully flashed and finalized by Hunter's hand. And so G2 have struck for both pistol rounds. And I agree with you, man. Like, that was a very courageous call from James to just push up mid by himself. I think he was super lucky to survive in the first place, to be honest with you. He was so out in the open.
Yeah. And in a kind of bizarre way, it actually plays into what G2 are trying to do anyway, because when James pushed back and then they smoke off middle, the one problem that they have, PARIVISION, is they don't know if anyone's running catwalk. And we could see G2 weren't. They were running out long, but because the mid smoke is there and they've kind of been pushed away, you have a hard time calling that on the CT side, which means if you're fighting long, you have to worry about whether or not you're about to be fighting short as well. So it's just a bit mind game with the smokes there in the middle, and it's almost like James kind of helped to set them up with that because he got pushed back that hard. So, yeah, unfortunate turn of events, but also good shooting, honestly, from G2 at the start of it. We'll take that. They will lose Nerds at the beginning. There's not much else. They had a flashbang on Belchenok. He's dead. And they have an HE on James.
Bit of an interesting stat coming into this round. Hunter was bottom of the scoreboard with 5 kills, but had the most ADR on the server. He's got a ton of assists, so he's been doing work, even if he's not been getting the accolades of the frags themselves. That's going to change after this round, more than likely, though, as Heavy God and Sunpayers have already laid 2 players down. May see action momentarily up on long. Sunpayers needs to be careful, man. There's 3 players long, and it's like he's got no idea this is a possibility.
Yeah.
He just has his back turned to them.
I don't understand what's going on. Why is he's covering the same position as both of his teammates are, more or less? Like, it's not even necessary for him to be looking in that direction. He does come back, but he could have got killed without even a chance to answer back at all. And the fact is that Galil is going to be blown down into the pit. Oh, maybe not. The HE, did it blow it the other way? That could have been a very nice move there for the T side to make sure that they can't pick up any rifles, because, man, I'll take a Galil on the CT side if I'm allowed to, but I think the HE sent it the other way. That's very clever. Great technology use coming out from the G2 camp there. Otherwise, Sunpayers might have delivered that Galil to them.
Yeah, it's a head scratcher, isn't it? The thing is, it kind of looks foolish for Sunpayers, but we don't know what the communications are on G2, to be fair to him, like giving him benefit of the doubt. If they've called, like, I've heard noise middle or something, then maybe they're assuming it's some kind of full rotation through CT spawn, which is why he was watching the same angle as 2 of his teammates. But either way, I guess we'll never know. What we do know is the score is 8-6, and G2 have brute forced their way back into this map. Double smokes there, Xbox and middle have been tossed down.
Yeah, which might seem like it's a bit redundant, but it makes sure that the CTs can't blow open both the smokes. So it's not a mistake. It's actually just kind of a cool trick. Hunter flashed around the corner. It's going to be Heavy God again, but like you said, the assists on Hunter, he's there. That's usually my excuse when I'm playing. Team, look at my assists. Not getting any of the kills, but...
But he's literally, like, coming into this round, 80 ADR. The nearest player on him is Nertson 66. So he's been doing work. He's been doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm lying anyway. I don't get any assists either, but, you know, in my dreams. They did take a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, it was a HE onto Catwalk. It hit him straight in the face. I think it literally did like 81 damage or something.
Yeah, that's not fun. Yeah, he's got no armor, so I guess that will do it. 3-man stack here. They do have another HE. Maybe one specifically designed for Hunter in this case. The rest of the team are right on top of each other. They're probably not expecting there's going to be a lot of utility, and there isn't. But one well-placed HE might be enough. It does a significant amount of damage. Heavy Guard and Nerds, though, busy fighting their way back into it. And James and Zillow, they are going to be pushed back into CT spawn, and admittedly probably better off saving the rifles here. They had a really big lead, like an 8-4 first half. That lead is shrunk down to just a single round after this one. 8-7 scoreline is coming up here as G2 will pick up another round.
Yeah, the alarm bells maybe can be heard in the far distance now for PARIVISION. You had a stellar half. It was, keep in mind, 8-2 at one point. This is going to be G2 winning 5 rounds in a row. The last 2 in the previous half and the opening 3 on this, and things starting to get a little bit scary. Dastan probably starting to crack the belt a little bit here.
He's warming it up already. Yeah,
you can hear it.
Can you
sound like a
theory
whip,
craft it?
actually.
Don't say that, because the chat is going to go crazy, Vince. You've already been teasing them too much with potential punishment.
Well, you're the one that said he should spank him, mate. You opened that can of worms.
I just maybe that's what it takes to get the team back online. I'm just saying. I guess what I'm saying is, if that is what it takes, I don't think you should be holding back. It's going to be. I wanted to ask you, why did he not have any armor, Hunter? Like, we're not playing some kind of a Delta Force game where the more equipment you carry, the slower you are, or something. So like, he had plenty of money, by the way. So I just can't even understand that. He just forgot.
I'm just going to say Giga Chad.
Just a Giga Chad moment, all right?
Yeah, he's just got a massive chin that's going to absorb all of the bullets. He's mogging. I've learned that word and now I can't stop saying it. I need help. I need Jesus. James, please take the wheel.
Well, there's a lot to learn. The memes, they never stop coming. And the older you get, like you and I, Vince, obviously ancient at this stage, the harder it becomes to try and follow up on all of it. But it's good, though. Here we are. We're past all of that. We had a bit of a break here, but now we're back. Round number 16. Early grenade comes out, bounces down, but they're already through on the other side. Some weapons saved for PARIVISION. Is it enough to win a round? We're going to find out. Grenade around the corner. It's not Sun Pius that's getting burnt this time. I guess that's the upside. It is Nert, however, unable to escape. It's a very good combination of grenades and then the spam through the smoke, and that will find him. So a man down early, and even more importantly, an AK recovered.
Yes, and that is really important. Certainly so for PARIVISION, who have been struggling just a tad. Timeout called on the right end of round 16 thus far, but that can quickly turn on a dime, and James knows it. Stuck on the back of the site, does have a little bit of support in the form of Zwei, and Zwei takes off the head of Hunter. Really important kill.
Yeah, holding on even further now. See if they can go and pick up more of those rifles. I mean, every time they're going to want to get their fingers on that. 40 seconds on the clock. They're coming up long. Sun Pius might have the most important task here because he has to stay alive. The rest of them, they're going to be fighting together. At least they got some teamwork going on out here. But Sun Pius, as long as he can live, this is a dangerous round. Heavy Guard goes down. Very important find for James now. Leaping across his masses with the bomb on his back. He's planning for sure. This is so smart. You could see he rethought that. Great double take for him. The bomb is planted. Sun Pius, though, he wants to fight with Mattis. They're going to get another headshot here. It's not over. PARIVISION, this round looked over and done with. It looked like they'd won it already, and they will pick it up with the pistols doing the brunt of the labor here towards the end. But there definitely was a chance, I think, for G2 to steal that round back. Instead, it's PARIVISION actually getting into the game a round earlier than expected from the saved rifles and then all of that drama out on long.
Yeah, it's gutting if you're G2. You know you had them on the ropes, and now there is a little bit of wiggle room for PARIVISION. Plus, I mean, I imagine James was super frustrated there. Like, he knew exactly what was coming up. The bomb was being planted for short. They knew the last player was short. He backs off into a smoke, and it skews his vision just as he's about to pull the trigger onto the catwalk player. And I thought that might be the moment where they lost the round. It's not the case. The 5-7s do stick the landing. Belchamok and Nota seal the deal. 9-7 the score. And G2 will have another bye, but they're down to their last few pennies here. They lose this, assuming there's no saves, they're in real trouble.
smoke for the corner. Counter Itchy coming out. That landed on 2 people. Devastating beginning to the round already. Sway going to be able to pick up at least 1 there, but Heavy God could have been in trouble. He was tagged from that same grenade, so his chances to win a fight straight up against the rifle there on the other side were somewhat limited, but I don't think he was even touched, so absolutely fine. They're back out on long, which is, it's a huge preference for G2 on this map. They go long way more than a bunch of the other top teams that are playing the map at the moment, so maybe it's not too surprising here. Nerds casually waiting, dancing around on the steps as he will take down Cello. 3 versus 4, and plenty of time. And I think they're waiting for another potential push, another bit of information gathering for PARIVISION, which makes a lot of sense.
Oh, if Nota keeps pushing in this angle, though, he honestly could just sacrifice himself for no reason. They have gone for the double stack, though, here. Dropping grenades, gives his position away. Nert's now going to pop up, and a nice shot from Nota. Needed to connect that as well, because meanwhile they're being pushed on long. Belchanok deals with Hunter, and now Jane in an awkward spot. But they're able to deal at least a little bit more damage to force away the plant. Molotov down. This is stalling and allowing Belchanok to get this rotation in.
You're absolutely right. He's in position on a long here. Now he's spotted. Oh, what a smooth click. Deletes Heavy God from the round and leaves it all up to the Spaniard here. Smoke is up. He knows they're going to be close. Point blank shuts down Jame and switches over to the AK-47. Belchanok, that first kill was so smooth, but now he's got to contend with some Pius here. And that Molotov actually might make it even more difficult for him to fight him. He's got no more flashbangs. He does have a kit, so there's a little bit of time in the round. But he's not sure. I think he's thinking that Sampaius would have walked in the smoke. Oh, he's misread it. He's not in the smoke. He's in CT spawn, and he still finds the headshot, but has to jump on up. Oh, God, that is close. If he fails one of those jumps, I think he has no chance at all, but he will pick it up. Belchanok took the longest possible route to find that 1v1, and then the longest route to actually get to the bomb as well, and he still clutches it.
Oh, mate, Sampaius, you've got to get that kill, bro. His crosshair was in the right place. He had everything going in his favor. With that time, he could have even just backed off into CT spawn. He had a HE as well, by the way. All the pressure was on Belchanok. That is a bitter pill to swallow, and they'll be thinking of what could have been. Instead, it's 10-7, and G2, as I highlighted before, their money is in such a rough position. Like, they can force a buy here, but you're not going to have an AWP. You're going to have a fair few players down to like Tech-9s and Deagles. So Nertz has gone in for a hero AK, and I'm not sure they'll invest anything else. Sampaius is going to be devastated he couldn't get that kill at the end.
Yeah, and you've got to think as well, like, even without the kill, right? Like, if he chooses another route, which would have been just hiding in any old corner, but you can hear how little time is on that defuse, right? If he crouches down and doesn't take the fight to Belchanok at all, he probably still wins the round to time alone. But the fact that he took the fight, didn't win it, and died so quickly, like that combination of events made it impossible for him to win the round. Smoke up. It's clean. G2 really, now they really are mogging them. This is the, you know, they're smoke mogging them, Vince. That's a new thing. We've got aura mogging and frame mogging, and now we got, you know, smoke mogging as well.
I can hear the groan of chat right now, like 2 boomers. Smoke maxing.
That's why I do it, though.
I've heard maxing's another one. Yeah, they don't realize we do it on purpose, and the more they whine, the more attractive it is for us to do it.
Yeah. It happens with age. You guys will get there as well one day. It'll just be funny to, you know, to misappropriate things. So it's your turn next. Jame, little flick onto Hunter. Not necessarily a hard shot, but we'll definitely take it. 10-7 is the scoreline, and a 3-round lead. But G2 feels like this map is on borrowed time for them. We said at the very start, they'd love to see Ancient as the deciding map. It feels like that's going to happen at this stage. Smoke being blown open. Nota to hit the shot. Looked like Jame could have had it as well. And Silo here, he's got some backup inside as well. Yeah, Belchanok, very powerful position. No chance even for a bomb plant. Maybe even not a chance for a kill.
Heavy God, no real chance to have any impact. Maybe looking for an exit frag, see if he can trade up to a rifle, but realistically needs to die before time. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck on 3,400. And he's one of those players that will be looking to have a rifle in his hands come the next round. So he will die with 7 seconds left on the clock. He's up to 5,800. He can actually drop an AWP to Sampaius if they want to prioritize that one. We'll have a quick look and see if that ends up being the case. Either way, 11-7, last real chance for G2 to make a claim for themselves on Dust 2 after a pretty horrendous showing from PARIVISION on Mirage. It looks like they're about to take us to a third all-important decider in this elimination match.
PARIVISION, they have looked like a shadow of themselves in this tournament. It's been, on some levels, even depressing to watch them play the game. But they've come alive at a perfect moment. I couldn't have asked for any more than this. Sway and Nota both at 15 kills. James maybe still not the biggest impact, but good enough. He's been AWPing well in some of these moments. And he called a great T-side on top of it. They're 2 rounds away from getting the job done here. And moving on to a third map. Smoke up for the split. It's going to be fast, very fast indeed. Hunter goes down, and Nota, I can't believe he's able to react that fast. Belchenok now in the corner, hiding again. They're getting slaughtered, getting to the B-bomb site. Nerds finally finding an entry, but it's way too late. Fantastic reaction from Nota. The speed with which they execute that B-split, it's easy to be out of position in the CT spawn, and certainly very easy to not be ready with a grenade to help out, but he was.
Also, a round of applause for the observing there, by the way. I don't know how you managed to catch practically all those kills when all hell just broke loose, but well done. It was a chaotic scramble, a tumble, and G2 once again on the receiving end of a battering. Yeah, they've won both pistols as well, Anders. Like, that's the most damning thing to me of all, is you won both pistols, you had every opportunity to establish a really strong Dust 2, and you're potentially going to lose 13-7.
Yes. I mean, that kind of reframes those 7 rounds differently. Like, you feel differently about it. You say, if it's 7 straight-up rifle rounds, you would say, oh, maybe they get another 5 and it could work out. But the fact that so many of these rounds are off the back of the pistol rounds, like you're insinuating here, that is a bit of an issue. They need 5 in a row to get this into OT. The way that Nota is playing right now on the CT side, it feels like that's not going to happen. We're at the stage where, you know, the Stan has put the belt back on. No one's in any immediate danger on the PARIVISION side, which is great news. That's not been true for a while. James is going to be opening at the corner of Long towards the A-bomb site, and they got to sway all the way down there. So James can be super, like, he can op with great safety here. It's going to be up to the utility to try and push him back so that he can't just land shot after shot against them.
Yeah, the problem is the belt might be gone, but Saw's pulled out the slipper. He's got the wooden spoon. He's not happy.
Look at the push. Sway's in the middle. He's done holding Long. He's pushing up behind them. This is a wild thing to be doing this early on. 27 seconds through the smoke. Nota! How has he got away with that? 20 seconds left, and they are on the A-bomb site. Somehow they managed to trade places so much that G2 are now planting the bomb. And Sway, unfortunately, might have missed the timing window, because now they're looking for him. The flank is now just fairly obvious. He still wins the fight, which I guess is fair play. Hunter scouting his way to a kill against Cello, and it's a 2v2 to try and hold on to the map here for G2.
Oh, good flash. Sun Pius wanted to go for that peek with a deagle. A flash lands in his face. And now Hunter with that scout. I feel like most of his kills in this map have actually been from the AWP or the scouts. Not known for his sniping ability, but he's been doing a pretty good job so far, but he has fallen down, and now Sun Pius needs to make amends. Needs to try and clutch with the deagle to save G2's life here on Dust 2, and he will oblige. Connects the second headshot, and they live to fight another day.
Yeah, he couldn't clutch it last time against Belchenok. He had half a second left, or maybe less, and he would have won the round in the first clutch there. But this time with the deagle, he gets the job done. And you're right, buys another round. We said 5, now it's 4. And this is about the time of the broadcast where we're going to be looking at the money there for the CT side. Now, even in spite of the buy, it looks like they're going to be fairly rich. So it's not an immediate threat, but one more round for G2, and things start to get very, very different here, and the mood on PARIVISION could change quite a bit. They smoke away the incendiary because they want to take this long position. Like I said, they have a real affinity for taking these long fights, G2. A lot of teams do these days, but G2 are doing it more than your average sort of top 5 or 10 teams, which is very interesting to think about. James hasn't spotted anyone back there, but he really wants to take that early fight.
Similar positions where we saw Sun Pius a couple of times. Jello is there to lend a helping hand. There's good flashes, and Mattis with 2 huge entries. Nota is going to keep the threat of Catwalk open, but not for much longer as Hunter spanks him through the smoke in the head. And now it's only Belchanok. Hell, they got a disgusting smoke shot themselves last round, so Hunter's just even the odds. So there you go, deal with that one.
That is fairly brutal. You're right, the double kill for Matt is there. That's what kind of set up the round to change a little bit, and then the fact that they found the kill through the smoke onto Nota. Nothing you can do about that. Just maybe zooming out a little bit here. It's about a 51 to 31% difference between A and B bomb site. So A bomb site is by far favored here from G2 on the T side of Dust 2. B bomb site is a lot less, and a lot of their B attacks they don't have the strongest strategies. The one thing they do have is when they go for those heavy tunnel pushes. So having 3 or 4 people in upper dark and making that kind of work. I think they've got some success with that in the past. I haven't seen them pull it out yet, but it's also possible that they are just trying to condition PARIVISION as much as they can, going long all the time, and short, and then eventually at the end of the game, if you feel like, okay, now they're really they're biting down on that one and they're over rotating, maybe we can go do it. So it's possible that I know they have it up their sleeves. If you watch a lot of the demos, you might be able to catch some of that. This time looks like more of a default setup to begin with.
Ooh, Jame again, man. 12 kills, but it feels like every single one of his frags has been really important. How many opening picks? I'll go have a quick check here.
Yeah.
4.
Let's investigate. Okay. Out of 12 kills, that's still pretty good. And those, I feel like you're right. Like, it's not the most flashy kills, but he's had a couple of impactful ones. This is going to be into middle with no warning, no smokes thrown. Nota, once again, looks like he's ready, but I say that, might have cursed him. Heavy God takes him down. Belchanok alone in the site. You can't really recall this. You kind of have to keep going for this one right now. You might as well fight. If you fall back to the middle, you're going to lose the round every single time. Belchanok low on ammunition, pulls out the USP to continue the fight, and he can't take down Mattis, but the boost over the top of the box here. Cello really wants to disengage, but he sticks around. Hunter takes his face off, and now it's a 2 versus 2. The bomb planted. G2 need another clutch to keep the dream alive, and Mattis might have delivered it. A headshot to take down Sway. All on Jame with the AWP. What a mad round.
Well, it's not done just yet. Jame is lacking a kit, though, and yeah, the money's in a position where he is going to have to save, and it makes perfect sense for him to save. It does mean, though, that we've gone from a 12-7 to a 12-10, and whereas before they were in cruise control, just beaming down the highway, smiles on the faces of everyone, now those smiles have started to turn into a bit of a frown, because they realize G2 are breathing down their necks. They're super close to taking this to OT.
It's great to see them try for one of those contact mid pushes where you don't smoke spawn, and again on the CT side you're so conditioned to the idea that they're gonna smoke spawn and then they're gonna flash middle, or they're gonna Molotov close before they ever show up. Like, I have a lot of time and a lot of grenades to get through before anything's gonna happen, and that just wasn't the case. Nota, he's been playing a great game here on this map, so it's hard to criticize him, but this is one of the moments where it felt like maybe he could have had that fight against Heavy God, but might have been looking at the radar, might have been communicating with his team. We won't know. 10 to 12. Yeah, the gap is closing. Let's see if they can keep it going for a little while longer. And again, now the money is going to start to be an issue for PARIVISION.
Yes, sir. I mean, I said that Jame was on 4-0, which is the case, but Zway is leading that charge, 6-1. And by the way, as we move into round 23, pardon me, G2 have only had 5 opening duels go in their favor the entire game, as you can see there on your graph. So 5 opening duels, and it's still this close, is wild.
I think that's a consequence of how much they've been pushing long, because very often you're going to be shut down in the doorway there, and then Heavy God kind of follows it up and finds another kill in return. But I think it's still very interesting for sure. I think it's their reliance on it. Now, I said they'd like to do this like heavy tunnel push. We'll see if this is going to be one of the rounds where they finally do it. And PARIVISION weirdly are in a round where, again, they just have the AWP, so they are more likely to stack a bomb site. Right now, they're leaning towards the B side of it. Sumpire's down. Jame will find him and immediately relocates. You want to find a new position to snipe from. This could be a very painful way to lose the map. James is right here. The short position, normally you have to throw a Molotov to clear this. They don't have one on the other side, and as a result, they get blown up. Sloppy work, I would say, for G2. There's a reason why that Molotov is one of the most thrown grenades on the map. Oh, and a failed smoke. No. What's happening, Vince? What's going on?
Nerves getting the better of them, perhaps. But yeah, this is looking incredibly grim. And if G2 were to lose this round out of all of the rounds to put them on their back and take us to a third map, how brutal is that going to be? But maybe PARIVISION about to play themselves into an L after all. Getting aggressive out and to be there gives a free kill away. Now they're going to find the information, but Heavy's got himself another entry. Flashes are good. Jello's fully blinded.
I really don't understand it. Mattis gets the kill on Jame in the window. 20 seconds left here. 5-7 in the back of the site. The backstab is in. He gets a double spray down. The bomb has been picked up again, though. And Hunter running around on the other side. But he's already tagged up. You've got to be really careful here. Not a long fight. You need the straight headshot to bring down Sway, and he will. Hunter does it for his team. Not just the captain, not just the IGL. He's picked up a stunning clutch in this one. It's about to lose them the map, but instead it goes the distance. 24th round is secured here. Let's see what happens.
Bruh, PARIVISION snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. Like, all they had to do was sit on the site. They had a massive player advantage, and they go one by one, isolate and segregate themselves for no reason. Good utility on the approach, to be fair, from G2. But that's a round PARIVISION are going to be devastated about. How do they bounce back from this one, though? The flash is so good, and Sway opens up with a full magazine and picks off two. Fully blinded.
You mentioned the opening kills that have been lacking on the side of G2. This time, they don't even get the return kill. So this is a hard one to dig your way out of. They've been fighting to get into this position, closing the gap all the time. But 24th round, that might be where it comes to an end here. PARIVISION, they're not interested in overtime. They're interested in a third map on Ancient. And they're pushing their way there right now. Great double sway up to 21 behind this. And the discipline, I expect nothing less. In fact, if they start to push now like they did in the other round, then I do believe we're going to have that belt conversation immediately again. So don't make the mistake of doing it. Surely the troops are going to be well disciplined here on the CT side. It looks like it. Boost on over. It's a really cool idea, but there's nobody there to be found. Can you even get back into this round at all?
Yeah, because of that boost, they committed 2 of their 3 players for the boost, but a third also on Catwalk. They have no map control. No one long, no one piercing through on the B side, no one's middle. It's one-dimensional. They are living or dying on this push, Anders.
They are 25, and Sway keeps it going. A third kill for him. Nota is finally out, but it's way too little and might be too late as well. Nerds does get a headshot. He doesn't realize Team is still here. He feels like he just clicked the ramp. Yeah, he's got the bomb out, and I can't even blame him. He thought that was a clear and open position, and now instead Sampaya is jumping down. It's action-packed, but there's no time for it. Cello takes him down. It's 13-11. The Stan is already dishing out the criticism. I think it looks like they're having a real serious conversation, but that's for later. It's going to be a third map here on the B stream. What a wonderful turn of events here, and what a wonderful return for PARIVISION, to be honest. They've not been playing their A game at the tournament, but that's more like it.
Man, the fact that Dastan got right in Nota's face, and he did not look happy, did he? He did not. And Nota had a really good map as well. That's the other thing. He entered 95 ADR. He had 19 kills, 12 assists, a ton of multi-frags. He had a great map. But it just goes to show, Dastan, he is, by the way, Kazakhstani. Keep in mind, he wants to be in front of his home audience. He wants to be at the playoffs. Make no mistake, this is really important for him.
Oh man, I do love it. It's obviously hard to read because, again, there are some of these cultural differences, so I'm not sure if he actually is necessarily scolding him. Nota played such an insane game, so you have to imagine he couldn't have been too mad. But at the same time, if he has any small details, anything that he feels like could have been different, then maybe now is where you want to have that conversation. We know that the expectations are really high on the PARIVISION side, so fun to think about, but we won't know for sure. It's just all speculation on our part. It is a third map, though, ladies and gentlemen. We do appreciate that. We're going to get the distance here. Ancient coming up to decide the whole thing with, and I really don't know how this is going to carry over. I feel like if nothing else, G2 at least proved to themselves that they could have had a better time on Dust 2. If they'd done any more work on the CT side, then this is at least overtime or maybe even a winnable game. So I don't think they're going to leave the match feeling or the map here feeling completely deflated. It just feels like a map where you got into it too late to really make a recovery. So I don't think they're going to be too sad. Ancient, though, is going to be the full mental reset. We'll see how that one goes. I don't know. This is a great game, though.
Oh, it was super fun to watch. Yeah, I think like ultimately, I'm looking forward to Ancient even more. We said at the start of this series when we saw the Veto Anders that Ancient is a handshake map. It's a map that both teams love playing. They're both very strong on this map. We know individually on the side of G2, you're looking at like a Nertz, you're looking at a Mattis. They're very, very good on Ancient individually. And then players like Zwei can be massive, huge benefactors of Ancient's kind of aggressive style on both CT and T side. So I've got to say, man, I'm really happy we went to Ancient. I think this could be a banger of a map.
I hope so. I want to see, more of this kind of close Counter-Strike and more of the players activated. Noto was really cool to see in this one. Maybe there were a couple of mistakes here and there, but overall his control of the middle on the CT side was kind of epic. There were so many rounds where they tried to do something and it just wasn't enough. And obviously Sway as well, who was holding long for the CT side, he managed to convert some of those kills really well. So you have to appreciate that. Ancient is going to be our deciding map. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role to 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
G2 are coming into Astana as one of our elite and top teams. I got Hunter with me, leading his way through all of this. I just want to ask you, right, because I haven't got to speak to you for a little while. It's obviously, you had your foot thing, you went in one event, out one event, you came back to it. How are you? Like, how's life? How is it all going, being the IGL and going through all this?
I mean, it's been a bit tough period, especially when I fucked up my leg, let's say that way. It was really painful at the beginning, and I felt bad skipping this FURIA event because I felt we were in a good shape, in a good mood overall to just play more, especially with Nertz. And yeah, but I mean, this is how it is. I'm recovering still. It's not the best, but it's getting better. I'm able to play, that's the most important, and I'm just looking forward to play more. Yeah, in Dallas we didn't do what we wanted to do. I think we had some better chances to go until the end. But yeah, I hope this event will be better, and that's what we'll try to do.
Talk to me right now just about where you feel the team is at, where some of the peaks I see in G2, it looks good, but then some of the games you almost have in your hands falls away. What discussion is G2 having around what it could be? Like, what are you noticing in the game that maybe we don't see on the cameras? Because people will just say, oh, they threw the round. But what is it from your perspective?
Like that?
You just throw it?
Just like that. Like, I think overall we are playing good. When people watch us, I think they are happy with the way we are playing, and we are happy most of the time. It's just some small details, 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 rounds overall, especially when you play against top teams. I mean, MR12, if you lose 1 or 2 crucial rounds by making a mistake, or they are getting lucky, because against us people are getting so much luck, I don't know why, what's wrong with us, but I hope it will stop soon. But yeah, overall, it's just, if you play against top teams, you need to be focused at every moment, every kill matters, and that's what we need to work on, because I think individually and as a team, we can play anyone, and we showed it already. Just some small details that we need to fix, and I hope that will be an event that we'll fix, and then for the major to be full ready.
Now, someone who is not missing at all at the moment is Sun Pius. He seems to be in better form right now. What have you guys been doing to enable that? What has changed?
Nothing really special has changed overall in like how we deal with the game together as a team and how we are playing. It's just about him deciding to do some adjustments for himself that will make me more comfortable, and that will make team more comfortable. Of course, we talk as a team how to make everybody comfortable in the team and confident. And of course, if you want to be a top team, if you want to be a consistent team, you need Oper who is consistent, and that's what we are getting lately. And I'm really happy because of that, because he's the guy who really deserves that stats, I would say, that he has lately, because since he joined G2 he had a tough time, but he was working really hard. He was helping everyone in the team. He's always trying to lift up the mood overall, and we are all happy to have him in the team. I just hope that he will continue this way, and if he continues that way, it will be easier for me and for all of us.
When you say it'll be easier for you, does it also give you some more options as an IGL, how you want to play out around the call around, knowing that you can rely on him some more?
Definitely, especially because he improved a lot playing clutches overall, and doesn't matter what is happening, that you know that your Oper can clutch. For example, that's why MongoZ is one of the best, and he can win some unwinnable situations, not some, but a lot of them. Yeah. So yeah, that's Zaiwu as well. That's what makes difference, because you need to support some rounds, and if you stay at the end of the round, obviously 1v2 or 2v3, 2v4, that you are able to clutch those rounds, because those rounds are making big difference mentally for us and for opponent.
Do you see yourselves as title contenders, as a team that can challenge for that? Could this be where we see the good performance from G2, the one that you can be happy and proud of?
I mean, we didn't discuss too much about the goal of this event, like where we want to go. Of course, if we get a chance to go until the end, we will take the chance, definitely. But our goal is just try to improve now with Nerds. This is like second tier 1 event for me and Nerds together in the team. I didn't play Rio. So yeah, our goal is just to be better every day, to try to improve, and then to be 100% ready and real G2 for the major.
Real G2 for the major. Okay, you've got the plan, you've got the vision, you know what it's going to be. So let's see if you beat your expectations and go further than what's ever possible when it comes to this Astana.
Hopefully.
Hunter, thank you very much, and good luck going into the tournament, my man.
Thank you, James.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. It's the day 4, I believe, of Astana PGL, and we're kicking off here. It's the final map in a series between PARIVISION and G2. Amanda's with me is Vince, and we've had a real entertaining game so far. We haven't really been lacking for the drama in this one. It was G2 crushing it on the opening map of Mirage, but then on Dust 2, PARIVISION looked much improved. Finally, something like their real selves here. And maybe that's enough to push it over the line. We'll find out on Ancient. What do you think, Vince? Do you have a preference going into this one?
I actually don't. What I am just really excited for is Ancient itself, because I thought going into this series, I was a bit sad and bummed out that we didn't have Ancient earlier, although I understand why they left it as a decider. Both teams are incredibly comfortable on this map, and both teams have notable wins against Tier 1 opposition. So for PARIVISION, for example, they have a win 13-8 against Spirit back at Rotterdam for the Blast Open tournament. They have wins against Falcons. They have wins against Falcons more than once, with Foot and FaZe on top of that. Whereas you look at G2, and they have notable wins against teams like FaZe, against teams like Spirit, Na'Vi, and FaZe again. So both of these teams are super confident, super comfortable when it comes to Ancient, and I'm going to be really interested to see if that previous map being a little bit of a missed opportunity from G2 is going to play in their minds, or if they're going to bounce back with authority and lay down the law. Because when it comes to individuals, you discussed this as well with Mattis, across the board, people are very comfortable on Ancient on both sides of the coin. So I honestly think this couldn't be a better decider map between these two.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I think for in terms of the roles, Hunter, anchoring the A-bomb site's got a really good rating. That's his best position really on any map. Same for Heavy God anchoring the B-bomb site. So just in general, they've got a couple of players there that are very at home on a map, and you often got to think about this too. Like, one thing is how the team as a whole feel tactically and all the rest of it, but just being allowed to play positions that you love to play on a map is going to give you some really good, I think, benefits at the start of it. And Heavy God has already been pretty impressive. Obviously, on the opening map, he was out of control and pretty much took over the game. I say there's definitely a chance that he could do that again here on the final map. That it's kind of right there for him, and he's very good on the T side as well at this one. So let's find out. I'm so curious. I'm glad that we got here. I want to see this work out really, really well. Some good informational positioning here for what we can expect. Nota, he was pivotal defending the middle on the CT side of Dust 2. He looks like he's going to be doing that again here. So very interested to see if he can come up with something similar.
Yes, and as you can see, he's labeled as an entry rifler. He is very aggressive, so is Nert. They're going to be doing battle a lot through middle. We saw some stern words towards Nota after the second map victory from Distan, because he had a couple of dodgy moments, like he pushed the smoke that he shouldn't have, that kind of let them back in that pistol 5v3 that we were discussing. Yeah. There were a couple of shaky things. So let's hope that Distan has got them on the right track, got them focused in. But this essentially, if you have just joined and you're not sure what's up for grabs here, this is a 1-2 match. Yeah. Both teams have lost twice. The loser of this Ancient is essentially eliminated from the event already. Like, this early on, not many people would have expected that PARIVISION and G2 would be in this position at this stage.
I think that's an important context to add to it. I'll give my opinion. I think if I had to pick one team, it would be G2 here. I feel like PARIVISION's T side is actually pretty good on this map, but the thing that I'm worried about is when it switches to the CT side. And I think there's a more even distribution for G2. I think their best side is going to be the CT side, but they're still very good on the T side. So if I had to was forced to make a choice and not just kind of ride the fence all the way through, I would say that we're going to be seeing G2 walking away with a victory here. But a lot is going to come down to as well to the individuals and whether or not they can focus and sharpen up here. Also, there is definitely way more of a B lean to the PARIVISION T side than there is for G2. So that's something else to kind of consider. sometimes you end up going B so much on this map that it becomes a little bit too telegraphed. And obviously that's something that we saw for PARIVISION earlier in the tournament. Don't want to be seeing exact repeat of that. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but we'll find out right now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into the game. PARIVISION on the CT side to begin with, G2 on the T side, and they are crouching their way forward. I think they might be seeing if anyone's going to be walking in, but eventually they'll throw the smokes and they're going to be ready to go. Heavy God has got a Molotov as well. Where is that going to be for? We'll find out.
Most certainly will, as they are now pulling the trigger. They're going in for it. Molotov toss to the back boxes. No one's home. They've completely given this one up, but Hunter does nail the headshot onto Jane. Not sure where that was from, but he's dealt with him. Yeah, he was flanking behind. That's true on elbow.
Yeah, he was trying to get in there. Huge kill. Oh, they're going to be coming right through the smoke, but Belchanok didn't need many bullets for that one. A little bit more this time as Mattis is doing some sort of a crazy dance, tribal dance, trying to get in towards Donut. I don't know what's happening, but somehow he gets the kill. Tapping the bomb. He's not trying to defuse, he just wants to fight. He wants the T's to reveal themselves so they can start to nameplate where everybody is. Nerds in the back. Smoke is up. There's no kit in play right now. It's going to be a long time before they can even dream of a defuse, and I think unfortunately that dream has turned into a bit of a nightmare here for them. Nota alone, and clock has already run down too low. Nerds with a double kill, and a very nicely called round, I must say, out of G2, and especially when they catch James flanking that early.
I think for me, Anderson, you did touch on him before as being like a pretty prolific and very solid player on Ancient. But if Nert has a good performance here, I think G2 win. I think he is the win condition. I don't want to put all of it on his doorstep, because obviously you need a team to work around you. But coming into this map, he actually was rock bottom of the stats at a 0.68 rating. He had a very rough Mirage, even though his team ended up winning, and also a rough Dust too. So I think for me, he is a player I'm looking at to have some serious impact. If he does, G2 will be very difficult to beat. Look at Mattis though, it's an eco bash still.
Yeah, but that's obviously, it means we're going to credit, you know, the 3 kills a little bit less, but for the team, you know, it still feels really good. We all know that. When you're the one getting those kills, you don't care if they have armor or USPs or anything like that. You're just happy to see them fall on the other side. Matt is almost making it a quad there. It's going to be some highest instead. And like you said, a bit of an eco bash here, which is absolutely fine. Second round on the board for the G2 squad. Now on Dust 2, the problem was they got most of their rounds based off the pistol round wins. I doubt if that's going to be the case here. We'll see. Cello actually choosing the MP9 so you can get more utility. They also only have 2 helmets, which normally on the CT side we care less about the helmets because you're up against AKs, but this time they are up against only 1 AK. So the lack of helmets there could actually be a problem.
That's very true. Good point. We'll see if that ends up being a problem. The only Kevlar'd up with head armor is Jane. Everybody else, actually they have Zello as well, so it's 3 players without head armor at the end. But that could be a real problem, like you highlighted. Mattis has been barraged down to 20.
Ouch.
But he's unbothered and unfazed by that as he hides in the smoke. He's now going to bypass the heaven. They're going to try and take a bit of mid control. Molotov down on Red Room. And again, G2 have their sights set on this A side. And no one's home for now. The player they had, which is Belchanok, has started to fall away. They will have heard the singeing of footsteps if they were closer. But PARIVISION don't know as to where the T's are. They have no information as it stands.
Yeah. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in on the CT side. Like, fine, you can try to let them get the bomb plant and just hope to kill one for the smoke, but it's really uncomfortable at the beginning of the game to have to rely on that kind of a thing. Blowing it open, he's got 3 bullets left. I don't even know what the point is. It's like he's just operating, you know, and sort of, you know, just muscle memory alone. It's like, oh, there's a smoke, I've got to blow it open. Yeah, but you also do need bullets. Otherwise, that's not going to be very helpful. Bomb is planted. They are low on health. And like I said, if you're not going to hold the bomb site, you can try and make it very hard for the T's to get in there without taking a lot of damage. And with that kill, Mattis, maybe there's a way they flash on over, but I don't think they have the kit to even dream of it. So in spite of some kills, they're going to be backing on out of there. And that will be G2 picking up a 3rd round. Very early doors, but at least for PARIVISION, if they can save these guns, not really the end of the world.
Yeah, the problem is that was essentially the bonus round for G2. They came into it with an MP7. I think it was Mattis that had that. They come out of it with multiple rifles. They've really put a stranglehold onto the start of this map. So you highlighted earlier, they won both pistols on Dust 2. They got a 2-0 start on the CT side, and it was a 3-0 start on the T side. ended up still losing that. But they're in such a strong position. And again, the impact this has for James having his hands on the AWP, which is a really important moment for PARIVISION. He's not going to be playing with that anytime soon. So,
yeah.
Already backs against the wall if you're PARIVISION early on here on the CT side of Ancient. And HeavyGod's gone for a Mac 10, interestingly.
I love that. He knows they're not going to have the helmets once again, so just trying to put the pressure on. James calling it in, but he's not even realized they walked all the way past him. Oh no. That and the 3-bullet peak from the other round, those are going to be incredibly memeable rounds for the PARIVISION haters in the chat. Sure, there are a couple of them. 3 versus 5, and again, there's no choice. You have to save immediately. You could even see, I think, that James is sort of, he's talking to the team in that moment as they're actually stomping right past him. So that's a real lapse in the defense if I've ever seen one. Going to be a 4th round here, Vince. And again, like I said, I think PARIVISION will switch to the stronger side when they get to the Z side. That's where they do their better work, weirdly enough. But I still think this is a hard way to go early on. 4-0.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams right now at the sort of top flight of Counter-Strike that are pretty much going to pick T-side start whenever they can. We saw this over on Mirage, obviously. So I do agree. I think this is about G2 getting as many rounds as they can. But it's not as if G2 have a trash CT side themselves, though. That's another thing that we kind of have to factor in. It's like, yeah, PARIVISION, maybe your T side is strong enough. But if you only come out of this half with 3 or 4 rounds, that probably isn't going to be good enough. Like, you actually have to start converting some of these saves, some of these buy rounds that you've picked up. And again, we're moving into round 5. They're not going to have an AWP. And G2 is such a great read, by the way, as well. Like you say, like, they're completely caught off guard. Like, HeavyGod had $5,000. He goes for a Mac 10 and just holds W, gets the freest of kills and the freest of rounds. It's a fantastic call from Hunter.
And a lot of the utility that the CT side really relies upon to try and stop those kind of rushes. Also, you're going to have, you know, less of it in a round like that last one. So, yeah, it just makes a lot of sense across the board. It really does. And I would just even say in general, like, it's unfortunately a mistake that, you know, we see all the time. I used to start every broadcast on Ancient repeating, saying, all I want from the CT side is whoever is anchoring B, I just want them looking at the B ramp all the time. Just don't take your eyes off it. Because very, very often, all it takes is like one slip up, you look away, and suddenly there's a T player there with an AK, and it's all over. Like, the round can be done in a second. So, don't know if it's as grim any longer, but it definitely is a real threat. They did save guns, and that's kind of the thing that's keeping them somewhat competitive. But again, it looks like G2 are going to be following through as PARIVISION are taking middle. G2 rushing again towards the B bomb site, but this time there is a bit of stoppage. Cello's taking down Mattis to begin with. The bomb still could be planted here, but they're momentarily waiting around to see if anyone else is going to be fighting on that side. Nice position from Sway, and it's a 5 versus 3. This is looking a lot better. Finally, there's a glimmer of defense, I say, but they nearly lost the round there.
Because they were so rapid up on ramp, there's still tons of time. Like, HeavyGod doesn't have to rush this. He's biding his time. Very intelligent player. He makes a on the side, though. He spots the shoulder, but there's no way his eyes were staring in that position. He was looking up to heaven. He was anticipating a cave rotation, so you can let him off for that one. I do like the conditioning, though. Like, we've talked about this multiple times, Anders, but, like, the conditioning now for PARIVISION is at any given moment, we could just rush you up ramp. You're going to have to expend at least one incendiary and smoke to deal with that threat, and then that gives you more options across the rest of the map later on in the half. So G2, I'm really curious how many times they lean on this B side. Are they going to continue to do it, or are we going to start them seeing switching up, going like mid-aggression?
Yeah, that's what they're doing this round. The last round, there was 3 people here. This time, it's going to be 3, but kind of one at a time here. You can see they just keep on fighting one by one as James will equalize it back to a 3-on-3, but that wasn't a PARIVISION defense where they had great crossfires or they were able to trade out each other very quickly. There's every chance there that you're going to lose more of those fights. So scary way to get it done, but also good utility from G2 to put the pressure on every CT player that was stepping up to take a bit of a swing there. Now it's James and Sway that are going to be playing... Oh, sorry, Cello and Sway that are going to be playing outside of this, and James going to be towards the donut position. But again, so much time in the round here. Bomb is outside of B, and Mattis wants to take a bit of a peek, maybe even wants to take a bit of a fight. He wins it, in spite of almost stepping into his own Molotov. Kind of an ugly fight from both sides.
I think his Hunter's been in Red Room for ages. He snuck up in here so early on, so he basically has any rotations covered. but he doesn't know where the rest of the CTs are. All he can say is they're not CT, they're not rotating right now, so they need to move together. Mattis sacrifices himself, but they're anticipating there's a second player here. Jello goes for the peek, and it's a nice second frag. That's the kind of impact we saw him over on Mirage having. And now Hunter, who is in such a good spot for so long, it's now kind of valueless. He may get the drop on one player, but there's 25 seconds left, and he still needs to get the bomb. Should get the drop on Jane, but now his position is compromised.
Oh, wait a minute. If he actually touches him, oh, he won't. I was going to say, if he'd actually hurt him, he knows now because of the smoke. Anyway, Hunter rushing right through, but Cello is there. Finds the triple, finds the clutch for his team that they so desperately need. But I must say as well, Sunpius making the run to try and get away from Cello there, I don't know if that's the right move. I get that if he'd made his way past, he could have put the bomb down, and then Hunter's position, like you said, is very strong. But it just feels a bit desperate when you're trying to run out of the crosshair there. And yeah, maybe there would have been a different way. Regardless, nice round out of Cello. They need something here. And this is starting to get PARIVISION kind of a little bit back into the game.
I do feel for Hunter there, by the way, because he, honestly, from his individual perspective, he did everything right. But as soon as his teammates die, his position goes from valuable to absolute trash.
Yeah.
So I do feel for him. Still 4 rounds to the good compared to 2. He can still turn this one back around. But we already said before, like, PARIVISION need to start getting on the board. They need to give themselves something to work with come that second half. And they have heeded the call. 2 rounds in a row. Jane getting aggressive up on Heaven. Molotov's going to keep him at bay. Needs to tread light. That is good spotted. Good flick from Jane.
And that's enough, right? You can't really stay in middle for too long. That's one of the challenges, I think, of playing CT side mid is you can hold it with enough utility early on, but eventually you just run out of smokes and incendiaries, and you have to back on out. So this time they get a kill. They immediately retreat. Sunpius, he was boosted earlier to look for a kill. He hasn't really found anything yet, but they are right on this ramp. And all it takes is one mistake, like I said, and this wasn't one of them. Fast peek coming out from Sway there, which is nice. Means he dodges the AWP. Nobody on the A bomb site, so maybe they're going to start rotating heal back once this smoke goes down. That might indeed be the whole point of throwing it here, is to try to make sure there's not going to be a massive stack on B. But instead of pushing back, they're actually going out for the information. Sunpius gets the kill this time, but we're down to 22 seconds.
Really good flash from Molotov. It forces Jame off the angle, but Jello is so good with that AK. Sunpius may connect a second shot. He's done his impact, but no one else steps up to the plate in this round. And there's only so much that one man can do. So slapped away again our G2 for a 3rd consecutive round. And whereas their money was so huge before, now they're starting to feel the effect.
And only a couple of kills here as well. I feel like, you know, if this was down to the 1v1s again, you're putting some real pressure on the PARIVISION economy, but yeah, some frustration started to show ever so slightly. This B defense was getting rocked in the beginning, but it's looking a little bit better now. They've stolen 2 AKs to the CT side, and the funds have run dry on G2 here. Good flashes to come out. Nuts said, bit of an expert at opening up the middle at times, but he didn't have the weaponry for it, and they didn't have the counter utility either. They're going to lose Mattis next. This could be a very quick recovery for a PARIVISION team. Like I said, they're looking forward to, I think, a better side on the T side. So this is not too bad. Nota, unfortunately, had no idea they'd already made their way past. He's looking at a much deeper angle for a pixel peek there, and they were already in front. So that gives up the bomb plant, which is a bit of a wrinkle in the round.
It is. Unless James decides to push this smoke, he can maybe deny it, but he decides against that because of the strength in numbers. Keeps them interested over on the L bend. Now Belchanok, really powerful position. Needs to stay alive at this point. The cavalry's going to charge in and mop up the rest of the T's. Nice shot from Hunter, but it is a dying effort. And as you kind of touched on there, the comeback is now complete. 4 rounds on the CT side. A great turn of events. Sure, there's going to be rifles on the horizon, but I was a little bit concerned that G2 were going to run away with this when they went 4-0, especially after that round with Heavy Gods Mac 10. So credit to PARIVISION for being able to just repel this and dig their way back in.
Chaotic game here. A lot of corners missed and spots not being checked so far in a round like this one. It's PARIVISION that come out on top of it though, but the bomb plant helps with the buy no matter what. Gonna see a lot of grenades coming out. Actually, will damage the CT side a lot. They were never fighting for middle. They just want to do the damage. So that's pretty good. G2 will definitely do that. And now they seem to be leaning back towards the A-bomb side, which once again is unoccupied. So PARIVISION, I think what they're telling us inadvertently here is that they really trust in their retake protocols for the A side. Otherwise, you wouldn't be playing this many rounds without having a defense here or even an early warning system. So let's see if their confidence is misplaced. They are surely going to have to retake this. They take out Mattis, who's on the other side. That's a pretty good start to the retake. The bomb is only just being planted down.
Yeah, Mattis was kind of the ace up the ace in the hole, you know, like you get that plant, he can play the long lurk around the back. Him going down is really significant. It's going to build the confidence as well for this retake to come in. Sunpius, important kill. Needs to stay alive though, as Belchenok's about to move through on the donut. This is all a bait and switch for Hunter's spot. It's really powerful up there on the boost. And Sunpius gets an important kill. I think James may have been shot in the back. Well, pardon me, shot his way in the back with his AWP perhaps. But now Nertz comes in with a kill, and Jane can't do anything apart from save. So G2 will regain the lead.
They even had some utility here, but it's just not going to help them at all. Everybody in the server is dead, but a little nod there from Hunter saying that's a good work at the end of the day. So 5 rounds. They let them back in here, PARIVISION, but exploiting that weakness at the A-bomb site. And PARIVISION never... I think the problem was here, they got shut down before they could do like a structured retake. Because they were having that fight with some hires early on when they were still in CT spawn, and that's kind of annoying. That means a lot of the utility, they can't even get in a position where they can throw it for any kind of a retake. Round number 10, though, is going to be here. And there's another thing that I love to warn about on this map, which is whenever the CTs smoke that top ramp over at B, if they throw that smoke so that it's too far on their own side, so it's like it's not just at the top of the ramp, but it's like almost leaking into the B bomb side, that's something that can be exploited a lot by the T side. And G2 are a team that do that. Sometimes they'll stand in that CT smoke and basically flash their way through. Now it's more something you want to do when you have Tech-9s or something, and they've had pretty good funds. But I've noticed a couple of times PARIVISION have thrown that smoke in a slightly dangerous way. Haven't been exploited yet. Instead, it's been the A-bomb side that's been kind of a weakness for now. Let's see what happens. We are in round number 10, and this time we're seeing, again, more mid-control being attempted for PARIVISION, but they do get smoked off, so I guess they have to cancel it. Yeah, they wanted to have 3 people to push middle from there.
And they have been reality checked as well on this whole, we're not going to play A at all, guys. This time, 2 players in Donut. They had a third as well for James. He's gone back to CT to watch Red Room. But he was posturing over on the A side. So seems like G2 have at least earned the respect of PARIVISION when it comes to that side of the map. Heavy God thinking about pushing in. Nertz also behind him. Ideally, you'd want to flash before you push. There we go. Forces James off the angle. They would have heard those footsteps. They're going to go and charge him. Need to be careful about that. James will punish.
Yeah, but he gets hunted down. Heavy God, who's had a bit of a tough time getting into this particular map. That was his 3rd kill of the half so far, but it's a huge impact one. Look at the position that he's controlling at the moment here. MP9 on the one side, Molotov into the fight. I'm shocked that he gets to live. They do want to put the pressure on, but now Hunter is being burned instead. That was his teammate burning him out, and now it's all gone awry. What has happened on the G2 side? They might have thrown the round away to try and hunt like one MP9, essentially. That is a lapse of judgment, and Sunpius is going to be furious that he's now alone.
Like, Hunter, Chief, brother, you had the bomb. Why would you ever repeat that into Molotovs with the bomb? That's crazy work.
There must have been a failed Molotov or something. I think he's not expecting for the second Molotov to land. I'd love to see the replay of exactly how that played out, because there's no way they would have done that. But there must have been some kind of a failed grenade on top of it. Sunpius trying to save here. Got to be careful. Clock's really run down. If he dies after the time, oh, he won't. He's actually massively punished him and picked up the AWP. Now it's kind of PARIVISION that look a bit silly.
And that's actually going to have serious ramifications. They can't afford an AWP. No one on the team has enough money to buy an AWP, as far as I'm aware. So Sunpius hasn't just denied an AWP from the opposition. He's picked one up himself. And the money's not great. And we still have 2 more rounds to play with. So that's a hell of an effort from Sunpius. Yeah, I still just, I can't fathom that. It must have just been like a madness in the moment type thing. It does happen.
Yeah. The stress started to get to them. The 3rd match.
James got no weapon here. Oh, he's got a FAMAS. Okay, I only saw a USP and I'm like, bro, come on.
Well, we had no armor for Hunter earlier, and we called him a Giga Chad, so...
True.
Maybe he just wanted a little bit too. We're nearing the last couple of rounds. Look at the utility on the CT side. One smoke, one flashbang. They do have a kit on Nota, which is kind of impressive. What, if anything, could they do on the other side as well? I suppose, you know, Tech9s, one AWP on Sanpais. And they are once again leaning slightly towards the A side of the map. It feels like PARIVISION are in such a forward position that wherever they go right now, G2, PARIVISION should be able to rotate in time and kind of be there. Again, even if they don't have to stop the bomb plant. That's not the most important thing. They just have to be near enough by that they can do some damage.
So, I was going to say, Sora like a pixel around the corner, and then he just gets his head removed from Nerds up close. 2-4 trade. G2 are right in this round.
Yeah, Jame with that FAMAS at range, unable to defeat the Deagle. And with 30 seconds, the patience here for Sanpais. He's going to be rewarded. Cello, if you take a step forward, the round could be over. But at the same time, he wants to be close enough by. Molotov instead is going to force him back. Can't really run into this, unfortunately. Oh, he burns so far down. That's 75 damage from just staying too close. But Heavy Guard goes down. Sway doing a very fine job of keeping his team in this round. Bomb will be planted even as we speak. And now the battle continues. It's Hunter to take down Nota. Cello trying to get in there, but they've been defeated with one AWP and some upgraded pistols. Now they steal more of the rifles. As G2 get up to 6 rounds and looking to make it a 7th if they can. There's just no money on the PARIVISION side.
That is one of those rounds that if PARIVISION end up losing this and being eliminated, they're going to go back to, and they're going to relive over and over again. So many moments that they could have still snatched it back. But Sanpais, after saving the AWP in the previous round, has made it sting. As you highlight, no real funds to play with. Mattis wants to get hot and heavy up on ramp. Does get mollied early on and a smoke behind it. But there isn't any real utility to play with. You've got 2 smokes and that's it. And then it's like, screw this, we're pushing you.
Yeah, running right through. That's the strat I was talking about earlier. Running through those smokes that are thrown down. And they were waiting on the other side, but couldn't do anything about it. Hunter, good spray down here. He will be overwhelmed as Belchinok gets close enough with the 5-7 to make it legal. Or legal, I guess it is, but also lethal. I'm not a lawyer, Vince. I don't know for sure. Sanpais with the scope ready. Belchinok to go down. And it looks like a 7-5 finish here in favor of G2 is locked in. A nice one tap coming out from Nuts. And that's exactly where we end. 7-5, which I think is great. But like I said, I do think PARIVISION do their better work on the T side. So let's find out if that's just pure copium for me, or if we're going to see a bit of a resurgence from them going into the second half.
That's that in conversation. Oh, he's having a go. He's having a go. He's not happy. He's really having a go there. That's stare. Holy, the side-eye, bro.
I love
Chill.
Dastan is such a great character. He really is. Like I said, I'd told the story. I'll tell it again because nobody was watching yesterday, really. But you know, when I met him in Copenhagen, I hadn't seen him for a bit at various tournaments, and he walks up and says, "Oh, hey Anders, it's good to see you. You know, good to see you back and all this stuff." And I said, "Yeah, it's good to see you, Dastan. How are you doing?" And he says, "Oh, so you gained a little weight?" Just the funniest thing that you could tell someone. So, and I said, like, yeah, you know, you're right. It's true. I should do better work. And he says, yep, me too. A lot of travel, a lot of work, you know. But obviously, it's like a friendly thing. Like it's a cultural clash with, you know, with sort of with the Danish culture. I thought it was really funny. So, you know, now you know, got to go back in the gym, got to go some walks so I can face Dastan. I don't want to be belted either. You know, I'm trying to avoid that too. So
you don't want to get that side eye, Anders. You know,
exactly. Like we're all on the edge right now, trying to dodge the death there. It is going to be round number 13, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's PGL Astana, and being Kazakhstani himself, Dastan would love to bring his team a step closer. They're not quite going to qualify here, but they will avoid getting knocked out. It's elimination on the line, so you've got to fight for this.
Oh, no doubt. It's entertaining, but this means a hell of a lot to every single player on the server, both coaches, all the backroom staff as well. You better believe that they're on the edge of their seat, biting their nails, watching on as they watch their teams do battle. These two Julies, neither has been activated just yet. Heavy God's had a bit of a rough start with 4 kills, but we know he can pick it up at any given moment. Sunpies has had a blinder of a first half, 15 to his name.
Oh, we're one step away from Heavy God getting right back into this. I've no doubt about it. He is very good on this map, so do not underestimate him. They take a peek, but this is great. PARIVISION have heard that flash. They know that they just got what is essentially false information. So if you wait long enough, there's a chance that they will back away and say, okay, there's nobody outside of B. Let's try and see if we can go. But Heavy God stuck around. They didn't overcommit to the rotation here, in spite of not seeing anyone. 30 seconds, Heavy God with the dualies turns around and shuts down Sway, coming out of the round. Mattis following it up. It is perfect pistol play coming out here from the G2 camp. Jame with very little time and not enough firepower either. Sunpies putting it to an end, and this is what they needed. They already had a good position here on the G2 side, but Heavy God getting thrown into the mix. Now they're set up nicely to try and close out this game.
Oh, James is trying so hard, isn't he? Like, you can really see that he's not far off with his aim being perfect. But at this level of Counter-Strike, every millimeter, every millisecond counts for so much. And I was saying, like, I think, you know, Nuts needs to be a determining factor after a couple of rough maps. What I didn't foresee is Sunpies just going nuclear. The guy is using every weapon to its utmost prowess, like so proficient with everything, as PARIVISION looking to try and set play onto A. It was away, going to be tossing in a smoke. It's just Glocks, though.
Not easy at all here. Hunter, spray down. I was going to say, you'd love to see him kind of just get a kill and fall back, but he was fully committed to it. Bomb plant being attempted and denied as well. Nerds showing up with Mattis throwing the smokes over the flashbangs over the smoke. So no bomb plant here. Pretty good stuff. The fact that Hunter dies doesn't really matter at all anymore. Yeah, sometimes maybe they really pissed him off, Vince, from setting him on fire so many times on Dust 2. Maybe that's what kind of got him tired of burning to the Molotovs. In fairness, he set himself on fire at the time, but...
also true, but yeah, that'll do it. No one wants to have their feet burned off. So Sunpius, understandable. The most what is it they say? The most valid crash out, is that it? That's Sunpius right now.
Yeah, you know, turn that anger into something productive. Come back and see if you get your revenge. That's certainly what's happening at this very moment. Now, I was advertising this T side for PARIVISION, so let's see if you know, it's all fake news from my side, or if we're actually going to see some good stuff here. Mid-take, while flashed in, it's Nota to try and find the opening, and he's got a lot of control in there for just being one person. He himself, I think, they smoked the red room, he Molotov that close cubby position on the right-hand side, and now he's applying a lot of pressure, and in theory, it is keeping a lot of people away from the B-bomb side right now, so you see if they find the right timing window to hit. G2 are in the dark a bit. They don't really know what's happening anywhere on the map.
Yeah, that's a problem that PARIVISION had multiple times on their CT side, and it definitely cost them in the end. So no one out for the fact-finding missing just yet. They're also sat in with Cave. Is that Mattis? It has a grenade out? Is it a smoke, I think?
I don't think that's good. Yeah, definitely not going to work.
You want a second player with you, right? So you can at least have the opportunity to kill a player, then throw the smoke. Like, just standing there with the smoke out, like that's wild. That's crazy.
I feel like even if you spot them and you let go of the smoke perfectly, they can still run you down before you get the rifle out. I'm fairly certain. Yeah. So I always hesitate to question something like that because that's one of those things where obviously, you know, them being pro players, they obviously know the game. And especially stuff like that better than we do, but it does seem a bit silly. It seemed like that was not going to ever work out. I'm going to go investigate. That's one of those things where, like, I'm going to go find some demos later on and figure out exactly, like, how often does that actually work? How many people have tried that? Interesting choice, nonetheless.
Yeah, it could have just been a read. Like, maybe Hunters made a read that PARIVISION were going to go for some more of, like, a mid sort of slow play. But it's the fact that Mattis is completely alone in Cave. Nobody is playing off the site. They're playing passive off the site. So even if he didn't get pushed from Cave, there would be a moment where he's getting flanked from the back from the site itself, and no one would have been able to help him anyway. So whichever way you spin it, that's a real rough round. I guess the good news is, because it was only Mattis that got picked off early, they're able to save 3 players, so they can run it back now into this round. But yeah, it seems like a weird sort of coin flip 50-50 to go for. I guess you've got rounds to play with, so maybe now's the best time to go for that play.
Let's see. We're in the 16th round. There's still a lot to be played for here. Oh, look at Cello. He's moving up straight into the incendiary. I adore this kind of a play. He's going to get the opening too. Like I said, in the first half, I hate it when you take your eyes off that B ramp. And James got done in a very similar way, if you remember, by the Mac 10 rush from Heavy God. I just think trusting in that one incendiary it's a quick way to give up a round. And I guess case in point, yeah, I'm glad that they're proving that point, you know, right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're G2, you're at least somewhat happy that you concede the round, but you're saving a lot of players again. But you are allowing PARIVISION a lot of lifelines now. Like, we came into this at 9-5. It looked incredibly grim for PARIVISION. They've essentially just got 2 free rounds off the basis of 1 pick. So at what point did G2 try and, you know, fight back into this, adapt to this play? Like, try and fight for ramp control, maybe. Try and get up middle and go heaven like we saw James doing a bunch of times with the AWP and having a ton of success with it.
Oh, it's definitely possible, and especially now that you've already exploited the once, you know that there is going to be that option later on. Even they might be a little bit worried for the first couple of rounds, but timeout called. G2 want a chance to discuss the situation. It was a 7-5 first half in favor of G2, and then they came in and had a good start to the half here. But like I said, this T side for PARIVISION is not to be underestimated. I think, you know, I always thought it was going to be a little bit better than the CT side. So the fact that they only got 5 rounds in the first half, it's not immediately alarming to me. And I also mentioned this right at the start of getting into Ancient. PARIVISION do prefer the B-bomb side by a significant margin. So very interested to see how they will make this work, and if they're going to commit to more of this. If they can punish Heavy God, who's having a bit of a tough game potentially on this third map, and he's going to be anchoring that, that's a good ticket to get some early rounds. Well, this time Heavy God is pushing the A extremities, and they're going to be boosting, or not boosting, but stacking with the rifles over on the other side. In fact, turning into a bit of an aggressive stack. Slightly desperate for G2, but I don't hate the plan. Sometimes you've got to do something desperate if you don't have all the weapons and the utility here. Hunter is fading in through the smoke. I can't believe they've dodged each other. Now he hears the gunfire on the other side, so going to come back and take a look. He's got Mattis with him.
Yeah, Noda is staring in there. Mattis has been picked off, but it's all a ruse, and it allows Hunter to stalk Jello and Dota. And he also manages to cross to the other side, so they're not even sure where he is at this point. Now, he can act as that pivot point for the rest of the CTs to move in. They daren't go into cave because Hunter is still there, present, nails another headshot, having a fantastic round individually, and getting his team into some success finally on the CT side again. Barring a J Masterclass 1v3, this round should be a done deal. First kill does go his way, though. There is a chance with 30 seconds and the bomb under his control. He could maybe do this. Oh, he's been denied.
Yeah, Hunter with a quad kills. Chaotic fight towards the cave there. I must say, Heavy God, that actually is a significant mistake. He doesn't need to peek that. You're absolutely right. It immediately offers an opportunity. And James, even smartly, he ran to middle and then turned around to fight Hunter because he knew Hunter was going to hear the footsteps, which is some classic James stuff. And if not for the fact that it was a teammate there, you never know how that's going to be playing out. But yeah, good stuff on Hunter. But there was a real opening there. Heavy God, only with the pistol, of course, but now he's got something better. 10-7, and it's Belchanok being thrown into the middle. They do have a lot more players here. They've got the mid control already. I was a bit worried they were stuck on top of each other there for a potential grenade to come through. But yeah, they win the mid fight without too much trouble here, PARIVISION.
My respect to Hunter as well, man. We discussed how he can still be that fragging IGL. 14 kills, 4 in the last round. It's really Heavy God that's trailing behind. You wouldn't have expected that after that Mirage performance. Hunter keeping them in a good strong position. Sunpius nails the shot onto Nota. That's going to alleviate some of the pressure that was building up on Heaven.
Yeah, and Nota is going to be a lot that mid player a lot of the times for PARIVISION, so it's not the most exciting thing to find him. Like, he's in the position that you kind of expect him to be. If it had been somebody else, it would have been more of an indication of what was happening potentially on the map. They do have a 3-man setup at the B bomb site, so they are fairly well locked in. Heavy God has got a smoke, so if they Molotov this position, he should be able to keep himself alive just to get a little bit of more time. And speaking of time, there's only 30 seconds here. Mattis has decided the smoking that corner is not the right way to go. Oh, smoke is not meant to land there. It's a nice idea if you can block off that that back wall and maybe try and pretend like you're going to the A bomb site through the middle. But they still get the openings. Game and Cello, and now cracking open Heavy God's skull. 3 people defending, and none of them answering back with anything like a kill. That's very disappointing for G2. That's the kind of round I think that's hard to deal with if you're on the defensive side. Like, you had the kind of setup that you were looking for.
Yeah, you were in the perfect positions to receive that very play. 2 players in cave, a bait and switch between Mattis, who's up close, and Hunter was behind him. You don't get either of those kills, all right, fair enough. But then Heavy God doesn't get a kill on the approach either. It's a really rough go of it. Sunpius again asked to get as many exit frags as possible, up to 20 kills to his name now. But yeah, if you're G2, you are bitterly disappointed with how this round came down, because that is the exact play that you were setting up for. You were hoping they pushed in cave like that, and you still got wrecked.
Very, very tough time at the moment. The idea of throwing that deep smoke, like, I'm pretty sure that smoke is meant to block off the B side of middle of that red room position, so that the CT side is going to think you're splitting through red room into CT spawn and A. The smoke failed, but the entries were just so good that it didn't even matter, which kind of is a theme that we were following on Dust 2, right? All this failed smokes from PARIVISION, and they still get the opening kills, so none of it really even matters. Here we go in the middle. Belchinok's going to be thrown in. Nerds on the other side. An expert, if ever there was one, on fighting middle, but it's going to be... Is that a leg shot coming out onto Belchinok? I'm not even sure, but regardless, he's low on health.
Now, credit as well, by the way, in that last round, we didn't see it from Jello's point of view. He'd landed a couple of beautiful entry frags. Like, sure, you can definitely cast a bit of doubt towards G2, but Jello, that was phenomenal stuff. Flick across. Did he get saved by the wooden plank?
He probably did, yeah. Oh, that's going to be a slow-mo replay if we can get that. Very interesting stuff. Because they were baiting it out, and I think Sunpius realized that he was getting baited. Like, they kept on dealing on the right-hand side. Jame now going for it again, but Sunpius stands his ground and takes down the enemy sniper. Wants to back on out of there before anything else happens. It's Nota in the middle. Takes down Mattis, jump across there. They've definitely been spotted. And again, the clock is running down a little bit low. The bomb is all the way on this side. It's not too late to go to the A-bomb side, but... 10 more seconds like this, and they are going to start to commit to this B-bomb side no matter what. The question is, can Sunpius save the team once again? He's got 21 kills. You mentioned it earlier, Vince. He's been doing such a great job, but he took his eyes off the B ramp, and now they're going to be on top of him. He does get another kill. Down sub 30 seconds, and the backup is starting to get there. Sunpius might have done enough here. A smoke on top, 20 seconds. That bomb plant needs to happen right about now. Nota in the grave now, and they want to push Sunpius. Cello is low on health here. It might be all up to Sway to try and see if he can clutch this one.
Oh, Jello's now all alone. Had some amazing shots. There's the first, but it was never looking like it was possible for him to get close to clutching. And that's G2 moving to 11-8 in the lead. 2 rounds away from an elimination of PARIVISION.
Counter-terrorists win.
Ooh, that is a little bit worrisome there. They had their moment. Like, the timing actually worked out very well for PARIVISION. They're pushing into 1 AWD with, I think, about 3 or 4 players. And unfortunately, one thing is they can't kill him, but they lose a player here. If they could at least trade out Sunpius there and just get a kill on him, then they have a much safer bomb plant. It's a very different round. Did not work out that way. G2, they continue moving forward. Remember, it's elimination on the line. If you lose this map, you're going to get knocked out of PGL Astana. Nobody wants to see that. on either side here. Both G2 and PARIVISION feel like they deserve to be in the playoffs. We heard the interview beforehand with how much it would mean to Dastan to be able to represent in front of the home crowd. They need to really lock in right now for that to happen.
And this probably is their last chance. No real money behind this. Pius missing out on that shot. Looked like it was on to me. I don't know if he maybe twitched just before he pulled the trigger. But an uncharacteristic miss for a guy that's had an amazing map performance here. So we'll let him off. Smoke placed perfectly. Keeps the tease away.
It keeps the tease away as well. I'm so confused. There's nobody holding the B bomb side. Like I said, PARIVISION love this bomb side. Now you end up playing it as a retake instead. It's not impossible. They do have a little bit of utility. Those 2 grenades from Hunter could be everything. Wait a minute, hold the phone. Nerds to the smoke. He's going to find an early kill, and now the bomb is finally planted. But that actually could be significant. Some Pius and Heavy God, they can't even get out of the bomb side there. No turn sway. They wanted to escape back onto the ramp to try and hold that bomb for as long as possible. And like I said, the couple of grenades left here, they could be everything. Hunter throwing one in. It's going to be an incendiary as well on top. Another smoke even in the back pocket here. How do they stop this defuse from coming through? They're all on top. They're blocking each other so that they can't be wall banged down, but that might have worked. Hello! He finds 2. More damage coming through, but they're seconds away from the defuse. Oh, again! Another wall bang as they save the round.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Nerds may have denied the bomb plant before, but they had the perfect pixels for the wall bangs. Unreal escape from almost certain death. Jello with 2, and then Jame posts up from the ramp side and nails the rest with Jello once more. Unbelievable. They know they were on the brink of defeat. That's just given them a huge chance to bounce straight back into this match. And it's put the economy of G2 in the bin in the process.
Oh, it doesn't get any wilder than that. The full committal to the defuse from G2 twice, and it looked like it was going to work the second time. You could tell milliseconds away from picking up that defuse and quite possibly knocking PARIVISION nearly out of the tournament. The money would have been low. The momentum would have been with G2. The retake was looking very nice indeed. They had all the grenades. They smoked everything. And they were even standing in front of the defusers to try and make sure that the bullets just don't connect nearly as much. And even that's somehow not enough. But this is where the drama really begins. Round number 21. And we're going to see some early pressure towards B, but it looks like a bit of a ruse. They do go B so much that there's a... Oh, my God. It's one more. That's what? That's the 5th wallbang that he's got in the last 2 rounds? What is he doing? Somebody stop him.
Oh, man. Dastan gave him a good talking to, and now Jello is like, all right, I'll show you, old man. Yeah, Mattis gets peppered through the wooden panels. Now Heavy God's got a chance there. P9 sprays out, but it's a bit too premature. Belchanot punishes him. Now no one's on A site. Because of that kill onto Mattis, they all rotated off.
Unbelievable. He's playing like a man that's got a Kazakhstani coach with a belt on his back. That's exactly what is happening. So he's fully motivated to get every kill imaginable. And a really ratty position here for Cello as well, in the best possible way. They are reading the situation well, G2, but to be honest, Jame could change his mind again. It's not even impossible that they could rotate back. This is wild.
This
35 seconds.
May precede them though, right, Hunters? Like, they've gone B so often, it's an obvious call.
It doesn't matter. Just making it work. But you're right, though. They did read it. Like, they had the stack going on there at the B bomb site. None of it matters. PARIVISION fully locked in. Back into the game. The second half, it was hard to get started, but it is working for them. Oh, Matters never stood a chance here. That is a hard way to go. 10-11. They're clawing their way back. Remember, they had almost no money coming into some of these rounds. I mean, this is as close as you can get right now. Now it's going to be a little bit more exciting. Oh, look at the G2 side. USPs. 1 flashbang on Hunter. This better be the best flashbang of all time.
Well, if they can find the right timing, it can maybe make it a little bit costly. You know, you take a player out, get an AK, and then who knows what happens. Again, they're going to be anticipating the B play. They're going for the wall bangs again. Zello's done this multiple times over. Flash through. No one's really home, though. They're at longer range, but the USPs are going to not be able to stand really against the AKs. Hunter does get the 1 kill, but that's all. And so this is going the distance. 11-11. We will have all the rounds in regulation. And it would not surprise me if we need more in OT afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of the dream for a game that's been this mad. And with this much on the line, too. G2 haven't played their best tournament yet, but we've seen glimpses of it even in this series. To begin with, it was Heavy God. He's disappeared a bit from the game since, but we definitely know that they've got something here. Sampai is playing very well on this third map. So it would be fun to see G2 advance forward into the tournament. PARIVISION again, a team that's been kind of on deep waters for a while. There's a lot of talk about kind of like who's staying, who's getting cut, what's going to happen post-major. But right now, they need to make it work. We're not post-major yet. We're leading into it. So they've got to find a way to repair this team and to make them look like what they really could, which you're starting to see a little bit of it here once again. Cello obviously with 20 kills, fighting for his spot into the future. The game is tied, 11-11, and we've got a couple of rounds left in regulation.
M4s are plenty over on the G2 side of things, but they are lacking quite a bit. No kits, as far as I can see. Lack of utility, only the 2 HEs. You can see here there are last 3-month team comparison on Ancient, 10-2, or G2, or a 7-2. We talked about how confident both teams are on this map, how good their percentages are. Some notable wins as well against top flight opposition like Spirit and Falcons.
Yeah. Another couple of teams that are going to be hard to fight going into the later stages if you can make it through here. Nice grenades in the middle, but even better in return. Those T-side nades to stop the TTs. Oh, look at this. Nerds and Hunter get a kill each. Cello's fighting for the headshots. He'll get the 1, but he couldn't shut down Hunter, who's still fragging. Through the smoke, he reads it. He knew they were coming for him. A triple kill for the captain. And that leaves James in a very tough position. G2 look to be cementing, at a minimum, the overtime point here. See if they can make it past. The money's good enough for PARIVISION to buy in the next round. I guess that's kind of a silver lining here, but they couldn't win the mid-fight.
Hunter not going down the ship just yet. Phenomenal 3K. But good teamwork from Nerds as well. The two of them being a dynamic duo, locking down this round. And now James is playing to see if he can maybe get a couple of kills on his way out, because he'll know that G2's money, not ideal. If he can get a couple of kills out of this, it can have consequences for G2 into the next one. They'll be missing a couple of grenades here and there. Maybe missing out on an AWP again. So let's see what James got in store. 22 health to his name. Molly and Flash, but he doesn't want to give his position away. Well, now he has. Molotov's going to be tossed in. He's going to get wide swung any second now from Mattis, as he tries looking for Hunter, and it's going to be Sampius. Who else? 24th kill to the Spaniard, as he gives a match point, an elimination point in favor of G2.
Great discipline from Mattis. I mean, you're right. He definitely could have just wide swung him as well, but they want to make absolutely sure here. Hunter, though, the man of the hour, as he, like, that first kill's very labored. He gets a chance to go for a little bit of a second kill, but this is where it really gets good. Finds a quick triple. Sampius, that's a wild shot from his point of view, actually. Here we go. It's round number 24, and we are seeing a failed run boost, and actually a peek from Nota. This is kind of dangerous, but the flashes didn't connect. Wait, Belchak never threw the flashbangs. He's in T-spawn with 2 flashes, unless he picked up more of them. I think that might have been some real miscommunication. Oh, we're gonna have to go check the demo on that one. Hunter with the spray down. Belchak goes down for the smoke. PARIVISION, they fought so hard to get back here. Not the best first half for them, but the second half has looked very strong, and they might be cut short right here, as there are 2 men down looking to attack this B bomb site. And the longer they wait, the worse it's going to get, because Nerds is in the A hallway, so they know that no one's attacking the A bomb site right now.
What a horrendous way to lose this would be, Anders. Oh, yeah. Not throwing basic utility on a mid-play when you've just been wrecked by that exact same outcome. G2 now, multiple bodies in perfect positions, a crossfire that looks way too deadly to deal with, but James has stood tall and delivered for one. Finds the first one. Molotovs are raining in. Good flashes. Vampires is out of it. The super weapon for the G2 side. And Mats is, oh my god, it's way to hit the headshot. I can't believe that works out. Hunter goes down next, and Nertz now with a 1 versus 2. Coming in all the way from the A hallway, straight into the orb of Jamie. Finds a triple and a sigh of relief as we go into overtime. PARIVISION, they convert that 3v5, and it's hard to understand how. Great shots from James, great flashes, obviously, but that felt like G2 could have closed the book on PARIVISION right then and there. Yeah, I mean, it's really well done by PARIVISION in sort of the 11th hour, the dying embers of their Astana tournament. But you've got to look at G2 and think, guys, you had 3 players in B with a crossfire that could not have been better placed. And you've lost the round without killing a single one of the remaining 3 Ts. How can you justify that? Yes, James lands a nice shot, but then it's just so disjointed. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a question that they're gonna be asking themselves, especially if they end up losing this one. How did we let go of that 3v5? We had the bomb side on lockdown. We even knew that they were coming because, like I said, Nertz was the early warning system over at the A bomb site. A little celebration from Dastan in the back. I wish we could have a permanent Dastan camera that just only shows him somewhere. Oh, it's so exciting. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the B stream, and PARIVISION versus G2 have made overtime on the 3rd map here. Elimination on the line in Astana. If you lose, you get to go home, and nobody wants that. Both orgs fighting to get some more recognition and to make these squads really work at a high level. Let's see what we can get here. They've been going B so much, PARIVISION, that you've got to feel like they can start to maybe just take a look in towards the A-bomb side every once in a while. Like, see if anyone's home over G2. Surprisingly as well, the 2 players that have kind of gone absent are Heavy God and Mattis, 2 typically very strong Ancient players. I suppose you could spin that in a positive, that if either of them come online, then G2 have some very powerful pieces that are yet to get involved. Damage inflicted to Nota, but they have still gone up middle. James is taking point for his team. He's alone with the orb. Getting into Red Room. This is such an aggressive play from him. It's a wild thing to be taken upon your shoulders this late in the game, saying, I'm pushing Red Room alone. If I miss a shot, I'm probably going to be dead. But now he's holding a deep angle, and this is actually really cool. They lose Sway, though, trying to connect with James. They wanted to rotate through on over towards Donut there, or at least I think that's the plan. There's very little time. James goes down. Such an advanced position, and it looks like they're making none of it here. Nota's low on health. The round is over. They can't get on this. There's no chance. 10 seconds left. They're still trying to run up there. Sunpius does go down, but Heavy God peeking in for a quick double and turns it into a triple spray. If he is going to come back, like you said, that's the one outside thing that could really tip this in favor of G2 is if he comes alive. And traditionally, he's mega good at this map. So it's a bit of a mystery how he's been missing so much. Maybe overtime is all he needed. Uh-oh. Did you just wake the slumbering giant? PARIVISION, did you just play into the arms of Heavy God? I don't even hate that call. Like, some people are going to give James a lot of shit for that, but I genuinely quite like that play. It's just that they got picked off by Sunpius when they were trying to look to explode onto the B site. It happens. Flashes are good. Counter flashes there as well. Everyone fully blinded. But Hunter once again gets 2 from the mid push. Oh, that's not the first time. You're right. Huge impact. Countering all of the flashes coming over, hugging the wall so that he's got limited exposure. Zillow is here. Could he find some way back into the round? It's another 3v5. They won one of these PARIVISION to get this into OT, and Cello wants to do more. His 22nd kill. Round the corner. It's one more headshot, but then Heavy God quickly converts with a double of his own. And James now across the map, too far away. Oh, that flashbang stopped Cello from getting the triple. I think that would have been an option for him. He was looking locked in. But Heavy God, triple in the last one, double in this one. He's suddenly up to 14 kills. He has awoken, and he has arrived. And that will be sending a collective tingle down the spine of PARIVISION. Because for so long, he was not a feature, not a factor on this map, but 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. And now Jane can do little but try and hold on to his AWP. There won't be much to play around alongside it. What a horrible position to be in. It looked like G2 were going to have just enough power in their punch to KO PARIVISION in regulation, but they decided they needed a few more combos to get the job done. And now all that pressure is on PARIVISION's shoulders.
Saving the AWP. I mean, there's no other choice, unfortunately, so you can type away all the memes that you want, but this is the correct decision for Jame. Yeah, Heavy God coming alive, but Hunter carrying the weight of those entries in the middle. Sunpies with 25, but Hunter is up to 23. Wild that they are making this work now, G2. And again, just to reiterate, the T side is probably the better side here for PARIVISION. So losing the first 2 rounds here in OT, that actually is an issue. If it was any other team, I'd say, well, it's probably not a big deal because they're going to switch to the CT side, and that's where they're going to do more work. But I don't think it's true in PARIVISION's case. They must get this next round over the line, or I think they're not going to have enough to carry on through. Round number 16, let's see how this one plays through. Well, first to 16, sorry, I don't say round number 16. I'm reading the numbers, Vince, that's why. I'm like Anchorman, just reading whatever is in front of me. That's dangerous.
That's very dangerous, yeah. Especially if you're looking at Twitch chat. Right, yeah. Yeah, don't do that to yourself, Anders. Don't get cancelled, brother. G2 in the meanwhile, though, we're going to be looking to try and focus on trying to read a script from PARIVISION. We know they love to go on that B site, and once again, they're setting up for it. All 5 players, they've given up any map control outside of A or middle. G2 aren't privy to this information, but PARIVISION still need to push into cave, and with a lack of utility, you feel like it's going to need to be like an entry frag here that really sets them off.
Silo doesn't even have the rifle to spam any wall bangs with this time. That's a bit of a shame. I like that idea of planting and just trying to wall bang the defuse. It was entertaining to say the least. 55 seconds, they're on the site. And once again, G2 very deliberately playing this like a retake, which again, there's so much utility. I don't hate the idea, even if it failed that one time with the wall bangs. But now the bomb is being planted. Belshot very nearly getting crisped alive in there. Silo goes down 4 versus 5. Nert continuing on. Again, the utility is so overwhelming as they try to retake the site. Belchanok wanted to catch as he was jumping up there, Nerds, but it's not going to be possible. They only suffer 1 casualty in Heavy God. It's a near perfect retake coming out here from G2.
Man, I've got to give so much props and respect to Hunter's performance here, man. Like, he has been sort of like the spearhead of all of these middle hits, but he's also been omnipresent on the periphery of the map, like coming through with so many clutch kills, up to 86 ADR, but 6 multi-kill rounds, 4 opening duels with 0 in return. He has been such a difference maker in this game. And not to say that Sunpies is like completely cooled off, but he was like just out of the gates in that first half. Now Hunter is nearly equal with him in terms of frags.
This is a huge bonus to the G2 side, having Hunter perform on this level. But now, let's see, G2 going to be back on the T side. It's PARIVISION with a need to win 3 in a row. And remember, in regulation, they only got 5 rounds on the CT side, so winning all 3 right now, not going to be easy. G2 did hit A bomb side a lot, and I think that they're using that fact now. It's actually really clever. They're using the signaling that they did all throughout regulation to try and pretend like they're going A, and they probably wanted to catch Jame or somebody else in the middle, but he's not easy to catch. One of the more elusive players that we have in the scene. Gonna find the kill onto Nut instead, but I do like this theory. I'm fairly sure G2 were building on their own conditioning from the regulation. The bomb is still going to be planted at B. Vince, this could be very awkward. That there are 2 Molotovs left. Oh, this is going to be a very weird round, potentially.
I think Sunpies is going to be the make or break moment in this round. His long rotation. There's going to be multiple players pushing middle. Hold on a second. If Sunpies can find the timing, this could be a massacre.
I think you're absolutely right. They're forced this way. Double Molotov pushed them this way. He's hearing the footsteps. Is anyone going to be looking? They do turn around, and he can't get the spray. Still a good headshot, and the pressure is on right now. They're running out of time here. This is a 5 versus 2 at one point, and they need to keep it going. Hunter with the shutdown. Sways hit the deck. Cello next. Oh no, PARIVISION. It could be all over right here. They had every advantage. They had the A-bombs had on lockdown, but not B. Heavy God with the final headshot as PARIVISION are knocked out of PGL Astana by G2 in overtime.
Well done to G2 to finally find the form to put down PARIVISION, but Dastan and the rest of the troops will be devastated. They go out 1-3. Their only victory in this entire tournament is against Fisher College. It's a damning result for PARIVISION, and you can't make any excuses for this.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be some hard conversations once again happening on the PARIVISION side. That is a crazy way to find a victory. They had every advantage. Even there's a cool fake. No doubt the fake worked for G2, right? They plant the bombs on the B bomb site and nobody's there to defend it. But then the double Molotov to force the rest of PARIVISION, who by the way had smokes. But the problem is you don't want to smoke out those Molotovs when they're that deep, because if you smoke out those Molotovs, you're smoking yourself out. Like, it doesn't help you at all. So they had smokes. If it was a Molotov for a bomb defuse, then they could have stopped the Molotov. But in this case, they can't. So they run middle. They get shot in the back. And even if it's just the one kill for Sunpires there, I guarantee you that's still very confusing. It's very frustrating. He sees more. He knows where the rest are coming from. Like, it's the information as well for Sunpires on top of everything else. It's fantastic work, really. And it was always going to be painful losing this on either side, but losing it in this fashion in OT, that has got to sting really deep. So PARIVISION, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to do it again. But wow, what a game. Do you want to give, by the way, before we wrap everything up, a quick shout out to all you guys in the chat for being with us this whole time, even if you've been calling us bald and molding and unks, it's still been great. So we appreciate it. That's just the nature of the that's the culture that we're living on here in esports. Vince, what are your thoughts on this game, man? It was a crazy match.
I mean, you hate to see the devastation that it leaves behind. You know, Sway, head and hands, obviously super upset. Everyone is going to be. You don't want to get knocked out 1-3 in a tournament that has teams that are significantly below your level, but you did yourself no favors losing so early on in the process. PARIVISION, I think we saw glimpses of them here in this best of 3 series, especially on Dust 2, but simply put, they were not good enough this time around. And it does give quite a few nervy, sort of anxious feelings about their prospects at the major. I've got to be honest, Anders, because you have to ask yourself, how much can they realistically fix between then and now?
Well, I think I would have said this would have been the tournament to prove that there was going to be a bit of a fix and that there was going to be something improving. And honestly, they did improve. I just don't know if it's enough. That's the issue, right? Like, the improvement lasted for a map and a half, and then it kind of goes away again, and they end up losing in some fairly unfortunate fashion. So, yeah, that's a big question that's going to be, looming over this team, I guess, for a while into the future. But the fact is, when they look good, when they have some firepower, PARIVISION, they still look like a team that could be dangerous. It's just, it's just still a very, very labored match, this one. G2, not, I would say, without their own problems and their own kind of challenges. But it's cool to see them kind of live on for a little while longer. I don't think they've qualified for the playoffs yet. I think this is the 1-2 game. Yes. So they still have to keep on fighting, but at least they get another chance.
Yes, they go into the 2-2 games tomorrow, which is, there's 3 of them, I believe, and that's all on the A stream. So obviously this is the last day of the B stream. But again, a huge shout out to Hunter in particular. Sunpires was unbelievably strong in that first half on the CT side. I think he ended with like 17 or 18 kills. Like, he was unbelievably good, but Hunter really came alive when it was required. Like, when things were looking bleak towards the end of regulation, this man arrived and he put in some serious work.
Yeah, what a time, especially as a captain. And we said this, we were talking about James' recovery in his own career and all the rest of it, but I mean, Hunter, he started CS2 miserable, and he said it in interviews as well. He didn't feel like himself. He didn't feel like the game kind of vibed with him, and you could see on the server, it was actually almost tragic at one point how little he was contributing when it just came to straight up getting kills. But he certainly found his way back, not just in this one, but in general, like over the last year or so, he's been massively improving, and that's awesome to see. So credit to Hunter for keeping the fight up and not kind of letting the a little downturn in his career get to him too much. So I gotta appreciate that. Yeah, they live on for a little while longer. Mirage and Ancient. Dust 2 got very, very close there, but Yeah, PARIVISION walked away with it, so tough game regardless. Qualified to the playoffs, from what I can tell here, it's going to be 9C Spirit, MOUZ, Falcons, and also FURIA. And then I guess we got a couple more still, which are going to be decided tomorrow.
Yes, sir. What we do know, though, is the eliminated teams are going to be PARIVISION, the Huns, Heroic, and then I believe K27 and Fisher College are the 5 that have already been eliminated. And as you said, it goes both ways, right? We're going to have some qualifying teams tomorrow, and we're going to have some eliminations tomorrow as well. Still a lot of very good teams in that 2-2 bracket, though. It's going to be very interesting to see what the fixtures end up being. I think there's going to be some spicy games.
Oh, no doubt. It is going to be very, very exciting. I, for one, certainly will be watching. We're not going to be on the B stream tomorrow because there's only going to be the one stream available. Very capable hands of... actually, who is on the... I don't even know who's remote. I know, Neokai and Scriv have been on the B stream with us. Is it Scrawny Launders?
Scrawny Launders and Harry and Hugo.
Well, then you couldn't ask for anything more. Perfect way to get us through, find the last qualifying teams. The guys, they're going to be super pros, so I look forward to it. I'm going to be watching those games, no question about it. Shout out to you guys once again, and we'll see you in the future, no question about it. It's been great fun here at the B stream, so go have a drink and enjoy some more Counter-Strike, and we'll see you real soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.